Martial Peak Chapter 2301. Chapter 2301 is back to you. I noticed the others harboring malicious intentions. Ningyu Anzu turned pale with fright, and the rays of light under my feet flashed, and my body shape would explode. Where did he go? Yang Kai has stretched out his hand, grabbed his collar, then raised his other hand, and slammed the bow to the handsome face. Crackle. After a short burst of noise, Ningyu Anzu was completely beaten. When Yang Kai stopped, Ningyu Anzu's cheeks rose up and down, like a pig's head soaked in water for several days. All around martial artists keep quiet out of fear. All of them look sideways, with horrified expressions. Although Yang Kai had been in the Qin family before, he killed the evil Moon Valley Vice Valley Master and injured a middle-aged man, but both Qi Huan and the middle-aged man were born not too noble. There is no Emperor Senior Stage powerhouse in their sect at all, so as long as Yang Kai is strong enough, there is no fear of being retaliated and so on. Ningyu Anzu is different, but it is the Palace Master of Flying Saint Palace. Look for the taller one among the short ones. Flying Saint Palace is also considered an incredible sect in the eyes of everyone. Ningyu Anzu's father, Ning Boyang, is also the Emperor Senior one-layer powerhouse. The powerhouse insect is also one of the few, quite a few. There are two protectors with mountains and rivers sitting here. At this moment, if the Palace Master is beaten up, how can Flying Saint Palace give up? Thinking of this, everyone looked at Yang Kai not only with a strong sense of fear, but also with a sense of taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. They felt that this guy was bold and bound to trouble the upper body. You dare to hit me? Ningyu Anzu was held in her hand by Yang Kai. His cheeks were so swollen. The pain was numb, and he stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes. Said vaguely. Yang Kai sneered, "Dare you? Haven't you already played? This young master is." "I know. Flying Saint Palace's less Palace Master," Yang Kai said, crackled and slapped, and finally said with a smile to Qin Kai Oyang, "This guy is interesting." He didn't forget to report his family after he was beaten. On is not completely ashamed. As he said, he raised Ningyu Anzu raised high, shouted, "Come on, everyone has a look. This is famous. Flying Saint Palace is missing Palace Master Ningyu Anzu. Remember this. You may have to take a detour if you see it in the future." All around martial artists take cold sweats, thinking that everyone will be beaten by you. It's a pig head, how can I see clearly? Wow! When he said, Ningyu Anzu's blood attacked his heart, and he spouted a mouthful of blood mist. He was born out of the ordinary, he was spoiled and raised since he was a child. And has he ever suffered such insults? At this moment, I was under the public gaze, and I was hit in the face twice by Yang Kai. I almost passed out without breathing. It was just spitting blood, which was enough to show the strength of my inner quality. Qin Kai Oyang smiled bitterly, and didn't know what to say to Yang Kai, only secretly sighed. Young people are indeed full of energy and heart. And then think about when the owner was young. Why not so? Whoosh, whoosh. Two rays of light came galloping in front of him, and in that light, the person Aura was a little embarrassed, as if he had encountered a battle. Ah! Less Palace Master. The light stopped and stopped. Not far away in front of Yang Kai and the others, revealing the silhouettes of the two protectors, the mountains and rivers. At this moment, these two Flying Saint Palace elders are all battered and exhausted. Their white hair and beard are messy, their clothes are more damaged, and the mountain is holding in ancient the secret treasure that looks like a zither. The secret treasure above rings of light is dim, obviously spirituality is somewhat damaged, and the same is true with the flute pinned to the waist of the flowing water. The two people didn't know why. They came from the opposite direction, and when they saw Ningyu Anzu at the moment, they all turned pale with fright. Left and right protectors. When Ningyu Anzu saw the mountains and running water coming, his eyes shot horrifyingly, and he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Quickly revenge this young master and kill this kid." "Did you move the hand?" Gao Shan's eyes were cold, and he stared at Yang Kai and asked. Liu Shui's face was gloomy, and he pulled out the flute around his waist without saying a word. and the source strength on the body surface suddenly rose. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to the two old guys, just squinted at the two people behind, and after a while, suddenly brows tightly knit, his face solemn. "Kid, let go." Gao Shan saw Yang Kai remain unmoved, loudly shouted in a rage, and at the same time, the flowing water figure swayed, suddenly appeared beside Yang Chi, holding the flute secret treasure leisurely. Point towards Yang Kai hand wrist. "Brother Yang, be careful." Qin Kai Ouyang turned pale with fright. With his cultivation level and eyesight, he didn't see exactly how Liu Shui bullied the side at all, and he was a bit late to say this. Yang Kai smiled ha, and did not put the attack of flowing water in his eyes at all. Holding Ning Yuanzu in his hand, he turned around and blocked the young palace master in front of him. Free owned by the running water, he had to stop halfway. His figure burst back, and he returned to Goshan again. The mountain complexion is gloomy, one hand slowly fiddles with the ancient zither. The clear and superior sound instantly diffuses, radiating all around. The nearby martial artist hears this sound, but it is a complexion change. Run source strength one after another to block both ears. "Boy, what is my flying saint palace's grievance with you?" "And I have slapped the young palace master?" Gao Shan asked while stroking the piano. "I don't know." Yang Kai carried Ning Yuanzi in front of him, and half his head poked out from Ning Yuanzi's side. He looked sneaky and said with a smile, "You have to ask your young palace master about this. He suddenly attacked me. I just fought back, that's all." Ning Yuanzi looked resentful and resisted, but Yang Kai suppressed a cultivation level, even source strength can't even mention it, gritted his teeth and said, "Left and right protectors, this person is the kid who may have killed the surnamed Yang of Big Brother. Take him back to the Holy Palace for interrogation." Is he that surnamed Yang?" Hearing this was all shocked. "I remembered that when I saw Yang Kai in Qin family before, I didn't ask Kanon's name, and I was very upset." "Kill you, Big Brother?" Yang Kai laughed, thinking about turns around quickly, but he understood why Ning Yuanzu shot the owner right after he came up. He shouted, "Whether you believe or not, you big, the death of brother has nothing to do with me." Although Ning Yuanxing's flesh body was destroyed by him, when it comes to the real killer of Ning Yuanxing, it should be Wood Demon. At that time, the Wood Demon seeds exploded in Ning Yuanxing within the body, and he had completely lost his vitality. What Yang Kai killed was the Wood Demon clone that's all occupying the flesh body of Ning Yuanxing. So Ning Yuanxing's death does not have much to do with him. It's irrelevant. It's not something you can do with a single word. If you know each other, wait for me to return to the Holy Palace obediently. Master Palace Master has his own ruling. Gao Shanbao shouted. Yang Kai sneered, and said, "You said to follow you and follow you. I'm so shameless, and it doesn't matter if you two stand here leisurely." "Kill, the star is coming soon." He meant something, and many people were confused. But the complexion changed drastically in the mountains and rivers, and I quickly looked back. Between heaven and earth, there was a sudden tremor, and a huge pressure suddenly struck from a distance, sweeping across the four places. All martial artists sank, seeming to be the mountain was suppressed. The same. Under this unimaginable coercion, the gravel and soil on the ground slowly rose up. Such natural phenomenon is simply unimaginable. What is this? Could it be that the Emperor's senior stage is here? No, it's going to die. Ning Yuanzi was wounded, and at this moment, he was bleeding countlessly, dyed red and clean white clothed shirt, and a blood red horrible to see on his chest. This is, in the 8 Square sect disciple that followed Yang Kai and Qin Kai Ouyang, 2 people. The round-faced female suddenly changed her pretty face slightly, as if she had sensed something. She turned towards look into the distance. The other 8 Square sect disciples are also disturbed, and their faces are frightened. Beside the sky, a silhouette suddenly appeared. The whole body of the man was wrapped in a hard-to-describe energy. That powerful but violent energy gathered into a cluster, constantly surging on his side, making people shudder when looking at him. Where the person passes, the world collapses, the universe is upside down, and the world hangs upside down. The man was furious. His whole body in an imposing manner was no less than an Emperor Senior stage powerhouse. Amidst the energy chaos, only a pair of bright pupils refracted, and the cold light in his eyes made people feel like falling ice cellar. That person is 8 Square Sect Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan and the two old men of Goshan and Lushui went out of the city to fight before. They didn't know what happened. The two old men of Goshan and Lushui fled in a hurry, like a stray dog. Luo Yuan came from chasing after him. TSK. This imposing manner. Yang Kai made a sound, with a look of admiration. The rare thing is that he has not lost his mind and is not influenced by strength. This secret technique is terrible, and I don't know, did the practice succeed? Luo Yuan previously said that he was studying a secret technique but was not able to get it, so he wanted to find Yang Kai for a good fight, but was brought trouble to others by Yang Kai. On the second old man, it seems that at this moment, Luo Yuan's secret technique is not far away even if he hasn't succeeded in comprehension. I don't know what wonderful secret technique it is that actually made his imposing manner rise to the Emperor Senior stage level. Luo Yuan was still far in the sky, but in the blink of an eye, he was almost close, and no one could see how he moved. Not good. The old man Goshan Lushui suffered a big loss in Luo Yuan's hand just now, otherwise he wouldn't run away in embarrassment. At this moment, seeing the evil star chasing all the way, his liver and gallbladder were almost scared. How dare to stay in place? The two people looked at each other, their eyes met, tacit understanding. One erected the flute and played in the mouth, the other played the piano to compose music. And the rhythm of the music was like a mountain stream and a clear spring ding-dong. Many martial artists couldn't help but Divine Soul was in a trance. When the voice sounded, the mountains and flowing water were outflanking Yang Kai from left to right, and came to him in the blink of an eye. The flowing water flute was struck across Yang Kai's head, and the ancient zither sound of the mountain changed abruptly at the same time. Under the continuous wave of 5 fingers, one after another slashing was born leisurely, pouring out towards Yang Kai. Ha ha ha. Yang Kai laughed loudly, and sarcastically said, "If you want it so, then give it back to you." While speaking, his hand there was a slight shock, and Ning Yuanzu, who had been carrying it, flew out, and slashed towards the sound of the piano. How is it possible? Not good. The two old men in the mountains and rivers cried out in exclamation, and the complexion changed abruptly. Marshall Peak Chapter 2302 Chapter 2302 Alarmism. Flying Saint Palace. Left and right protectors are the two old men of high mountains and flowing waters. They have a cultivation level divine ability only under the palace master Ning Boyang. When the two people join forces, they are even more general. The Emperor Senior stage had a few tricks, but nowadays, the two elders are almost lost in confidence. First, there was an 8 Square Sect Luo Yuan. Under the siege of the two people were beaten wildly. The two old men fleeing like a stray dog in panic, and then another Yang Kai appeared. Completely ignored the sound attack of two people. What's going on with young people now? Each and every one is rampant, and the means of cultivation level heavens pan can't be treated with common sense. Under the trance of the two people, they can't help but give birth to a sense of sadness of old age. I looks at Ning Yuanzu was thrown out by Yang Kai, and the sound wave slashed. The mountains and flowing water have greatly changed their complexion. If Ning Yuanzu died here, they would not be able to go back. Explained to Ning Boyang. Loudly shouted, the flowing water puts the flute away, and when the body shakes, displays shrink the land into an inch like divine ability, and immediately comes to Ning Yuanzu, blocking the sound wave with the back of own slash, and at the same time grab Ning Yuanzu with one hand. Puff-pu, slashing at the body in the middle of the flowing water. He staggered, and a trace of fresh blood overflowed at the corner of his mouth, which was obviously injured. Boy, you are courting death. Liu Shui has suffered such a big loss, so I am willing to let it go. Eyes wide staring angrily and shouting loudly at Yang Kai. Hey hey hey. Yang Kai chuckled in a low voice, and laughed silently. Not good. Take the palace master away soon. Gao Shan suddenly shouted loudly. Liu Shui also realized that this place shouldn't stay for long, because after a while of delay, Liu Yuan has already caught up. Far away, I saw Liu Yuan stretch out a hand, which seems to be able to stir the world. When it stretched out, wind and cloud in the sky changed, and an unimaginable coercion spread. Many martial artists all change his countenance. The two elders in the mountains and rivers swayed and fled to the distance quickly. When they left, they did not forget to leave the ruthless words, surnamed Yang, obediently come to the holy palace to plead guilty, otherwise Horizon Sea Horn, you can't escape. There is a kind of don't run. Yang Kai yelled with a trumpet in his hand and put it to his mouth. How could Goshan Lushui care about him? He was gone early. The next moment, Liu Yuan's silhouette suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Looking closer to him, Liu Yuan's state at this moment is simply chilling. The rich and substantial energy is vortex-like, lingering around his body all around, as if it could crush heaven and earth law. Where he passed, the space was shattered and the world collapsed. Countless space cracks visible in naked eyes scattered all around like fish, but they were quickly restored under the action of heaven and earth law. Many martial artists who came here retreat one after another, and they dare not get close to Liu Yuan 1,000 feet. Yang Kai's expression also rose in awe, staring at Liu Yuan indifferently. At this moment, although Liu Yuan's imposing manner reaches peak, he is covered in blood. It can be seen that he did not at all take too much advantage during the battle with the second boss of Goshan Lushui. But despite the miserable appearance, his eyes are extremely bright. Senior brother Luo, the round-faced female, looked at Liu Yuan distressedly, and stammering shouted. Liu Yuan not at all looked at him, just glanced at Yang Kai. At that moment, Yang Kai could see the high fighting intent in his eyes. He hurriedly said, Elder brother Luo, you must have a beginning and an end in life, and you must not give up halfway. They ran over there, you still not chasing? Speaking, he gave Liu Yuan a direction. Liu Yuan looked at him for a long time before nodded slightly and said, wait for your cultivation level to increase a little bit, there will be a battle between you and me. At that time, Liu Yuan had chased him in the direction of the high mountains and currents. After he left, a big gasp sounded one after another. Everyone seemed to let go of a big rock in their hearts, looking at each other in blank dismay. There was a kind of weird avoided a catastrophe sense. Among the crowd, a sneaky person went to retreat quietly. But I haven't taken 2 steps yet, and suddenly felt a chill shrouded in the back, so that this person's complexion greatly changed. He turned his head and looked around. Caught off guard, Zhuang Ban sucked this mouth of heat into senior half. Can't help looking pale. Deng 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 stepped back for a few steps, covering his mouth with one hand. There was a ho 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 sound in her throat, as if he was about to vomit. Fortunately, his cultivation level is not bad, and he forcibly suppresses that nausea. The short fatty looked at him with a grin, then picked up the big cyan bottle gourd of his own, took a sip in his mouth, and belched loudly. Old wine. Zhuang Pan looked at this person, and the complexion couldn't help but look ugly. After he saw the other person who flashed out from drunkard behind, his face became even more ugly, and the corners of his mouth twitched, and said, "Lord City Master." Duan Yuanshan cold snort said, "It's rare that you remember this. Duan is a city master." Zhuang Deacon is really interested. Duan Yuanshan's grievances. At this moment, it seems that he finally vented, and he was indescribable. Zhuang Pan said with a smile. Master City Master joked. Zhuang has worked under Master City Master for several decades. How can he not even remember this? Really? Duan Yuanshan squinted at him, said with a sneer, "I saw Zhuang Deacon a few days ago that I forgot." Nothing happened. Zhuang Pan he denied it and explained, "Isn't there some reason a few days ago?" When he spoke, Qin Ke Ouyang was also a body moved, and suddenly appeared beside Zhuang Pan, forming a triangle with Duan Yuanshan drunkard. Encircled Zhuang Pan. Poor Zhuang Pan, but principal source 1 layers cultivation level. At this moment, seeing the three of them look like a tiger watching his prey harboring malicious intentions. I don't know what they want to do, and I was shocked. My calf is soft, I can't help shouting, "What are you going to do?" Don't forget, Zhuang is now the Vice City Master of exactly Maplewood City, but the Deacon of Flying Saint Palace. When it came out, all three of Duan Yuanshan were frowned and looked of dreading. A trifling Zhuang Pan is nothing. No matter who the three of them takes the shot, they will not fall into the trap. If the three of them really work together, Zhuang Pan will not survive. But Zhuang Pan's current identity is the root of the three people's jealousy. Deacon of Flying Saint Palace, the status is said to be high, not low. But after all, it is the name of Flying Saint Palace. If the three of them really give Zhuang Pan here, under the public gaze, the news will reach the Flying Saint Palace. Qin Ke Ouyang has the Qin family who needs shelter, and Duan Yuanshan and Drunkard have the entire Maplewood City to look after. If you really offend Flying Saint Palace because of this, the good days will come to an end. Seeing the three expression changes, Zhuang Pan's timidity was wiped out. Grinning said with a big smile, "City Master Duan, you stare at Zhuang menacingly in an imposing manner like this. I'm afraid, don't look so fierce, okay?" His words are full of teasing and ridicule, which makes Duan Yuanshan's trio of faces ugly. While speaking, Zhuang Pan took the initiative to take 2 steps forward, reaching out to patted Drunkard's big belly, sneered, "Old wine, don't drink that many wine when you are free. You were Maplewood City back then." The handsome young master, quietly these years have passed, what you have become. If those females who admired you knew you were what you are now, they should be sad. Drunkard won without speaking, he just picked up the bottle gourd and poured another sip of wine into his mouth. Zhuang Pan turned his attention to Qin Ke Ouyang again and said, "Old ghost Qin, it's not easy to support Qin family alone. Have you ever thought that if one day you leave, you Qin family, what will be the destiny? What will Qin do?" As soon as this statement came out, Qin Ke Ouyang complexion changed abruptly. Qin is Qin Ke Ouyang's biggest weakness and his reverse scale. Zhuang Pan said this. Obviously it has aroused his anger. Zhuang Pan he said with a smile, "A wise man submits to circumstances. Do you want to join Flying Saint Palace? This deacon may be able to introduce you." HMPH. Qin Ke Ouyang snorted heavily, failed to appreciate somebody's kindness. Seeing Qin Ke Ouyang shook his face at tone, Zhuang Pan's smiling face sank suddenly, turning his head and looking towards Duan Yuanshan and said, "City Master Duan, this village a certain palace master came to Maplewood City with the youngest palace master. In fact, he also wanted to invite City Master Duan to join Flying Saint Palace to conspire with a major event. I don't know what City Master Duan had in mind. Maplewood City is a small city, but it doesn't rich in properties and materials. Even before that, no forces had the intention of looting. But now there are many mineral lobes and earth arteries around Maplewood City, and this place has become a piece of sweet pastry. And Duan Yuanshan is the city master of Maplewood City anyway. If Duan Yuanshan is willing to join Flying Saint Palace, then Maplewood City will be the site of Flying Saint Palace. Those earth arteries, mineral load and so on will naturally return. Owned by Flying Saint Palace, other forces have to weigh the strength and confidence of the owner if they want to get involved. Listening to Zhuang Pan's question, Duan Yuanshan kept his face cold without saying a word. Zhuang Pan said with a sneer, "City Master Duan, the opportunity is here. Don't let it slip through your fingertips." Zhuang knows, City Master Duan, your cultivation level in this life, principal source 2 layer is capped. Could it be that you don't want to go further? If the Palace Master personally advises you for some time, maybe you still have a chance to be promoted to 3 layer. After hearing this, Duan Yuanshan was shocked. The eyes shows bright light, but soon his expression calmed down again. Cold Snort said, "It is impossible for this Duan to submit to Flying Saint Palace." Zhuang Pan jumped up, flustered and exasperated, and said, "Duan Yuanshan, don't you to refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit? Go away. Don't show up in Maplewood City in the future, otherwise, don't blame this Duan for being rude to you. He can control the murderous intention and let Zhuang Pan leave." This is the limit and patience. With Zhuang Pan's previous approach of escaping and putting them to death, it would not be too much to kill them 10,000 times. Even more how? This time after Zhuang Pan returned to Maplewood City with Ningyu and Zhu, it was the fox exploits the tiger's might, ridiculing him and the drunkard, 2 people everywhere. For such a villain, if Duan Yuanshan had not taken refuge in Flying Saint Palace, how could he easily let it go? Marshall Peak Chapter 2303 Chapter 2303 The Reign of Spiritual Energy. "You are welcome," Zhuang Pan cried out, sneered and said, "What is the method? This deacon is going to be seen today. Duan Yuanshan has the guts to be polite to me. Hit me, hit me. Hit me if you have the kind." Zhuang Pan put a face in front of Duan Yuanshan and the others, continuously clamoring provocation. All around martial artist shook his head and cast aside. Although these martial artists from outside are basically meeting Zhuang Pan for the first time, they didn't even know the existence of this person before. But the temperament of a person can often be seen by just a few words from him. Zhuang Pan is undoubtedly the type of small man intoxicated by success that is rampant, which is disgusting. The patriarchs from the great family in Maplewood City who rushed over immediately also looked sad, with some sadness of if the rabbit dies, the fox grieves. In the past few years, several great families have been under the management and containment of City Lord's mansion. Although there are some friction and skirmish between each other, there will be no real wars. In many cases, City Lord's mansion has become a buffer and reconciling existence of several great family, so everyone is relatively convinced of City Lord's mansion. At this moment, seeing the City Master Vice City Master being so insulted by Zhuang Pan with a kin family patriarch, I feel uncomfortable. Pa! A crisp sound came out, resounding through the world. Everyone's expressions are dumbfounded, their faces are covered with cold sweat, and they thought to themselves, "Really hit? City Master is so bold." Under doubt, they all looked at the next moment, everyone was surprised. But I saw a silhouette standing in front of Zhuang Pan, shaking his neck while rubbing his hand wrist, putting on a posture ready to do something special. Who would dare to hit me? Zhuang Pan was blinded by the slap just now. At this moment, he only felt that half of his cheeks were swollen and completely numb, and his head was shaken vigorously. I turned aside, so I didn't see who made the move. After came back to his senses, he yelled and said hysterically, "Who is it?" After shouting, I saw Yang Kai in front of him looking at him with a grin, exposing a mouthful of white fangs, like a beast that chooses people to eat, making him a chill from head to toe. And the next ruthless words are not whatsoever. Dare to say it, swallow directly into the stomach. It's interesting. When Yang Kai spoke, he slapped it out again. Pa! There was a crisp sound, and the other side of Zhuang Pan's cheek was directly swollen, and several bloody teeth flew out. Yang Kai holds his collar with one hand and fixes him in front of his own, and with the other hand at a moderate pace, neither too fast nor too slow, stirs it up, heavier one by one, under his palm. The ups and downs of source strength are getting fiercer. Pa pa pa. A rhythmic and crisp sound resounded above the wilderness. In this world, Yang Kai sneered and sneered, there are still people who took the initiative to beat him. Such a clear and refined desire. I heard it for the first time, so I decided to satisfy you well. Looking at this scene, all martial artists suddenly felt a pain when looking at them, and touched their own cheek involuntarily. Zhuang Pan was completely stunned. It took a while before he came back to his senses, struggling constantly, trying to get rid of Yang Kai's control. How can he achieve the cultivation level of principal source 1 layer? Yang Kai source strength covers, directly suppressing his strength within the body, making him fundamentally impossible to move even a little bit. In despair, Zhuang Pan cried loudly, begging for mercy. Sir Yang, stop, stop, stop fighting. Sir Yang, I was wrong, you are wrong, you let me go, and I will pay you. I am the deacon of Flying Saint Palace, please let me go. Asshole. She can be killed but not insulted. If you dare to do this, I will fight with you. Woo 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 . Sir Yang, go around me, I don't want to die yet. The martial artist watched this scene and listened to Zhuang Pan's words. Everyone had a black line on their faces. They secretly spurned Zhuang Pan and had no integrity. It was really not a pity to die. With dozens of slaps down, Zhuang Pan's face is no longer human-shaped. Before, when Yang Kai beat Ning Yuanzu, he was not at all. After all, Ning Yuanzu has a special status. There is a father of the Emperor senior stage. Yang Kai still doesn't want to do anything wrong and provoke the owner trouble upper body. But it's different for Zhuang Pan. Every slap of Yang Kai is filled with source strength. After dozens of slaps, Zhuang Pan's meridians within the body are all shaken off. In other words, even if Zhuang Pan survives this time, he will become a useless person in the future. There is no cultivation level or the possibility of practicing again. Brother Yang, Duan Yuanshan looked at Zhuang Pan's miserable appearance, as if he couldn't bear it in the heart, and said with excitement, forget it, greedy for life and fear of death, it is his nature to escape. He didn't do anything to us, please give him a good time. Drunkard burped. His squinted eyes glowed with cold light, and said, Snake is not dead, go with the stick, let the tiger returns to the mountains will eventually be in trouble. Speaking, he suddenly stretched out a hand and covered Zhuang Pan's head. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, reached out and pushed Drunkard's hand away, said with a smile, this kind of trivial matter, you don't need to bother Vice City Master. Drunkard is inconvenienced to shoot, Yang Kai is different. Anyway, he even beat Ning Yuanzu. What's the point of killing Zhuang Pan? The enmity with Flying Saint Palace is not a day or two. When the words fell, his hand shook slightly, and a wave of source strength poured into Zhuang Pan within the body, and then suddenly pushing Zhuang Pan into the air. Zhuang Pan yelled sadly, but the scream stopped abruptly. His figure suddenly burst and turned into a rain of terror, showering it down. All around martial artist, keep quiet out of fear. But when I remembered that Yang Kai had killed the Vice Valley Master of Evil Moon Valley before, I secretly felt that there was nothing at the worst in this scene. Duan Yuanshan and Drunkard both cast grateful eyes at Yang Kai, seeming to be grateful for him for Maplewood City to clean up the sect. At this moment, the world's spiritual energy shook again. A feeling of hard to describe suddenly rushed to all four poles, and then, the sound of Hong Long Long, like a muffled thunder, rolled from the depths of the earth. Everyone was shocked and looked around. Do you think ... this world's spiritual energy has suddenly become a lot richer? In the crowd, A martial artist from Principal Source 2 Layer suddenly asked. Someone immediately replied, I felt it before, and thought it was an illusion of own. Since Brother Liu said the same, it seems to be true. The world's spiritual energy has changed. It is very likely that the mineral load and the earth arteries mutation happened. As soon as this statement came out, everyone the eyes shows bright light. After looking at each other, they showed their body skills one after another, and galloped towards the place where the mineral load and earth arteries were. Duan Yuanshan and Drunkard, two people, as the masters of this place, naturally couldn't just sit idly by. After saying hello to Yang Kai, they immediately followed everyone away. Brother Yang Qin Ke Ouyang looked at Yang Kai, in this way. The movement I felt before was not caused by Liu Yuan's fight with the two old men in the mountains and flowing water, but the earth arteries underground. It's because of the mineral load. It should be. Yang Kai nodded. He originally thought that the movement was caused by Liu Yuan and the Goshan Lushui 2 boss battle, but now it seems that it is different. There are other reasons. Would you like to check it out? Qin Ke Ouyang asked Yang Kai's opinions. Such an interesting thing. Of course I have to take a look. Yang Kai grinned, and when he was about to leave, his eyes cast aside, but he saw that Yi Qing'an of Thousand Leaves sect was standing by. From a distance, looking at her quietly, Yang Kai's face sank. This woman is like a dog skin plaster, she can't shake it off, which really annoys him. Seeing that Yang Kai's complexion was not good, Yi Qing'an took the initiative to step back a certain distance wittily, with a tragic look on his face, which made people very unbearable. Go, Yang Kai said, then galloped towards the place where the movement originated. The two people didn't even get to the place. They saw the sky from a distance, 7 colors light flying, auspicious clouds shrouded. That wild land instantly seemed to be a human world, immortal realm. What's the matter? Qin Ke Ouyang was also at a loss. When Demon Chi was besieged last time, they came to the land of sealing and wanted Qin to reinforce the seal. Although they failed in the end, they didn't notice anything abnormal in the land of sealing. Apart from the boundless Demon Chi, there is nothing else. However, after only a few months, many earth arteries and mineral load were discovered here, which is really shocking. Bang! A loud sound came out, and in Yang Kai's field of vision, a huge hole suddenly appeared under the ground, and from within that hole, a light beam, soaring into the sky. In the light beam, the dazzling light flows, spiraling straight into the sky, breaking through a hole in the sky. This is, my God, there are such things in this world? All the martial artists who came here screamed, all raised the head and looked at the light beam, spiritual mind to release outside, and soon realized the true face of the light beam. It was actually made up of the purest world's spiritual energy, and it was almost full of spiritual energy. Everyone was shocked and uncontrollable, and their expressions were extremely excited, because the purity and concentration of this spiritual energy are beyond imagination. Although the martial artist who came here is not very noble, he is still a member of their middle sect and family. In these middle families there are some practical holy lands in sect and sect. In those holy lands, the spiritual energy is much richer than ordinary places. Disciples can practice and promote in them, and the speed will be much faster. But at this moment, everyone found that the spiritual energy in their practice holy land was higher than this place. It was a heaven and an underground, and there was no comparability at all. I am afraid that only Paradise Cave Heaven occupied by the top sects can be like this. When shocked, the top of the light beam that rushed into the sky suddenly exploded, and the unimaginable rich spiritual energy showed a radiant posture, spreading towards all around. Patters. It's raining in the sky. It is rain of spiritual energy. The wilderness above, the richness of the world's spiritual energy, climbs, and then climbs at an unimaginable speed. Everyone is in a very short time, in a sea of spiritual energy. Martial Peak Chapter 2304. Chapter 2304 Cave Heaven Paradise. In less than 5 minutes, The range of a few 10,000 li is covered by this rich spiritual energy sea. Many martial artists are in it. Even the Maplewood City, 2,000 miles away, has greatly benefited from the inability to see things. Countless martial artists rushed to the city wall above, raised their eyes and looked up, full of excitement, and opened their arms to greet the rich spiritual energy that is oncoming. Boom boom. One after another the sound of the invisible shackles being opened suddenly sounded in every corner of Maplewood City. These abnormal sounds were transmitted by many martial artists within the body, make them shake all over, with weird expressions. I was promoted, and I broke through to Void King 2 layer. Woo woo woo. I can touch the Void Return stage in my lifetime. The shackles of the shack, the death is also stunned. Ha ha ha, this young master is really talented, a genius who never came out of the world. Instant breakthrough 3 layers small realm. Straight up divine movement mirror. This young master invincible in the whole world. Everyone martial artist likes to scream loudly. In the rich and unspeakable world's spiritual energy, continuously there is a martial artist break through his own realm, climb to the higher martial Tao realm. When breaking through a small realm, not at all is too big anomaly, but when breaking through a great realm, it will usher in the baptism of heaven and earth energy. So, the sky over Maplewood City soon became dark, and the darkness that swallowed all the light suddenly enveloped the entire city above, as if the end was coming. And then, wind and cloud in the sky at the moment, the energy converges and swirls, one after another heaven and earth might fall down, pouring into the body of those breakthrough great realm martial artists, washing their divine soul and flesh body. Maplewood City, completely boiling. Yang Kai and the others in Land of Sealing outside the city benefited more obviously. Each and every one principal source stage stayed in place. Closed pupils felt the richness of all around world spiritual energy, opened up their hearts to absorb. No need for luck, just stove in place. That's everywhere the world's spiritual energy is continuously poured into the limbs and limbs, making people feel comfortable and unable to control themselves. Yang Kai within the body also heard the sound of creak creak, which made his expression strange and immediately excited. Brother Yang! Qin Kai Ouyang suddenly shouted with difficulty. What? Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Qin Kai Ouyang. Old man can't hold it. Qin Kai Ouyang's expression is ugly, as if constipation has not been resolved for many days. Hearing this, glanced at Yang Kai leisurely, and said, "Am probably looking for someone place." Meditation breakthrough. Yang Kai raised his brows and immediately said happily, "Congratulations to Qin family master." Qin Kai Ouyang is a lot of age. There was no sign of a breakthrough before, but now that he was hit by this sea of spiritual energy, an opportunity suddenly came. This can be considered his personal opportunity. Without this opportunity, with Qin Kai Ouyang's talent and age, I would not touch the threshold of Principal Source 2 layer even if I was afraid of death. If he can break through this time, it will be a great gospel to Qin family and even Maplewood City as a whole. Qin Kai Ouyang said with a bitter smile, "The timing is wrong, the situation is turbulent at the moment. Old man also asks Brother Yang to protect me for a while." "No problem." Yang Kai readily agreed, and looked around for a while, and found that there are many martial artists who are excited, and their source strength within the body is even more vigorous and amazing. It seems that the posture seems to be a breakthrough. Go to the root cause. Yang Kai grabbed Qin Kai Ouyang, shaking his body, and ran forward. There are too many people at this moment, all of them are principal source stage. The shocks generated during the breakthrough must also be very chaotic, and it is not suitable to stay. Qin Kai Ouyang has signs of breakthrough, but can't waste it. So he decided to go deep into the tiger's den. The root cause. Qin Kai Ouyang narrowed his eyes, and quickly understood what Yang Kai was referring to. He actually pulled down and rushed towards the huge hole, and swooped all the way down under the impact of boundless spiritual energy. Facts have proved that Yang Kai's approach is indeed correct. The more you rush to the bottom, the more pure and rich the world's spiritual energy will be. Terrifying. The world's spiritual energy felt from above is enough, it's amazing, but when I look below, I know what as different as heaven and earth is. With the help of such a vast sea of spiritual energy, Qin Ke Ouyang feels that the owner's failure to break through this time is impossible, and he can't help but feel a little excited, his face glowing, like a few decades younger. The two people fell all the way down, seeming to have fallen more than 1,000 jang before reaching the ground. The underground situation is the same as above. It is enveloped by unimaginable spiritual energy. People are in it as if they are soaked in water. It's just that this water is not ordinary water, but spirit liquid. Yang Kai didn't mean to stay, looked for a direction, and continued to rush forward. After a long time, he suddenly stopped, looked left and right, and said, "The Qin family master is here for the breakthrough. There should be no one here for a short time. Everyone is busy absorbing pure spiritual energy at the moment to prepare for the breakthrough. How can you have the mind to explore?" So what Yang Kai said makes sense. Qin Ke Ouyang was afraid that it would really not be able to hold it. Hearing this, just nodded and sat cross-legged without saying a word, pinched with both hands, silently cultivated, and quickly entered the state. Yang Kai waved his hand and instantly 3 beautiful shadows appeared in front of him. Mr. ... Where is this place? Zhang Ruoxi noticed the unusualness of this place as soon as he appeared. He couldn't help covering his red lips and asked in shock. Hua Qing's eye widened, beautiful eyes, trembling said, Yang ... Yang Kai. Did you break into the paradise cave heaven of which big sect without permission? Liu Yan beautiful eyes flowed, Gapan was radiant, and the corners of his mouth raised to reveal a smile, but he didn't say anything. Yang Kai said with a smile, "What's the matter? The world's spiritual energy here." Hua Qing's eye was shocked. "How does it compare to the practice holy land of Star Soul Palace?" Yang Kai asked with interest. "Not bad." Hua Qing's eye groaned, and said, "Divine Palace's forbidden areas are divided into 3 levels, heaven, earth, and human. With my cultivation level, I have only entered the practice holy land of earth grade. I also spent a lot of sect contribution. The world's spiritual energy here is better than earth grade. What about heaven grade?" Yang Kai raised his brows. "I don't know." Hua Qing's eye shook the head and said bitterly, "That's where the Emperor senior stage adults enter the practice, as my cultivation level is not qualified yet." Yang Kai nodded gently. "Where is this place? How can there be such a strong spiritual energy?" Hua Qing's eye asked again. "Last time you went to Land of Sealing, I don't know what's famous below, but suddenly there are a lot of earth arteries mineral load." Hua Qing's eye hearing this stunned. That is, the last time she went to Land of Sealing, she lost her freedom and was captured by Yang Kai into mysterious small boundary, and planted the Divine Soul brand. But it is precisely because of this that she can get an extremely wonderful pill, which greatly increases her chances of being promoted to the Emperor Senior stage. Among the gains and losses, I am afraid that no one can say clearly. Anyway, Hua Qing's Ion is not very repulsive to the current situation, and has become more and more friendly towards Yang Kai's. "Let's talk less gossip. It's a shame to let this opportunity pass. You hurry to meditate practice, and try to absorb spiritual energy." Hua Qing's eye and Zhang Ruoxi hearing this, nodded one after another. "I quickly found a place to sit cross-legged and operate divine ability to absorb the world's spiritual energy of this place." Hua Qing's eye is a master of Star Soul Palace, with a powerful cultivation level of Principal Source 3 layer. Although the gutter in Yang Kai overturned the ship and was controlled by him, we cannot say that she is weak, but she is still very strong. Yes, at this moment Divine Art turns silently, and the instant lovable body becomes a bottomless pit, and continuous spiritual energy converges towards her within the body. Yang Kai looked surprised and admired the Divine Art mysterious of Star Soul Palace secretly. After that, something even more surprising happened to him. I saw the sound of hoo-hoo coming from Zhang Ruoxi within the body not far away, just like the roar of a strong wind, and with this strange sound, Zhang Ruoxi's lovable body also turned into bottomless pit, more and more surging spiritual energy to absorb and accept it. Zhang Yuexi's cultivation level imposing manner increases upwards at a speed that the naked eye can see. Crack! An abnormal sound from the mind suddenly sounded. An invisible wave of air, centered on the Zhang Yuexi lovable body, suddenly spread all around. A burst. The big accomplishment field suddenly spread. This Yang Kai's eyes were almost protruding. Since Zhang Yuexi within the body's bloodline strength awakened last time, her practice speed has become rapid progress, and the more the spiritual energy is concentrated, the more obvious the effect. She seems there is simply no bottleneck. It is said that the strength accumulated within the body can be where water flows, a canal is formed breakthrough, and even the potential field of the void return stage closely follows the big accomplishment, without any stagnation at all. In the scene before us, Zhang Yuexi successfully breaks through to void return 3 layer. Yang Kai really doesn't know what the condition of little lass's body is, and how mysterious is bloodline strength, but it's undeniable that the underground situation is the most suitable practice for Zhang Yuexi. Place. Yang Kai can't help thinking about many things. If Zhang Yuexi was put in the heaven-grade practice Holy Land of Star Soul Palace for several years, what would it be like? Maybe she can pass through to the Emperor Senior stage. Master, you seem to have a breakthrough too. Liu Yan's beautiful eyes looked at Yang Kai brightly. She is not weak in her cultivation level, so she can naturally detect the shock of Yang Kai within the body internal chi. Yang Kai nodded, said, "This place will take care of you to come to protect her." While speaking, Yang Kai reached out and took out the mysterious boundary bead, and pinched a bit on mysterious boundary bead. For a moment, mysterious boundary bead seems to have opened an invisible gap. A huge suction is coming from the inside, attracting all around the world's spiritual energy to pour in it, and the spirit liquid is surging. Just like 1,000 streams returning to the sea is extremely spectacular. He threw the mysterious boundary bead to Liu Yan and said, "Find a place to hide, there are still more people here." Liu Yan nodded, holding the mysterious boundary bead. The lovable body disappeared in a flash, and I don't know where to hide. But when she left, Yang Kai found that her eyes looked a little envious. After all, everyone can benefit from this opportunity. But it has nothing to do with her alone, which naturally makes her feel lonely. Martial Peak Chapter 2305 Chapter 2305 Principal Source 2 Layer. Liu Yan has no entity and no flesh body. Apart from swallowing and fusing some special energy to increase strength, it cannot absorb the increase in world's spiritual energy like the martial artist's own cultivation level. This is also why Yang Kai asked her to protect. After Liu Yan disappeared, Yang Kai stretched out his hand again and released the 2 blood beasts, Monster Insect Queen and Blue Flame Thunder Jackal, which had not been used for a long time. With the improvement of his cultivation level, the 2 blood beasts can play less and less role, especially the Blue Flame Thunder Jackal, which only has Principal Source 2 layer level, to deal with weak enemies. It's not useful, and it's useless to deal with a strong enemy, but it's a good time to make a difference. Spiritual mind moves slightly. Yang Kai hides the 2 blood beasts, while On finds a place far away from Qin Kai Ouyang and the others and sits cross-legged down. Within the body, the internal chi oscillates more and more and becomes more and more obvious. This is the prelude to breakthrough. Yang Kai has a unity of mind and spirit, ancient well without ripples, and runs profound darts. Being underground, if you sit on spirit high above and don't need any movement, then the omnipresent world's spiritual energy will continuously converge towards your body, flood into your limbs, and settle into Danshan. Time is passing slowly. Yang Kai continuously accumulates his own power. At a certain moment, the power of within the body reached a critical point. This critical point is like an invisible wall that blocks Yang Kai's path forward, making him unable to see to the farther scenery, the better scenery. He didn't change anything else, just quietly condense all of his own power, and slammed into the shackles. Bang! With a sound from the heart, Yang Kai's body shook slightly. The complexion turned white, and a hint of pain appeared on his face. Unexpectedly, this time the impact was not successful, but fell short at the critical moment. This is something he has rarely encountered since practice. Only when he was very weak did he have this kind of experience. This kind of experience after the impact and failure made him feel very nostalgic. He did not panic, but grinned grinningly. The breakthrough at this time is not because of practice where water flows, a canal is formed, but because of external forces. Some obstacles are normal, and this obstacle cannot stop Yang Kai's martial Do's heart. On the contrary, more and more aroused his fighting spirit. He was calm, and continued to accumulate his own strength. After a while, the attack was launched again. Boom boom. Repeatedly, within the body source strength vibrates endlessly, and every impact makes people feel the piercing pain, which is unbearable. The double pain on the flesh body and divine soul is not something ordinary people can tolerate. If you get discouraged, Martial Do's heart will stop there, and there will be no possibility of improvement in the future. Countless martial artists questioned themselves because they couldn't bear this kind of pain, and then they fell and buried themselves. Martial artist practice, only by going forward can you reach peak directly. That time of pain did not make Yang Kai lose his confidence, nor did he panic. On the contrary, it calmed his mood. Tao gave birth to 1, 1 gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 3, 3 births myriad things. Fate is made by oneself, realm is born by heart, everything is transformed into form, and everything is born and transformed born from the heart, extinguished by the heart. A trace of clear comprehension climbed into the heart leisurely, and Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of openness. One layer invisible power lingers around the body, turning into invisible power, cutting into the shackles, smashing the wall blocking the front, and stepping out of the broad and open road. Boom! The visible air waves of naked eye, centered on Yang Kai's body, suddenly spread towards all directions, and the imposing manner of principal source two-layer spreads instantly come. Yang Kai is completely motionless, with a strange feeling in his heart. In this feeling, his divine soul spirit body seems to come out of the shell, slowly floating up, everything below, taking in the entire scene. He clearly saw that Liu Yan was holding the mysterious boundary bead, hiding in the void, unable to hide. The origin of that world spirit liquid continuously flowed towards the mysterious boundary bead and became the mysterious boundary bead the world's spiritual energy. Perhaps because there is some inexplicable connection with Yang Kai itself. When Yang Kai looks at her, Liu Yan suddenly black eyebrows frowned and raises the head to look at where Yang Kai is. At one glance, the beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. Yang Kai saw Hua Qing's eye frantically devouring world's spiritual energy, laying a solid foundation for his promotion to Emperor Senior in the future. He saw Zhang Yuexi's cultivation level rising steadily. At this moment, the time has reached the Void King stage level, and the baptism of heaven and earth will follow. Just like Zhang Yuexi breakthrough Void Return stage in Four Seasons Land last time. When she broke through the Void King stage this time, the huge illusory shadow suddenly appeared behind her. This illusory shadow is white and hazy, huge and unmatched, but looking at the size, it is a female, and it is a stunning female. She is graceful and holds a giant sword in both hands, sticking in front of her beautiful eyes. When Yang Kai glanced at the stars, spiritual mind was in a trance. The huge illusory shadow opened its red lips, sucked suddenly, and directly absorbed the power of the heaven and earth gathered in the sky, and then the illusory shadow indented Zhang Yuexi within the body. This little lass also directly breaks through to the Void King stage level, without any blockage or danger. Yang Kai also saw that many principal source stage martial artists were breaking through their bottleneck. Some people laughed wildly, while others expressed hardship and shocked the shackles. His divine soul continued to float, and soon, it floated to a few thousand Zhanghais. He raised his eyes to see that in the two beyond 1,000 Li Maplewood City, at this moment, the body was full of excitement and grandeur. In the sky, the masses of heaven and earth energy turned into naked eye visible trials and catastrophes, baptism to the martial artists below who are breakthrough great realm. From time to time, someone has succeeded in breakthroughs, and there have been many roars. His gaze looked further away, and his divine soul continued to float up. Soon, the entire Maplewood city has become a little black spot. Yang Kai raises the head and only sees twinkling sky full of stars and heavenly cycle star fighting. In the dark, the world of law power seems to be within reach. Yang Kai shows the unusual look on the face, stretches out his hand to grasp all around void and gives a firm grip. Nothing seems to be caught, but something is caught. Yang Kai's face was at a loss, and at this moment, an invisible power of heaven and earth suddenly came to the sky, and it descended above Yang Kai's head. That world power contained unimaginable power and great potential. Terrible meaning of destruction. Not good. Yang Kai exclaimed in his heart. Spiritual mind fell downward at a very fast speed while moving slightly, and returned to own flesh body in the blink of an eye. Bang! That world wily followed and blasted on him. Yang Kai's whole person as if struck by lightning. The complexion changes drastically, and the source strength body is shaking and restless. He opened his mouth and spit out a golden blood. The imposing manner of the whole person languished in an instant, but his eyes were as bright as stars. What the hell is this? Yang Kai raises the head looking at void, grinning grinningly, warning ... not to spy on heaven and earth law in advance. Old thief heaven is really dumb. He can be sure that if he hadn't been suppressed by the mighty power of that world just now, and given him a little effort, he might be able to get a glimpse of the truth of the law. If this is the case, then his life is the rule, and he has the capital that the Emperor Senior Stage has. Unfortunately, at the last moment, he was hindered by the formidable power of heaven and earth, and it fell short. Heaven and earth might didn't seem to allow him to do so. But he is not without gain. After cursed, Yang Kai lowered his head again, opened his hands, and when his 5 fingers flicked, the power of space principle lingered away. One after another tiny space crack was swimming at his fingertips. As if living thing. Controlling the power of space principle is much more skilled than before. He flicked to grasp, the one after another tiny space crack, shot out like a flying needle, plunged into the stone wall all around, swallowing cracks after another. Yang Kai grinned, a satisfied expression appeared on his face. In the past, he could not control space principle to such a subtle level, but now he can. Compared with Moonblade, although this kind of attack has weakened formidable power, it is better than you can't guard against it. In some cases, it is definitely more useful than Moonblade. Followingly, Yang Kai checked the cultivation level of Own again and found that Own had already broken through to Principle Source 2 layer. Then he put away his uneasiness and took out some medicine pills and stuffed them into the entrance. The shock from the formidable power of the world just now didn't hurt him too much, but it couldn't be ignored. Heaven knows this kind of injury will have any repercussions, so the sooner he can heal the better. When Yang Kai was healing upright, Qin Kai Ouyang had already condensed his own strength to the peak. Immediately, his body was shaken, the airwave spread, the imposing manner climbed, and his robe made a bang. The next moment, the wrinkles on Qin Kai Ouyang's face gradually disappeared and eased a lot, making him look like he was a few dozen years younger, and the complexion gradually became rosy. Even the grey hair gave birth to some black threads. Principle Source 2 layer. Qin Kai Ouyang also made a breakthrough. He is not at all eager to eyes opened, but continues to sit in place, absorb world's spiritual energy, and consolidate his own cultivation level. Time slowly passes by. At a certain moment, a martial artist who was at a critical juncture of breakthrough suddenly became frowned and looked suspicious. After a while, his imposing manner was like a balloon that had been poked into a hole, suddenly letting out. In such a change, he opened his eyes immediately and shouted in grief and angrily, "What is it? I am at the moment of breakthrough. How can this world's spiritual energy become thinner?" It was because of the strong spiritual energy here that he touched the breakthrough internal chi. At this time, the world's spiritual energy suddenly became a little thinner, which made him unable to reach that critical point, causing his breakthrough to be ended with failure. Brother Liu, are you the same?" A voice from an acquaintance suddenly heard not far away. I thought it was only me. No, this world's spiritual energy is so terrifying, so terrifying. How can it suddenly become thinner? Even with a few Emperor Senior stages, it is impossible to swallow such a huge amount of spiritual energy in such a short time. Is there any bastard who blocked the spirit eye below? The other person's voice sounded. Speaking of which, I seem to have seen someone jump off. Maybe that's the case. Which bastard is so wicked? It's bully intolerably. Let's go. Let's take a look together. If anyone dared to do this, Lao Tzu would dare to block my promotion within 5 steps. It's horrible. Marshall Peak Chapter 2306 Chapter 2306 Spirit Spring Eye. In the underground place of Thousand Jiang, Yankai grows up. Although this is a rare practice opportunity right now, I am afraid it will be difficult to encounter such a rich world's spiritual energy in the future, but Yankai does not intend to waste his great time on meditation practice above. He wants to know what happened here, so that the world has this mutation. Even more how? He just made a breakthrough. No matter how much he practiced, he may not be able to improve his cultivation level in a short time. His spiritual mind moved slightly and sent a message to Liu Yan to keep her protector here. Just as he was about to take a closer look, he was frowned and turned his head and looked towards the entrance. The clothes eye hunting in the silhouette is slouchy. It seems that many martial artists have come down. There is someone over there. Sure enough, someone came first. Asshole. It must be this guy who didn't know what he did. It broke my chance of waiting for the breakthrough. Let's go and see, who are you actually has such courage. The yell of everyone talking at once came into Yankai's ears, let him thoughts move, and quickly released divine consciousness to investigate all around the situation. Then he discovered the problem. The world's spiritual energy all around seemed to be a little thinner than before. Although it is not obvious, it is indeed thin. Aware of this, Yankai couldn't help turning his head and looking at Liu Yan's hiding place. I don't know if it is because the mysterious boundary bead is devouring the world's spiritual energy, causing the spiritual energy here to become thinner. Don't underestimate this little difference. It is very likely that this little difference prevents these martial artists from reaching the critical point of breakthrough. It is probably because of this reason that they will come down together to explore the reason. The thoughts got to this point. Yankai quickly stretched out, beckoned, and took Liu Yan and mysterious boundary bead back together, so as not to swallow up the spiritual energy too much, and let the people come to see the clues. After finishing this, he waited quietly in the stove in place. Boy, no matter which sect you belong to, you are dead this time. The obediently acquainted come over and apologized to this uncle. Maybe I can go around you. Life. My chance is bad. My old lady fights with you. A group of people yelled, involuntarily saying that they put the big hat of the culprit on Yankai's head. Quickly approach him. In a short while, a group of people came to Yankai not far away. It's you. This. After seeing Yankai's face, he was originally yelling martial. The artists suddenly stopped speaking. Each and every one stood in place with cold sweat, and their expressions were shameless. The previous scene of Yankai killing Quan and killing Zhuang Ban is vivid. Everyone is very jealous of Yankai. How dare to stroke the tiger's beard. Each and every one regrets that the bowels are blue. Blamon yelled without understanding the situation, and didn't know if he angered the evil star. What's the matter with you? Yankai asked coldly while looking at a group of people indifferently. No, nothing, just come down and take a look. Ha ha ha, the scenery below is good, and someone is just traveling with you. Nice, good, same tour. Yes. Yankai corner of the mouth raise, indifferently said, since the scenery is good, you don't miss it. Just take a walk and have a look. Yes. Let's go. When I saw Yankai looked so cold, everyone how dare to stay, one after another detours, going deeper. When they left, many people stared in the direction where Hua King's eye was in shock. With the strength of everyone, it is natural to feel the cultivation level of Huaking's eye. The principal source 3-layer alone is that's all. There are also several martial artists at this level. There is nothing to shock. The key is Huaking's inexplicable and yearning domain lingering outside the body. The inexplicable domain is the imperial intent, a symbol of touching the shackles of the Emperor Senior stage. In other words, this female is highly likely to be promoted to the Emperor Senior stage in the future. This makes everyone so shocked and envious. They also don't know if Huaking's eye has touched the Emperor's will in the first place, or whether it was due to the chance of this spiritual energy boom. But there is such a powerhouse here, and there is also the guardian of the evil star Yang Kai. How can they dare to stay? In a moment, I left thoroughly. After they left, Yang Kai released Liu Yan again and let her continue to hide beside Protector. Immediately afterwards, Yang Kai's figure shook, and he also went to explore deeper. The more you go inside, the richer the world's spiritual energy, as if in that unknown place, it is the source of this world's spiritual energy gushing. Yang Kai couldn't help but become curious, guessing what could make the spiritual energy surge like this. The martial artists who walked ahead of him are not far ahead. Suddenly, there was a cry of exclamation in front of him, which made him extremely shocked. Then, a sound of cold breath sounded. They seemed to have discovered something extraordinary. Yang Kai expression moved, space principle haunted, and disappeared in a flash. The next moment, he appeared beside everyone, following the eyes of others. Yang Kai couldn't help but wince. Not far in front, a round pit covering an area of Tenjiang appeared on the ground. From below the round pit is like spring. One after another spirit liquid is like a fountain usually gushing upwards, filling all directions. Spirit Eye. God, this is Spirit Spring Eye. There is Spirit Spring Eye here. I can hardly imagine it. No wonder the world's spiritual energy is so rich. With the Spirit Eye, everything can be explained. Looking at this scale, it should be a medium Spirit Eye. If you can build a sect here, it won't be possible. 100 years, it will be prosperous. Everyone is from some middle-class families and sects. Looking at their respective families and sects, there is no Spirit Eyes this thing. Only those first-line sects. In order to be eligible to occupy this kind of treasure land, to establish school, everyone is excited, all of them the eyes shows bright light, imagining what heaven and earth turning upside down changes will be brought to the sect family if their sect family occupies the Spirit Eye. I'm afraid that within 100 years, my own strength will be able to double, comparable to those first-line forces. Now ... I'm afraid I'll be in trouble. Suddenly a person said with a sad expression, and he was heavily sighed after speaking. What does this friend mean? Spirit Eye is right in front of you. Why is it bothering you? Someone asked puzzled. Yeah, you are really weird. Such a God-given opportunity is described as troublesome by you. It is sick. Some people even sneered. The speaker did not refute, but sighed, and said, have you ever thought about it? There were high-rank earth arteries in Maplewood City before, and Mineral Lode said, why not seeing those first-line sect forces step in? Why? High-rank earth arteries and source crystal Mineral Lode are out of the ordinary, but how can the first-line sect come in? Only when these people belong to sect will they be regarded as treasures. That's it. The man looked around all around and said, but what if there is news of Spirit Eye's appearance here? As soon as I said it, everyone was dumbfounded. Each and everyone's expression changed slightly, and suddenly they thought of the key points. If Spirit Eye's news spreads out, then there must be nothing wrong with them here. Those frontline sects will definitely send experts to occupy this place and open branches. These middle-class families and sect are simply unable to fight against them. They can only help people pass this delicious meal. Think of this, everyone's mood suddenly depressed, no longer the joy of excitement. Why ... Shall we all swear Heart Demon not to spread this news out? Someone suggested quietly. Everyone glanced at the speaker, like an idiot, and showed a look of ridicule. There are no impervious walls in the world. No matter how concealed the Spirit Eye matter is, it is impossible to hide it. One day, those frontline sects will know, and the sect family to which the martial artist belongs. Many of them have survived by attaching to those big sects, and now I see the treasures like Spirit Eye. I'm afraid that once they leave here, they will. The news went back. How can you hide it? I'll just talk about it casually. The person who proposed it quickly realized that it was wrong, and he smirked and stopped talking. Bang! At this moment, there was a loud noise not far in front, and then spirit liquid burst into the sky, turning into spiritual rain all around. What's going on? God, are you kidding me? And and another Spirit Eye. After everyone was stunned for a moment, they all stared at a distance ahead, only about 50 jang away from everyone. Somewhere, a Spirit Eye was born leisurely, and the spirit liquid sprang up like a fountain. The spiritual energy in this underground became richer in an instant. Yang Kai was also completely shocked, silly in place. Spirit Eye, this thing, may come by with luck, but not by searching for it. Those big sects can occupy a Spirit Eye and turn into practice. Holy Land is a great opportunity. But in the ground 2,000 miles away from Maplewood City, 2 Spirit Eyes appeared at once, and they were next to each other. Looking at the scale, they are all medium-sized Spirit Eyes. Boom boom. It seems that everyone is not shocked enough. Buzzers erupted one after another, the earth trembled, and rubble fell. The world's spiritual energy is so rich in an instant that people can't describe it. There are a few martial artists who were unable to reach the breakthrough critical point because the world's spiritual energy has become thin before. All of a sudden, they all came to feel that within the body internal chi shocked. There was once again a breakthrough soon. Sign. But at this moment, they don't care about their own situation, but dumbstruck stove in place, looking all around. In this underground, the light is dim and the spiritual energy is full, so you can't see it all, but everyone is at any rate the principal source stage. Under the glance of the spiritual mind, the situation is obvious at a glance. Everyone was shocked to find that Spirit Eyes appeared one after another. After a short while, Spirit Eyes were covered in the 10,000 jang area below, not far from each other. Marshall Peak Chapter 2307. Chapter 2307. 18 Stars Great Formation. Within a dozen breaths before and after, there are 18 Spirit Eyes in the 10,000 jang area below. The last of these Spirit Eyes is the medium-sized Spirit Eye, and there are even 3 high-rank Spirit Eyes. The 18 Spirit Eyes seem to have a special pattern and arrangement. Scattered underground, 15 middle-rank Spirit Eyes surround all around, and the 3 high-rank Spirit Eyes it is arranged in the center. In the whole, there seems to be a great mystery. 18 Spirit Eyes erupted together. The scene was so spectacular, everyone was speechless in shock. After experiencing the initial excitement and shock, everyone soon realized that it was a big mistake. The emergence of a middle-rank Spirit Eye will definitely attract those first-line forces to intervene in the snatch. Now there are 18 Spirit Eyes all out, and there are even 3 high-rank Spirit Eyes. This is no longer what those first-line forces can if you eat it. Maybe even Azure Sun Temple, Heavenly Martial Holy Land, Plain Palace. This kind of top sect will be alarmed, and even Star Soul Palace may have to send someone there. This is definitely a major event that shakes the entire South Territory and even the entire star boundary. And the name of Maplewood City will surely spread all over the world and be known to the world. It's over. This time is over. Samyeon's mouth twitched and muttered softly. Although what he said is not clear, everyone at the scene knew what he meant, and what he meant was nothing more than an opportunity here, completely irrelevant to his own sect. The arrangement of the Spirit Eye. Could it be the Could it be that 18 Stars Great Formation? Among the crowd, one person showed shocking light in his eyes and glanced around. 18 Stars Great Formation? Someone looked at the man suspiciously, and said in shock, "This friend is proficient in formation?" Know a little. People hearing this nod. Everyone came with curiosity and looked at that person one after another and asked, "Since my friend understands formation, then tell us, what is the purpose of this 18 Stars Great Formation?" The complexion of the man was pale, his expression was ugly, and he was silent for a while before he said solemnly, I am not sure if it is 18 stars great formation. After all, this formation has long been lost. It seems to be something from ancient era. The ancient book above only a few descriptions, not exhaustive details. Ancient formation. The exclamation sounded instantly. Early ancient times and ancient times are two very special periods. It is said that in these two periods, the tidal power of heaven and earth has ups and downs, the law power is rich, and many great experts have been born. With the passage of time, law power gradually becomes thinner, making it more and more difficult for martial artists to promote. But once it involves ancient things, they are all good things that shock people. So when I heard that the 18 stars great formation is an ancient strange formation, everyone came to get interested and wanted to inquire about it. Yang Kai also moved slightly, looking at the person, and said, could it be that surname Gong? Heavenly River Valley Gong family person? Someone followed cried. If you can recognize the ancient formation at a glance, then this person's formation attainments must be can't underestimate. Looking at the entire South Territory, only the Heavenly River Valley Gong family has a deep study of formation. Anyone from the Gong family both are formation grandmaster. Yang Kai has dealt with Gong Wenshan of the Gong family in Four Seasons Land, and learned deeply about the study and use of formation by the Gong family. That's why I have this question. It's you. The martial artist standing next to Yang Kai didn't seem to have come back to his senses until this moment. He was taken aback and quickly moved away from Yang Kai. The others also looked shocked and took a few steps back. In an instant, Yang Kai was completely empty around him. Yang Kai touched his nose, and said, I just walk around here, you don't need to be so nervous. He didn't expect to come. These people are right on is so jealous. Seeing that he was so talkative, he didn't show any murderous intention, and everyone felt a little relieved. This elder brother Gong. Yang Kai looked at the speaker again. The person said with a bitter smile, I don't have a surname Gong. But he's half a Gong family person. What he said made people confused. The man explained, Zijing is from the Gong family, so I learned a lot of formation from the Gong family. So that's how it is. Everyone was in a daze, thinking that this person is probably a son-in-law, so they studied formation. My friend, tell us about the 18 stars grade formation. Yang Kai said, I'm curious. This formation is done and so on. 18 stars great formation. The ancient odd formation. Setup formation is extremely demanding. As you can see, you need to gather 18 things full of spiritual energy, and they must be the kind of existence that can continuously generate spiritual energy, and Spirit Eye is the most good foundation for setup formation. The daughter or son-in-law of Gong family talked about formation. His expression suddenly became more inspiring. He was eloquent. He was obviously solid and convincing. And the role of the ancient strange formation. He paused slightly, and then said, it is the suppression of the seal. The suppression of the seal? What is the seal? People suddenly became confused. I don't know. The man shook the head, turned his head and looked towards Duan Yuan Shan, and said, City Master Duan, is there anything unusual here? Duan Yuan Shan, corner of mouth twitching, took a look at Yang Kai, and said, since you have come to Maplewood City for some time, you must know that Maplewood City was surrounded by demon chi a few months ago. Hiss. Could it be that the thing that was sealed was ancient demon chi? Everyone changed with my face. I felt a little unstable, on the verge of collapse. Yang Kai is also in a daze, and he secretly admires those ancient great expert methods. Among the people, he is the most clear about what is being sealed here. It is not the ancient demon chi that is sealed here, but the black pupil of antiquity great demon. The black pupil that can evolve a dark world. All the ancient demon chi, but the black pupil was born. It is indeed a good way to seal demon chi with world's spiritual energy. But it's a pity that even those ancient great experts underestimated the weirdness of the black pupil. After countless years, black pupil not at all disappeared. Even though it was lost, it has spirituality and will, but it has always existed, and finally broke ground and was acquired by Yang Kai. Don't worry, everyone, when Demon Chi was besieging the city, 3 Emperor senior stage adults came here to deal with it. Those Demon Chi should have been expelled. Anyway, in the past few months, I have not perceived the slightest presence of Demon Chi. Duan Yuanshan calmed everyone. He always thought that Demon Chi's retreat was due to Gog Xuting and the others. In this way, the 18 Stars Great Formation Seal is the monster. The daughter or son-in-law of the Gong family is also complexion white, somewhat afraid. Others also sighed lightly. Everyone was silent for a while before someone said, "The ancient Demon Chi doesn't care about it." Now that the 18 spirit eyes are present, it may not be a chance for me. Yes, not bad. Since you can't occupy it forever, why not take this opportunity to absorb it? What are you waiting for? One person burst out, shaking his body and rushing towards the spirit eye. This person is also decisive, staring directly at a high-rank spirit eye and rushing over, wanting to sneak into it to absorb the world's spiritual energy. There are only 3 high-rank spirit eyes, but the sect family power here is 2030, so he naturally wants to start first. As soon as this person moved, everyone couldn't help it, and they spread their body skills and rushed towards Spirit Eye everywhere. Yang Kai also moved, and directly displayed the spatial divine ability, teleported to the top of a high-rank Spirit Eye, stood in the air, with a cold eye toward the front. In the front, several martial artists rushed fiercely. They seemed to be a sect, and their cultivation level was not bad. The lowest level also had principal source 2-layer cultivation level, and the leading one was even more 3-layer level. It seems to be grabbing this high-rank Spirit Eye. We didn't wait for them to arrive. It was saw a flash, and Yang Kai had already arrived first. Several people's faces are hard to look at, and they pause in place. The leading martial artist is a middle-aged man. It seems that he has a dignified appearance. He holds the fist, saying after indulging in a moment, "Brother Yang, can we discuss it?" "Not good," Yang Kai replied decisively. The middle-aged man turned dark, said with a bitter smile, "I haven't said it yet. It's not good anyway." "Don't be like that. Everyone is out for food. It's okay to give some face. Besides, you can't eat a spirit eye with such a big spirit eye. Me and a few junior sisters will occupy half of it, and you will occupy half of it. Halfway, everyone is happy. I like to be exclusive, and I never share it with others." Yang Kai's nostrils are facing the sky, and he looks like overweening arrogance. "Don't be too arrogant, kid. Don't think we are afraid of you. Just don't want to hurt everyone's face." A martial artist behind the middle-aged man suddenly shouted. Middle-aged man frowned, but he didn't mean to stop him, obviously because of his anger. Yang Kai glanced at the speaker sideways, and said, "You are not afraid of what you are called, just come up and grab it." That person was so anxious that he became angry. It seems to be really about to do it. The middle-aged man was taken aback, and hurriedly blocked him with his hands, looking at Yang Kai and said, "Brother Yang, really can't it?" Yang Kai coldly said, "Say well, I'll give you face. You have to dare to grab it. Don't blame me for slapping you in the face." Slap face. Middle-aged man complexion greatly changed. I recall Ning Yu and Zhuan Zhuang Pan, 2 people were slapped fiercely by Yang Kai fiercely, and suddenly felt a little scalp feeling numb. Yang Kai looked into the distance and said, "You go grab another spirit eye now. There is still a chance, but if you continue to grind with me here, I'm afraid you won't even be able to drink the soup." The middle-aged man turned his head to look, suddenly anxious, waved, "Go." As Yang Kai said, most of the 18 spirit eyes here have been everyone martial artists preempted, and some people have even fought for the position. For a moment, they killed Heaven Falls and Earth Rends, Flying Sand Running Stone. Especially in the other 2 high-rank spirit eyes, the martial artists competed fiercely, all of which were based on sect and family units, and they were fighting each other, and the scene for a moment was a mess. Duan Yuanshan and the others are very fascinating, not at all what interest in that high-rank spirit eye. but with Drunkard and Maplewood City's old ancestor, they seized a middle-rank spirit eye, for a moment to live together in harmony. Marshall Peak Chapter 2308 Chapter 2308 Source Crystal Eruption. Among the 18 spirit eyes, only the one occupied by Yankai is the most comfortable. Everyone has seen Yankai's brutal tactics before, so how dare to fight with him for anything? So they all took the initiative not to provoke this evil star. Yankai is so happy. He didn't pay attention to Spirit Eye's fight elsewhere, but moved his mind slightly and sent a message to Liu Yan, asking her to bring Huaking's Eye and the others over. After finishing this, he shook his figure, rushed towards the Spirit Spring Eye, and fell into the spring all at once. In the next instant, Yankai felt that his body all around was full of rich and viscous world's spiritual energy. The feeling of spiritual energy pouring into the body made him feel comfortable and unable to control himself. Just now the breakthrough principle sourced two-layer realm showed signs of stabilization in a short time. Yankai is overjoyed, hurriedly pinched Spirit Art with his hand, absorbing it crazy. At the same time, he also took out the mysterious boundary bead, reached out to swing, opened a gap in the mysterious boundary bead, opened the mysterious small boundary, and let the spiritual energy into it, for the mysterious boundary bead accept. But soon, Yankai was frowned and looked down from Divine Dynasty. The eyes shows bright light, which seems to penetrate the void ancient and modern. Vaguely, he seems to have seen something, which is listening with the eruption of Spirit Spring Eye. The speed is wonderfully quick, and the whoosh, whoosh, whoosh is heard in the ear, splitting the air sound. Not good. Yankai's heart sank, and he didn't know what was listening from Spirit Spring Eye, but he felt the extremely dangerous aura, and he quickly moved within the body source strength. A one-layer protection is formed on the body surface, and at the same time, the body shape will move out. But it's too late. Whoosh, 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 boom boom. Each and every one, the inexplicable thing crashed out at an unimaginable speed and hit Yankai's body. Every impact is like a meteorite falling. In an instant, Yankai felt pain all over his body. With the help of this collision, he burst out of Spirit Eye. Following him behind, one after another white light flutters out like stars in the sky, shooting everywhere. What the hell thing? Yankai looked suspicious, ducked aside, and watched carefully. Soon, his expression is brilliant, because he found that the stuff that rushed out from under the Spirit Eye and hit the owner turned out to be fist-sized source crystal. And judging from the color and purity of the source crystal, these source crystals are also middle-rank source crystals, even mixed with a large number of high-rank source crystals. Yankai's eyes popped out and his eyes were extremely hot. Looking at the entire star boundary, transactions between martial artists and the monetary basis for trading are all low-rank source crystal. For example, last time at Azure Sun Temple, Gao Xuting asked him to spend 10 million to buy the kind of nuke Xiang Xuankao, referring to the low-rank source crystal. In terms of conversion, it is only 100 middle-rank source crystal, 1000 high-rank source crystal only. The source crystals that Yankai has obtained so far are basically low rank, and there are not many middle ranks. As for the high ranks, we can talk about them. High-rank source crystal is not easy to get. Only in the best source crystal mineral lode, high-rank source crystal will be produced. The best source crystal mineral lode has always been controlled by great influence. Once mined, they are basically digested by sect internally and rarely circulate to the outside world. The higher the source crystal level, the greater the effect. Many sect formation and even martial artist promotion breakthroughs require high-rank source crystal. However, here and now, from this Spirit Spring Eye, a large number of middle-rank high-rank source crystals are shot out. How can Yankai not be shocked? At this moment when he was absent-minded, the other 17 Spirit Eyes erupted together. A large number of source crystal erupted from below the Spirit Spring, following the surging of spiritual energy. For a moment, the sound of whoosh, whoosh, whoosh was endless, and the white light twinkling was flying in the sky. There was a martial artist who didn't notice for a while, and was hit by the source crystal. He couldn't help but groaned. A trace of fresh blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth, showing the strength of the collision. But just for a moment, all the martial artists boiled over the entire underground spring. Source crystal, high-rank source crystal. There is a high-rank source crystal under Spirit Eye. Ha ha ha, I made a fortune this time. Go away, this spring belongs to us. If you still don't know each other, don't blame me, fellow apprentices. Don't blame me, fellow apprentices. Joke, treasure is a virtue, and you want to occupy with a few junk goods. I will fulfill you if I want to die. To refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. In with you, fight it. Wow. The appearance of the 18th spring made the scene extremely chaotic. Nowadays, there are many source crystals appearing under the spring, and all the martial artists are crazy. After all, spring cannot be taken away. Every one of them knows that they can only practice here for a period of time before the news spreads out, but source crystal is different. It can be taken away. It is a hard currency that can circulate in the entire star boundary. A high-rank source crystal is equal to 10,000 low-rank source crystal. From the perspective of the number of eruptions, as long as it takes a few days in a spring, it is enough to make the entire sect. All of his financial resources have increased. For a moment, the sect family who were fighting each other became more and more unwilling to let them go, and the eyes of the originally harmonious sects looking at each other also showed a little hostility. Human beings will die for riches, just as birds will for food. The eternal truth. Yankai. While Yankai was watching around, Hua Qingzai had already rushed over with Zhang Ruoxi, Liu Yan, and Qin Ke Ouyang, and fell by his side. At first sight, this place was wonderful scenery. Hua Qingzai's shocked beautiful eyes trembled, small hands covered red lips, trembling said, "What's going on? This place." Spirit Spring Eye, source crystal erupted. "What's wrong with you?" Yang Kai grinned. Zhang Ruoxi is not very old and has little experience. The first time I saw such a big scene, his face turned pale in surprise, and Qin Ke Ouyang almost stared out his eyes, trembling hands and feet. Looking at the spirit spring and the jetted source crystal, he was stunned for a long time without speaking. Ruoxi, don't care about anything, find a safe place to practice. Liu Yan will give you protector. Yang Kai gave Liu Yan a look while speaking. Liu Yan knew it, and took Zhang Ruoxi away to the side. He sat down next to the high-rank Spirit Eye. But when Source Crystal flew in, Liu Yan just reached out and grabbed it. Seeing this, Yang Kai threw a space ring directly to Liu Yan, and then said to Hua Qingzai, "Put it off beforehand, and I will collect the Source Crystal." Okay. Hua Qingzai nodded. When the lovable body was shaking, he and Yang Kai came to the sky above the spring. At this moment, the source crystal under spring is erupting continuously. Yang Kai is standing in the air, with a big hand. Hundreds of gold and blood silk thread shot out, moving with his heart, crisscrossing. It turns into a big golden net, which lies above the spring. Kai. All the erupting source crystal is blocked by this golden net, and the castration is slow. Hua Qingzai sees the opportunity, pinches with both hands, 10 fingers under to flick. As soon as I got involved, I took those source crystals and stuffed them into the space ring. The two people cooperated, but none of the source crystal flew out, and all were blocked. It seems that there is nothing wrong with me. Qin Ke Ouyang looked at it for a while, and the corners of his mouth twitched and said, "Brother Yang, you are busy. I will go somewhere else." With such a great opportunity, if you can accumulate a fortune, it will definitely become the foundation for Qin family's re-emergence. But the spring occupied by Yang Kai doesn't require any effort from him, so naturally he can only hit his attention elsewhere. A glance around, Qin Ke Ouyang laughed, shaking his figure, and came directly to the middle rank Spirit Eye where Duan Yuanshan and the others were, and said, "City Master Duan, and you old brothers, this skin is polite. The old fart wants to pick up the bargain?" Du family patriarch Du Lishan stared. The family patriarch Zuyi hummed, "The way Qin old thief speaks with is really beautiful. Who did you learn this from? How can I say it? Exclamation mark. Qin Kai Ouyang was immediately unhappy, his beard curled up, and angrily said, "Two old guys who be fooled enough to reject a face-saving offer. Believing or not, old man can't recognize your mother?" Zhu Yi and Du Lishan looked at each other and said with a big smile, "If your mother is still alive, can you recognize you?" Qin Kai Ouyang's old face suddenly turned black. "Okay. Don't talk nonsense. Help out as soon as you come, and I didn't see Source Crystal flying out." Duan Yuanshan waved his hand, shouted, "City Master Duan has an order, so you should obey." Qin Kai Ouyang laughed and eagerly joined the crowd. Several patriarchs are from Maplewood City, and they have known each other for quite some time. Although there may have been little friction and enmity in the past, but now foreign enemies are invading. Everyone is involuntarily looking around. Give birth to the idea of holding a group to keep warm, so even if they tease each other, it does not affect everyone's friendship. "Hey, Zhu Yi, you old fogey, you can still be promoted to 2 layer. God is really blind." Qin Kai Ouyang received Source Crystal for a while, and after seeing the scene stabilized, it was then suddenly discovered that the patriarch of the Zhu family was like the owner, making progress. "What the hell?" Zhu Yi's eyes widened, shouted, "Old fogey, you can break through. Old man, why cannot?" "It seems everyone has broken through." Du Lishan laughed. Qin Kai Ouyang only then remembered to investigate other people's cultivation levels, and suddenly discovered that everyone had actually been promoted to a small stage. All patriarch friends all reached the principal source 2 layer level, as did Drunkard, and Duan Yuanshan has reached the level of principal source 3 layer. Congratulations to everyone. Qin Kai Ouyang laughed. Same joy and joy. Duan Yuanshan laughed. In this way, our Maplewood City can be regarded as a lot of power. The so-called brother is frustrated by the wall and humiliated outside. This Duan hopes you can work with a common purpose in the future. If these patriarchs' old ancestors are all gathered together, plus Duan Yuanshan and Drunkard, this power is really good. At least it can compared with some medium-sized sect and family mentions on equal terms. The only thing missing is the Emperor Senior Stage Powerhouse. It's just that there are not many Emperor Senior Stage Powerhouses. Even those middle-class families and sects do not necessarily have this kind of powerhouse. Listening to Duan Yuanshan's words, everyone expressed solemnity and nodded and said yes. Martial Peak Chapter 2309 Chapter 2309 Source Crystal Mine 3 High Rank Springs. Yankai occupies 1, 8 Square Sect occupies 1, and the third is occupied by 2 martial artists from sect. The other 15 middle rank springs are also full of heads. The strength of the disciplines of 8 Square Sect is actually not enough to occupy a high rank spirit eye, but everyone is scrupulous about the brutal existence of Luo Yuan, so no one dares to provoke 8 Square Sect. Heaven knows when Luo Yuan will rush back. In case he bumps into him, with his ability to injure and run the 2 protectors, no one can compete with him. At the high-rank Spirit Eye where Yankai is, he cooperated with Huaking's Eye to collect the Source Crystal for a while, then suddenly the expression moved and told Huaking's Eye, "I will go down and take a look." Source Crystal impossible jetted out from below for no reason. Yankai estimated that there must be something mysterious under this Spirit Eye, so I wanted to take a closer look. Now there is a known golden blood silk thread on top of this Spirit Eye. To block Source Crystal from flying, Huaking's Eye only needs to collect it when Source Crystal's castration slows down, so the owner does not need to stay here. Even more how? Liu Yan is here too. If anyone who doesn't have long eyes dares to snatch Spirit Eye, their 2 people will be enough to settle. Be careful. Huaking's Eye didn't stop hearing this, but exhorted it with a grave expression. Yankai nodded, his figure flickered, and he sprinted down twice. Like just now, as soon as you rushed into Spirit Eye, there was a huge resistance from below, as if to push Yankai up, and there were countless sources that roared into it. Crystal, the crackle hit him. Yang Kai felt pain all over his body. He endured the urging of source strength and displayed the space secret technique, which made him feel better. Sink all the way down. The more you go down, the greater the resistance, and the denser and richer the surrounding spiritual energy. Yang Kai reached out and took out the mysterious boundary bead, opened a gap in the world here, Emperor Treasure above, put the mysterious boundary bead in front of him, and allowed the surging spiritual energy and the source crystal mixed in it to pour into mysterious inside small boundary. I don't know how much distance I have sunk, all around white mist. I can't see anything. Spiritual mind to release outside, it can only spread to my side. Tenjiang, no matter how far away, will be hindered by the boundless spiritual energy. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly figure stopped and stepped on the ground. Here should be the lowest position. He stood in place, silently felt for a moment. He could clearly perceive the turbulence below, and the space below is not as small as he imagined. It is extremely broad. He had a weird expression on stove in place and thought for a while, only then to release outside spiritual mind, and vigilantly explore all around. Whoosh, 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 pieces of source crystal mixed with all around spiritual energy, accompanied by surging torrents, flying continuously upwards. Yang Kai moves his eyesight, sees through all around obstacles, finds the direction where source crystal is flying, and walks towards that side. Along the road, mysterious boundary bead continuously devours the spiritual energy of this place and the source crystal in it, harvesting unimaginable. Not much time, he suddenly stopped his figure, his gaze was slightly fixed, and he looked forward. In that white mist, within the realm filled with liquefied spiritual energy, there seems to be a huge monster lying in front. Although there is a distance, Yang Kai can still see the fuzzy outline. The huge monster not at all, the aura of life. I don't know what it is, but all the source crystals are shot from that Fang Xiangf. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and moved forward. After a short while, he came to the front of the dark shadow, took a closer look, and finally saw what this thing was. For a moment, Yang Kai is startled in place, unable to speak for a long time. After a long while, he burst into laughter, and he was extremely happy. He found that the huge monster lying in front of him was a source crystal mine. Pieces of fist-sized source crystal were separated and disintegrated from the mine, and then followed the direction of the surge of spiritual energy, turned into the 18 branch, pulsing upward. The source crystal collected by the martial artist above was obviously separated from this huge mine. The mine is bright in color, without the slightest impurities, and pure in quality. With such a huge and pure source crystal mine, I am afraid that the entire star boundary will not be able to find a second one. Only in ancient era there will be this kind of things. Silently feel the spiritual energy branch of the 18 undercurrent above the mine. Yang Kai looking thoughtful. 18 spirit eyes are actually connected to each other. Putting it that way, if the mine is taken away, the people above. He frowned after thinking for a while, gradually unable to contain the excitement in the owner's heart. The huge spiritual mind is like a flood dragon going out to the sea, revealing the consciousness sea, rolling out, turning into invisible power, and wrapping it toward the mine. In the next instant, Yang Kai complexion changed, and his cheeks became pale. Soybean-sized beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, and his body trembled. He still underestimated the size of the mine. With the strength of his spiritual mind, he could barely wrap it, but couldn't pack it into the mysterious boundary bead. Mysterious boundary bead become one world, although you can collect anything, even a living person. But if you want to collect it, you also need the power of divine consciousness by Yang Kai. It depends on the volume of the object and the spiritual energy, the degree of richness, the strength of resistance, and the power of divine consciousness paid have certain differences. Just as Yang Kai put embodiment into mysterious boundary bead for the first time, at that time embodiment would not resist Yang Kai and even actively cooperate, but because of its large size, Yankai collapsed instantly. The same is true for the mine in front of you. Its volume is undoubtedly many times smaller than when embodiment was just formed, but it is a source crystal mine, with extremely surging energy. I want to collect this kind of existence. Yankai estimates that if owner is forced, the consciousness he will suffer. The thoughts got to this point. His mind moved slightly and sent a message to the embodiment in mysterious boundary bead. At the next moment, the gap in the world of mysterious boundary bead expanded leisurely and turned into a huge space crack, lying in front of Yankai. Yankai has blue veins on his forehead, trembling violently, source strength having ups and downs. Start! He suddenly shouted loudly. At the next moment, two huge arms emerged from the huge space crack. These two huge arms are hard and unmatched, with sharp edges and corners. They are the arms of embodiment. Embodiment came across with both arms, embracing the huge mine in the palm, and then suddenly lifted it up with a sudden force. Such a terrifying scene is really true. Its strength to pull mountains and rivers. Only Stone Puppet Clan's body can have such brute force. At the same time, Yankai is also a spiritual mind like a tide, and with the action of embodiment, it plugs the mine toward the space crack. Hong long long. There was a huge sound. The mine rises slowly, moving little by little. Yankai's face became paler. His clothes were wet with sweat, and the pain felt like thousands of needles pricked his head. So nonsense. His divine consciousness has been damaged. Mild Soul Lotus 7 colors light blooms, and the gentle power compensates for the damaged spiritual mind, making Yankai feel much better. And embodiment's cross-boundary arms are also creak, and broken stones fall continuously from his arms. It seems that even he can't bear this kind of weight. Those who watched it were worried and worried. It seems just a moment, and it seems that countless years have passed. Just when Yankai was almost unable to support, the embodiment in mysterious boundary bead suddenly collected the huge arm and directly pulled the source crystal mine into the space crack and disappeared. At the same time, mysterious boundary bead also flashed wildly with rays of light, and the gap in the world closed. Yankai staggered, only feeling the smell of fishy and salty in the eyes, ears, mouth and nose, and the golden star in front of him was fluttering. The sky turned around. The battle was unstable, and he fell on his ass on the ground. Only then did he suddenly feel a sense of fear. Although there is mild Soul Lotus to protect divine consciousness, such nonsense is still full of danger. If spiritual mind is used too hard and divine soul becomes chaotic, it may not be able to recover in the future. A trace of cold sweat rolled down his forehead, and Yankai was cold all over. Yankai suddenly turned his head, with cold light in his eyes, looking in a certain direction. Shouted, "Who is there?" That one in an instant, he actually heard a sound of footsteps. Now he collapses all over and can hardly move. If someone really wants to disadvantage him, he can't even escape. So Yankai suddenly became vigilant, wiped the blood and cold sweat on his face hurriedly, and sat cross-legged, assuming a calm posture. After Yankai shouted, the footsteps were slightly paused, but soon he continued to walk here, faster and faster. Yankai's complexion suddenly looked ugly, his eyes sinking slightly, staring at the incoming person. After a while, a beautiful shadow appeared in front of Yankai. The man stood about 30 feet away from Yankai, hesitates authentically. Grandmaster Yang. Hearing this person's voice, Yankai frowned, with a strange expression. How could it be you? He discovered that this person is Yi Qing'an, who has been like a dog skin plaster and can't be shaken away. Didn't expect she also ran down. Yankai was immediately alert, coldly said, "Are you not collecting source crystal on it? Run, what are you doing down here?" He doesn't know what this woman wants to do with Own. But Own and her were unkind and had clearly rejected her, but she still entangled Own reluctantly, which bore Yankai very much. Yi Qing'an said, "This mistress is not strong enough, and Thousand Leaves sect is the only one to come this mistress, unable to grab anything from others. It is bitter and lonely." Seeing that Grandmaster Yang has come down, This mistress thought about coming down and taking a look. When she spoke, she suddenly coughed twice. "Are you injured?" Yang Kai frowned. "Small injury," Yi Qing'an replied. "When I got down, I was beaten." Hearing this, Yang Kai probably understands what happened. Everyone is occupying their spirit eyes at the moment. Yi Qing'an wants to get down. He must get down through spirit eye. Others must think she is going to snatch Source Crystal, so they shot at her. The cultivation level of Principal Source 2 layer is naturally unable to be safe and sound, and being injured is also as it should be by rights. Martial Peak Chapter 2310 Chapter 2310 Demon Soldier Battle Hammer. "You are so courageous. Do your parents know?" Yang Kai sit cross-legged in place, staring at Yi Qing'an coldly. Yi Qing'an roughly said, "This mistress has been an orphan since childhood." Yang Kai was speechless and silent for a while before solemnly asked, "What did you see just now?" "What?" Yi Qing'an asked with a blank face. "It's nothing." Yang Kai lightly exhaled. Yi Qing'an's tone and expression did not seem to be fake. She should have seen nothing just now. "Grandmaster Yang," Yi Qing'an stammering shouted, "can you give this mistress a chance? Let this mistress say a few words." Are you talking?" Yang Kai is now completely weakened. Although he thinks Yi Qing'an will probably not be disadvantageous to own, but he has to be defensive, so he has not shown fatigue, but quietly rests in place to recover and accumulate strength. Hearing this casually answered, "Many thanks Grandmaster Yang." Yi Qing'an hearing this was overjoyed. She thought that Own finally made it so sincerely. She became excited and became emotional for a while. He considered the words, stern saying, "In fact this mistress is looking for Grandmaster Yang. Just want to ask Grandmaster Yang for a favor." Yang Kai closed pupil concentrates and ignores her. Seeing this scene, Yi Qing'an continued, "This mistress would like to invite Grandmaster Yang... A great master, be careful behind." "What?" Yang Kai hearing this was surprised, but at the next moment he felt a coolness coming from behind. The coolness was as sharp as a blade, and the cut on skin hurt. His complexion has changed a lot. Just now, he only cared about recovery and didn't notice any danger approaching behind him. If it weren't for Yi Qing'an's reminder, I'm afraid he hadn't reacted yet. He was deeply shocked by his deep in one's heart. He didn't know who are you, but he was able to bully his side and was still not noticed by his side. In a hurry, Yang Kai mentioned Source Strength and jumped into the air, crossing his arms across his chest. Bang! A huge force struck head, and the strikes were above Yang Kai's arms. Creak squeak ... A sound of bone dislocation came out. Yang Kai is really shocked this time. The quality of his flesh body is unmatched. Even the frontal blow of the Emperor Senior Stage will not displace his bones. But this inexplicable attack can do it. Dragon transformation. Yang Kai suddenly let out a low growl, accompanied by a high-pitched dragon roar sound. The arms that crossed in front of his arms suddenly covered a piece of dragon scales. Stop the violent power. This power. Yang Kai complexion condensed, and suddenly noticed that this power of sneak attack Own was not quite right. It seemed that it was not the source strength that Own was familiar with, but another kind of saying number. Unknown power of King Tao. He raised the head suddenly. Spiritual mind burst out, wanting to see who has the courage to sneak attack Own. At a glance, Yang Kai suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. Not far in front of the owner, I saw a pitch-black silhouette standing upright. The silhouette didn't know what was going on, without any vitality, and the figure seemed to be continuously erratic because of the surging energy. Changeable, unable to stabilize. The two red eyes are like the eyes of a beast that chooses people and eats them, making people shudder. His Yang Kai complexion sank and shouted, "Your Excellency." The other party didn't mean to answer, just tilted his head and looked at Yang Kai, then shaking a fist, fiercely slammed towards Yang Kai. Although it is a fist, the attack contained in the fist wind seems to be the sharpness of thousands of sharp blades. The cut all around the space Kai makes a sound. Unparalleled sharpness. I have suffered a loss just now, and Yang Kai naturally didn't dare to take it carelessly. Between 10 fingers to flick, One after another tiny space crackfish swam out, turning into a rain of needles and covering the black shadow. The opponent seemed to know that it was not good, and his figure shook. He withdrew from the battle circle, then stood not far away, tilted his head and looks at Yang Kai. The reaction of this black shadow is actually not flexible. It can even be said to be very stiff and jerky, giving people a feeling of not moving for a long time, but Yang Kai instinctively feels that this is the enemy. A strange sound suddenly came from the black shadow within the body, and with this strange sound, Yang Kai suddenly felt a hot sensation coming from the lower abdomen of On. What? Yang Kai was shocked. His footsteps continued to retreat. Even in the face of a genuine Emperor Senior stage, he would not be so hurried. But at this moment, he just wants to stay away from this shadow as far as possible. Because at that moment, the ancient demon thought that has been sealed in the lower abdomen of the owner, I don't know what it is affected, but began to stir. Fortunately, the gold and silver double color strength of Seal Mysterious of the Blue Tree is infinite, and immediately suppressed it, otherwise Yang Kai will definitely become devil again. This shadow has something to do with Antiquity Great Demon. An unimaginable thought popped out of Yang Kai's mind, his face pale. Although the demon thought surging in the lower abdomen was only a moment, it was clearly noticed by the shadows. In a moment, his killing intent was like a tide, and the hostility of hard to describe suddenly spread, and it was dark. The energy naked eye is visible, moving up and down all around. Demon Chi! Yang Kai exclaimed in exclamation. Now, he was absolutely sure that the shadow was really related to the Antiquity Great Demon, because the energy fluctuations between the two were almost the same. Kill! A word popped out of the dark shadow's throat, and then his figure shook. He rushed in front of Yang Kai, slammed his fist, hit it. Heaven and earth broken and chaotic. Yang Kai's eyes widened. How dare you be scornful? With a flick of his hand wrist, the Emperor Treasure 1 million sword instantly took out and opened his sword slowly, drinking. 1 million sword move, one man to act as a mountain. Zenzing. Sword cry, sword chi, kai. The sound is endless. A ring of light traversed in front of Yang Kai and turned into a solid one-layer barrier. The shadow fell with a punch, shaking Yang Kai's body trembled, and the sword's strength was almost disordered. Grandmaster Yang, this mistress is here to help you. Yi Qing'an's voice trembled slightly, showing his inner panic and fear, but still brace oneself flew over, and a bracelet flew out on the white hand wrist. Under her magic arts, the bracelet turned into the size of a wash basin, whizzing towards the black shadow. Get out! Yang Kai shouted loudly. Yi Qing'an, although the cultivation level is similar to his current level, but with her cultivation level, she is unable to fight against this shadow. A little carelessness is the end of death. I was too late to say this. The bracelet's secret treasure world, and in the blink of an eye, it blasted on the black shadow's head. The black shadow didn't even want to ask, and didn't even have the meaning to guard. This attack hits, dang, as if hitting some solid object. There was a loud movement, the bracelet above rays of light flickered wildly. Not only that, but it was also tangled with a trace of demon chi. Broken spirituality. Yi Qing'an vomited a mouthful of red fresh blood on the spot, and the imposing manner languished. That bracelet's secret treasure is her life source secret treasure. The secret treasure was damaged, and she was also backlashed. When she was frightened, she would dare to fight again. She would take the bracelet as soon as she waved her hand. Came back. Looking down, bracelet above, a black chi lingers, gradually spreading towards all around, showing signs of corroding other locations. Yi Qing'an turned pale with fright. And then I understand the gap between myself and the dark shadow. Kill. The hoarse cry of killing sounded again, like gold and iron rubbing, which made people extremely uncomfortable to hear. Yang Kai maintains a sword position of 1 million sword, and fights against the black shadow, staring at the other side solemnly, and shouted, "Who are you in the end? What does it have to do with the one-eyed great demon?" Kill. Sombra didn't seem to hear it, only this word popped out of his mouth. "Look at me." Yang Kai was furious, and a golden light suddenly appeared in his left eye. Life 6 Terminator Demon Eye was instantly revealed, staring at the dark shadow. He wants to see what this dark shadow is. At a glance, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became weird, and he said in shock, this is. Under Life 6 Terminator Demon Eye, Yang Kai can't be broken. False. Looking straight at the shadow of the shadows, he suddenly discovered that this shadow is not a living thing at all, but a kind of existence similar to item spirit transformed shape, just like Liu Yan. It's just that the shadow is not from the item refining furnace transformed shape, but a hammer. The hammer is now hidden in the black shadow within the body, wrapped by him. The hammer above is permeated with boundless demon chi. Each and every one the delicate rune is like a living thing, flowing on the hammer, like it contains supreme law power. When Yang Kai saw it, his left eye was stinging, and a damp and hot sensation flowed down the corner of his eye. He braced his spirits, and then carefully looked at the shape of the hammer. The more he looked, the more he felt that On seemed to have seen this hammer. Soon, he remembered. On has indeed seen this hammer, but not in reality, but in the consciousness sea of Jiang family young master Jiang Chu. The last time Demon Chi was besieged, Jiang Chu was eroded by Demon Chi and turned into demon. Yang Kai and Qin Yu teamed up to display the Soul Search secret skill in search of a good strategy to fight against the evil. In the consciousness sea in Jiang Chu Yang Kai saw many things about the antiquity Great Demon. There are traces of this hammer. In those battles, the weapon used by the antiquity Great Demon was exactly this battle hammer. It was invincible and invincible. Countless ancient great expert warriors died tragically under this battle hammer. To end the glorious life of On, Demon Soldier Battle Hammer. Yang Kai shouted big, and quickly dispersed to Life 6 Terminator Demon Eye, not daring to look again. If it is the Demon Soldier Battle Hammer of Antiquity Great Demon, then everything is explained. Why the demon thought sealed by On within the body will have a resonance with this black shadow. There is an inseparable relationship, and resonance is also as it should be by rights. Speaking of which, it is not only the black pupil of Antiquity Great Demon that the great experts of ancient era sealed here, but also the Demon Soldier Battle Hammer of the Troll. It's just that Demon Soldier Battle Hammer has been suppressed under 18 Stars Great Formation, never seen the daylight, this time finally got out of trouble. Perhaps, it has something to do with the Source Crystal Mine that On has taken away. Maybe, the Source Crystal Mine is the key to suppressing the Demon Soldier Battle Hammer. Although there is such a guess in his heart, Yang Kai has no regrets. Marshall Peak Chapter 2311 Chapter 2311 What face do you want? Today, 18 Stars Great Formation reappears in the world. This place is destined to be visited and explored by countless powerhouses. Even if the Source Crystal Mine does not take it away, will be taken away for others. In other words, it is only a matter of time that the Demon Soldier Battle Hammer sees the sun again. What makes people didn't expect is that in these countless years, the Demon Soldier Battle Hammer has given birth to own spiritual wisdom, which can be transformed into a shape. The mind turns, the next moment, Yang Kai's sword power turns, the defensive power turns into an attack. 1 million sword mang, chasing the moon to swallow the wolf. Kai 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 kai. Countless sword glow like a downpour when the transformed shape item spirit strikes past. He fell back and forth again and again, and Demon Kai's body surface was tumbling, but it didn't hurt anything. He originally came out of the ancient Demon Soldier Battle Hammer transformed shape. The ancient Demon Soldier is at least the Emperor treasure level. It is extremely strong. If the Demon Soldier Battle Hammer is not destroyed, no means can be hurt. Unless he uses the power of Divine Soul to directly attack his divine consciousness and erase his consciousness. It's a pity that the spiritual mind that Yang Kai has just collected from the Source Crystal Mine is too large, and it is difficult to regroup spiritual mind in a short time and use the Divine Soul secret technique. He can only defend by offense. As soon as the sword glow came out, Yang Kai immediately retreat, flashed to Yi Qing'an's side, held her with one hand, and shouted, "Go!" The words are over, The two people are already. It flies upwards at a very fast speed, following the direction of the surging spiritual energy, straight into the sky. Above that, at the 18th spring, many martial artists looked at each other in blank dismay with ugly expressions. Where is Source Crystal? Why don't you see Source Crystal? Damn it, Source Crystal, why not erupted? What happened? What happened to heaven knows. The spring on the other side doesn't seem to have erupted from the Source Crystal. Many martial artists looked around, everyone talking at once and yelled, each and every one all had a bit of meaning. After all, this kind of good thing about Source Crystal falling from the sky is rare in thousands of years, and what they encountered this time is still high-rank Source Crystal and middle-rank Source Crystal. Each and every one is positive the collection was full of joy, and suddenly Source Crystal disappeared. What is gushing out from those 18 springs is nothing but pure spiritual energy. How can this make everyone not depressed? Did something happen below that? Someone speculated. Or, go down and take a look, maybe there are some chances waiting for me below, someone suggested. As soon as this statement came out, everyone was complexion. Before, everyone was busy collecting Source Crystal and didn't have the time to pay attention to anything else. Now that Source Crystal is gone, I naturally want to go and check it out. 18 spirit eyes, countless Source Crystals. If there is nothing good to say below, a fool would not believe it. So everyone was moved. My heart is moved back to my heart, but everyone still understands the principle of shooting a bird. So they looked at each other in blank dismay, and no one dared to be the first person to eat crabs. Elder Brother Sihai, your cultivation level is profound, you are highly respected, why don't you take the lead this time? How about I wait and go with you? A half-old man suddenly looked at the other old man said. An old man cold snort named Chisihai said displeased. Is Elder Brother Yu telling a joke? I didn't see you when I was charging Source Crystal just now, and asked Old Man to take the lead. This dangerous thing made Old Man the first one. Are you insulting Old Man's IQ or Oning's IQ? Zhu gave a dry cough and said, Elder Brother Sihai is not happy to do so. Now, why is your mouth so poisonous? Didn't you rinse your mouth after eating? Chisihai coldly said. Old Man is not stupid enough to be used at will. Zhu curl one's lip, another cup one fist in the other hand, said to 8 Square Sect, this little brother Luo, Old Man sees your cultivation level is amazing. That means Heaven's Pan must be a great opportunity. My little brother, would you deliberately go down there? Luo Yuan didn't know when he came back. Although he was embarrassed after fighting with the two elders in the mountains and rivers, he was full of energy and seemed to have gained a lot. Looking around, the few people at Flying Saint Palace were completely missing, and I don't know if they were beaten away by Luo Yuan. You old man is really insidious, you have to go down. Don't encourage me, senior brother Luo. 8 Square Sect's round-faced female beautiful eyes glared at Zhu tenderly shouted. Zhu complexion sank and hummed. How do you say, small girl? Can you respect the old and cherish the young? A little bit. Old man is a lot of age, can't you tell? Look at me, the beard and hair are all white. The round-faced female hummed, since she is a lot of age, why not find a place to come down and wait for death quietly, and run around and do what you want? It's like death, isn't it fast enough? You little female ... Really annoying old man. Zhu trembled with anger. Chisihai is taking pleasure in other people's misfortune, smiling very happily. It's weird. Luo Yuan didn't say a word, but stared down at the high-rank spring and brows tightly knit in front of him. At this moment, he suddenly said, as if he was facing an enemy. What? The round-faced female hearing this looked at him. Luo Yuan's complexion became more dignified. Suddenly, he loudly shouted, retreat. When the words fell, he urged source strength and wrapped the 8 Square Sect. Several disciplines flashed out thousands feet. Galulu. At that high-rank spring, each and every one bubbles suddenly appeared, and the whole spring seemed to boil. What's going on? Everyone looked blankly at the spring. At this moment, one silhouette suddenly broke out of it, causing a crash bang sound. There is someone down there? When did this guy go down? Hi. It's the evil star, everyone exclaimed, after seeing that it was Yang Kai. The complexion suddenly became difficult to look at. I don't know if the sudden eruption of Principal Source Crystal has something to do with him, and they dare not ask. Why did he come out of our spirit eye? The round-faced female also looked at Yang Kai blankly, her eyebrows frowned, she didn't know why. So that's how it is. Luo Yuan seemed to know something, looking thoughtful and said, it seems that these 18 spirit eyes are actually connected to each other. Is that so? Senior brother Luo is really brilliant. Zixiao He, a round-faced woman, said, looking at Luo Yuan with beautiful eyes. She didn't conceal his own admiration. The other 8 square sect disciples all looked blushed with shame. They knew that the round-faced female was too poisoned, and I was afraid that they would be hopeless in this life. As soon as Yang Kai appeared, he looked around, and then flashed directly beside Huaqing Zai and the others. Master Liu Yan, beautiful eyes solemnly, looking at the bottom of the spring, whispered, I don't know why, I suddenly feel a strange feeling, as if there is. Well, there is an existence like you. Yang Kai replied quickly. Transform shape is coming out. Liu Yan's lovable body was shocked, looking a little excited. There are not many item spirits that can transform shape and possess own spiritual wisdom. All these similar existences are of the same type. Suddenly I heard that there is an existence like own. Liu Yan natural mood is a little ups and downs. I want to know how the other party came out of transformed shape and how much spiritual wisdom he has. It's dangerous, don't mess with him. Yang Kai put Yi Qing'an down while talking, and at the same time took out a lot of spirit pill from the space ring, stuffs towards the mouth. Wow! There was another sound, and the demon soldier item spirit followed Yang Kai and shot out from the spirit eye. Aura was violent and dark, and the whole body turned black. Silhouette, erratic, only one pair of eyes showed blood red. Hi. Who is this again? What a vicious look. Ha ha ha, look at the evil star running away in confusion. It seems that this guy is very difficult to deal with. It would be better to kill the evil star quickly. Exactly, it's better to treat the boy named Luo from 8 square sect. Get involved. When the time comes, let's sit on the mountain top and watch the tigers fight. Hey. After the demon soldier item spirit appeared, we still focused on Yang Kai, as if here the only thing he is interested in the world is Yang Kai, and he has no interest in anyone else. He raised his hand and cut fiercely in the direction of Yang Kai. An unrolled bolt of white silk like lacquered black light, as if swallowing all the light between heaven and earth, breaking the shackles of space and hitting directly above Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and under slightly raised his hand. The golden blood silk thread web that had been covering spirit eye spread across. Bang! The dark attack cuts on the big net above. The world's spiritual energy slightly trembled. Golden blood silk thread. The big net can't withstand this kind of attack, and suddenly collapses open. Yang Kai complexion is ugly. He took back all the golden blood silk thread, swept the horizontal sword, and flew with the huge sword glow to face the slash. Boom boom. The two energies collided and broke out, and the violent wind and waves swept all over, making everyone unstable. This guy is amazing. Seeing the methods of demon soldier item spirit, everyone changes countenance, and Luo Yuan in the distance is even more eye-catching. Yang Kai took out a lot of spirit pill, and threw it into his mouth like eating jelly beans, chewing and swallowing, while shouting vaguely shouted, Elder Brother Luo, I found a decent one for you as opponent. Do you want to try his skills? Luo Yuan hearing this cold snort said, I'm not interested. Shikai has already succeeded in that secret technique practice. Really? Yang Kai yelled, I'm going to have a try, just to check the formidable power of the secret technique. You guy is also a badass. A round-faced female is separated by from a long distance. He shook a small fist at Yang Kai. gritted his teeth and said, "I want to pull senior brother Luo into the water if I can't beat myself." It's really shameless. What kind of face do you want? It's more important to die. Little girl. Yang Kai was not ashamed, but proud of it, which made everyone very embarrassed. That's all. Yang Kai twitched his lips, neither too fast nor too slow. Since I don't want to give you an emperor treasure, then this uncle will do it myself. What? Emperor treasure? Where is the emperor treasure? Send me quickly, I want it, big brother Yang, Uncle Yang. Yang Kai grinned and pointed to the demon soldier item spirit and said, "You are all cultivation level profound generations. Could it be that still isn't this guy a living thing if he doesn't come out?" What does little brother Yang mean? Chi Sihai suddenly narrowed his eyes and solemnly asked. Yang Kai said with a smile, "This guy, but Emperor Treasure transformed shape." Martial Peak Chapter 2312 Chapter 2312, Human beings will die for riches. What? Emperor Treasure transformed shape? Yang Kai said in one word. The four directions vibrated, and every martial artist was full of faces looking at the demon soldier item spirit in amazement. The twinkling gradually showed covetous light in his eyes. Just kidding. The word Emperor Treasure alone is enough to make people salivate, and the Emperor Treasure that can be transformed into a transformed shape is unheard of, unprecedented, and its value is inestimable. Gudong. Swallowed saliva sounds rang out. Everyone looked at the item spirit fiercely and greedily. Many spiritual minds interlaced in this underground space. Check if the status of item spirit is as Yang Kai said. After a while, Chi Sihai loudly shouts, "It really is the Emperor Treasure." He can see the illusory shadow of the demon soldier battle hammer from the spirit body, and he can also clearly feeling the imperial intent and emperor charm contained in the spirit body. That is not what principal source stage martial artist can comprehend. Emperor Treasure is not fake. Although Zuo's eyes are fiery, there is a strong jealousy and vigilance in his eyes. But since he has already emerged from the transformed shape, I am afraid it will be difficult to deal with. You guys, be careful not to get caught. Listening to what he said, everyone suddenly seemed to be splashed with cold water, and the excitement gradually cooled down. Yang Kai glanced at him, said with a big smile, "If you want to take good things, you naturally have to take risks. Since this old mister is so cautious, why not retreat now, and what else to stay here?" Zui coughed dryly, and said, "Look, see." Yang Kai said, "Although this item spirit has already appeared in transformed shape, after being suppressed for the 18 stars great formation for countless years, Peak is no longer in the past, and it is basically impossible to use the full power of the Emperor Treasure. If you want to win the treasure, you might as well try it with Yang Treasure, the one who lives there." The words fell. He braced his spirit. 1,000,000 sword exhibited. Overflowing heaven sword peak blasted towards item spirit. Seeing him take the lead, the others could no longer hold back. Although everyone knows that there are certain risks in dealing with Emperor Treasure transformed shape, few people can stay calm and indifferent in the face of such a huge temptation. In an instant, various martial artists surged source strength, secret technique martial skills simultaneous blooming, and multicolored rays of light flooded the underground space. Everyone at 8 Square Sect also begin to stir, and they seem to want to make a move. But Luo Yuan still doesn't mean to intervene in it. They can only stood in place anxiously and watch the changes. Boom boom. Guanghua flashes, dozens of principal source stage martial artists attacks. All the strikes are in the place where item spirit is located, which is unclear. The internal situation, spiritual mind was also swallowed. Did you kill it? There is no movement at all. Could it be that really killed? Everyone craned their necks. Looking towards item spirit, there was a wave of expectation and excitement in his eyes, and his eyes widened and waited for the results to appear. The rays of light gradually dissipated, and the turbulent power slowly calmed down. But the scene that was in sight made everyone's heart sink. I saw the demon soldier item spirit quietly stood in place. Although the rays of light on his body were slightly darker than before, It was not at all signs of damage. Instead, they were motivated by the siege. Out of anger, those two red eyes were full of brutal violence, and they scanned fiercely all around fiercely, as if to remember everyone's appearance in the heart. And every martial artist he stared at was inexplicable. Han seems to have heard the summon sound of death. After so many attacks, it is safe and sound. This item spirit is invincible in the whole world. How can I fight this? Young Master Yang, the situation seems a little different from what you said. Yang Kai twitched the corners of his mouth. Are you using all your strength? This item spirit looks at the lack of sanity, has been suppressed for countless years. It should be not so powerful. Cough cough. Everyone hearing this is all expressions of shame. For the blow just now, no one really did their best. They wanted to wait for the item spirit to be wiped out and snatch the Emperor treasure. How could I think that there was no result after the blow, and Yang Kai was hitting it at this moment? Some look uncomfortable. Not good. Almost all of them will be shot. He is going to exert his strength. Yang Kai suddenly complexion changed. With a big shout, I saw that demon soldier item spirit stretched out his hand and held it at the void. In an instant, a dark battle hammer appeared on his hand. This battle hammer and Yang Kai had previously seen him within the body. It's exactly the same. Obviously it's the life treasure of this item spirit, on which all kinds of complicated mysterious runes flash, like living things, containing a very mysterious mystery. With the emergence of Battle Hammer, an extremely dangerous aura swayed away leisurely. Unfathomable mystery. Everyone seemed to be falling into an ice cellar at this moment, and his whole body was cold. There, Luo Yuan's pupils shrank suddenly, realizing that it was not good, and to his mouth several people shouted at 8 Square Sect, retreat. When the words fell, their body swayed slightly, and suddenly they came to the top of item spirit. Both of his hands pinched the tactics, and their whole body source strength surged, and murmured in his mouth, scorching sun golden disc. A small flaming sun suddenly formed between the two of his hands, and the underground temperature instantly increased, making people's skin heat. Everyone felt the huge damage contained in this secret technique, and they all looked towards Luo Yuan with slight changes countenance. The little sun in Luo Yuan's hand seemed to fall from the sky, directly hitting the item spirit. Before the attack, item spirit felt the danger. Black chi was rolling all over, and his mouth was roaring again and again. What the hell are you, stupid? Do it. Yang Kai burst into flames, and the person rushed in front of item spirit, and 1,000,000 swords slashed directly. This is where other martial artists came back to his senses, and they used secret technique martial skills again, and hit item spirit. However, this time they didn't dare to keep their hands anymore, but did their best. The scene was several times hotter than the instant time. There is a real Emperor Senior stage powerhouse here. Faced with such an attack, I am afraid that I can only escape in embarrassment. It is impossible to take it head-on. Item spirit is completely motionless, and I don't know if it's sane enough or because he has great confidence in himself. Before the countless attacks arrived, he raised his battle hammer high and hit the hammer. Time rays of light twinkling, those complicated mysterious runes squirming. Law power went up and down, forming an invisible force, covering a few thousand zangs below the ground. Immediately, item spirit fiercely went to the next hammer. This hammer only hit the void, and it shattered the space, making a dark hole. But the power of shock seems to have crossed the space-time barrier, knocking on the heart of every martial artist who shot. Puff puff. With one blow, all the attacks are annihilated. Most of the martial artist complexion is white, fresh blood is spit out, and the rest is also complexion. Ugly, full of blood and chi. Luo Yuan also groaned. The scorching sun golden disc broke without attack and failed to hurt the item spirit. Yang Kai is the same. 1,000,000 sword suddenly has a one-layer naked eye invisible barrier, which prevents him from sending the attack to item spirit smoothly. At the next moment, the barrier is passed. Here comes a great force strikes on him. Yang Kai spit out golden blood, and flew out like a rag sack. making his bad body worse. Hong long long. All around suddenly there was a buzzing sound, and the earth and the cave wall cracked cracks, every big and small rubble lily fell from above, and the 18 spirit eyes were also impacted by the aftermath. They all boiled at once, and the simultaneous eruption made the impacted underground space even more unstable, showing signs of collapse at any time. Not good. Here is going to collapse. Run. Surnamed Yang Boy, you hide your evil heart. Encourage me to wait. Shoot. If I die, I won't let you go as a ghost. Someone yelled while running away. Yang Kai wiped the fresh blood at the corner of his mouth, and counterattacked. Human beings will die for riches, just as birds will for food. The choice made by own, bear the consequences. I encourage you. My name is. Are you going to eat shit? Zuzi, the popular yelled, but he didn't dare to stay at all and could only run away desperately. The underground moment is full of excitement, and everyone is busy running. Yang Kai originally wanted to take Huaking's eye and the others back to mysterious boundary bead, but when he saw Item Spirit glare like a tiger watching his prey, he could only grit his teeth and said, "You won't go." When the words fell, he was already shaking and rushed in one direction. Item Spirit is not reluctant, chasing after. After a while, accompanied by a huge buzzing sound, the earth trembled, and suddenly a huge pit appeared in this wilderness 2,000 miles away in Maplewood City. The spiritual energy in the pit became liquid, gradually accumulate, and the liquid level slowly rises, and it seems to be turning into a Lingu lake. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A rays of light burst out from the ground. Each and every one martial artist fled out with lingering fears, the complexion pale. In a certain direction, Yang Kai and Item Spirit chased and fled one after another. Ha ha ha. There's a road to heaven yet you don't walk it. There is no way for you to vote. Left and right protectors follow the order. Take this kid down for me. This young the master must teach him well. There was a burst of arrogant laughter in front of him. Yang Kai fixed his eyes and found that there were 3 silhouettes standing over there, and these 3 were actually Ningyu Anzu of Flying Saint Palace and the second oldest of Goshan Lushui. They obviously stayed here all the time, not at all leaving, but they didn't know if it was because of Luo Yuan's scrutiny, so they didn't go deep into the Spirit Eye underground. They kept wandering outside. At this moment, when I saw Yang Kai's trace, Ningyu Anzu was overjoyed. When he gave the order, his face was grim and his eyes were full of resentment and hatred. Shikai Yang Kai slapped him in the face under the public gaze, making Ningyu Anzu regarded as a lifelong humiliation. He secretly sent his vengeance to be repaid. Zheng Zu couldn't find Yang Kai's trace. Walking right into a trap, the 2 elders of Goshan and Lushui suffered a little loss in Luo Yuan's hands, but that doesn't mean that even Yang Kai can't take it. Ningyu Anzu is still very confident about the strength of the 2 elders. Boy, you heard what the palace master said. Those who are acquainted will roll over obediently. The old man doesn't want to attack you, lest you get a bad reputation as a bully. The weak Gao Gao coldly looked at Yang Kai said. Liu Shui also said, "Yes, boy, you are obediently surrender. The strength of the 2 old man is beyond your ability to contend. If you resist, you will only suffer for nothing." Marshall Peak Chapter 2313. Chapter 2313 is still a good friend. What nonsense with him. Hurry up and take it down. This young master wants him to taste the torture in the world, and I will break his body into pieces to relieve my hatred! Ningyu Anzu shouted with a grim expression. High mountains and running waters are hearing this, all with a solemn expression. Within the body power is undercurrent. Second old man, do it slowly, this kid is here. Yang Kai brimming with a joyful smile on his face, while rushing through the mountains and flowing water. The 2 people kept beckoning and flew towards them quickly. The mountains and running water suddenly froze in place. Ningyu Anzu also looked blank. I don't know what Yang Kai is going crazy. Normally, shouldn't Yang Kai run away now? But he actually took the initiative to send it to the door, and put on such a happy expression, as if he finally saw a loved one in a difficult situation, which made people very puzzled. Second old man, Be careful that he is cheating. Ning Yuan's a cold snort, reminded with a low drink. The two of the mountains and rivers are hearing this and nodded. Don't worry about the palace master. This kid is no better than Liu Yuan, and I can't get any waves in my hands. Such the most okay. After a short while, Yang Kai had already shaken his figure and came directly to the three of them, grinning at them. Ning Yuanzu seems to have been beaten by Yang Kai just now. Seeing that his pupils shrink, he can't help but take a few steps to retreat, pulling away from Yang Kai. The kid has seen too senior. Yang Kai smiled, cupped one fist in the other hand, and gestured towards the mountains and running water, and immediately looked towards Ning Yuanzu, saying, "Less palace master, just one fist among us, a little bit of misunderstanding. I think everyone will have a glass of wine to let go of their suspicions. How about a smile? Everyone will be good friends in the future." Good friends? Ning Yuanzu stared at Yang Kai with a grim expression on both sides. His cheeks were raised high, and when he was speaking, he put his face in front of Yang Kai and said, "Look at me like this. Do you think this young master can still be good friends with you?" Yang Kai's upper body is slightly swinging back, leaving his face aside. He said with a disgusting look, "You have something to say, Palace Master? Why bring your face together? Yang is courageous, don't scare me." Ning Yuanzu was completely angry, and roared, "This is not your masterpiece, it's okay." Yang Kai waved his hand to interrupt his clamor, and looked at the mountain stream with a smile. "Second old man. Boy, is this an obediently surrender?" Gao Shan groaned for a moment, and nodded. "You brat knows you. A wise man submits to circumstances. The kid's future is limitless." "Hey hey hey." Yang Kai grinned and said, "The two old men are responsible for protecting the kid's safety, and the kid is now also it's the one you captured. Protect your safety?" Goshan is frowned. "What do you mean?" Liu Shui also looked blank. But soon the two people will know what it means. Among the void, one silhouette flashed by, and the item spirit was chasing after him, standing at a distance of several 10 meters away, holding the demon soldier battle hammer in his hand, and staring at it. Yang Kai. This aura. Gao Shan was taken aback, staring solemnly at item spirit. Shui's expression also became more inspiring, shouted, "Demon Chi." Yang Kai nodded. The old man really has good eyes. Yes. The aura on this guy is indeed it is Demon Chi, but the purest ancient Demon Chi. How is it possible? The mountain stream instantly rounded his eyes, staring at Yang Kai. "You are teasing me, look." Yang Kai stern saying, "The kid is not in the mood to joke with the old man." Gao Shan said, "No wonder it feels a bit different from the normal Demon Chi. It's just how there is ancient times here." "Demon Chi?" The running water is also puzzled. Yang Kai said, "The second old man, could it be that he is not a living thing, but an item spirit transformed shape? Look at the hammer in his hand. That's the ancient emperor treasure." What? The two people in the mountains and running water shook their bodies, then shook them, and then shook them 3 times. Simultaneous eyes turned to the demon soldier battle hammer in horror, and gradually, a frenetic greed flashed on their faces. Yang Kai hits the railway while it's hot, the too old cultivation level profound, extraordinary strength, but have been trapped in the principal source stage peak for countless years. It is really heaven is jealous of heroic genius. God has no eyes. If you can get it, this emperor treasure, to understand the mystery of the main road, may not be able to go further. Breakthrough Emperor Senior Stage. Shackles, famous throughout the world, and becoming a region's overlord in the future is not impossible. You brat speaks like a river, and your tongue shines brightly. Gao Shan turned his head and looked at Yang Kai coldly. Old man is still inevitably heart-moved. Yang Kai said with a smile, "Treasure, its fate those who live in it, the trash below. There is no way with this spiritual route, and only the two elders have the ability to subdue him. As long as he can erase his mind, this emperor treasure will belong to you." Come on, me be optimistic about you. After finishing speaking, he actually jumped back, retreated a few 10 jang distances, clenched his fists, swayed up and down, posing as if he was encouraging the mountains and running water. Gudong. The two people in the mountains and flowing water all swallowed saliva. Although they all know that this item spirit is definitely not something to provoke, how can they not be moved by the treasure? Gazed at each other, the two people shouted in unison, "Start!" When the words fell, the rays of light flashed in Goshan's hand, and the ancient Zither secret treasure appeared leisurely. He sat cross-legged in the air, ancient Zither placed horizontally on his knees, and the sound of ding-dong suddenly sounded when his fingers flicked. And Liu Shui also took out On's flute, straightened his lips and played slowly. The two completely different rhythms resounded in this world in an instant, containing the avenues, perfectly matched, forming the visible impact of naked eye, and covering the item spirit. Yang Kai was not far away and was not targeted, but after hearing this voice, I suddenly felt that spiritual mind was in a trance. The voice was like a living thing, actively burrowing into the ear hole, turning strange power affects the mind of the owner. He heart shivered with cold, silently cultivates to resist the sound attack. On the other side, item spirit was hit by the two elders and was the first to bear the brunt. The impact was even more significant. Although he himself came out of transformed shape, he didn't have much saneness. Strictly speaking, the sound attack of the two elders in the mountains and rivers could be regarded as the category of divine soul attack. It was precisely the right medicine and restrained item spirit. So the rhythm rises, the red light in the item spirit's eyes is twinkling uncertain, and the demon chi on his body is constantly rolling, seeming to have been greatly affected. The raised high battle hammer, too, has not fallen yet. Seeing this scene, the mountains and rivers were overjoyed, and they urged their body and spirit more and more vigorously to win the item spirit. Ning Yuanzu is also intently watching, secretly excited in his heart, and prays that the mountains and rivers will succeed as soon as possible. If the two elders can succeed, then this battle hammer must be brought back to the Flying Saint Palace. The ancient emperor treasure definitely contains great top secrets. If it is the refining of the father of On, will surely increase his strength, and when the time comes Flying Saint Palace's status will also rise, and his identity can also be as the tide rises, the boat floats. How can he not get excited? On the other side, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, grabbing all time to recover his strength. At this moment, the mountains and rivers are holding the item spirit in check, so he naturally has to take advantage of such a good opportunity. Although this item spirit is cruel, it is not impossible to restrain it. Yang Kai was only strong in will but weak in power, that's all, because it was too expensive to take the source crystal mine just now. As long as he can give him a little time to recover, he can make this item spirit look good. The wilderness above, the ancient zither flute sound runs through, having ups and downs, playing a wonderful sound, and along with the ups and downs of the rhythm, there is continuously energy gathering, impacting on the item spirit, and on him the rays of light flickered wildly. Those martial artists who escaped from the underground were also attracted by the movement here, and gradually leaned in, watching from a distance. Seeing this situation, the two of Goshan and Lu Shui couldn't help but complexion sank, for fear that they would make wedding dresses for others in the end, especially when they saw Liu Yuan in the crowd. It is even more frightening. In the previous battle with Liu Yuan, it is said that it is not to distinguish the outcome, but in fact the two people are defeated. After all, the two are teaming up, and Liu Yuan has only one person, a rising star who can suppress the two old powerhouses and escape in embarrassment, is the most obvious victory. There are scruples in my heart. The two old men looked at each other, and the minds were connected. The next moment the rhythm changed sharply, suddenly became a golden horse, the rhythm was flying, and as the voice changed, that one after another naked eye the visible impact of sound waves actually turned into a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses, like an army of a country, smashing towards item spirit in a long way. Sound waves are raging, and the world is colorless. Roar. At this moment, I have been looking hard, and the item spirit, which seems to be suppressed by sound waves, suddenly roared, and the twinkling red eyes suddenly stabilized, unimaginable violent aura having ups and downs. The battle hammer, which had been raised high in his hand, fell instantly. The sudden change of wind and cloud, the magical energy surges in the sky, and is turned into vortex by battle hammer pouring down like a funnel. Bang! When the battle hammer hits the void, the space is like a mirror, and it is smashed directly. The rings of light spread all around, like a sharp blade cut through the magnificent army with thousands of men and horses. The sonic energy is like paper, disappearing one after another. And the ancient zither on Goshan's hand made a loud sound, the strings broke, and the flute of running water also made a crack, cracking a few cracks. Not good. The second old complexion changed wildly, yelling, and hurriedly resisted. But under the impact, the strength of the two people was like a canoe ups and downs in the stormy sea, and it was overturned at once. Puff-puff. Two people simultaneous vomiting blood for several liters. Oro is instantly sluggish. Second old man. Ning Yuanzu yelled in horror, his eyes trembling. Trash. Yang Kai cursed, outraged. He was expecting the mountains and rivers to buy him a little bit of time, so that he could have a chance to recover, but he didn't want these two old guys to be full of stunts. But the result was so pussies, only in front of item spirit. If you don't support the 30 breaths, you will be simultaneously defeated. Not only that, but the secret treasure of the two people has been damaged. The two elders in this battle can be described as a huge loss. Don't try to slow down every 10 or 20 years. The actions of the two elders obviously angered item spirit. After breaking free from the bondage of sound waves, item spirit raised the battle hammer again. The battle hammer above Rune surged, and a little black light spread leisurely, seeming to turn into a black hole, devouring heaven and earth. Everyone's heart is full of bad feelings. Martial Peak Chapter 2314. Chapter 2314. This is the second. The black hole was still extremely small at first, but in the blink of an eye, it expanded suddenly. It seems that the atmosphere of devouring heaven and earth makes people unable to help but give birth to a kind of doom, the illusion of panic coming. As soon as the darkness descended, the whole world could not be seen. In the boundless darkness, something vaguely grows rapidly. The mountains and the water are the first to bear the brunt, and I only feel deep in one's heart. All kinds of dark emotions suddenly turn into substance and come up. Let them. The eyes trembled, and the evil rays of light exuded. The darkness seemed to be able to swallow people's minds and make people fall forever on the demonic path. Not good. Gao Shan suddenly big shouted, biting the tip of his tongue, squirting out a mouthful of blood essence, strenuously suppressing his dark thoughts, struggling to support. The same is true of running water, but the expressions of the two people are extremely difficult and ugly. I am afraid that they will not be able to persist under this divine ability for long before they will be demonized and reduced to demon. At the moment of crisis, a deep and solemn voice suddenly resounded in this world. The sound that the voice tells is infinite, seemingly far and near, ethereal, unpredictable, and when this sound sounds, a ray of light suddenly blooms from the darkness. Out. The rays of light shrouded a silhouette, quietly floating in the air. The silhouette pinched spirit art in his hand, mutter incantations in his mouth. I don't know what incantation I was thinking about. All martial artists who heard the sound of incantation felt as if there was an invisible hand brushing over On's heart, washing away the surging darkness, and returning his mind to clear and bright. It's her. Yang Kai stood not far away with a weird face, looking at the shimmering silhouette in the sky, and unexpectedly discovered that this person turned out to be Yi Qing'an. I don't know what divine ability she has displayed. It has a great effect of purifying the mind and spirit, and immediately pulled many martial artists from the edge of sea of bitterness. After everyone came back to his senses, how dare to stay where they were? And one after another, they used their own methods to escape the darkness. The two old men in the mountains and rivers had to see the vitality, and they also fled quickly. When they left, they did not forget to pass Ning Yuanzu on. Yi Qing'an cultivation level only has principal source 2 layer, Even if the divine ability cultivated has the effect of restraining the darkness, it can't last long. So after only 10 breaths, she's pretty face white. The rays of light on her body were instantly exhausted, but she seemed to have exhausted all her strength and was unable to escape. She tilted her head and fell obliquely from the air, looking at vanished fragrance and crumbled jade. At the critical moment, Hua Qingzai threw out a red diamond, entangled her, pulled Yi Qingyan out of the range of darkness, and then took her and Liu Yan. Two people. Zhang Ruoxi ran away without looking back. Seeing this situation, Yang Kai couldn't hesitate, turning around, under the secret technique blessing of the space, teleported away. He can't count on all the martial artists here. He can only rely on his own. Now the most important thing is to regain his strength as soon as possible. Shortly after Yang Kai left, the item spirit put away the battle hammer. The darkness dissipated. He turned his head and looked around, only to see that all around was empty and there was no silhouette. However, he quickly fixed his gaze on the direction where Yang Kai was escaping, holding the battle hammer, and he chased him after shaking his body. Jade Clear Mountain is only about 10,000 li from Maplewood City. Holy Spirit Vermilion Bird Phoenix once appeared here, and a bit of black flame burned a large area of mountain forest. Even if nearly 2 years have passed, the black flame of extinction still shows no sign of going out. The mountains are burning, and that area has completely become scorched earth, within 100 miles of barren. Some are just black flames in the sky. Although this place is desolate and dilapidated, it has become a blessing holy land for many practice fire attribute divine ability martial artists. Many martial artists who majored in fire attribute divine ability or cultivation technique came here not far from 10 million li to learn about the magical power contained in the black flames of the world. After all, this is the antiquity Holy Spirit. The life source divine fire left here is infinitely powerful. If you can refining it trace, you will benefit infinitely throughout your life. Yang Kai has long heard that there are many fire attribute martial artists gathered in Jade Clear Mountain. He also thought about finding a time to bring Liu Yan to try. Liu Yan, even the Vermilion Bird Phoenix's feathers can be refining into the body. But there is no reason why these world-destroying black flames can't be saved. I just want to return to thinking. This time has been busy and busy, cannot get away. His space secret technique has been used one after another, but in a short while, he has arrived at Jade Clear Mountain and arrived in the land that was plundered by Vermilion Bird Phoenix on that day. A glance, there are indeed a lot of martial artists gathered here. All of them within the body aura are grumpy and hot, and they are obviously people who have practiced fire attribute cultivation technique or secret technique. When they noticed Yang Kai's arrival, many people eyes opened and glanced at him, then stopped paying attention. Yang Kai's spiritual mind swept across, and the complexion couldn't help but sink, because he found that there are no decent martial artists here. Most of them are Void King stage or even Void Return stage. There are very few Principal Source stage martial artists, and even a few are just Principal Source 1. Layer is not very useful at all. He was expecting to rely on the martial artist here to help him block the item spirit, but now it seems that this plan has failed. But soon, Yang Kai's eyes lit up, staring somewhere in the middle of the burning flames. There is a safe area about 10 zangs radius, and the black flame is not at all spreading to that place. Thinking about it, he opened the mouth and said, "Everyone, there is going to be danger here. If you don't want to die, you can quickly go away." The martial artist woke up from meditation, eyes opened, and looked at him with dissatisfaction. Someone even smiled. Hey, threatening? Boy, what did you just say? There is a kind of you say it again. The speaker saw that Yang Kai was young. I thought his cultivation level was not very high, so I didn't take him seriously. Yang Kai glanced at the man and said with a slight smile, "I said it very clearly, and I am also persuading everyone to be good for everyone. Boy, are you afraid that you want to monopolize this sacred fire?" An old complexion old man looked at Yang Kai coldly, and said, Young people, you need to know that it's convenient for people to be convenient for owning. This sacred fire covers a radius of 100 miles. You can find a place to sit down and comprehend the mysterious one. Why bother to provoke the anger? Even if your strength is good, if you know that 2 fists are hard to beat 4 hands, Old Man advises you to converge. Don't say anything. Nothing. Yang Kai sweats it profusely, saying, I don't have the idea of comprehending the mystery of the sacred fire, but the danger is really coming soon. If you don't leave, it will be too late. What's dangerous? A tall and strong martial artist cold snort with principal source 1 layer cultivation level. Yang Kai has never seen this guy before. I don't know if this person is a foreigner martial artist, but recently Maplewood City did show up a lot of outsiders. It's not surprising that this person shouted, you guys are alarmist, otherwise don't blame me for being rude to you. Yang Kai hearing this, the complexion changed, frowned and felt it, said with a bitter smile, okay, it will be difficult for you to walk now. What? The kid dare to threaten me to wait? Believing or not, I peeled you off. It's almost impossible. This kid doesn't put people in his eyes. You have to show him some color. When everyone was talking at once, they were angry, and a burst of air suddenly sounded, and the silhouette of the item spirit was revealed not far away. Let everyone startled, and all the complexion looked suspiciously at the item spirit. After they noticed the violent and evil aura in the spirit body, everyone changed countenance, and then they realized that what Yang Kai said was true. Go. Why are you sitting here stupidly? Courting death. Yang Kai shouted loudly. Everyone has complexion greatly changed. An item spirit is not an annoying guy at first sight, and an aura is almost comparable to the Emperor Senior stage. Everyone dare to hesitate something and get up. Each show body method all around to escape. Item spirit turned a deaf ear, seemed to have no interest in anyone, just standing there looking at Yang Kai. Scarlet eyes glowing with evil rays of light. In a short while, all the martial artists who have comprehended the mysterious black flames here left thoroughly. Yang Kai grinned at item spirit, and said, I'm really curious, how much spiritual wisdom do you have? He said like this, he raised a finger and said, do you know this? What is it? Item spirit is indifferent. Yang Kai said with a big smile, this is an idiot. When the voice fell, item spirit raised the battle hammer in his hand. Yang Kai saw this. The complexion changed slightly, and his figure shook. He rushed directly to the safe zone surrounded by black flames. Rampant said with a big smile, come and hit me, come in and hit me if there is a kind. I don't know if it was stimulated by Yang Kai. Yang Kai's voice fell, and spirit fruit rushed towards him while his body was shaking. It's just that as soon as you stepped into the black flame burning place, item spirit seemed to be stung by something, suddenly heading to retreat. On his dark body, there were several small black flames all of a sudden. Although the flames were small, they were still burning for a long time. Vermilion Bird Phoenix is a black flame, and there is nothing in the world that will not burn. Even if the Emperor treasure is in it, it will also be melted into molten iron. It's just that the black inflammation here has lasted for a long time after all, and there is no Vermilion Bird Phoenix blessing, so the formidable power is much smaller. This is the case, and it is not so easy to go out. Item spirit seemed to perceive the danger, and kept urging the momentum, trying to extinguish the flame, but it was still unable to do so. And his mood slowly became irritable. But seeing him mention Demon Soldier Battle Hammer, he directly knocked on the owner with one blow. The buzzing sounded, and the power of Chi Yun suddenly went up and down. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, and said in horror, so cruel. Although item spirit was born from the Demon Soldier Battle Hammer, but it hits own body like this, a carelessness may also cause some unpredictable consequences. Item spirit is obviously lack of spiritual wisdom, and it is that's all. But this was a surprise. The flames of black battle hammer strikes seemed to have dimmed a lot. Item spirit saw this, tilted his head and thought for a while, as if he had found a good solution, and then picked up the battle hammer and continuously hit the fireplace of One. Yang Kai looked on with cold eyes, thinking that he was probably going to be busy for a while, and immediately settled. Cold Snort said, "You play slowly. Wait for this young master to teach you how to be a man." Marshall Peak Chapter 2315 Chapter 2315 Receipt. After finishing talking, Yang Kai focused on the closed pupil and seized all time to restore his own power. He swallowed a lot of spirit pill before, and now the medicine efficacy has been condensed in the flesh and the meridians and has not melted away, resulting in some signs of obstruction within the body source strength. Now what he needs to do is to remove those. The medicine efficacy is completely resolved and guided into every flesh and blood of oneself. Item spirit is still outside the range of Heian, constantly tapping on the body of owner with the battle hammer, very busy. Time passed slowly, and after a full hour, item spirit barely extinguished the small clusters of flames on his body. However, after experiencing the scene just now, item spirit seemed to realize that this black flame was not an easy existence, so he didn't dare to rush inward anymore, just standing outside continuously roaring, restless demonstrated and provoked Yang Kai. Why would Yang Kai take care of him? He kept sitting cross-legged to adjust his strength. After another hour, at a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. His expression no longer weak and tired, and became divine light. He stood up, grinning at the item spirit and grinned, "You are dead." Roar. Item spirit roared. Yang Kai was already shaking, and he teleported directly out of the black flame-covered place. At the next moment, he threw himself in front of item spirit, his eyes shining like stars, staring directly at item spirit's scarlet eyes. "Look at me!" Yang Kai shouted in a low voice. Item spirit does not know whether he can understand what he said, but instinctively raises the head and looks at Yang Kai. With four eyes touching, Yang Kai's left eye is golden light twinkling, Life 6 Terminator demon eye is open, a spirit of contemplation and calming spirit swells, suppressing the past towards item spirit. Item spirit's expression was leisurely, and the next moment, the illusory shadow of a battle blade suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's eyes, and it floated in the sea of consciousness of item spirit in a flash. The sword was no more than 5 feet long, and it was carefully crafted. Dragon and phoenix carved on the handle. The whole body exudes a powerful aura. Cuts the soul blade. This is the first time Yang Kai has used the Emperor treasure after refining it. Item spirit is the Emperor treasure transformed shape after all, and he doesn't dare to be careless, so a shot is the strongest method. Cuts the soul blade buzzed endlessly, a ring of light filled the blade, and countless complicated mysterious runes lingered around the blade. Yang Kai loudly shouts, "Heaven's breaker strike." When the words fell, Cuts the soul blade was cut down. Roar. Item spirit seemed to have suffered a great deal of damage. He roared with pain, his entire body became disillusioned, and seemed to show signs of collapse at any time. Heaven's breaker strike is after all the divine soul secret technique that Yang Kai learned from Tenyan. During this period of time, he used the secret technique to sacrifice Cuts the soul blade when he had spare time, so he made the first sword at this moment. Strike might wonderful big, but also because the time of the sacrifice is too short, and because the Yang Kai cultivation level is too low to completely refining Cuts the soul blade, there is still a lot of room for improvement in the power of this blow. But already enough. With a single blow, Item Spirit fell into a retreat. There was no resistance at all. It became a solid body rays of light. Sadly, the eyes it looked at showed signs of collapse. He didn't have the slightest timidity. Instead, he became more ferocious. Raised high, with the battle hammer in his hand, slammed towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, inwardly shouted that it was bad, and a snow-white lotus flower bud appeared in his left eye in a hurry. Life Lotus. The flower bud disappeared in a flash, and also appeared in the sea of consciousness of Item Spirit, using his divine soul power as its source, slowly blooming. Two major divine soul secret techniques, combined with divine soul emperor treasure. Yang Kai almost exhausted his cards, which made the Item Spirit's actions stiff in place. In his left eye, a wisp of golden fresh blood shed slowly. As the lotus flower gradually bloomed, the rays of light on Item Spirit became dimmed and became transparent in the blink of an eye. Soon, the place where Item Spirit was originally located, only the illusory shadow of the lotus blooming was left. When it was fully bloomed, it exploded with a bang. Only the battle was left. Hammer remains in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai gasped, complexion pale and bloodless. Before he could move, the battle hammer shook slightly, trying to escape from here. Not dead yet? Yang Kai exclaimed in exclamation. This Item Spirit even ate his 2 divine soul secret techniques and was not beheaded on the spot. Its tenacity was beyond his expectation. But it's over. Looking at Battle Hammer to escape from the air, Yang Kai directly throws out the mysterious boundary bead, pinches with both hands, and the space principle lingers on the surface of the mysterious boundary bead. A space crack suddenly cracked in front. Stop him! Yang Kai yelled. In the space crack, a huge arm suddenly appeared, which is the arm of embodiment. Embodiment spreads out its 5 fingers, like a mountain, which locks a space and makes Battle Hammer inevitable. Immediately, he stretched out his hand, held the battle hammer on the palm, and then retracted it into the mysterious small boundary. Space crack also gradually disappeared. Yang Kai fell on the ground, feeling that his whole body was not good. The little strength he had recovered from before was exhausted again, and his eyes were full of golden stars. He tried to stand. When I got up, I fell to the ground again. A scent of fragrance came and held his body. Yang Kai turned his head to look hard, and he saw Liu Yan's face. Master, are you okay? Liu Yan asked nervously. Yang Kai shook the head hard, then turned to look at all around, and found that Hua Qingzai had also followed, and immediately understood that the 2 people should have arrived long ago. But they have been hiding in the distance and noticed this Bayan showed up after the battle and wanted to help. It's just that they didn't expect that the battle here ended so quickly. In fact, if it weren't for Yang Kai's previous collection of source crystal mines to consume too much, it would not have been entangled with Item Spirit for such a long time. Although Item Spirit came out of the Emperor Treasure transformed shape, it was restrained by the Divine Soul attack. The Divine Soul secret technique mastered by Yang Kai is unmatched. As long as he restores enough Divine Soul power, it is not difficult to deal with Item Spirit. Nothing. Yang Kai shook the head, weakly said, "Where is Ruoxi?" Liu Yan said, "This way is too dangerous. The slaven maid let her follow the one called Yi Qing'an's woman." Yang Kai nodded and said, "That's it. Let me recover first. Liu Yan, can you try to absorb the Vermilion Bird Phoenix Black Inflammation? If you can absorb it, it will be good for you. The growth of the girl is very beneficial." The slaven maid had this intention. Liu Yan's beautiful eyes twinkling with the fiery rays of light, staring at the extinct world that covers a radius of hundreds of miles. Hai Yan, as if seeing some delicious food, stretched out his scarlet tongue and licked his lower lip. Yang Kai looked at Hua Qingzai again and said, "Elder sister Hua, mysterious boundary bead will be handed over to you." "Actually, call me elder sister Hua." It was the first time Qingzai heard Yang Kai call her this, and couldn't help but froze for a moment. When he reacted, Yang Kai had already flashed into mysterious small boundary, but mysterious boundary bead flew towards her with a surplus of force. "Smelly brat is pretending to be tender." Hua Qingzai curl one's lip was very dissatisfied with the name Yang Kai's, but soon he was attracted by mysterious boundary bead and placed it in front of him for a closer look. Although she has been staying in mysterious small boundary, this is the first time she has seen the appearance of mysterious boundary bead. For a moment, she can't help being curious, and she doesn't know which great expert it is. With such divine ability, refining a world into a bead. I quickly threw the dissatisfaction behind the head and started studying with enthusiasm. This is the Emperor Treasure after all. If a trace of mystery can be detected from it, it will also be of great help to her growth. She secretly guessed that the reason Yang Kai is so proficient in Space Force is probably because he has understood the mystery of mysterious boundary bead. In fact, She was wrong. Yang Kai practiced Space Force first and got Mysterious Boundary Bead behind. It was precisely because he practiced Space Force that Yang Yan handed in Mysterious Boundary Bead, used by Yang Kai. If this is not the case, Mysterious Boundary Bead may not have Yang Kai's. However, Yang Kai has indeed learned a lot of mysteries about space principle from the inner law of Mysterious Boundary Bead. In Mysterious Small Boundary, Yang Kai appeared leisurely. After a while, he cried out in surprise, such a rich spiritual energy. He didn't realize until this moment that the world's spiritual energy in Mysterious Small Boundary was more than 5 or 6 times stronger than before. A humming laughter came, and said, "Then where do you think the spiritual energy absorbed by Spirit Eye went?" Yang Kai took a look at embodiment. He said, "It's just that I didn't expect so much spiritual energy to be absorbed." Now the practice environment here is probably not worse than those first-line sect practice Holy Land. Embodiment nodded and said, "It's not bad, but spiritual energy here is after all sourceless water, rootless wood. If you can't get replenished, there will be a day of exhaustion." Yang Kai said, "Mysterious Small Boundary Heaven and Earth law is imperfect. Although it is a world of its own, if you want it to produce spiritual energy on its own, you need to find a way to evolve Heaven and Earth law." While speaking, he raises the head and glanced at embodiment, squinting his eyes and said, "What do you mean by this source crystal mine?" Embodiment's solemn appearance, one hand pinch, the other hand hold the demon soldier battle hammer firmly, sit next to the source crystal mine, and say, "Practice Heaven's Devourer battle law." Yang Kai's mouth suddenly twitched. This source crystal mine is produced. They are both middle rank source crystal and high rank source crystal. You save some use. Heaven's Devourer battle law. The world devour anything. Embodiment can swallow even the flesh and blood essence of martial artist, turned into a source of strength. Not to mention this source crystal mine. Under the operation of the Heaven's Devourer battle law, I saw the continuously spiritual energy in the source crystal mine rushing towards embodiment within the body, like a torrent of water returning to the sea, and the way there is diversified. Embodiment said, "Don't worry, I have divided this mountain into 2, and you will use the other half." Yang Kai nodded and said, "So the best, if there is time, break the half for me. Maybe someday I need to use source crystal. I will restore it first, and I will talk to you later." After that, Yang Kai has already flashed. Appears near Medicine Garden, undersit cross-legged. Medicine Garden has the eternal tree and vitality is surging. Although he has not suffered too much injury before, it consumes too much. With the vitality supplement of eternal tree, he can recover faster. As soon as I thought, the spiritual energy simultaneous in Mysterious Small Boundary converged towards the place where Yang Kai was. In a flash, all around spiritual energy showed signs of misting into liquid. Yang Kai opens his body and mind, runs the profound darts, and absorbs as much as he can. The aura of his body calms down quickly and his strength is quickly restored. Marshall Peak Chapter 2316. Chapter 2316 announces a new book friend group. Book friend group number 464,114,042. The previous book friend group didn't know who had reported maliciously and seemed to be blocked now. The beauty group owner has created a new group. Friends who want to come in to chat can add it. In addition, I hope that all the book friends who join the group will not involve some discordant topics when chatting. Please enter for verification. Yang Kai or Wulian. Marshall Peak Chapter 2317. Chapter 2317 Ling-U. After 1 hour, Yang Kai rises again with vigorous dragon and ferocious tiger. His face is ruddy and his eyes are bright, no longer the previous weakness and embarrassment. He received cultivation technique, his body flashed and died, and he was emerging in front of embodiment. Huge embodiment seems to have a feeling, eyes opened, look at Yang Kai. Under 4 eyes look at each other, Yang Kai said. The item spirit seems not at all to be completely obliterated. There is still a line of divine soul hiding in the battle hammer. You are careful. Embodiment grinned, opened his 5 fingers and buzzed. Did you say this? Yang Kai fixed his eyes and saw that in Embodiment's palm, a mass of black chi condensed into Tuan, seems to have spirituality, charge to the left and dash to the right, and want to be out of control. But this place is mysterious small boundary. Embodiment and Yang Kai spiritual mind have figured it out. Upon thinking, the mysterious small boundary law is used for him. How can black chi escape? Although held on the palm, it was suppressed and locked by the 4 directions, like a beast trapped in a cage. Did you force him out? Yang Kai shows the unusual look. Embodiment shook his head and said, he owns and escaped. What's the situation? Yang Kai's eyes widened. Embodiment chuckled, probably feels dangerous. Yang Kai stunned. What did you do? It's nothing. Embodiment patted own belly, grinningly said, eat that battle hammer. Yang Kai hearing this, suddenly the corners of his mouth twitched, and wailed, will there be any other question? That's the treasure of ancient demon, it's the existence of the emperor treasure level, you swallow it trashly. To yourself. Heavens devour a battle law, devour anything, trifling demonic path, and trifling demonic path. What's wrong? Embodiment smiled proudly. You didn't practice the cultivation technique, so you don't clear the mysterious. But don't worry, since I dare to do this, I can be sure of it. Not to mention it's just a demonic path. More powerful, you are sealed in the demon thought within the body, and you can swallow it all. Yang Kai's body was shaken, and he said in shock, this is also possible? Then isn't this cultivation technique invincible in the whole world? Embodiment said with a smile, probably only my body can do it. If your practice is bound to be impossible, your flesh body is strong enough, but also unable to support living in the pollution of the pure demon chi. If you practice Heaven's Devour a battle law, I am afraid that it will not take long to lose your own mind and become a killing machine. Yang Kai nodded, understood. Wu Men Shan, this old fogey is really uneasy or kind, but I don't know why he spread my cultivation technique in the first place, and what his purpose is. Embodiment said, I'm afraid I never thought that you could resist the temptation not to practice this cultivation technique. Instead you gave it to me. Yang Kai was indifferent for a while, replied, if it weren't for you, maybe I would really try the practice. After all, the name of the Heavens Devourer battle law is too big. I am afraid that I can't resist this temptation. Up to this point, Yang Kai waved his hand and said, that's all. You will devour it by refining. If you can really refining the soldiers of the demonic path, it will be of great benefit to you. The words are over. Yang Kai has already shaken his body and left mysterious small boundary, emerging in Jade Clear Mountain. Looking around, Huaking's eye sit cross-legged on the ground, with his back leaning on a big tree. He was enthusiastically studying the mysterious boundary bead at his hand. Yang Kai glanced at her, and saw that she didn't seem to have any intention of regaining consciousness, so he stretched out the beckoned and called mysterious boundary bead, took it back, looked around, stunned and said, where is Liu Yan? He didn't notice Liu Yan, and even the Vermilion Bird Phoenix Black Flame, which originally covered a radius of 100 miles, disappeared. Go back. Huaking's eye got up and replied. Yang Kai was taken aback, spiritual mind moved, and she found Liu Yan's trace somewhere inside mysterious boundary bead. But at this moment she was surrounded by black fire. Complexion worked hard to refining. I don't know when she returned to mysterious small boundary. Embodiment should take her back. But what surprised Yang Kai was it took Liu Yan only such a little time to completely absorb the Vermilion Bird Phoenix Black Flame. It can be seen from her posture. If you want all the refining, I am afraid it will take a little time. You come back. I still have things to do. Yang Kai said. He took Huaking's eye back to mysterious boundary bead, then took out a communication compass, and passed the message inside. Let Qin Ke Ouyang take care of Zhang Ruoxi while rushing to the loop. According to Huaking's eye, Zhang Ruoxi is now with the female named Yi Qing'an. Although Yang Kai also thinks that Yi Qing'an is not a bad person, it is better to entrust an acquaintance to take care of it. After receiving Qin Ke Ouyang's response, Yang Kai put away the communication compass, and the space principal went up and down for a moment. After a short while, he returned to the place where the 18 spirit eyes were before. Looking up, the terrain of this place has changed from heaven and earth turning upside down due to the previous war. The most obvious is that the battlefield is located, and there is an area of about 10,000 jang. The spirit lake. The previous item spirit hit with a hammer and collapsed the underground space, which directly caused a huge pit to appear here, and then the spirit liquid under the 18th spirit eye surged out. Fill this pit and gradually gather it into a lake. This is the real spiritual lake. The sparkling water in the lake is all liquefied world spiritual energy. In just a few hours' time, the lake was actually full, and the rising water spread all around, turning into pure and rich world's spiritual energy, filling this space. Exhausted martial artists gathered around Ling Yu all around. All of them looked excited. These people, obviously all came from Maplewood City. And Yang Kai arrived here. At that time, the lake was already crowded with martial artists. Each martial artist occupies a place, and we should hurry up and run cultivation technique to swallow and absorb the pure spiritual energy of this place. And the more we go to the lake, the closer the center is, the stronger the cultivation level of the martial artist will be. Those principal source stage martial artists basically occupy the center position. And all around the lake are martial artists at the Void Return stage and Void King stage levels. From time to time, people fight for a place. Looking at the scene here, Yang Kai knew it in his heart, knowing that this place must become a practice holy land famous throughout South Territory and even Star Boundary, and sooner or later it will be controlled by those top forces. Once that time comes, it is impossible for ordinary martial artists to enter it, and at least they have to pay a certain price. It's not Yang Kai who can see this. I'm afraid that basically all principal source stages are clearly understood. I know that don't let slip an opportunity is not coming, so I'm hurrying. Time. Practice here for a while as much as possible. If nothing else, there is news about Ling Yu in Maplewood City, and I am afraid that it has already flown to the major sects. In 3 days at most, the Emperor Senior Stage Powerhouse will come here and take over. Ling Yu. Yang Kai saw the previous principal source stage martial artists, and also saw Qin Kai Ouyang and the others, Zhang Ruoxi and Yi King, and together with Qin Kai Ouyang and the others, occupying the middle of Ling Yu nice location. Yang Kai didn't go to say hello to them, but quietly found the location and dived. There are also many martial artists under the lake, who are devoted to practice. Yang Kai displays the Nihility secret technique to converge one's own aura and chi and blood fluctuations under the rich spiritual energy. If it is not for close naked eye observation, it is impossible to perceive the existence of Yang Kai eyes. He went all the way down and directly to the place where the 18 spirit eye was previously. There is no one here anymore. Probably because of the previous demon soldier battle hammer transformed shape, so everyone is endlessly afraid of the bottom of this place and dare not go too deep for fear of encountering some danger. Yang Kai is so happy. Under spiritual mind to release outside, find the center of the 18 spirit eye. Then take out the mysterious boundary bead, open the gap in the world, and let the spirit liquid flow into mysterious in small boundary. One's body is cross-legged exercises to consolidate the cultivation level of principal source 2 layer. In mysterious small boundary, because the rules are not perfect, it cannot derive its own world's spiritual energy. If you want to maintain such a good practice environment, you can only supplement it from the outside world. Here and now, naturally, is the best time to supplement. Before the arrival of the Emperor Senior Stage Powerhouse, Yang Kai's time was not much. Once the Emperor Senior Stage Powerhouse came, he couldn't collect spiritual energy in this way. Gradually, Yang Kai has settled down, his mind is empty and he is not interfered by foreign objects. At the same time, the martial artists who all around practice in Ling Yu discovered a bizarre scene. This lake ... Why doesn't it spread out, huh? If it is true, not only does it not spread, but there is a tendency to slowly fall. Is it possible that this Ling Yu lake is only a flash in the pan, and will disappear in a few days? Close your crow's mouth. Maplewood City finally has such a practice holy land. How could it be easily disappeared? The fall of the lake is just a normal phenomenon, and it will stabilize after a while. Although many martial artists have found anomalies, the reason is unknown. Even those powerhouses at the principal source stage level can't think of a reason. But such a good opportunity to practice is obviously not the time to investigate all of this. So there was only a commotion on the lake, and it settled down again. Thousands of people gather here. The more you go to the periphery, the more the number, and the more martial artists continue to hear the news from Maplewood City and rush towards this place to join the army of this practice. The scene is extremely spectacular. In normal times, with so many martial artists practicing together, the world's spiritual energy is definitely not in sufficient supply. But now this spiritual energy is so rich that it turns into a lake. Even if there are hundreds of thousands of people, it is also impossible to absorb all spiritual energy cleanly. Time is passing slowly, and there are martial artists' breakthrough promotion from time to time. At this time, the martial artist who is disturbed nearby will look at the promoted person with dissatisfaction, foul-mouthed. If there is a martial artist who perceives breakthrough great realm internal chi, he will consciously leave this place and go to the outermost periphery to find a suitable place to welcome the baptism of that world energy. The entire Lingu Lake, and even the entire Maplewood City neighborhood, for a moment, there was a wave of promotion breakthrough, and a beaming atmosphere enveloped this 100-mile boundary. Time passed slowly. After 3 full days, Yang Kai, who was practicing under the lake, suddenly seemed to feel something. He opened his eyes, slightly sighed, and muttered to himself with dissatisfaction, "How did it come so fast?" While speaking, both of his hands pinched and put away the mysterious boundary bead. While the figure was shaking, he came directly to the top of the lake. Martial Peak Chapter 2318 Chapter 2318 Two Instrumental Records. And the next moment that appeared in Yang Kai, accompanied by the sound of whoosh and whoosh, several silhouettes broke through the air and appeared abruptly in this spirit over the lake. Several people stood in the air and did not deliberately release their auras, but when they showed up, all the martial artists who were practicing here were shocked, raising the head toward them. After seeing the faces of a few people, a burst of cold breath sounded. Azure Sun Temple Gogzuting, Heavenly Martial Holy Land Chen Wenhao, Plain Palace Feng Ming, 7 Bright Chamber of Commerce Zheng Yuan, Violet Source Chamber of Commerce Lu Kai. Even Master Xiao from Star Soul Palace is here. These 6 people are familiar faces to countless martial artists in Maplewood City. When Vermilion Bird Phoenix appeared last time, they were also visiting Maplewood City to investigate. They presided over the opening of the 5 Colors Treasure Tower of Star Soul Palace, allowing Maplewood City martial artists to experience it. I thought it was a blessing to be able to see these adults the last time. Absolutely impossible to witness it again in this life. But I don't want to have 2 years later. The 6 people gathered together again and returned to Maplewood City. For a small city like Maplewood City, this is simply impossible. Normally, even if there is more than 20 years, there may not necessarily be an Emperor Senior stage passing by here, but now, the Emperor Senior stage actually comes here every other way. For a moment, Lingu all around absolute silence. The needles fall can be heard. Everyone looks up in admiration. The 6 people seem to have thought of this too. Lu Kai of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce smiled and said, "The old man always thinks this Maplewood City is a bit unusual, and has long wanted to set up points here. However, there has been no spare time to deal with it. Now it seems that setting up a branch is inevitable. Although there is also the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce Industry in Maplewood City, Kang Saran once managed Spirit Pill Workshop is owned by Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. But division and industry are 2 different things. The branch is a symbol of the Chamber of Commerce. There must be a powerhouse to take charge of the overall situation. The industry can be large or small. Spirit Pill Workshop is a very small shop. The small one is not Maplewoods. There have been major events in city several times, and Lu Kai will not even hear about it. However, Lu Kai knew everything about each branch. If Violet Source Chamber of Commerce really sets up a branch here, it will surely drive the economic development of Maplewood City to a great extent. In time, Maplewood City will no longer be a little known the small city. Aftermath. Zheng Yuan chuckled. 7 Bright Chamber of Commerce and Violet Source Chamber of Commerce are the 2 largest chambers of commerce in South Territory. There is fierce competition between each other. Zheng Yuan and Lu Kai as the Chamber of Commerce Vice President, they naturally dislike each other. At this moment, Lu Kai said this and immediately teased him. If you fatty have such a foresight, why do you say it now? Lu Kai squinted at Zheng Yuan, and hummed, this king's stand high and see far as that you mortal can look up. Blow hard, no money for boasting. Zheng Yuan looked disdainful. Lu Kai shouted angrily, turned his face and looked towards Xiao Yuanyang, holds the fist saying, Master Xiao, Lu Kai asks to fight this horsey-faced monster, and fight for life and death. Zheng Yuan brows, blue veins on his forehead, gritted his teeth and said, how do you speak? Who do you call a strange face? He pulled his face, and his already long cheeks grew longer. Lu Kai squinted at him and hummed, then who do you call fatty? Zheng Yuan said with a smile, I'm not allowed to be fat. Have the ability to cut off your fat belly. While speaking, he smiled and stretched out the belly of patted Lu Kai. Lu Kai took a few steps to retreat and said big shout, hey, you have a strange face, talk to talk, don't move your hands. He turned his head and looked towards Xiao Yuanyang and said, Mr. Xiao, you have also seen, this guy is bully intolerably, and old man is irreconcilable with him today. Okay. Xiao Yuanyang was sweating. Both are businessmen. Don't you understand the principle of making money with chi? What do you kill and kill as soon as you meet? It's fun to tell the little brat below to watch the jokes. 2 people hearing this, looked down, suddenly seeing countless eyes staring at them, each and every one mouth opened wide. It seemed to be extremely shocked that the Emperor Senior stage actually looked like this. It's shameful to stand with you. Gao Xuting looked at the 2 people with contempt. Well, status and prestige have been reduced. Chen Wenhao continued expressionlessly. Feng Ming chuckled aside. His eyes flashed, and suddenly, his expression moved and turned his head to look in a certain direction, strange saying, hey, this is not the kid who made the extremely wonderful pill, huh? Why is it in this Maplewood City? Following his gaze, everyone looked at Yang Kai. Sure enough, it is him. Xiao Yuanyang slightly smiled. Speaking of which ... I always think this kid is a little kind. I saw him in Maplewood City before. This kid is a talent. I want Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Lu Kai stared at Yang Kai with bright eyes. Zheng Yuan hummed, people might have sect already. It's your turn to get it. Lu Kai sneered. Luma personally come forward. Which sect dare to don't give face? Strange horse face. Old man can tell you, if you dare to fight with me this time, I will have to do your best. Zheng Yuan frowned, silent, it seems to be considering the gains and losses. Gao Xuting indifferently said, Lu Vice President, you made a decision like this without authorization. Have you asked my opinion? Lu Kai hearing this, eyes rounded, looking Gao Xuting stunned and said, what's the matter with Elder Gao? Gao Xuting stroked his ear with beautiful hair, calmly said, this kid is already mine. Gudong. A swallowed saliva sounded, and Xiao Yuanyang also showed the unusual look, and kept watching Gao Xuting. You ... your person? Lu Kai completely stammered, only feeling that the amount of information contained in this sentence is so huge. Zheng Yuan is even dumbstruck. Weak point. Palace Master Wen ... has no opinion. Can you have any opinion? Gao Xuting looked at Zheng Yuan blankly, wondering what he meant by asking this, but it was very quickly, she thought of remembering something. The complexion was cold, and a blush appeared on the pretty face. Under the vibration of the lovable body, the Emperor Treasure Ardent Sun mirror floated on top of the head. From the mirror, flames gushing out, making people all over the skin ascend. Gao Xuting icily said, if you dare to think arrogantly, this palace master will cut you into 18 pieces. Why is it such a clear number 18? Is there anything special? Lu Kai is a businessman after all, and he wants to be more truthful when he hears the numbers. This is not the point, okay. Zheng Yuan glanced at Lu Kai contemptuously, then looked towards Gao Xuting and said, so, this kid is already a Zhou Sun Temple disciple? Gao Xuting cold snort, received the Ardent Sun mirror, but did not answer, and looked like a profound mystery. Why would she tell everyone that even though owner wooed Yang Kai? He declined. It would be too shameful to say it. She is also the elder of Azure Sun Temple. This kind of great influence. She personally came out to win a principal source stage martial artist and she has not succeeded. I am afraid that no one can believe this. Xiao Yuanyang slightly smiled, saying, Lan Xun, that girl respects this kid very much, and thinks that he will be able to make great achievements in the future. Now that Elder Gao has accepted this kid, this Xiao should congratulate him. It's coming. Master Xiao is polite. Gao Xuting replied lightly. When a few people were talking, they kept looking in the direction of Yang Kai. Everyone around Yang Kai, who is provoked, is under pressure, with cold sweat on his forehead. Most people are surprised. But I don't know why Yang Kai gets so much powerhouse attention. Well, since you have gathered here, let's deal with this spirit lake first. Xiao Yuanyang turned off the subject, looked at the spirit lake below, twinkling in his eyes. Before I came here, although I knew some of the situation here, I didn't expect the spiritual energy here to be so rich. When Chen Wenhao complexion moved, solemnly asked, compared how about the heaven-grade practice Holy Land of Divine Palace? Others also looked at Xiao Yuanyang curiously, wondering how good the heaven-grade practice Holy Land of Star Soul Palace is. Xiao Yuanyang was silent for a while, and said, it's not as good as it is, but it's not far off. Everyone was shocked by the words. The spirit lake below is the place with the strongest spiritual energy they have seen in this life. My sect cannot be compared with any practice place, but it can't keep up with the heaven-grade practice of Star Soul Palace, Holy Land. One can imagine how rich the spiritual energy contained in heaven-grade practice Holy Land is. No wonder Star Soul Palace can always dominate the South Territory. Excluding Bright Moon Great Emperor, the top powerhouse, the heaven-grade practice Holy Land alone can create countless powerhouses, enough to satisfy a sect. Continuous demand. Aware of the gap, everyone feels a little lonely. Not to mention this, there seems to be 18 spirit eyes under the Lingu Lake. Spirit eye spiritual energy continuously can create the Lingu Lake, but if they are allowed to continue like this, I'm afraid they won't be used. How long will it dry up? You have to suppress this place first and blockade it. Xiao Yuanyang, while speaking, looking at Lu Kai, said, Brother Lu, I remember that your Emperor Treasure 2 rituals have the effect of sealing suppression. Huh? Lu Kai smiled proudly and said, Master Xiao has a good memory. Xiao Yuanyang said, then there will be Brother Lao Lu. Lu Kai said, Lord Xiao's order, Lu should obey it. When the words fell, he took a step forward and his expression suddenly became more inspiring. The steps that stepped on the void place, but splashed away the visible ripples of naked eye, spreading towards all around. The Infinite Emperor's will is coming, and the martial artists gathered round Lingu all around see this scene. Why don't you know that the Emperor's senior stage powerhouse is about to shoot? Complexion slightly changed to retreat one after another, so as not to be affected by the remaining force. Lu Kai held the void, and suddenly a heavy ancient book appeared in his hand. The ancient book seemed to have come from the ancient times, carrying the endless years of baptism and ups and downs, aura which is extremely mysterious and abstruse. Everyone's eyes were attracted to the past. Yang Kai is also very bright. Although he knew that what Lu Kai brought out was an Emperor treasure, it was the first time he saw this type of Emperor treasure, and he didn't know what mysterious divine ability was behind it. Emperor Treasure Liang Yilu. Duan Yuanshan seemed to have heard it, loudly shouting beside him. Martial Peak Chapter 2319 Chapter 2319 come to me at night. Isn't this just a book? How did it become the Emperor treasure? Zhang Ruoxi hasn't seen much in the market, and he doesn't know how to export. Solution, he asked directly. Duan Yuanshan said with a smile, secret treasure has thousands of forms, but it doesn't have to be knives, guns, sticks and so on. But the more peculiar the form of secret treasure, the more peculiar the power it possesses. These two I have heard about Yilu. It is said that it was originally an ancient book, but it absorbed a lot of Emperor Senior Stage powerhouse Emperor Charm and Emperor Yi, and gradually turned into an Emperor treasure, which was obtained by Lord Lu Kai. The power of it. Zhang Ruoxi heard it in the clouds and mist, and I didn't know how powerful it was. However, several principal source stage martial artists have solemn expressions, staring at the Emperor treasure in Lu Kai's hands, secretly excited, and thinking that if one day the owner can be promoted to the Emperor Senior Stage, it would be nice to have the Emperor treasure. In the sky, Lu Kai has a solemn expression, pinches spirit art in his hand, and takes a few shots on the two instruments. With a squeak, the heavy 2-meter recordings flew out and hovered above the Lingwu Lake. A mysterious aura surged out with it. Lu Kai's imperial intent surged, and the Emperor prestige permeated. The spirit art in his hand is constantly changing, and his mouth murmurs, Yi Haschi. It is the birth of two instruments. The two instruments transform the 4 images. The 4 images evolve the 8 trigrams, and the 8 trigrams return to the 10 directions. With the sound of mutter incantations, the 2 records suddenly turned without wind. The pages of the book crash bang, and as the pages of the book were turned, large swaths of golden light shot out from it, radiating all around like a weeping willow. The golden light contains the power fluctuation of hard to describe, which seems to be able to lock a side world and turn that world into a cage. The printing speed of magic arts on Lu Kai is getting faster, and the expression is getting more and more serious. Longly, he closed his magic arts and drank in a low voice, Yuanji. Bang! Golden light. People can't open their eyes. In this brief moment, almost all the martial artists gathered on the edge of the Lingwu Lake were pushed by an invisible and gentle force, stumbled and retreat, but did not hurt anything. You can stabilize your figure by exiting thousands feet. When the golden light dissipated, everyone looked up and suddenly the mouth opened wide. I saw above the Lingwu Lake. At this moment, there was a golden semicircular light barrier, which was directly buckled there. The force Feng of Lingwu Lake was completely locked, and the spiritual energy could not leak out. The entire Lingwu Lake occupies a 10,000 Jiang area, but Lu Kai only relied on the strength of oneself to seal it and suppress it, and in hindsight, it seemed that his face was not red and heartbeat, and it seemed that he was just doing something insignificant. It's just a small matter. Many principal source stage martial artists all have their eyes on it, and they yearn for it. I wonder when. I don't know when I will have such a powerful power. After doing all this, Lu Kai turned around and said, fortunately, I will not shame my life. Xiao Yuanyang nodded and said, I have work. After speaking, he took a step forward and swept his eyes down. All the martial artists gathered here are involuntarily standing out, and everyone feels that under Xiao Yuanyang's sweep, they are watching their own, is being watched by a Silver Star envoy of Star Soul Palace, who dares to be more correct. Xiao Yuanyang said loudly, Maplewood City has suddenly appeared in Lingwu. The blessing of this place is also the blessing of my South Territory. However, although Lingwu is rich in spiritual energy, it will be exhausted if left alone. Therefore, it is necessary to seal it first, and how to use this Lingwu Lake to benefit the common people I still need to discuss carefully with you adults. Speaking, he suddenly looked at Duan Yuanshan Go, and happily said, City Master Duan, you are Maplewood City Master, come and participate. Duan Yuanshan was immediately flattered. The complexion is rosy. Hearing this holds the fist saying, the adults are invited. It's the fortune of this Duan. Xiao Yuanyang nodded and said loudly, but don't worry, everyone, since this Lingwu Lake appears in Maplewood City, no one can take it away, and I won't wait. Take it forcibly, and it will be open to everyone after the negotiation is completed. Wait for the good news. What? This Ling'u Lake will be open again? Really fake? I heard it right. The words were spoken from Xiao dear population. Definitely there will be no fakes. Master Xiao is good. Star Soul Palace is indeed my South Territory overlord sect. It is generous and generous. A group of martial artists thought that Ling'u would not be used by them anymore. But you can listen to Xiao Yueyang said so. They blasted the pot one after another. Each and every one was happy. But many people have a looking thoughtful expression. Xiao Yueyang's status is respected and his status is superb. Impossible to lie in front of so many people. He said that he wants to open up in the future, and it must be open. But if there is a martial artist who wants to enter the Holy Land practice in Ling'u in the future, I am afraid it is not that simple. At least certain conditions must be met or a certain price paid. Otherwise no matter which one cat any dog can go in, and the Ling'u Lake with a radius of 10,000 jang can't hold it either. It is conceivable that within a month, the news of Ling'u in Maplewood City will spread throughout the South Territory. At that time, some martial artists who have no sect and no background will flock to them. Seize a practice position in the lake. Maplewood City is bound to become the spotlight of the entire South Territory, and it is bound to attract countless powerhouses. Duan Yuanshan, as the master of Maplewood City. His Maplewood City was originally a small city that his grandmother didn't care about and his uncle didn't love. But his looks at will become the whole South Territory's sweet pastry. For a moment I have mixed feelings in my heart, both excitement and worry. The excitement is that Ling'u Lake is here. Maplewood City does not want to be most impossible. As long as it can attract certain talents, Maplewood City will definitely grow rapidly in the future and become a top city. The worry is that the own strength is not enough to suppress those outside powerhouses. For a moment, he can't help but be a little concerned about gains and losses. Okay, everyone is gone. I believe you will hear the good news soon. Xiao Yueyang, while speaking, waved his hand. Many martial artists hearing this, who dared to stay, rushed towards him to cup one fist in the other hand and rushed towards Maplewood City. Yang Kai. Gao Xuting suddenly shouted. Yang Kai turned around and said with a slight smile, "What's the order of Elder Gao? Come to my room to find me at night." Gao Xuting said indifferently. Yang Kai suddenly embarrassed in place. The martial artists who were preparing to go back home were all stiff in place, turned their heads, dumbstruck looked at Gao Xuting. Each and everyone's eyes were round, and they seemed to be unable to believe the ears of the owner. I'm thinking that Elder Gao from Azure Sun Temple looks at Ice Frost, unreasonable, and didn't expect that he is such an active person. For a moment, everyone looked at Yang Kai's expressions all full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. I don't know where this kid is so brilliant. He actually made Elder Go so favored. Several Emperor Senior Stage also have wonderful expressions. Although we all know that Gao Xuting doesn't mean that, it doesn't feel right to hear these words. Why do you put on this expression? Gao Xuting looked at the Emperor Senior Stage around him coldly. The coldness of the pretty face could almost wipe off the one layer frost. No, nothing. My stomach is so noisy. I'm afraid I caught a cold last night. Zheng Yuan had a painful expression, holding his belly with his hands, as if he was about to die at the next moment. I ate something before I came here. I thought it was spoiled. Lu Kai also replied with difficulty. Are you kidding me? Gao Xuting smiled coldly. The vice presidents of the two chambers of commerce both smiled and didn't know how to answer. At the critical moment, Xiao Yueyang coughed lightly and said, "Let's say business matters." Yes, yes. Chen Wenhao turned his head into chicken pecking rice, for fear of Gao Xuting also came to ask on. On the other side, Yang Kai held the fist saying as you bid. After embarrassing for a while, Gao Xuting nodded and said, "Go." Yang Kai, such as the amnesty, drove Zhang Yuoxi to Maplewood City with the flow of people. Along the way, countless martial artists kept staring at him, Even Liu Yuan gave him a weird look. Damn it, it's not reasonable. This young master was born so handsome like a jade tree, handsome and handsome, that Elder Gao didn't even look at me. Why is he so kind to you? Ning Yuanzu yelled at Yang Kai from a distance under the protection of the two elders in the mountains and rivers, with an expression of disgust. Yang Kai sneered, shook his head, black hair on his forehead, and blew angry saying, obviously, I'm a little handsomer than you. This do you believe in your own words? Ning Yuanzu sneered. Mr. is the most handsome. Zhang Ruoxi shyly interjected a word next to him, then bowed his head again after speaking. Yang Kai smiled, patted her small head and said, small girl has a good vision. When you grow up, you will find a good man. Don't. Zhang Ruoxi said like a mosquito, looking at this man and woman who are openly talking about love under their own eyelids. Ning Yuanzu's nose is crooked. Early, Yang Kai's face is solemn, said solemnly, let's take advantage of this opportunity, and let's take this opportunity to speak. What's the matter? Ning Yuanzu stunned. Yang Kai glanced at him and said, it just so happens that the two old men in the mountains and rivers are also here, so let them also be a witness. The death of your big brother Ning Yuanxing. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Hearing this, the body of the mountains and running water shuddered. Ning Yuanzu's eyes also narrowed. Raw said, it really is a good thing you brat did. Yang Kai hummed, although I saw it, but Ning Yuanxing exactly I killed it. Who killed that? Ning Yuanzu asked. Wood Demon. Wood Demon? Ning Yuanzu raised his brow, showing a dazed look, as if he had never heard of it. However, the mountains and rivers are shrinking, and the mountains are shocked. 2 years ago, Old Man heard that Wood Demon was a disaster in this Maplewood city, spreading the seeds of Wood Demon, devouring divine soul, and slavery. Exactly. Yang Kai nodded. Ning Yuanxing did not know when he was parasitized by Wood Demon seeds. No one noticed it. Speaking of which was a tortuous thing, but since Ning Yuanxing is your Flying Saint Palace people, tell me to you. At the moment, Yang Kai briefly said what happened that day. After listening, Gao Shan muttered for a long time before opening the mouth and said, according to what you said, when the auction assembly was going on that day, Star Soul Palace abandoned apprentice Han Leng followed the young master and the others left, ambushed and intercepted the treasure outside the city. Although they defeated Elder Liu of my holy palace Liu Yi, they were conspired to death by Wood Demon who was parasitized by the young master within the body. Not bad. Yang Kai nodded. Marshall Peak Chapter 2320. Chapter 2320. Get out. I just passed by there and never thought of this kind of thing. At that time, my cultivation level was only Void King 3 layer, and Divine Immortal was fighting. I could only go far. Looks at far away, so I see everything in my eyes. Yang Kai added, what? You were Void King 3 layer at the time? Hearing this for a while, before he seemed to realize something, shouted in surprise. If Yang Kai is right, he was no more than Void King 3 layer 2 years ago, but 2 years later, he is now Principal Source 2 layer, which is almost one small realm for 1 year. Waiting for the speed of promotion and growth is simply terrifying. If we continue to grow at this speed, will it not be Principal Source 3 layer next year? And will it not be Emperor Senior the next year? Of course, Principal Source stage breakthrough Emperor Senior stage is not that simple, but Yang Kai can always do it for 10 years and 20 years, right? Even more. How? I heard that this kid has swallowed an extremely wonderful pill in 4 Seasons Land, and the chance of being promoted to the Emperor Senior stage is much higher than that of ordinary people. When I think of own 2 people, who have been searching hard for most of their lives, and can't touch the threshold of Emperor, this kid has the hope of being promoted to breakthrough at a young age. The 2 old people don't have the taste anymore. All kinds of ups and downs rise in the mind, with mixed feelings. So, Yang Kai spread his hands. The death of Ning Yuanxing has nothing to do with me. Ning Yuanzi frowns. I don't know whether to believe what he said. After a moment of silence, he suddenly woke up. What about my big brother? I heard that you have used my Flying Saint Palace's secret treasure before. where is the secret treasure? And Big Brother also photographed a fire attribute item spirit on the auction assembly. Where is the item spirit? What did the palace master say? I don't understand. Yang Kai squinted. With Ningyu Anzu, be less confused. Ningyu Anzu was furious. My big brother died and died, but his belongings belong to my Flying Saint Palace. This young master needs to be recovered. Yang Kai scratched his face and said, don't be like this. The Flying Saint Palace is a big business. What is 1 or 2 buildings and secret treasure? Since it's nothing, you give it back to me. Ningyu Anzu shouted. Hey! Yang Kai sighed and said, well, I will tell you the truth. The ship's secret treasure has been destroyed. Destroy? Destroyed? Ningyu Anzu widened his eyes and said in surprise, impossible. That is the principal source-grade boat, which is enough to defend against a fierce attack by martial artists below the Emperor Senior stage. Impossible is so easily damaged. I don't have a few Flying Saint Palace. Yang Kai stern saying, it was destroyed by the Emperor Senior stage powerhouse. The building ship secret treasure was indeed destroyed. Aunt Feng, who was taken away from Moxioki, was hit to pieces. Aunt Feng is an Emperor Senior 3-layer powerhouse. What is it to destroy a ship? Later, in order to compensate for Yang Kai's loss, Aunt Feng gave Yang Kai a wooden boat secret treasure. Although it is not as magnificent as the building, it is simple and portable, and it is quite convenient to use. Ningyu Anzu hearing this, suddenly corner of mouth twitching. Have you provoked who? Takayama was also surprised. Did you fight the Emperor Senior stage powerhouse? Death? For a moment, several people at Flying Saint Palace surprised Yang Kai as a god. It's not a trick. Yang Kai flushed. It's just being ravaged. Fortunately, the senior didn't mean to kill. Then, he said again, furthermore, after Ning Yuanqing's death, the ship on the building became a masterless object. Whoever picked it up was his own. The one I picked up was naturally mine. What are you chatting about? Okay. Ningyu Anzu loudly shouts, even if the ship is destroyed, what about the fire attribute item spirit? It is said that the item spirit has given birth to own spiritual wisdom. Yang Kai sneered. Shao the palace master has already said that the item spirit has given birth to spiritual wisdom. Of course it run? You haven't seen it before. The item spirit that gave birth to his own spiritual wisdom is amazing. Yang Kai sneered. What he said was naturally the item spirit of the demonic path warrior. Hearing this, Ningyu Anzu's complexion slightly changed, obviously remembering the previous scene where item spirit went crazy. And he couldn't help but look a little surprised. Putting it that way, nothing is gone. Gao Shan is frowned. What else can I have? Didn't I give you an explanation? Yang Kai chuckled. As for the other powerhouse Fu Saitong of your Flying Saint Palace. Well, this person is powerful. Even if I killed him, you probably wouldn't believe it. Look, you don't have this ability. Ningyu Anzu sneered. The death of Elder Fu, City Master Duan, has already said it's because of the erosion of demon chi. That's it. Yang Kai clapped his hands, laughing and said, then even if our misunderstanding is solved, don't have anything to do in the future. Come to pester me and say that I killed you guys at Flying Saint Palace and so on. I don't think you're a palace master. I think you're not bad. In the future, everyone will get along well and be good friends. Saying the 3 words good friend, Ningyu Anzu couldn't help looking around like a conditioned reflex, lest the demon soldier item spirit hit him again. You don't count this. Gao Shan shook his head slowly. Then you have the final say? Yang Kai face turned cold. We didn't count it. Liu Shui continued. Then who has the final say? Yang Kai's expression was gloomy. Goshan said, if you really have a clear conscience, you might as well wait for a trip to the Holy Palace with me and explain it to the Palace Master, his old man, in person. Palace Master decides. Yes. Liu Shui also nodded. I need to go back to the Holy Palace. Hearing this, Yang Kai gave a chuckle and looked at the mountains with deep meaning, and said, to Protector, did you misunderstand something? What? I am willing to explain this to you, not afraid of you. Afraid of you. But I don't want to cause trouble for no reason, you believing or not, but if you dare to provoke me for no reason ... Hey hey hey. He was talking, his face was full of smiles, but his eyes were cold. The mountains and running water were inexplicably cold all over, and suddenly there was a dangerous feeling, and the pupils suddenly shrank. I think again. Yang Kai has a very close relationship with Azure Sun Temple Gogzuting Elder Gao. Elder Gao was in front of many people just now and asked him to go to her room at night to find her. Now, they don't dare to do anything to Yang Kai anymore, otherwise if Gao Xuting is irritated, their lives are worrying. Even if the palace master is here in person, I am afraid that Yang Kai can't be helped, unless God takes him away unconsciously. Thinking of this, the two old men of Goshan Lushui suddenly felt that things were a bit tricky. Gao Shan said, "Young Master Yang, if you don't want to go back to the Holy Palace with us, you can do it, but you have to fix the book for us. I will show it to Palace Master to check, so that Palace Master will not blame it. Come down and say that we have neglected our duty and came to Maplewood City and nothing has been done. It's my shit." Yang Kai cold snort. "Don't, young Master Yang, if you have something to say," Gao Shan begged with a shy face. Fuck ... Egg. Yang Kai while speaking, he turned the Emperor Treasure 1 million sword forward, and said grimly, "Let me say the last time, if you are still entangled, stubborn, just don't blame me. My subordinates are not merciful." When the words fell, the surging source strength surged up, and the pure spiritual mind also violently went out to cover the mountains and rivers. The mountain and running water looked terrified, and I only felt that the silhouette of the young man in front of him suddenly became extremely tall at this moment, covering all the light in front of them, and the imposing manner to release outside was like a mountain pressing on them. The chest makes them unable to breathe. Until this moment, the two people suddenly understood that Yang Kai's strength ... I'm afraid it is not below Liu Yuan. Like a moment, and like countless years, when the two elders came back to his senses, Yang Kai was no longer visible in front of him, and his back was wet and uncomfortable. They looked at each other and saw each other's horror. "This person ... can't provoke any more," Gao Shan said solemnly, with a scared expression on his face, and he consciously told Owner that if he provokes Yang Kai's again, I am afraid that he will really provoke him. Killing N. The running water wiped the sweat from his forehead and nodded heavily. "Then I was beaten by him in vain." Ning Yuanzi pointed at On's cheek with a look of grief. "He was fiercely humiliated me before, and ... Zwang Ban also. I was killed by him. I want to swallow the Flying Saint Palace. This will make this young master mess with the South Territory in the future." Gao Shan glanced at him and sighed. "Zwang Ban is a stingy villain. It's not a pity to die. As for the palace master, you ... Hey, Quandang was bitten by a mosquito." Ning Yuanzi hearing this, the corner of his mouth twitched, but the two elders said so. Even if he wanted revenge, there was nothing he could do, except that the bitterness in his mouth had been overtaken by Coptis. Qin family. Yang Kai returns with Qin Kai Ouyang and the others. He has nowhere to go in Maplewood City now. He originally rented a cave mansion, but he didn't rent it after the time limit last time. Fortunately, Qin family is also for him, not an outsider, as it should be by rights. Everyone in 8 Square Sect also naturally returned here, led by Liu Yuan and a round-faced female, to the courtyard of the Own, and each parted ways. But Yang Kai looked at Liu Yuan. The boy's eyes are very dangerous. I am afraid that he still wants to fight with the owner, and can't help having a headache. "Brother Yang, the courtyard here was cleaned out by the old man's orders, and it is also one of the best residences in my Qin family. You can rest here." Qin Kai Ouyang personally took Yang Kai. He came to a courtyard and said, "You have the Qin family master." Yang Kai greeted him. "You up late. If you have any needs or instructions, just greet the next person." Qin Kai Ouyang haha smiled. "Okay, don't bother you to rest. I'll go see how your is." Qin family master, go. After Qin Kai Ouyang left, Yang Kai led Zhang Yuoxi to the inside, walking and looking at the courtyard area. It's not too big, but it's clean and elegant. The cleaning is spotless, and the spiritual energy is still sufficient, which makes Yang Kai quite satisfied. Waiting for a while, Yang Kai asked Zhang Ruoxi to find a room to live in. Then he turned his head and watched silently as he followed his own behind, silent but like a shadow. Following Yi Qing'an, deeply sighed. Seeing him like this, Yi Qing'an quickly bit his red lips and squeezed out a smile. Don't laugh, it's uglier than crying. Yang Kai looked disgusted. Yi Qing'an hearing this, lovable body trembled. His face turned pale, his eye circles were red. Martial Peak Chapter 2321 Chapter 2321 Fate. What's the matter? Come in and talk about it. Yang Kai tilted his head and gestured for a while, pushed open the door of a wing and walked in. Yi Qing'an hearing this startled, the grievances on the pretty face turned into joy, and she said softly, "Thank you, young Master Yang." She hurriedly followed in, lest Yang Kai repentant. In the wing room, Yang Kai looked around for a moment. He hadn't seen the furnishings and decorations in the house. Yi Qing'an had already taken small steps. He picked up the bench and placed it behind him, said in a soft voice, "Young Master Yang, please sit down." Yang Kai glanced at her, but he was not polite, stretched out his hand to set his robe, and sat down unceremoniously. Yi Qing'an has picked up the teapot on the table, poured a glass of water for Yang Kai, put it in front of him, and said, "Young Master Yang, drink water." After she finished speaking, she even brushed her hand, and suddenly a fruit plate appeared on the table. There were some fresh and fragrant spirit fruit on the fruit plate. She said with a slight smile, "These are brought out by this mistress from the Thousand Leaves sect, and I don't know if it fits young Master Yang appetite. I hope young Master Yang will not dislike it." Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange. He has never been served so attentively before, and secretly feels that if this woman Yi Qing'an is a servant and so on, she must be very competent. "What do you want to do when you are so sad?" Yang Kai looked at her warily. "You won't look at me anymore?" "Let's say it first. Although I am handsome and handsome like a jade tree is loved by thousands of young women," he flicked his hair, said solemnly, "but I already have a family, so I advise you not to think too much." "Okay." Yi Qing'an was flushed with what he said, and said, "What did young Master Yang say?" She didn't know whether to cry or laugh. "I have never seen such a shameless compliment to own." Isn't that true?" Yang Kai looked at him, and he laughed twice, and said, "Just kidding, don't care." While speaking, he stretched out his hand. I picked up a spirit fruit on the table and smacked the lips in my mouth. I tasted it. It tasted good. Nodded and said, "Speak, I want to ask me to make some pills." "What?" Yi Qing'an was confused by his question, looking blank. Yang Kai said with a smile, "You have been following me since you recognized me. You are so courteous and considerate, so you can't devote one's life to. Could it be that not a requirement? Am I doing business?" "Yes." Yi Qing'an nodded lightly. "Could it be that I want to pill refining?" Yi Qing'an suddenly realized, said with a slight smile, "Young Master Yang, pill refining major perfection, even extremely wonderful pill. These extinct spirit pills can be refined successfully. The attainments and talents of above are naturally beyond reach. Although it is flattery, the shot is comfortable." Yang Kai laughed. Yi Qing'an said, "But this mistress is looking for young Master Yang, not to ask you to pill refining." "What is that going to do?" Yang Kai frowned. "This the next is really vigilant." Yi Qing'an explained, Thousand Leaves sect is not a big sect, but in a sect still has a principal source grade alchemy expert, so pill refining does not need to bother young Master Yang. "I looking for young Master Yang. I want you to repair something." "Repair something?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "What is it?" Yi Qing'an squeezed red lips, looked around again, seemingly very alert, hesitates for a long time before saying, "Space law formation." "Space law formation?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and laughed and said, "It seems that I have the divine ability of space. Many people know about it." He used space force in front of that many people in Four Seasons Land. Naturally it cannot be concealed. Yang Kai had already anticipated this, but didn't expect Yi Qing'an to find OWN because of this. She obviously wanted to use OWN Space Force to repair the space law formation. Yi Qing'an said, "This mistress is also heard from others." Yang Kai said, "If it is just to repair the space law formation, it may not be necessary to use me." "Those formations, isn't it possible for Grandmaster?" Yi Qing'an said with a bitter smile. "If it's ordinary space law formation, those formation Grandmasters can naturally be repaired, but my Thousand Leaves sect, I also found a few formation Grandmaster, even the Gong family members have been invited, but still can't be repaired." "Gong family members can't repair it?" Yang Kai was surprised at hearing this. It seemed that he thought of something. Lo shouted, "Could it be the ... two worlds space law formation?" Yi Qing'an beautiful eyes lit up and nodded. "Young Master Yang really have good eyes, exactly two worlds space law formation." Yang Kai's expression moved slightly. He squinted at Yi Qing'an, and asked, "Do you Thousand Leaves sect have a secret boundary?" Yi Qing'an gave a wry smile. "You know what to hide." "But young Master Yang, yes, my Thousand Leaves sect does have a secret boundary. It was the place where the disciplines entered to experience. The secret boundary was born in the gap in that space and wandered where, except for using the space, there is no other way to enter the law formation." But more than 2,000 years ago, the space law formation failed inexplicably, and since then, we can no longer enter it. "That secret boundary is important to your Thousand Leaves sect?" Yang Kai asked. Yi Qing'an nodded. "My Thousand Leaves sect was not comparable to Azure Sun Temple Heavenly Martial Holy Land, this kind of top sect more than 2,000 years ago, but it can be regarded as a first-line force, but unfortunately since the secret boundary after the entrance was closed, it declined year after year. And it has been." Speaking of which, she couldn't say anything. Yang Kai sneered, "If the doorman doesn't work hard, it's not about secret boundary. In this world, not every sect has its own secret boundary. If you really work hard, it doesn't matter whether you have a secret boundary or not." Yi Qing'an, pretty face white, roughly said, "What young Master Yang said is just more than 2,000 years ago when the entrance to the secret boundary was closed, the sect master would inherit many of the inner sects I brought them in, and even the sect highest treasure of my Thousand Leaves sect. Without those inheritance, many of my Thousand Leaves sect's divine abilities could not be practiced. The most important thing is that my Thousand Leaves sect's spirit formation was originally the secret boundary is used as the source of the layout. Once the entrance is closed, the spiritual energy of inner sect is." "I understand." Yang Kai already knew what Yi Qing'an meant when he heard it. Loss of the inheritance of a lot of divine ability and even sect highest treasure is, that's all. The key is that there is no supply of spiritual energy. What martial artist practice needs most is spiritual energy. Spiritual energy is thin. Thousand sect. The strength of disciple is naturally inferior to one generation. Yi Qing'an bit the red lips, said solemnly, "This mistress would like to ask young Master Yang to follow me to Thousand Leaves sect, and repair the two worlds space law formation at the entrance of secret boundary. Young Master Yang, if you can agree, this mistress and Thousand Leaves sect will definitely be grateful, and there will be a gift." That. Yang Kai's eyes rolled around, looking around. In terms of him, he thought for a while and didn't come up with any excuses. He could only say, "I know things, but this young master is very busy, so let's go back first and wait until this young master is free one day. If you really listen to him, let's go to Thousand Leaves sect. You will not be disappointed." Yi Qing'an can't tell that he is perfunctory own. "If you really listen to him, just leave." "I'm afraid that I won't see Yang Kai until I'm by two, so I can only plead, young Master Yang. The only people who can repair the space law formation of my sect in this world are those who are proficient in Space Force. But Space Force is too much, mysterious and complicated. Ordinary people are impossible to even get started. But I heard that there is an adult on East Territory Spirit Beast Island who is proficient in this. But that adult is an Emperor Senior 3-layer powerhouse. How can my trifling Thousand Leaves sect please move?" "What you mean is this young master trifling principal sourced 2-layer, so you can move it. Yang Kai gave her a glance. Yi Qing'an hurriedly waved his hand and said, "This mistress does not mean that, young Master Yang. Don't blame it." Yang Kai nodded and said, "I have heard of the person you are talking about, Spirit Beast Island." Moxioki seems to belong to Spirit Beast Island. Although she never confessed it personally, as Yang Kai learned about all aspects of Star Boundary, plus Aunt Feng with terrifying cultivation level strength, it is not too difficult to gradually guess the origin of Moxioki. Only the people of Spirit Beast Island can utilize that many monster beasts to fight for themselves. When I think of Moxioki, Yang Kai doesn't know how this girl is doing now. He didn't come to Star Boundary for a long time and didn't get to know many people. One Kang Saran, who was promoted to the principal source stage level, was transferred by Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, and the other was Moxioki, who was transferred by Aunt Feng. Taken back. Seeing Yang Kai divine movement outside, there was no movement for a long time. Yi Qing'an gritted his teeth and said, "Actually, the reason why this mistress came to young Master Yang is also because of the recommendation of others. Which bastard is so immoral? Tell me, I promise not to kill him." Yang Kai suddenly became angry. Yi Qing'an pursed his lips and said, "Gong Wenshan, young Master Yang should know you." This kid. Yang Kai's eyes popped. "You recognize he? Gong Wenshan is naturally the rising star of the Heavenly River Valley Gong family. Gong family is the formation, and Gong Wenshan is also the formation Grand Master. In the Four Seasons land, he borrowed the passing of time temple strength of Seal to block Wu Chang out, making Heavenly Martial Holy Land. This young handsome man missed a great deal chance. This kid looks at a foolish head and a foolish head, but in fact he is full of guts and a bad stomach." Yang Kai didn't expect it. Gong Wenshan and Yi Qing'an recommended the owner. Yi Qing'an replied, "A few years ago he invited him to Thousand Leaves sect to repair the space law formation, but failed." Senior brother Gong said that if you want to repair the formation, you must find someone who is proficient in Space Force. 3 months ago, this mistress received a letter from him, asking this mistress to come to young Master Yang. This mistress originally wanted to go to Azure Sun Temple to try after the things here are done. One's luck, but didn't expect to run into it here. Young Master Yang, do you think this is fate? She has a look of joy and joy, just like the young female who embraces spring. Yang Kai hummed, "There is fate between male and idiots. Do you want to have fate with me?" Yi Qing'an sweats violently and sneered. Young Master Yang joked, "I'm afraid this mistress doesn't have this blessing. I have only one bond with Gong Wenshan, and I'm not familiar with him. What he said is the owner and it's not about this young master." Yi Qing'an sighed deeply, faint said, "Young Master Yang really refuses to help." She bit her thin lip lightly. She was very pitiful, and I was so pitiful. Looks like Marshall Peak Chapter 2322. Chapter 2322. Young man has good muscles. It's not that I don't want to help, but there are too many things. Flawless clone, didn't I tell you to go when I have time? Yang Kai explained Tao. Yi Qing'an groaned for a while, then gritted his teeth and said, "Don't hide from young Master Yang. There is a danger land in the secret boundary of Thousand Leaves sect. The name is Emperor Heavenly Valley. If you can be in it, practice for some time will be of great help to the promotion of Emperor in the future." Yang Kai looked at her with a smile on his face. The smile was meaningful. Yi Qing'an pretty face blushed, said, "You can't believe young Master Yang, but this matter is of great importance. This mistress dare not disclose it at will. Otherwise it will attract countless principal source stage martial artists coveted. My Thousand Leaves sect is not strong right now. I can't resist it at all." Yang Kai hesitantly said, "Emperor Heavenly Valley is a good name, very imposing manner, but ... what's this about this young master?" Yi Qing'an stomped and said, "If young Master Yang can really repair the space law formation and let secret boundary return to Thousand Leaves sect, this mistress can be the master and let young Master Yang enter it. Your identity in Thousand Leaves sect." Yang Kai squinted at her. Yi Qing'an said, This mistress is the daughter of Thousand Leaves Sect Master. Today Thousand Leaves Sect Master Yi Hen is the father. It turned out to be young Sect Master. Yang Kai cupped one fist in the other hand, really disrespectful. A blush appeared on Yi Qing'an's face and said, "Young Master Yang jokes this mistress. Don't say it's the young Sect Master of Thousand Leaves Sect. Just say that Flying Saint Palace's Palace Master was not beaten into a pig head by him in front of Yang Kai." So Yi Qing'an didn't feel the identity of own at all special. There is no meaning to explain to Yang Kai at the beginning. But now it's no good if you don't say it, otherwise you won't be able to win Yang Kai at all. "Young Master Yang, this mistress please." Yi Qing'an has a sincere tone and a sad expression. "My father is very old. If I can no longer break through the Emperor, I'm afraid he will let go after a few years." Human beings, how easy it is to be promoted to Emperor, and Emperor Heavenly Valley is the greatest opportunity he can get, and the most promising one. "Young Master Yang, if you can help me Thousand Leaves Sect this time, no matter what the requirements are, I can promise you this mistress." She talked, in a stance of going all out, so Yang Kai looked at her. Yang Kai became silent. Yi Qing'an didn't dare to take a breath, and stood there waiting with her red lips. His heart was up and down, restless, and in the quiet room, there was a fierce heart coming out of the heartbeat. For a long time, Yang Kai only sighed and said, "That's all. I will miss you a lot of filial piety. I will go as you go." "Really?" Yi Qing'an cried with joy, looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. "But not right now. You also know that there is still something to do here in Maplewood City. We will leave when things are done here." "No hurry, no hurry." Yi Qing'an waved his hand quickly. "I have been waiting for so many years, unhurried this time." "But the words are ahead." Yang Kai looked at her seriously, and said, "I can only promise to try. There is no guarantee that the space law formation will be repaired." With young Master Yang, this sentence is enough. "Your own, find a place to rest, and if I want to leave, you will be notified." Yang Kai waved his hand. Yi Qing'an said, "Then this mistress is waiting for the good news of young Master Yang." After she finished speaking, she grabbed a gift, refunded the money, and did not forget when she left. Close the door intimately. After she left, Yang Kai sighed and sat down, muttering to himself, "It's a trouble again." He and Yi Qing'an are not relatives, but Thousand Leaves Sect also has no intersection, so naturally I don't want to go to this muddy water. But Yi Qing'an is really annoying. Yang Kai thinks that if she doesn't agree to her, she will probably chase her to the Horizon Gate. When the time comes, it will only be more troublesome. I really want to be like this, all day long with a young woman behind her ass, looking at Own with a sad face, so that people who don't know the truth can see it, thinking that Own has abandoned her all the time. Decent. However, the so-called Emperor Heavenly Valley in Yi Qing'an's mouth has made Yang Kai a little interested. Since there is help when martial artist breaks through the Emperor, it must have something to do with the perception of Heavenly Law Martial Dao. Yang, although Kai currently only has principal source 2-layer cultivation level, he feels that Heavenly Law Martial Dao is not harmful to his own growth. If supplemented by extremely wonderful pill, he will be promoted to Emperor Senior in the future. Where water flows, a canal is formed. Without a word, Yang Kai practiced meditating in the room until midnight. I have just been promoted to principal source 2-layer, so I naturally need to consolidate it. At night, Yang Kai opened the door and walked out, shaking his figure, but he arrived at City Lord's mansion with more than 10 breaths of effort. The guard outside the City Lord's mansion seemed to him imaginary. But at the moment he entered the City Lord's mansion, Yang Kai suddenly felt cold all over his body. He only felt a few powerful spiritual mind sweep over the owner's body and disappeared in a flash. Although it was only a very short time, it still made him shake all over, out of cold sweat. Those spiritual minds are all owned by the genuine Emperor Senior Stage powerhouse. Obviously Xiao Yueyang and the others live in City Lord's mansion. Some of the spiritual mind only checked him and put them back, but one of them has been pulling him indiscriminately. Yang Kai sniffed and followed the direction from the spiritual mind. Not much time. He came outside a wing room. He raised his hand and listened before he could knock on the door. Going inside came Gao Xuting's voice, "Coming." Yang Kai hears that sound, push the door and enter. I was seeing Gao Xuting sit cross-legged on the bed, with beautiful eyes looking at his brightly. Yang Kai grinned and said, "The kid has seen Elder Gao. Didn't expect a goodbye that day, but in this Maple Woods city again. What are you doing, Elder Gao?" Before he finished speaking, he saw Gao Xuting wave his hand. Under the ups and downs of Source Strength, the door closed suddenly, and an invisible barrier was opened in the whole room, covering the wing room, isolating the inside and outside. Too cautious. "Do you want to open the barrier?" A dissatisfied voice sounded in the other wing. Xiao Yueyang eyes opened, whispered with a playful look, "Go girl, this is to do what? I wanted to see what is magical about that kid, and it's gone." At the same time, everyone in the room where the Emperor Senior Stage lives is kept poking. Obviously, I was spying on Gao Xuting's room before, but it was blocked by the barrier. For a moment, the wing room was completely isolated. Gudong. Yang Kai swallowed his saliva. For some reason, a bad feeling spread in the heart. "Take off your clothes." Gao Xuting looked at Yang Kai, instructed expressionlessly. Yang Kai complexion greatly changed, and said in surprise, This is not appropriate." "What is it?" Gao Xuting cold snort. Seeing Yang Kai pester and chirp, he became impatient and didn't see her actions. The whole person suddenly came to Yang Kai, then stretched out a hand and grabbed him directly. Yang Kai only felt that the slender jade hand turned into a five-fingered mountain and shrouded the owner in an instant, creating a feeling of inevitable evasion. After that, Gao Xuting lifted her neck tightly. The next moment, Yang Kai's whole person turned around under the action of an external force. With the rotation, the clothes on his body quickly fell off and shot out. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai was taken off, only the underwear is left. "Elder Gao ... Stop it!" Yang Kai shouted sadly. Gao Xuting turned a deaf ear, stretched out his hand to make Yang Kai stop, then pinched the orchid finger, pointed out like the wind, and suddenly clicked on Yang Kai's main points, and at the same time beautiful eyes twinkling rays of light, staring at the changes in Yang Kai's body. Her beautiful eyes swept across Yang Kai's body clearly, looking at him almost all over. After a while, she was slightly nodded and said, "Very good, no big problem." When the words fell, Yang Kai suddenly felt the power of binding the owner disappeared. He crawled for a while, and quickly rushed to Gao Xuting's bed, wrapped his body with the quilt, shiver coldly, looking like a huge trauma to his soul. Gao Xuting sneered, "Are you still ashamed?" Yang Kai's face was pale, and the corners of his mouth twitched and said, "Elder Gao, what are you doing?" Only then did he understand why Gao Xuting had to lay down a barrier. If this scene is to be seen, I am afraid that the water of the 3 rivers and 5 lakes will not be cleaned. Gao Xuting's stern saying, "Your cultivation level is progressing too fast." Not long ago, it was Principal Source 1 layer. Now it is 2 layer. This Palace Master just checks to see if there are any hidden dangers. What do you think this Palace Master is going to do? Speaking of which, Gao Xuting's twinkling flashed cold light in his eyes, making Yang Kai shudder. "If you want to check, you don't have to do this," Yang Kai cried. "If only this is the case. Naturally it is not necessary." But this Palace Master heard that Demon Soldier Item Spirit was born today and chased you. This Palace Master needs to make sure that you are not corroded by Demon Chi. Well, I am not young anyway, and I am not a child. This Palace Master is old enough to be your grandmother. Look at your body and what matters. At this point, Gao Xuting corner of the mouth raises, sneaked. The young man has good muscles, and his flesh body looks good. Elder Gao is overpraised. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, and said, "What was the result?" "The result was not bad," Gao Xuting said, stretched out his hand and grabbed it a few times before taking Yang Kai's clothes completely. He caught it and threw it to him, saying, "Although the promotion speed is very fast, there are no signs of weak foundations. and no traces of erosion by demon chi. Yang Kai said timidly, if it is eroded by demon chi ... what should I do? Then you are a dead man now. Gao Xuting's fen eyes became cold, and he looked at him and said, why, what do you have to say? Tell me. No. Absolutely no. Yang Kai waved his hand quickly, and made up his mind that he would not let Gao Xuting know that the demon thought was sealed in within the body anyway. Even the demonic path soldiers are in the hands of the owner. The kid is weird. Is there something hidden from this palace master? Gao Xuting's voice was cold. Yang Kai said with a bitter smile, what's the matter? Elder Gao misunderstood. Gao Xuting stared at Yang Kai deeply for a long time before saying, that's the best. If you call this palace master and know what you are concealing, you must be good looking. Yang Kai didn't dare to say anything. He only wore his clothes carefully under the quilt. Marshall Peak Chapter 2323 Chapter 2323 Insects out. Not much time. Yang Kai is already dressed. How long do you want to occupy this palace master's bed? Gao Xuting looked at him coldly. Yang Kai was dejected and climbed out of the bed helplessly and stood in front of Gao Xuting. I ask you, where did the demon soldier item spirit go? Gao Xuting suddenly opened the mouth and said, I said that the item spirit is chasing you, but today I am Master Xiao and the others went all the way, but lost traces when they tracked down Jade Clear Mountain. It seemed to disappear all at once. Even Master Xiao could not see the slightest clue. Do you know where it went? Yang Kai shook his head quickly, indicating that he didn't know. Then how did you get away safely? Gao Xuting brows tightly knit. Yang Kai smiled and said, Elder Gao also knows that the kid practiced Space Force, and I am best at escaping. At that time, I ran to Jade Clear Mountain and used the secret technique to quietly hiding in the void. The item spirit chased it up, and after a lot of investigation, it was fruitless, and then left on its own. As for where he went, I don't know. Gao Xuting stared deeply. He, twinkling in those beautiful eyes with bright rays of light, seems to see Yang Kai eyes deep in one's heart, making Yang Kai feel guilty for a while, lest she see any weak spot. For a long while, Gao Xuting nodded and said, if you call this palace master and know you have something to hide, you will not be able to get around you. Yang Kai wiped his head. How dare you? Forgive you for not having the guts. When Gao Xuting spoke, he sat on the edge of the bed and sighed in angry saying, but really, if speaking of which, this palace master would have been negligent. If you can investigate carefully after the battle with the demon that day, you may not have this trouble. She sighed with a self-blooming expression. The Yang Kai mentioned is another Xin-nihility ratio. If Gao Xuting knows that the demon who fought with her is standing in front of her at this moment, he does not know what will happen. Yang Kai quickly turned away from the subject. Everything has days. Elder Gao don't have to think too much. Gao Xuting glanced at him, cold snort, and then stretched out his hand. A ray of light laced towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai was slightly startled, but didn't avoid it, because he found that Gao Xuting's move was not at all any intention of attack. He slid his hand forward and grabbed the rays of light in his hand. I opened the palm and found that it was actually a token-like thing. About palm size, forged from what kind of material? The back is carved with the image of the back of a martial artist. The back is tall and magnificent, as if standing in the sky, looking at the world. Although it is just a pattern, but it can still make people feel the imposing manner. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched, because he found that the figure's back figure resembled a Wen Zishan. On the front side, there are two large characters carved in seal. Kinyan. The entire token presents the color of red gold. The golden light is brilliant, and it is dazzling. This is. Yang Kai complexion changed slightly and looked suspiciously at Gao Xuting. The identity plate of the temple discipline. Gao Xuting faintly replied. Yang Kai astonished, and immediately said with a bitter smile, but Elder Gao, the kid is not a temple discipline. Isn't it inappropriate to take this nameplate? From now on, you are it. Gao Xuting replied. Yang Kai froze for a moment, and couldn't help but nodded, and said, Elder Gao, this is strong buying and selling. Would you like to ask my opinion? Gao exulting diagonally, he glanced at him and said, didn't you consult with you last time? So long time, could it be that you haven't thought about it yet? Yang Kai busily said, I have to think more. Thinking, this matter is too complicated, the kid can't think thoroughly for a while, and I would like to ask Elder Gao to spend some more time. How long? 350 years and so on is the best. After Yang Kai finished speaking, he saw Gao Xuting's expression become more one layer frosty, and said hurriedly, of course, 10 years and 8 years are so. Hee. Gao Xuting suddenly sneered. Yang Kai couldn't help but fought a cold fight. His whole body was cold and the soles of his feet were about to cramp. Gao Xuting said leisurely, it seems that the good temper of this palace master gives you the wrong feeling. Do you think this palace master is very easy to talk? Do you think this palace master has no authority? No such thing. Then you look down on this palace master. Look down on the temple. Neither. Gao Xuting cold snort said, today I have been in front of Master Xiao and the others, saying that you are my temple discipline, and I have rejected Lu Kai's intention to draw you in. If you dare to refuse this palace master, tomorrow this palace master will tell them that you have been expelled from the temple by me, and you know what the consequences will be. Yang Kai cold sweat suddenly came down. He really didn't know Lu Kai wanted to win over Own. If he thinks this way, Own has recently performed too sharply. I am afraid that it has attracted a lot of people's attention. If the owner does not have the aura of his Yuan temple disciple, he will surely be squeezed by other powerhouses. Yang Kai understands for a moment that Gao Xuting gave the identity nameplate to the owner not to force the owner to make a choice, but to protect the method of the owner. She carefully checked the physical condition of Own before, apparently because she was worried about the setback of Own practice. Thinking of this, a touch of warmth came to my heart. Yang Kai suddenly felt that with such elder care, joining as Yuan temple seemed to be a good choice. He let out a sigh of relief. With a look of relief, cup one fist in the other hand, said with a slight smile, then discipline deference is no substitute for obedience. Many thanks to Elder. Gao Xuting glanced at him up and down, nodded and said, Rus can be taught. Paused. She continued, however, because of your special circumstances, you don't need to follow the many rules of the temple. How did you go before? If you have passed, what will happen to you in the future? The temple will not interfere with you more. Do you understand? Understand. Yang Kai hearing this was overjoyed. Of course, how you behave in the future is only related to your own, not representative of the temple. If you dare to cause any trouble to the temple, you know. Gao Xuting's phoenix eyes are powerful. Cold snort. Understood. I understand. Yang Kai couldn't help being nodded, with cold sweat on his face. I have nothing else to say. Now that you have the nameplate, it can be regarded as a temple discipline. Do you have any practical problems and puzzles? This palace master is free now. I can give you an answer. Gao Xuting changed his expression and asked in a pleasant tone. Yang Kai expression was right, and he quickly asked some questions he encountered in own practice. Gao Xuting is also extremely responsible, explaining to him in detail, and he is unselfish about own practice and the experience of heavenly law martial Dao, and tells a lot about him. Gao Xuting originally thought that guiding a martial artist of principal source 2 layer to practice is naturally with no difficulty. Following the in-depth discussion with Yang Kai's, I had to put away the freehand manner, because the questions Yang Kai asked were all extremely critical and profound things, some even her without trying to figure it out. Gradually, this kind of advice turned into 2 people discussing and confirming their own martial Dao. It wasn't until dawn that Yang Kai left City Lord's mansion. After returning to Qin family, he immediately went to Qin Kaoyang to find a secret room and closed the practice. The time is long, and it is more than a month in a flash. On this day, Yang Kai left the customs, and the newly promoted principal source 2 layer cultivation level has been completely stabilized. In the secret room, he checked his own state and was extremely satisfied with the progress of this period of time. At this moment, he suddenly seemed to have noticed something. the complexion became weird. The next moment, he hurriedly took out the slave insect bracelet, and the divine soul spirit body escaped and flashed into the slave insect bracelet to investigate. When he was still in Azure Sun Temple, Yang Kai asked Gao Xuting to ask for a lot of Yuxiangzuankao to feed those soul-devouring insects. Since this time, soul-devouring insect has been in that huge. The urn swallows itself, multiplies and evolves. Until today, there seems to be some substantial breakthrough. Soul-devouring insect is located on the 11th of the strange insects name list heaven list. It ranks very high. It has also played a huge role in the world of Divine Movement Mirror. After the Divine Movement Mirror experience, Yang Kai also soul-devouring insect placed great hopes on them. As soon as they noticed that they are moving today, Yang Kai impatiently wanted to investigate them. There is a very quiet area in the big urn. It seems that all soul-devouring insects are sleeping, but after Yang Kai refining the slave insect bracelet, he knows everything in the space of the slave insect bracelet well. Naturally, know that this tranquility is just an illusion. His expression stayed for a while, as if he had made some determination. He stretched out his hand and opened the big urn. The probe looked inward, and Yang Kai immediately saw the densely packed inside of the urn, showing a milky white color, like a cocoon, covering the entire urn wall. There are many white cocoons that have cracked. Continuously, the soul-devouring insect after evolution crawls out from the inside, and then the white cocoons come down. As time goes by, more and more soul-devouring insects are born from the cocoon. For a moment, the sound of crack sounded in the entire urn, like 1,000 silkworms eating mulberry. So big. Yang Kai was startled. The original soul-devouring insect cannot be observed with naked eye at all. They are extremely tiny insects. Only divine consciousness can find their traces. But after the devouring evolution of this time, soul-devouring insects' size is obviously bigger. Each and every one is the size of a grain of rice, covered with some dark lines. In the black lines, there is an obvious demonic path aura, which is obviously due to the ancient and pure demon chi. Not only that, these soul-devouring insects seem to be more cruel than before, making Yang Kai look at scalp feeling numb for a while. In less than a quarter of an hour, these soul-devouring insects all broke out of the cocoon, swallowing all the white cocoons of the owner, and after getting enough nutrition, these soul-devouring insects fluttered out of the big urn. Yang Kai went to retreat vigilantly, watching from a distance. On the top of the big urn, an insect cloud suddenly gathered. Although the number is much less than the original soul-devouring insect, the imposing manner and scale are far from the previous ones. The batch is comparable. Yang Kai was secretly shocked, thinking that if he had brought such a batch of soul-devouring insects into the divine movement world, he would encounter the Emperor Senior stage of Ban King. Relying on these soul-devouring insects is enough to make Ban King escape in embarrassment. He waited and watched for a long time, then thoughts move, and gave an instruction to the soul-devouring insect cloud. Marshall Peak Chapter 2324 Chapter 2324 Spirit Lake Palace. The dancing soul-devouring insect. All at once the clouds rushed towards him. The buzzing sound was endless, and Yang Kai looked solemnly stood in place, his face condensed, be alert and ready to take action at any time. After a short while, he was wrapped in an insect cloud, and then, a soul-devouring insect fell on him, shaking and wing calmly, crawling quietly. Another dot. The large insect cloud fell down, covering the inner 3-layer and outer 3-layer of his entire package, completely obscuring his silhouette. But all soul-devouring insects are quiet and have no intention of attacking Yang Kai. Instead, under the invisible connection of one layer, these soul-devouring insects all obey Yang Kai's words. Ha 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 ha. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh out loud, only feeling that slave insect bracelet really is a good baby. At the time in the Divine Movement Mirror world, Yang Kai felt that the batch of soul-devouring insect owned by Own was no longer under control. Later, he obtained another batch of soul-devouring insect from Tanyan. It is Yuxin's divine connection with him. But now, after this evolution, soul-devouring insect obediently obeyed his orders, like an arm, and the greatest credit naturally goes to Slave Insect Bracelet. This Emperor treasure does not have the ability to attack and defend, but it restrains all strange and unusual insects in the world. It is the life's painstaking effort of the Insect Emperor, and it is really effective against soul-devouring insect. In this way, Yang Kai no longer has any worries. When he encounters a strong enemy in the future, soul-devouring insect can also become a means of confronting him. After experimenting, Yang Kai was very satisfied, and his mind moved slightly to let those soul-devouring insects return to the big urn and recuperate. The space inside the slave insect bracelet seems to have some subtle stimulating effects on the survival of strange and unusual insects. The strange and unusual insects staying here will not die or weaken, but will become stronger and stronger. Of course, if you want soul-devouring insect to grow faster, Yang Kai also needs to find more Yuxiangzuan to feed them. Yuxiangzuan is not too rare spirit grass. Many large sects can be cultivated by themselves, so it is not difficult to find, but Yang Kai needs a huge amount, which must be a lot of money expenditure. In the past, Yang Kai might not be able to afford it, but now he has a source crystal mine to start with. There is no need to worry about source crystal in a short period of time, and he can naturally purchase it on a large scale. The thoughts got to this point, Yang Kai quickly escaped his mind from slave insect bracelet, eyes opened, stood up, opened the secret room, and prepared to go to the city to buy some intangible mysterious grass. Pushing out, Yang Kai immediately felt all around the world's spiritual energy that was different from the past. It seems that during this period of his retreat practice, the spiritual energy density of Maplewood City has increased a lot. This surprised him, because Lu Kai used the Emperor Treasure 2 ritual records that day, turned it into a seal, and suppressed the Lingu Lake. Logically speaking, with the passage of time, the world's spiritual energy on Maplewood City will become thinner and thinner, gradually becoming the same as before. But after so many days, not only did the spiritual energy not decrease, but there were signs of increase, which made Yang Kai puzzled. At this moment, a beautiful shadow shot from not far away and appeared in front of him. It was Yi Qing'an. "Young Master Yang, you are out." Yi Qing'an looked at Yang Kai up and down, and found that he was aura calm, divine light introverted, and couldn't help but envy. Young Master Yang's gains seemed to be not small. Just so. Yang Kai grinned. Having decided to follow Yi Qing'an to Thousand Leaves sect, he was not so repulsive to her. The expression moved. Yang Kai astonished asked, "You won't stay here forever?" Yi Qing'an smiled. "This mistress has nothing else to do anyway." Yang Kai said, "You can rest assured, since I have promised you, I will not run. I will follow you to Thousand Leaves sect." This mistress does not mean to monitor young Master Yang. Yi Qing'an waved his hand quickly, looking flustered. She said, "This mistress is just ... just." She said for a long time, without giving a reason. She couldn't help but lose one's head out of fear, for fear of irritating Yang Kai. Yang Kai laughed and said, "Forget it. Go with me to buy something, we will leave when we buy it." Yi Qing'an's expression was overjoyed, and quickly nodded, Okay. At the moment, the two people rushed towards the city. Walking along the road, Yang Kai found that the martial artists in Maplewood City are sparse and no longer the bustle of the past, but every martial artist on the street has a beaming expression, which seems to be hit by luck. The same, I can't help but feel strange, opened the mouth and said, "These guys each and every one smile like a flower. What good things have happened?" Yi Qing'an said with a smile, "Maplewood City is different now. The spiritual energy is more than 3 to 5 times stronger than before. They are naturally happy. By the way, I'm about to ask you about this." Yang Kai turned his head. Looks at her. "What's the matter with this spiritual energy? Why is it still rich?" Yi Qing'an said, "Young Master Yang has been in retreat this month. Naturally I don't know the changes in Maplewood City. The thing is this kind of. Several adults headed by Mr. Xiao at Star Soul Palace discussed for a few days a month ago and decided to transform the place where Lingwu is located into a practical holy land. So they started from their respective sects. People were transferred inside, and 10 days ago, all the renovations there had been completed. Now the place where Lingwu is located has become a well-known practice place for the entire South Territory, and countless martial artists have rushed in and rushed. Many people in Maplewood City also went to watch the excitement, so the city was silhouetted in depression. Listening to her explanation, Yang Kai realized why the number of people in Maplewood City suddenly decreased so much. Feelings are all going to the Lingwu Lake to watch the excitement. The place was named Spirit Lake Palace by Xiao Yuliang and other adults. It covers a large area and has many secret rooms built inside for martial artists to retreat and practice. Spirit Lake Palace? Yang Kai frowned. Yi Qing'an said with a slight smile, "Exactly." Yang Kai, looking thoughtful, said, "Then who owns this Spirit Lake Palace? And who owns it?" Yi Qing'an said, "The major sects do not intend to occupy. The Spirit Lake Palace is headed by the Star Soul Palace. The major sects are jointly managed by Maplewood City and are open to the entire South Territory. As long as there is enough source crystal, you can enter the practice." "Oh?" Yang Kai astonished. "Maplewood City also has management shares?" "Naturally. Spirit Lake Palace sits right next to Maplewood City and managed by Maplewood City. It's the best. Now Maplewood City can be regarded as silent, amaze the world with a single brilliant feat." Yang Kai laughed. "I can imagine City Master Duan being happy and caring." Yi Qing'an said with a smile, "Indeed, City Master Duan's strength is still Principal Source 3 layer. But with Spirit Lake Palace, his status is already as the tide rises, the boat floats. I'm afraid it can be on the same level with those first-line sect master. The status is not low, the cultivation level is not enough. It is difficult to convince the public." Yang Kai frowned, some worried about Duan Yuanshan. Yi Qing'an glanced at him and said, "You don't have to worry about this, young Master Yang. Master Xiao has already taken charge, and the City Master Duan and Drunkard Vice City Master have been accepted as Star Soul Palace Outer Sect disciple. In addition, these two City Masters have also suspended some idle jobs under many top forces such as Azure Sun Temple, Heavenly Martial Holy Land, etc." Yang Kai listened with a sluggish face. "This is also okay?" Yi Qing'an covered his red lips with his hands, said with a lovable smile, "I'm afraid it's helpless." "You all have a good opinion." Yang Kai shook his head and smiled bitterly. "This, although I have never heard of it before, but in this way, I am afraid that no one dares to despise City Master Duan and Zhilao, and dare not disobey their jurisdiction. Today's Duan Yuanshan and Duold II, although the cultivation level is not very high, but backed by the entire South Territory with several top sect trees, managing Maplewood City and Spirit Lake Palace is naturally no longer a problem. If anyone dares not to obey the orders, it is tantamount to opposing all the top forces in the entire South Territory. Which eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gallbladder dare to act like this? However, Master Xiao is so bold, Star Soul Palace is worthy of being the overlord of South Territory, and the attitude is extraordinary." Yang Kai said sincerely, "To tell the truth, if the Star Soul Palace really intends to occupy the Spirit Lake Palace, I am afraid that no one will dare to resist. After all, there is the Bright Moon Great Emperor sitting in the Star Soul Palace, and other top forces simply cannot compete with it." But Star Soul Palace did not do this. Instead, it took the lead and led many forces to turn Star Soul Palace into a practice holy land open to the entire South Territory. This shows the magnanimity of this overlord sect. Harmony. Not every sect can do this. Even if it is Azure Sun Temple Wen Zishan, if such a practice holy land falls into his hands, Yang Kai estimates that he will hide it secretly as a practice place for Azure Sun Temple disciple. People are always close to each other. This is such is human nature. No one will consider it for others for no reason. Go on. Yang Kai motioned. Spirit Lake Palace follows Star Soul Palace's classification of practice holy land, and is also divided into three levels: heaven, earth, and human. Among them, human grade practice Holy Land is for martial artists below the void return stage. Open, and earth grade is open to martial artists below principal source stage and principal source stage. As for the heaven grade of the cream of the crop, it is only open to the Emperor Senior Stage Powerhouse. At this point, Yi Qing'an surfaced. A touch of expression that I longed for seems to be looking forward to the Emperor Senior Stage of Supreme. The higher the grade, the more source crystal needs to be paid to enter the practice. The heaven grade practice place of the cream of the crop is said to be 1000 high rank source crystal is required for 1 day and 1 night, and only high rank source crystal is allowed to be paid, and it is not allowed to be converted into a corresponding amount of middle rank or low rank source crystal. The price. Really terrifying. Yang Kai had a sighing expression on his face. 1000 high rank source crystal is equivalent to 100 middle rank and 10 million low rank source crystal. This is just 1 day and 1 night, but martial artist practice, which time is not a Taoic retreat. If you want to understand secret technique cultivation technique, about a year is common, especially the Emperor Senior Stage Powerhouse retreat. Maybe it takes more than a few years to retreat. The source crystal that needs to be paid cannot be calculated. Moreover, it is also restricted to only pay high rank source crystal, and the conditions are extremely harsh. However, the Emperor Senior Stage Powerhouse is mostly rich. If you really want to be in martial Dao above to go up a level, you may not care about these external objects. Yang Kai looking thoughtful. Martial Peak Chapter 2325. Chapter 2325 is your Sun Gold Token. Yes, the Heaven Grade Practice Holy Land of Spirit Lake Palace is really comparable to the Heaven Grade Practice Holy Land of Star Soul Palace, which Emperor Senior don't want to feel the stage. If you can really have a breakthrough, it's worth paying more. Yi Qing'an deeply agrees, and then said, however, there are not many secret rooms in heaven grade practice, only 30 trifling. These 30 secret rooms ... I'm afraid that the adults are going to grab their heads and bleeding. Yang Kai hummed. 30 rooms seem to be quite a lot, but in fact they are basically impossible. Emperor Senior Stage Powerhouse is not very common. But looking at the entire South Territory, there are 800 if there is no 1000. Except for the Emperor Senior Powerhouse of Star Soul Palace, which is probably not interested in the Heaven Grade Secret Room, which Emperor Senior Stage don't want to retreat to practice in it, and learn about Xuan Gong. As soon as the news spreads, how can 30 rooms be enough? That's a matter for adults. Exactly this mistress needs to be considered such as lackey. Yi Qing'an pursed his lips and smiled. After receiving Yang Kai's promise, she seems to be in a good mood. How many secret rooms are there in Earth grade? What about human grade secret rooms? Yang Kai asked again. Earth grade seems to have 500, and human grade has 3000. Yang Kai hearing this nod. Although this number still sounds very small, some the feeling of making ends meet, but not everyone has the financial resources to enter the Spirit Lake Palace secret room practice. Those martial artists who can't afford the practice cost naturally can only sigh. However, there are 3 secret rooms for people in this world, and Maplewood City income may make people jealous. When the time comes, this income will surely be divided among the top sects. Maplewood City is here. Maybe they will drink some soup, water, and water. Duan Yuanshan and the others are afraid that they will get rich overnight. It is said. Yi Qing'an's voice suddenly lowered, appearing mysterious and secretive. Of course, it is only said that the Spirit Lake Palace secret room has left some extras for the major sects. Open secret rooms. As long as they are major sects disciplines, you can enter them for free. You can practice as long as you want. Oh? Yang Kai raised his brows. Is there anything else? Yi Qing'an said, the source is inaccurate, but it is quite reliable. After all, This Spirit Lake Palace was led by the major sects. It is also as it should be by rights to leave a little bit for the family matter. This is understandable. Yang Kai slightly nodded. Now he is also regarded as the discipline of Azure Sun Temple, and he has a disciple ID plate in his hand. If this information is really reliable, then he should be able to enter the secret room with that ID plate. Practice, no need to pay anything. In addition, the Great Influence also arranged formation to guide the spiritual energy escaping from the Spirit Lake Palace into Maplewood City. So the spiritual energy density in Maplewood City is now higher than before. It's a lot higher. That's the case. I'll just say that something is wrong. Yang Kai suddenly realized that the world's spiritual energy of Maplewood City was not reduced but increased. It turned out to be it is because formation guides the spiritual energy of Spirit Lake Palace. In this way, Maplewood City is also suitable for martial artists to practice. Although it cannot be mentioned on equal terms with Spirit Lake Palace, it is a good news for martial artists living in Maplewood City. In less than 2 years, Maplewood City will surely become one of the big cities in South Territory. I heard that the 2 chambers of commerce will set up branches here. Yang Kai smiled and said, where there is money, there is no silhouette of the 2 Chamber of Commerce. While speaking, 2 people have come to the Spirit Pill Workshop. The Spirit Pill Workshop is still the same. There is a small shop, and there seems to be few people buying things in the shop. Only the shopkeeper is greeted by Zhang Liuo, and the storekeeper is nowhere to be seen. Since Kang Saran was transferred away, Yang Kai has not been to Spirit Pill Workshop. Coming again at this moment, I can't help but feel a little embarrassed. When he first came to Maplewood City, he had some connections with Spirit Pill Workshop. You are ... Grandmaster Yang. An exclamation suddenly came into Yang Kai's ears, awakening him from the memory. Yang Kai raises the head, and only saw the face of the shop's little looking at Owen excitedly. The little second brother is doing well these days. Yang Kai smiled and said hello. When he was in Spirit Pill Workshop pill refining, he had been in contact with this shop a lot of times, so he was not unfamiliar, but he never knew the names of others. Good, good. The shop CEO said excitedly, flattered. I miss the great master. After saying that, he ran in a hurry. As he ran, he shouted, Grandmaster Yang is back. Storekeepers, Grandmaster Yang is back. What does he mean? Yi Qing'an stared at Yang Kai blankly, wondering what the shopkeeper was crazy about. Yang Kai said, I used to refine a medicine pill for a few months in this Spirit Pill Workshop. So that's how it is. Go in. Yang Kai gestured. He found that after Jingdi and Xiao shouted, several customers in the store who were buying Spirit Pill looked at the owner with weird eyes and greeted Yi Qing'an. He went straight to the inside, walking through the lobby. Before entering inside, a fat-headed, greasy face, and a gorgeously dressed fatty came to the front. This fatty looks at about 40, with a big belly. Very rich. This is obviously the new storekeeper of Spirit Pill Workshop. Like the previous Kang Saran, it only has the cultivation level of Void King 3 layer. Fatty said eagerly while wiping the sweat on his forehead, where is Grandmaster Yang? The words fall, as soon as raises the head, I saw Yang Kai, and quickly holds the fist saying, Spirit Pill Workshop Zafu met Grandmaster Yang, excuse me for not going out to meet you. Please also Great Master to forgive me. Yang Kai cupped one fist in the other hand back after a gift, said with a smile, Yang turn up without being invited. Zoo storekeeper is polite. 2 people just said the last sentence, and 2 more guys came out from the back hall, hurriedly yelled, who is Grandmaster Yang? Which one is Grandmaster Yang? One of them looked around, his eyes instantly fixed on Yang Kai, shouted, you are Grandmaster Yang? Yang Kai glanced at him and found that this man has unkempt hair, deep sunken eyes and bloodshot eyes. It seems that he has not rested for a long time after exhaustion, but this man is so did the other person next to him, and from the 2 people, Yang Kai smelled a faint medicinal fragrance breath. Yang Kai immediately understood that they were doing and so on, and now slightly smiled and said, Great Master dare not be, it is Yang. 2 people hearing this, all of a sudden the eyes dew rays of light, staring at Yang Kai scorchingly, simultaneously holds the fist saying, "I have seen Grandmaster Yang." Too polite. Yang Kai slightly smiled, turning to Zifu and said, "Storekeeper, can we talk inside?" He gestured to all around, and saw several customers who were shopping in the store, all staring here blankly, one after another guessing which great character Yang Kai is, makes Spirit Pill Workshop storekeeper, and the others treat it so grandly. Zifu said embarrassingly, "It's Zhu who was negligent. Grandmaster Yang please." "Grandmaster Yang please." Then the two guys afterwards quickly separated to the sides, a look of respect. "Take tea and tea, the best tea." Zifu, while speaking, kicked the shopkeeper who was watching the lively shop, and the shopkeeper went busily. Not much time. In the back room, Yang Kai sat down, Yi Qing'an stood behind him like a bodyguard. Zifu and the others also stood beside him. "A few of you are sitting too." Yang Kai gestured with his hand out. No, in front of Grandmaster Yang. "How can I be qualified to wait for a seat? I just wait and stand." Zifu waved his hand quickly. "It is in time. It's okay to kneel." The two guys who don't know what to do, you said each and every one, irritating. Yi Qing and Pukai smiled, wondering why Yang Kai has such a great face here. Yang Kai didn't force them either, just said, "What news about Storekeeper Kang lately?" Zifu expression took a sigh and said, "Storekeeper Kang has sent me several messages when asked about the current situation of Grandmaster Yang." Zhu was ashamed. He had not been able to see Grandmaster Yang. He couldn't find any news even if someone asked about it. Fortunately, the news of the previous time 4 seasons land came out, and Zhu had an explanation. Zifu, while speaking, smile. Yang Kai said, "Storekeeper Kang is interested. How is he now?" Zifu said, "Storekeeper Kang is very good, and after a while, he has to go back to Maplewood City." Yang Kai expression moved and said, "Because of the branch?" Zifu said, "Grandmaster Yang is really well informed. Because of the branch, Violet Source Chamber of Commerce has decided to set up a branch in Maplewood City, and Storekeeper Kang has been operating here for many years and has a wide network of contacts. With him sitting here, various matters can also progress smoothly." Yang Kai said with a smile, "Brother Kang, this can be considered, and the bitterness and happiness are coming." The Maplewood City before could not be on the stage, so Kang Saran was transferred after he was promoted to the principal source stage cultivation level. But today's Maplewood City has the background and qualifications to evolve into a big city in just a few years. Violet Source Chamber of Commerce transferred Kang Saran back, obviously because of the trust in his ability, and Kang Saran will definitely benefit from it. Numerous, high status. In fact, this is true. Kang Saran has been here for many years and has close relationships with the patriarchs of the City Lord's Mansion and the Great Family. If it is to manage the Maplewood City branch, Kang Saran is indeed the best choice. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai turned his head and said, "Zhu Storekeeper, I come to Spirit Pill Workshop this time because I have something to ask Zhu Storekeeper for help." Zifu, the complexion is rosy, said solemnly, "No matter what the Grandmaster Yang commanded, Zhu will definitely go through water and tread on fire, and I will not hesitate." Hee, it's not that serious. Yang Kai laughed. He waved his hand and said, "I just want to buy something, Yuxiang Zhuangkao, Zhu Storekeeper should know about it." Yuxiang Zhuangkao, Zifu frowned and said, "This Zhu naturally knows that there is still some inventory in the Spirit Pill Workshop. If Grandmaster Yang wants it, Zhu will send it to you." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Spirit Pill Workshop's storage may not be enough." Zifu said, "Great Master wants a lot. The more the better." Zifu said, "Then Zhu will send someone collecting it in the city. Will not let Grandmaster Yang disappointed." "You Lao Zhu Storekeeper." Yang Kai holds the fist saying, Zifu said with a smile, "Grandmaster Yang is polite, but you saved the Spirit Pill Workshop back then, and you are considered half a Spirit Pill Workshop person. How can Zhu not ask for this small request?" "It's done." Marshall Peak Chapter 2326 Chapter 2326 As your Sun Gold Token. Zifu soon went out to talk about the matter of nothing. In fact, Yang Kai owns the purchase of spirit grass, but it will waste some time and energy. It is different to let Zifu help. The storekeepers of these shops are often in contact with each other, and need what materials can be arranged with just a hello, which is much more efficient than Yang Kai's Hansen work. After Zifu went out, the two unkempt guys asked excitedly, "Grandmaster Yang wants no-face profound grass. Do you want pill refining?" Yang Kai slightly smiled and said, "That's right. Look at the appearance of two. It should be alchemy expert." "It is exactly. It is a great honor to be able to walk with Grandmaster Yang." One person replied with a smile. Another person said, "Grandmaster Yang, the two of me have admired you for a long time, but unfortunately we have never met. Didn't expect this opportunity today." "It is the blessing of 3 lifetimes." The two guys seem to have greased their mouths. "You say and I say a word," with a humble and respectful manner, and almost confess Yang Kai. Yi Qing'an looked dumbstruck for a while, only feeling that the 3 views were ruined, and he could hardly believe the eyes of Ona. In the world she knows, alchemy expert is all a lonely and self-admired generation. Have you ever seen alchemy expert greet you like this? But after thinking about it, the only one who can subdue alchemy expert is probably the more powerful alchemy expert. Yang Kai and even the extremely wonderful pill almost lost spirit pill have refined them. A Void King grade alchemy expert is so respectful as it should be by rights. The two people are still slapping their beards, seemingly endless, only touting Yang Kai is touted unparalleled in the world. Yang Kai gave a dry cough, and said, "Two, do you need Yang Kai to answer?" Yang is just a little free now. Listen to him. Then two people, when they looked at each other, they could see the excitement in each other's eyes. Everyone said, "Grandmaster Yang, bright view is this kind of. It's said that you were affected by various customers when you refined the source congealing pill at the Spirit Pill Workshop. Love and praise. But since the two of me took over here, the refined source congealing pill has always felt that there is a little background, and many customers are very dissatisfied. This has caused the passenger flow of Spirit Pill Workshop for no reason to decrease a lot." The two of them are thinking, "If Grandmaster Yang has time, can you tell us briefly about pill refining's experience?" Yang Kai, hearing this, said, "Spirit Pill Workshop source congealing pill. The pill recipe was improved by the Huangpu Great Master, right?" "Exactly. Huangpu Great Master is the Emperor Grade Pill Master, which is the pillar of my Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Since the pill recipe is from Huangpu Great Master, it must be no problem. I think there are some flaws in your refining process. Just what you say may not be useful, so you're now just refining a source congealing pill." "I was watching and observing how it was," Yang Kai asked. Two people hearing this, they all know that Yang Kai is going to give them guidance on the spot, and immediately understand that this is a godsend, and others are afraid that they can't ask for a good thing. "The reason for the promise, at the moment," he said in unison, "Grandmaster Yang's order. I dare not wait. Great Master, please." Yang Kai nodded and stood up, taking the two people to the underground pill refining room in a familiar manner. Yi Qing'an is also follow closely, curious to keep up. Although she has principal source 2-layer cultivation level, she has never seen pill refining in her life, so she is also very interested. Not much time, a few people came to the underground alchemy expert. The place was hot, and there was formation pulling earth fire, which was used by pill refining. Yang Kai stayed here for a few months and was naturally familiar extremely. Let the two of them take out of materials and start pill refining. Yang Kai stood in front of them and watched carefully. With his current level of pill refining, teaching two Void King grade high rank alchemy experts is naturally no problem. Refining techniques, depicting spirit formation, mastering the heat, and gathering small details for each and every one, will often become the basis for affecting the color quality of a spirit pill. Yang Kai puts forward opinions from time to time. Those two alchemy experts are both humbly taught. After half a day passed, the two opened their own ovens, and they both had 5 or 6 pill success, and they were of good quality. They let two people be wild with joy. They are even more grateful to Yang Kai. At this time, Zifu happened to also come over, saying that he had brought Yuxiang's Yuankao. Yang Kai left the two people to think about the gains and losses of pill refining, and then returned to the back room. Zifu was waiting in the secret room. Seeing Yang Kai arrived, he quickly took out a space ring and said, "Fortunately, Zhu is not insulted. There are 2,000 intangible profound grasses here. Grandmaster Yang is invited to accept it." Yang Kai raised his brows and nodded and said, "Zhu storekeeper is very efficient. 2,000 non-face profound grasses are enough for him to use for a long time, and Zifu just took half a day to get it together. Obviously, it took a lot of effort. If you let Yang Kai own to buy it, you will definitely not be able to buy so much in half a day. This price." Yang Kai picked up the space ring and raised the head. Zifu said, "These Yuxiang's Yunkao are not worth anything, so you can be Zhao's little heart, and I hope the great master will not refuse." Yang Kai said with a smile, "No merit is not rewarded. Zhu storekeeper does not need to be like this." Speaking like this, Yang Kai suddenly stretched out his hand and waved his hand, and a hill-like source crystal appeared on the desktop in an instant. Before Zifu could speak again, Yang Kai suddenly shook his body and disappeared directly into this secret room. Even with Yi Qing'an disappeared. Only one voice came into Zifu's ears: "If storekeeper Kang returns to Maplewood City any day, tell him for me, and he will be a booze drink when we meet again." Zifu was taken aback, looked at source crystal on the table and gave a wry smile. On a street in the city, the figures of Yang Kai and Yi Qing'an suddenly appeared. As soon as Yi Qing'an appeared, his lovable body staggered, almost didn't fall to the ground, and his face was slightly pale. He looked at Yang Kai in horror and asked, "Young Master Yang, this it's space divine ability. Are you okay?" Yang Kai didn't answer the question. "This is the first time I have experienced such transmission. I can clearly feel the all-around void turbulence, and I am a little scared." Yi Qing'an replied. Yang Kai said with a smile, "That is all right." While speaking, he took out a communication compass and passed the message inside. "Young Master Yang, what is this?" Yi Qing'an asked. "Oh, ready to go. Leave a message for Qin family master." Young Master Yang does not plan to say goodbye in person. Yi Qing'an looked at him strangely. Yang Kai said, "Just say goodbye and so on in person, and it's not time to come back. Besides, the Qin family master should be very busy now." "You didn't mean the patriarchs of Maplewood City and great family." "Now, do you manage Spirit Lake Palace next to City Master Juan?" Yi Qing'an said. "The Qin family master is, that's all. But the young lady Qin." "What's wrong with Qin? Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at her, and said, "When I left the customs, I quietly checked Qin Sora and found that she is very good. Her vitality is stable, and the blood is abundant." Yi Qing'an pursed his mouth and smiled. "Young Master Yang will be in seclusion for a month. Young lady Qin, every day all will come to your daughter. Wait for an hour. I am afraid I want to tell you something. Young Master Yang will not give her any chance." Yang Kai glanced at her, curled his lips and said, "You women are the most gossiping." While speaking, he has reserved Qin Ke Oyang in the communication compass. I wrote a message and told him that he had left Maplewood City for a while, and that he would come back if he had the chance. Qin family's 1 million sword is in his hands, and he has also agreed with Qin Ke Oyang. When Qin Yu can be promoted to Emperor Senior, he will return 1 million sword to Qin family. With this implicated, his connection with Qin family was impossible to sever, but I don't know when and how long Qin Yu will be able to break through Emperor Senior, and whether there is this opportunity and opportunity. Next, he took out the nameplate of Azure Sun Temple's disciple, and prepared to inform Gao Xuting of owner's departure. This identification nameplate can be used not only as an identity verification object, but also as a transmission tool. As long as there is Azure Sun Temple nearby, they can communicate with each other through their respective nameplates. This is. Yi Qing'an's beautiful eyes suddenly condensed. Looking at the golden token, the looking thoughtful expression flashed in his eyes. After seeing the word Green Sun on the front of the token, only then did the lovable body shook and lost his voice. "Azure Sun Gold Token." Yang Kai stunned glanced at her, not knowing why she reacted so strongly. It turns out that young Master Yang is actually the inner sect elite disciple of Azure Sun Temple. This mistress is really rude. Yi Qing'an smiled bitterly, with some envy on his face. Inner sect elite disciple? Yang Kai raised his brows. Where did you see it? Yi Qing'an complexion looked at Yang Kai weirdly and said, Master Yang is an Azure Sun Temple high-ranking talent. Could it be that I don't know the classification of the discipline? Yang Kai corner of mouth twitching, he said, I just put a name in Azure Sun Temple. It's not a real Azure Sun Temple disciple. Then this golden order. Yi Qing'an's forehead was dripping with cold sweat, and the sky was spinning, shaking fiercely all over, thinking that Yang Kai was holding it. Wouldn't it be someone who snatched Jinling from? If it is this kind of, then adding this human domain to Thousand Leaves sect will definitely bring sect an enormous disaster. Elder Gao forced it to me, Yang Kai said bitterly. Forcibly? Hear you? Yi Qing'an almost fainted. Many young handsome men in South Territory, in order to trifling a Kinyan discipline nameplate, hit their heads and shed blood, but arrived in Yang Kai here. It is said that Elder Gao forced it to him, as if he was forced to do it. Yi Qing'an only feels that the whole person is not good, and I don't know if it is because of the space teleportation just now, a dizzy and eyes blurred. Hey, your face is so pale. Haven't eaten anything this morning? Yang Kai glanced at her. Young Master Yang. Yi Qing'an looked at Yang Kai pleadingly. You don't crack a joke. This mistress is timid. Don't scare me. What are you talking about? Young Master Yang really doesn't know this. Azure Sun Gold token? Yang Kai stern saying, I got this thing, it's only been a month, and I've been in retreat during this period of time. What's the point about this nameplate? Yi Qing'an took a deep breath, and the plump chest undulated violently, almost cracking out, causing trouble. Yang Kai kept her eyes on her eyes. She calmed her mind before opening the mouth and said, although the Azure Sun Temple disciple nameplates are all the same in shape, they are divided into 3 grades, gold, silver and copper. In the temple, only the inner sect disciple of the cream of the crop is eligible to own the Azure Sun Gold token. As soon as the Golden Order comes out, there are thousands of disciplines do not dare not obey. This Golden Order represents the same status as the ordinary elder of the temple. Go to the South Territory mages. Azure Sun Temple's industrial office can also mobilize personnel and materials from those industries, which is extremely valuable. Marshall Peak Chapter 2327. Chapter 2327 will not be sold for the time being. There is such a thing. Yang Kai looked stunned after listening. He really didn't know that the Azure Sun Temple disciple identity plate was still classified. From this point of view, the Azure Sun Gold token that Gao Xuting gave to owner is really extraordinary, which shows his affirmation of the trust and strength of owner. Young Master Yang actually doesn't know anything. Yi Qing'an smiled bitterly. It's just a nameplate. Yang Kai answered casually, paused spiritual mind into the nameplate, and told Gao Xuting that he put the nameplate away and said, let's go. Yi Qing'an put away the complicated expression on her face, became slightly excited, nodded and said, okay. The voice just fell. Yang Kai had already wrapped her in an instant, moved to somewhere outside the city. After that, Yang Kai took out that wooden boat secret treasure, stepped on it, waved to Yi Qing'an, and after she flew up to stand firmly, this knee-handed pinch, swift as the wind and quick as lightning away. The canoe is not big, but there is no problem with 2 people standing on it. It is also a principal source grade high-rank flying secret treasure. Only one line is the Emperor treasure, so the speed is wonderful, quick and instantaneous. Thousand Jang. Before this, Yang Kai didn't know where he heard the name of Thousand Leaves sect and didn't know much about Thousand Leaves sect. While on the way, Yang Kai briefly asked Yi Qing'an about the situation of Thousand Leaves sect. According to Yi Qing'an, Thousand Leaves sect was a big sect in South Territory a long time ago. Although it cannot be compared with the first-line sect mentioned on equal terms like Azure Sun Temple Heavenly Martial Holy Land, it is not far from it. It's just that since the secret boundary entrance was closed, Inner sect couldn't get enough spiritual energy to cover it. In addition, Inner sect's many dividability secret techniques were lost and suddenly fell. With the passage of time, the power has become weaker and weaker. By the time Yi Qing'an's father, Yi Hen this generation, he is no longer on the stage. In the entire sect, there is also Yi Hen, who is the principal Source 3-layer martial artist, which is worse than the Blue Feather sect. Even though Blue Feather sect does not have the Emperor Senior stage, Yang Kai had 4 principal Source 3-layer powerhouses when Yang Kai went there. The last time 4 Seasons Land opened, Blue Feather sect still had 2 places to enter, while Thousand Leaves sect did not have 1. It can be seen that there is still a gap between them. Thousand Leaves sect is located in South Territory, Jiang Prefecture, Thousand Leaves Mountain, about half a month away from Maplewood City. Maplewood City originally had the Space Law Formation directly to Jiang Prefecture City, but since the last time the Demon Chi Siege was destroyed by Drunkard's last battle, it has not been repaired. After all, Maplewood City is too small. Duan Yuanshan and the others, the words of the lowly, carry little weight, and it is impossible to invite a suitable formation grandmaster to fix the Space Law Formation. But now I'm afraid I don't have to worry about this problem. After the Spirit Lake Palace matters are completed, Xiao Yueyang and the others will let the formation law experts of their respective sects repair the formation as new. Maplewood City will become one of the big cities in the entire South Territory in the future, and Space Law Formation must be able to connect all cities covering the entire South Territory. Yang Kai estimates that it will be very easy for the owner to want to return to Maplewood City next time. You only need to find an Otsusmal city and use Space Law Formation to send it directly. On the way, Yang Kai and Yi Qing'an were chatting. He didn't know until then that Thousand Leaves sect was actually a sect mainly refining utility puppets. Most hanger-on disciple practice puppet technique, which is quite amazing. Yang Kai encountered this kind of sect in Star Boundary for the first time. There are 3,000 avenues, and all of them are Emperor Senior. Puppet technique is not weak, just because the conditions required by practice are harsh and refined. Puppets are also extremely complicated, so few people can make achievements in this domain. But if puppet technique is practiced to the extreme, it is an extremely powerful method. You Thousand Leaves sect are practice puppets. Why have I never seen you use them? Yang Kai asked puzzledly. Even when he encountered danger under the 18 Springs last time, Yi Qing'an never used the puppet of own. Listening to Yang Kai's question, Yi Qing'an showed a hint of shyness on her face, and tweaked. I'm not afraid of young Master Yang's jokes. My Thousand Leaves sect was indeed famous for puppet technique, but since after the generation of sect master brought many ancient books and secret techniques into Secret Boundary, some of Inner Sect's techniques for making use of puppets have also been lost. Now the puppets that Thousand Leaves sect can refine ... not too big. Useful. Speaking like this, she squeezed her red lips slightly, pinching her hands. Suddenly a cyan bird appeared on the palm. Yang Kai fixed his eyes and found that this little bird is as vivid as a living thing. Even the feathers on its body are distinct and natural in color, but after a bit of investigation by spiritual mind, it can clearly knowing that this little bird is not a body of flesh and blood, but a puppet that's all refined from various materials. Yang Kai was surprised and felt that if this little bird didn't need spiritual mind to distinguish it carefully, he would really be unable to tell whether it was a living thing or a dead thing. Yi Qing'an changed magic arts again, stretched out a jade finger, and pointed it at the bird. The next moment, the rays of light on the cyan bird went up and down, fluttered a few wings, tilted his head, and flew up all of a sudden, spinning around Yi Qing'an continuously. Not only that, but in his mouth it also made the sound of birds singing that could almost be fake. Yang Kai was amazed and nodded and praised. Your noble sect's puppet technique is really good. Yi Qing'an blushed and said, Young Master Yang overpraised. My sect's puppet technique can now only refine some puppets of this kind, which can be used to detect the enemy's situation. It cannot play any role in the real battle. Because of this, inner sect and some elders should already cultivate other cultivation technique, and secret technique are gone, and I think puppet technique is useless. Yang Kai sneered. That's because they have short-sightedness. Yi King and Beautiful Eyes lit up. Young Master Yang, I also think Tao of Puppet is good. Yang Kai stern saying, although I have not covered this, but I also know that powerful puppets can't underestimate. Rumor has it in Star Boundary that some puppets are even the Emperor's senior stage must have a strategic withdrawal. Yi King, hearing this, said with a bitter smile, this mistress does not seek to refine such a puppet. But I don't want Thousand Leaves sect's inheritance has really declined. It's a pity. In fact, the most important thing in refining puppets is the Schnick heart. My Thousand Leaves sect now does not have a technique that can refine high-end Schnick heart. If there is one, it must be. It can reproduce the glory of the past. Schnick heart? Yang Kai raised his brows and suddenly remembered something. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the void. And then a few pieces about the size of pigeon eggs appeared on the palm, exuding crystals of weird rays of light. Before he could speak, Yi King had already wailed softly, Schnick heart? Young Master Yang, how can you have a psychic heart? From Four Seasons Land. Yang Kai replied. At that time, in the Passing of Time Temple, the first level everyone encountered was countless puppets. The Schnick heart in Yang Kai's hand defeated those puppets. After that, the amount collected is not much, only a few pieces. Four Seasons Land. Yi King, hearing this, his face darkened, but soon he exclaimed, Young Master Yang, can I see this psychic heart? Yang Kai glanced at her and threw it over. Yi King happily took it, put it on his hand and played with it carefully, as if he had acquired a new toy with a joyful expression on his face. The spirit formation of the psychic heart seems to be very old. The convergence of some spiritual veins has long been lost, and the level of the psychic heart is not low. Guess right, it should be from the principal source grade puppet, right? Yang Kai nodded, yes, you can recognize it. Yi King said. Young Master Yang laughed. This mistress has been in contact with Tao of Puppets since childhood. There is still some research on this. If there is this Schnick heart, this mistress can completely refine a principal source grade puppet. While speaking, she clenched the psychic heart in her hand, looked at Yang Kai eagerly and said, Young Master Yang, this mistress has a presumptuous request. A presumptuous request? Then don't ask. Yang Kai knew what she was trying to say without her opening, stretched out her fingers, took the psychic heart back, and said with a smile, this thing I'm just a few, I want to stay. Young Master Yang. Yi King looked resentful, as if Yang Kai abandoned her indiscriminately. Can you sell my one? It's useless if you hold it anyway. She now has only principal source 2-layer cultivation level, which is equivalent to Yang Kai's realm. If she can refine a principal source grade puppet, then his strength is bound to skyrocket. For a martial artist who has been in contact with puppet techniques since he was a child, and has been addicted to it, it is a godsend. Not only that, she can use this psychic heart to study the internal structure. Maybe she can spy on some mystery, and then replicate it in large quantities. If this is the case, then the strength of Thousand Leaves sect must also be doubled. Young Master Yang, you can sell my one, this mistress please. Yi King saw that his hard work was fruitless. He reached out his hand and grabbed Yang Kai's arm, shaking constantly, as if acting like a baby. Yang Kai corner of the mouth raise, with an evil smile, he said, Yi girl, is it really appropriate for you to pull with me in the wilderness like this? Yi King hearing this pretty face blushed, seemingly aware of something wrong, let go of his hand like an electric shock, and said sadly, how can young Master Yang sell my one? Not for sale temporarily. Yang Kai replied. Temporarily? Yi King hearing this raised her eyebrows, smelling Yang Kai's out of talk, and Beautiful Eyes brightly said, when will it be sold? Yang Kai hey said, it depends on the situation. Maybe it will never be sold. Maybe it will be sold when the opportunity comes. You guy. Yi King stomped angrily. But Yang Kai is helpless. Her voice fell, Yankai suddenly condensed and stopped. Yi King stood on the wooden boat above, behind Yankai, and almost hit Yankai's back without observing it. Fortunately, she reacted quickly, and her body shape was fixed in place after source strength was urged. Angrily said, "Young Master Yang, what are you doing?" Yankai didn't return her, but looked at all around void coldly, with a sneer and sarcasm on his face. "What's the matter?" Yi King couldn't help but ask when he saw him like this. For some reason, she suddenly felt cold all over, as if she was staring at something dangerous. It's the same. Marshall Peak Chapter 2328 Chapter 2328 Wind Thunder Fire Mountain. The wilderness above is quiet, and the breeze blows, but it curls up with a sense of killing. Yi King felt that something was wrong more and more, but what was wrong in the end? She said she couldn't get up, just trapped. The clothes wrapped around her body, and looked nervous. "Are you obediently showing up? Or do you want this young master to take you out?" Yankai suddenly sneered and shouted at Void. "What? Someone here?" Yi King hearing this was shocked, and then I understood why the owner felt nervous. Cry out in surprise, "What's the matter?" I was stared at. Yankai looked serene without any sense of tension. He waited for a while without a response, and then said with a sneer, "It seems that you are very confident in the concealment technique of Own. Is this young master insulting you?" The last word was spit out. His figure suddenly blurred, the next moment appeared somewhere in front of 30 Jang, with one hand into a palm, suddenly patted the void down. The nebula in the palm of the hand circulates, and the power dissipates. Bang! At the same time as a loud bang came out, accompanied by a scream of surprise, a silhouette fell out of the void, and it has been withdrawn for more than 10 years. Jang, just enough to stabilize his figure. Yankai has returned to Own's canoe above after one blow, with his hands behind, unperturbed, and said, "Also, get out of here. Don't waste this young master time. I don't want each and every one. You guys are not little children anymore. Is it necessary to do this?" After he finished saying this, within 3 breaths of effort, 2 figures suddenly appeared again in all around the sky, including the previous ones. Yankai shot out that person. There were as many as 3 people. Yi King and dumbstruck looked at. If it weren't for Yankai's reminder, I'm afraid she would never find someone hiding in this place. Although she had known that the strength of Own and Yankai was quite different, she didn't expect it to be so bad. At any rate, Own is also of principal source 2 layer, and there is no sense of the danger in this place. If these 3 people are against Own, then the fate of Own. At this point, Yi King was all wet with sweat. Hee. Yankai suddenly laughed. Instead of looking at the 3 people who appeared, he turned to look at the empty place and said, "Why?" This friend thought that Own was hidden. Is it good? Could it be that you don't know that Own is in the upper hand of this young master? I can smell the aura on you from far away. After this sentence, then sure enough, another person appeared on the side. Also, Yi King and pretty face turned white. After spiritual mind was released, it was discovered that all 4 people who appeared were aura introverted, and their cultivation level was tyrannical. They were all of principal source 3 layer. Anyone can squeeze the owner to death. 4 of them came out at once, because she has a deep understanding of Yankai's strength, and she can't help worrying about whether Yankai can fight 1 against 4. The 4 people are also very strange. They haven't spoken since they appeared, and they couldn't see their faces, because they all wear hideous grimace masks. Obviously what the mask is. Secret treasure has the function of isolating spiritual mind's detection. After Yankai spiritual mind was released, it was blocked by this mask. Except for the masks, the clothes worn by these 4 people are also the same. They are all black outfits, which look extremely capable. The clothes above are engraved with a large letter, namely wind, thunder, fire, mountain. The auras that emanate from them are also very different. There seems to be a 1-layer faintly discernible connection and resonance between them. Aware of this, Yankai complexion sinks slightly, realizing that these 4 people do not seem to be annoying. and it is very likely that they have practiced a combined assault technique. Wind, thunder, fire, mountain. Yi Qing'an is now umber, black eyebrows frowned, with a thoughtful expression on his face, as if he thought of something. A few friends have been waiting here. What are you doing? Yang Kai looked at the four with a smile and asked. 4 people hears that sound does not move. For a long while, the grimace on the clothes opened the mouth and said, come with us. Yang Kai raised his brows and asked, who are you and where are you going? The martial artist said solemnly in the word, you don't need to ask more, you will know it after a visit. Yang Kai chuckled, said, sorry, I am a little scared of life. I have never met you before, so I will avoid it once I go. We'll meet again someday. While speaking, as soon as he urged the canoe, he wanted to escape. With a crackle, when the lightning twinkling, the martial artist of thunder character suddenly turned into Old Ting, directly blocking the front of Yang Kai. Cold Snort said, I'm afraid you can't help it. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and thought to himself that this person is so fast, this short distance movement, I am afraid that it is not much more than the teleport of Own, and judging from the aura emanating from this person, it should be the practice of thunder attribute cultivation technique. Thunder attribute power is already domineering and fast, and this person has such a speed as it should be by rights. Yang Kai complexion suddenly sank. This person has apparently been hiding here for a while, and judging from their attitude and speech, they are afraid that they are here to wait for the owner. But Yang Kai has no idea where these 4 people came from, and what is the purpose of finding an owner. The only things he offended during this time were Flying Saint Palace and Evil Moon Valley, but these 2 Sect Impossible have such powerful martial artists, so it is definitely not that they are looking for trouble with the owner. Yang Kai secretly guessed that it was very likely that the 1 million sword in the hands of the owner caused the trouble. But it's not right to think about it again. If that's the case, the other party doesn't need to have to go with them. It's faster to directly murder to seize the treasures. Mind turns around quickly, Yang Kai said with a smile, my friend is so fast, can I ask, what do you want me to do with you? No comment. Character martial artist replied ruthlessly. Your arrogant attitude really makes people unable to cooperate. Yang Kai curled one's lip. Talk nonsense with him, just take it. The martial artist of fire character seems to be because of the practice of fire attribute cultivation technique. His temper is as grumpy as he is source strength. See Yang Kai pester and chirp. He suddenly roared, and when the words fell, a long bloody knife suddenly appeared in his hand. Urging his strength, the knife rolled the fire cloud, and cut his head at Yang Kai. In an instant, the air temperature soared, and the sky was printed in a fiery red color. Bloodblade. Yi Qing'an suddenly lost her voice, and covered her red lips with her little hand. The beautiful eyes trembled violently, looking terrified. Yang Kai frowned. When his figure was shaking, he took Yi Qing'an to avoid the terrifying blow, and he was emerging a few 10 jang away, looking at the 4 people coldly, and said, do you know where these people come from? Bloodblade. It's Bloodblade. Yi Qing'an replied in surprise. So I ask you, what is Bloodblade? Yang Kai drank impatiently. Yi Qing'an took a deep breath, calming down the ups and downs of the mood, and then said, Bloodblade is an organization, not a sect. But it has a stronger background than the First Line sect. No one knows where is their headquarters, but throughout the star boundary 4 great regions, you can occasionally see their activities. They often collect money and eliminate disasters. As long as they pay a low price, there are no people they dare not kill. And they shot. It has always been irreconcilable. At this point, Yi Qing'an's voice was already trembling. Young Master Yang, why are you stared at by Bloodblade? Yang Kai curled his lips. I was also puzzled. Before that, he didn't even know about the Bloodblade organization. While speaking, he yelled at the other 4 people, friends of Bloodblade, right? Can you ask, who is taking my life? No one. Unexpectedly by Yang Kai's, the martial artist actually answered his question. I just took the previous order to bring you back to headquarters, so I asked my friends to cooperate obediently. Yang Kai laughed and said, it seems that it's not a good thing to be too windy. Young Master Yang, You still have the mood to joke. Yi Qing'an stomped. Looks at me. Yang Kai stared at Yi Qing'an solemnly, and said solemnly in his voice, am I joking? Could it be that I'm not good enough? I'm almost mad at you. Yi Qing'an's face turned red. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One after another splitting the air sounds suddenly came. Taking advantage of the opportunity of Yang Kai and Yi Qing'an talking, the martial artist suddenly lifted up the hand, took out its own blood blade and cut out several wind blades. The wind blades showed a bleeding red color, like fresh blood gathering, containing nauseating blood aura. I don't know how many people these guys have killed. Every one of them is very ruthless, a violent aura. Yang Kai's figure swayed again, easily avoided, and looked at the people of the blood blade with a sneer, saying, if only this ability is available, some of you should go home and farm. The world outside it's not so bad. You lose your life for no reason when you say it's bad. Listening to his sarcasm, the four people were indifferent except the fire character martial artist whose eyes were angry. The martial artist of the wind character nodded and said, sure enough, just like the rumors, it has the divine ability of space, which is not easy to deal with. The martial artist of the character said, that's why, there is the value of bringing it back, isn't it? Let's get started. The fire character martial artist urgently shouted, start. The martial artist of the wind character suddenly big shout, and at the same time the body shook, a reminder within the body strength, instant rising winds, scudding clouds, the sound of howling is endless, and his body is curled up the vortex of the wind. The hands pinch the tactics, the expression is difficult, and it seems to be a mighty wonderful big secret technique. At the same time, the other three are the same, except that the power permeated by each person within the body is completely different. Yang Kai expression condensed, and Yi Qing'an shouted in his mouth, protect your own. When the words fell, the person had already swooped up and he had 1,000,000 sword in his hand. Turns out, the Emperor charm is permeated, the sword chi is full, and the sword intent is pervasive, as if to cut this world, and cut its head towards the martial artist. Even though the opponent knows the divine ability of own body space, they still dare to block here. Obviously, there is something to be done, and the secret technique they are currently using together is very likely to be this. Without knowing the details of the other party, how can Yang Kai allow them to use the secret technique safely? With one sword, the world changes countenance, and the world collapses. Before the sword glow arrived, the bitter murderous intention had already pounced on his face, and the martial artist of the wind word tightened his eyes and smelled a death aura. But he actually didn't dodge. The two eyes that were exposed on the cheeks covered by the grimace mask flashed with determination, and the speed of pinching with both hands suddenly accelerated. Martial Peak Chapter 2329. Chapter 2329 Is This Dead? At the same time, the other three Blood Blade martial artists also changed spirit heart with a solemn expression. Om. A strange sound suddenly spread, the source strength surged on the four of them, and the rings of light fluctuated. Yang Kai complexion changed. He found that the power of these four people actually produced a huge resonance in this brief moment, and they were closely connected to each other in secret place. Do not move ... like a mountain. The martial artist who has never spoken to the mountain suddenly shouted loudly, his face flushed red, and his hands suddenly took pictures of the void. Hong long long, accompanied by a sound with a violent noise. A huge mountain peak illusory shadow actually appeared behind this person, which disappeared in a flash and submerged within the body. The invisible ripples of one layer swayed leisurely with him as the center, turning into a peculiar power, locking aside world. He sits cross-legged, facing the void, closing his eyes. As the old monk enters concentration, he doesn't listen to it. Bang! Yang Kai 1,000,000 sword was also cut off at this brief moment. The martial artist who bears the brunt of the word is the corner of the mouth raise, showing a sarcasm smile. Slap! The sword was cut directly 3 inches in front of the martial artist of the wind character. The sharp sword chi cut the black hair on his forehead and even cut his skin. Both tore a bloody mouth. but failed to kill it with one blow as Yang Kai wanted. 1,000,000 sword was directly blocked by the one-layer invisible barrier. What the hell? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, staring at the martial artist in disbelief. He saw it very clearly. The opponent didn't have any defensive action at all, but he magically blocked it. Own this fatal blow. At the moment Yang Kai was astonished. The martial artist of the wind character had already clicked on his chest with a finger. Wind and cloud flowed on his fingertips, which contained great power. In a hurry, Yang Kai used his sword to block. This refers to the blade of the 1,000,000 sword. The next moment Yang Kai complexion changed greatly. I only felt a huge force coming from the front. It was like a mountain crashing into it. The whole person fell involuntarily backward and flew out, and the aura on his body suddenly became chaotic. In the midair, a glowing red silhouette quietly killed him. The martial artist held a blood blade and curled up a cloud of fire, and shot it at Yang Kai. Young Master Yang, be careful. Yi King and Pretty Face turned pale for a while, and screamed softly. Hoo. In the wind, two different attribute powers are superimposed on each other, and they fit together perfectly. Instantly, the whole world is dyed red. Yang Kai can naturally feel the ferocity of this move. When the complexion was greatly changed, he was about to move away. But with a crackle, the martial artist appeared and disappeared unpredictably. He is now behind Yang Kai, with a palm printed on his back. This palm is so strong that Yang Kai couldn't avoid it at all. In an instant, thunder energy surged, lightning glow flashed wildly, like a swarm of demons dancing. Yang Kai was disturbed by this lightning energy. The figure stagnated, and was suddenly submerged in the fire cloud. The combination of this thunder fire and the three of them can reach peak in seconds, and the timing is not bad. Just like a clone who shoots at the same time, just let Yang Kai make two moves. Fall into a consigned to eternal damnation situation. Yi King looked pale, his eyes trembled, staring at the place where the fire cloud burned, and kept asking in the heart, is it dead? Is this dead? It is undeniable that Yang Kai is the most powerful principal source stage martial artist she has come into contact with. The imposing manner, the unrestrained demeanor, the strange and unpredictable methods, are all allowed. Longing for her, she secretly felt that Yang Kai would be able to achieve a great cause in the future. But such a person was killed in front of the owner. And it's so simple to die. Yi King couldn't believe it. The wind character martial artist, thunder character martial artist, and fire character martial artist flashed leisurely, standing side by side in the air, staring coldly below. Is it too fussy? This kid is nothing great. Fire character martial artist Cold Snort said with some disdain. The martial artist brows tightly knit in the wind character. He focused on feeling the movement in the fire cloud. Hearing this angrily said, you are too ruthless to avoid it. Ask us to catch it alive. Exactly, bring one. When the corpse goes back, if he really dies like this, how shall I wait for the relationship? Fire martial artist complexion slightly changed. Seems to have realized that it's not good, but insisted, how do I know this? The kid can't help but can't bear a single trick of trifling. Then what should I do now? The martial artist Cold Snort said, the things that have been caused by own are resolved, and I will be truthful when I return. Reported. Thunder character martial artist frowns, saying, don't make a noise. It's not sure whether people are dead or not. Maybe this kid will have a big life, but he was just seriously injured. Take a look. The martial artist of the fire character heard this for a while, but he still shook his body and rushed into the fire cloud to investigate. The martial artist of wind character and martial artist of thunder character are waiting anxiously, lest Yang Kai really hangs up like this. After all, the order above is to capture Yang Kai alive. If they really kill by mistake, then their good days are coming to an end, and the punishment inside Bloodblade is simply not something they can bear. The fire cloud is still burning, it seems to be burning until the end of time, and the interior is very quiet. After the fire ghost enters, There is no response for a while. Thunder character martial artist and Wind character martial artist looked at each other, and they realized that something was not quite right. And at this moment, the mutation protrudes. I saw a groan coming from the fire cloud, and then the silhouette of the fire ghost fell out of it, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood in the air, splashing into the sky. What? The word martial artist and the word martial artist of thunder changed greatly at the same time. Shwish wish wah. A strange sound suddenly came out from the fire cloud. It seemed that there was a sword intent pervading, and the sword chi was vertical and horizontal. With this sound, heaven fire scattered and completely disappeared. One silhouette stood there quietly, with 5 colors full of colors and glowing glow. Young Master Yang Yi King looked at the figure full of 5 colors rays of light, and couldn't help crying with joy. Impossible. Seeing Yang Kai's current state clearly, the Wind character martial artist and Thunder character martial artist simultaneously exclaimed, because they were shocked to discover that Yang Kai did not appear to be injured. It's just a little embarrassing. Moreover, the 5 colors rays of light emitted from this person at this moment also seem to contain a great mystery. From the light of the 5 colors, 2 people clearly feel the power of the pure 5 elements. The power of the 5 elements appeared on a person perfectly at the same time, restraining each other as well as engender each other, endless cycle, which greatly improved his entire imposing manner. Be careful. This guy ... It's not easy to deal with. The fire ghost also rushed back from a short distance, wiped the fresh blood from the corner of his mouth, looking at Yang with a face be eager to have a try. It is for you to say it. Character martial artist and Wind character martial artist glanced at the fire ghost at the same time. Lao, several people are really sorry. Yang Kai waved the 1 million sword in his hand, and 5 elements indestructible sword chi haunted him, grinning, while resting just now. This young the master probably knows what your summoning technique is. Wind thunder fire mountain. Everyone's power can form a resonance fit. While possessing their own power, they can also get the blessing of other people's power. At this point, he glanced at the martial artist of Shanzi who had been sitting in the void and didn't care about everything outside, and said, "This man Shanzi is in charge of defense and lock aside world. No wonder I just teleported. It didn't work. If the flesh body weren't good, I'm afraid it would suffer a big loss. The man who created this set of totaling skills is indeed a genius." He looked admiringly. Wind character martial artist complexion slightly changed. In such a short time, you can see so much. Yes. Yang Kai reached out and patted on him. I took the time to change to a set of clean clothes. I don't know if you like it. The martial artist looks really ugly now, because he discovered that Yang Kai has really changed a set of clothes. Not just joking. Character martial artist gloomy face said, "It makes sense for the 4 of us to be dispatched together." This kid ... can't comment on common sense. It's just a principle source 2 layer. When I wait for the 4 people to join forces, the General Emperor Senior Stage can do it, and I'm afraid of him. The fire ghost seems to fly into a rage out of humiliation. Listening to what he said, Yi Qingyan's heart that had been let down immediately hangs again, restless. If these 4 people can really fight against the normal Emperor Senior Stage together, then Yang Kai must have no chance of winning. No matter how good Yang Kai is, it is only at the level of Principal Source Stage. Yanin and Emperor Senior Stage mention on equal terms. After the 3 of you said something for a while, they shut up and looked at Yang Kai with solemn eyes. On the other side, Yang Kai smiled, like a serene. The atmosphere of murder gradually spread. Yi Qingyan feels cold all over, like a falling ice cellar. The ubiquitous coldly murderous intention penetrates into her skin like the essence, making her feel terribly uncomfortable. She also knows that relying on the strength of own to help Yang Kai in this kind of battle, she can't help Yang Kai in this kind of battle. If she simply doesn't trouble Yang Kai, she hides aside while her lovable body is shaking. At a certain moment, the murderous intention that coldly collided with was exploded like explosives, and the atmosphere in the air suddenly changed. The fire ghost big shout, "Kill!" Loudly he shouted, The fastest martial artist of Thunder character had appeared in front of Yang Kai in a flash. He raised high with one hand, palm above. Thunder energy surged, and snapped, and the crackling sound was endless. Yang Kai's eyelids are shrinking. Cold snort said, 3000 swordsmanship, seal. Sword glow like an unrolled bolt of white silk cuts across the air, permeated Yang Kai all around, and count towards martial artist strikes. Thunder character martial artist is still not afraid. Just a corner of the mouth raise, under a vague body shape, suddenly disappeared, replaced by a fire ghost who is still a few tenjang away. Disappear unpredictably in front of Yang Kai. Transformation. Yang Kai complexion changed. The fire ghost has a long sword, and the fire cloud whizzes out, raging inferno blazing prayer. Boom boom. Sword chi collided with the flame, making a violent sound. For a moment world's spiritual energy was disordered, the void trembled, and the psychic energy sputtered to the four poles. Thunderstorm. The martial artist appeared on the left side of Yang Kai's at some unknown time. With a single shot, a few arm-thick lightning appeared above Yang Kai's head out of thin air. Under Martial Peak Chapter 2330. Chapter 2330 will make you cry. Yang Kai just broke through the burning fire cloud. In the sky, a few lightning bolts crackled down and struck his flesh body, trembling his whole body electrically, exuding a burnt smell. This thunder and lightning might wonderfully big, if it weren't for Yang Kai flesh body, but also used 5 elements indestructible sword secret technique. I'm afraid he would faint on the spot. If this is the case, he would not feel good, just feel the source strength of my body is blocked. And it is a little unsuccessful. The spring breeze ... turns the rain. The martial artist of the wind character ghost-like killed Yang Kai next to him. The blood blade was rolled up, and the breeze was blowing, covering Yang Kai. The breeze was pleasant, and there was a peculiar power in it, which seemed to make people drowsy, giving up resistance, and following the wind pouring into Yang Kai within the body. Yang Kai's eyes could not help but appear blank for a moment. At the critical moment, he suddenly bit the tip of his tongue. Space Principle haunted him, and a few huge moon blades between his fingers slashed out all around. Dodge. The wind character martial artist complexion changed. Shen shouted in a low voice. The martial artist of thunder character and the martial artist of fire seem to know Yang Kai. When the secret technique of this space is displayed, their expressions are dignified, and they use their own methods to avoid them. Wow! Along with a light sound, a pair of illusory and ethereal Shinik wings suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai, then wing above, wind and thunder strength linger. Let Yang Kai's the speed increased suddenly. Wind and thunder wing. Yang Kai hasn't used this thing for a long time. As his strength improves, as he masters the space principle, wind and thunder wing can play less and less role. But at this moment, when this side world is suppressed by the martial artist of the mountain character, Yang Kai can't teleport at all. He can only use wind and thunder wing out, and slightly increase the speed of own. The wind is lingering and thunder energy is surging. The appearance of this pair of psychic wings makes the wind character martial artist and thunder character martial artist one of them. It seems that he didn't expect Yang Kai to master it. The power of the wind and thunder, counting this person's 5 elements strength of element and his own space force. The people of Bloodblade were shocked to discover that Yang Kai had so many types of power that it was simply breathtaking. Swipe. Under the blessing of wind and thunder wing, Yang Kai's speed increased again, but he appeared in front of the martial artist of fire character in a flash. Almost all of his face posted in front of the other party. The martial artist of the fire character was shocked. Under 4 eyes look at each other, he saw the sarcasm and murderous intention in Yang Kai's eyes, and couldn't help flying into a rage out of humiliation and roared, "Why are you staring at me? You always have to pick up soft persimmons." Yang Kai laughed. Fire character martial artist complexion changed. Low shouted, "You mean him the best to deal with? Who knows?" Yang Kai grinned. The reason why he was the first to attack the martial artist of the fire character is indeed as this person said. he is best dealt with. Not to mention the martial artist of the mountain, he is a person who pays attention to defense at first glance. Under the four-person force connection and resonance, Yang Kai estimates that his defense may not be broken in a short time of own. Wind martial artist and thunder martial artist are both extremely fast people, and only fire martial artist is the soft persimmon of the four. While speaking, he stretched out his hand a little forward, shouted in a low voice, "Ning." Space Principle moved leisurely, although affected by the divine ability of the martial artist of the mountain character, but still let the martial artist of fire character stagnate. Powerhouse confrontation. Life and death are only a moment. At this moment of stagnation, the martial artist of fire character felt the summon of death, and the complexion suddenly became pale. Cut! Yang Kai burst out, slashing 1,000,000 sword in his hand leisurely. Fire martial artist has no time to make any defensive actions, and the sword edge has been cut in front of him. At the critical moment, the mountain character martial artist opened his eyes leisurely and pinched Spirit Art in his hand. An illusory shadow of a mountain suddenly lay between Yang Kai and the martial artist of fire, condensing into a real existence. 1,000,000 sword slashed above the mountain peak with a piercing noise. The mountain fell apart, but the formidable power of Yang Kai's blow was exhausted. Shanzi martial artist just shook his body, closed his eyes again, and sat on the spot. As the fire ghost escaped from death, sweat rolled off his forehead, and he fled away. At the same time, the word martial artist of thunder and martial artist of wind arrived at the same time. After a fight, the two people also realized that Yang Kai's is extraordinary. They looked at each other and urged their source strength in the same way. Quickly pinching the tactics with both hands, the wind and thunder combined forces under the long knife swing, turning into a thundercloud storm, and rolling towards Yang Kai. In an instant, Yang Kai surrounded by perils. His clothes were cut to pieces by the sharp wind blade, revealing strong muscles, thunder and lightning crackling, wandering above his skin, making him difficult. Can only resist desperately. Remotely, the mountain character martial artist photographed in the air, and another mountain peak, illusory shadow, was smashed down in the air, as if to completely suppress Yang Kai in place. With a bang, after the illusory shadow of the mountain fell, Yang Kai's body was short, and the ground under his feet cracked open, appearing one after another dense cracks like spider web. He suddenly raised his hands and held the top of the mountain in the sky. The expression of the martial artist of Shanzi martial artist has been ancient well without ripples finally has some subtle changes, seemingly shocking rays of light twinkling. The other three people also looked solemnly. After a fight, these three people didn't dare to bully Yang Kai anymore and could only watch from a distance. This kid ... Is it a human being? The fire ghost avoided a catastrophe. Until now, his heart is still throbbing and throbbing. He stared at the front and said, "By virtue of the flesh body it has withstood the mountain ghost's Sumi Peak. This Sumi Peak weighs 100 kilograms, and even the normal Emperor Senior stage can't stand it. Not to mention that Sumi Peak has the power to suppress it. His flesh body is very strong," the martial artist said with some envy. Character martial artist sighed and said, "I understand now, why the upper hand wants us to capture this person alive. This person really has research value. He is no more than principal source 2 layer. With such strength, if I can dig out his secrets, I will benefit infinitely in the future." Hearing this, the martial artist and the fire ghost both shine in front of us and seem to have seen it, and its bright prospects. But that's the end. Character martial artist cold snort, no matter how he resists, he will be suppressed by the mountain ghost's sumifing in the end. Both the martial artist and the fire ghost in the wind character agree with each other, and they obviously understand the power of Mount Sumi, the mountain ghost. Hey 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 hey. At this moment, a sneer suddenly came from Yang Kai's mouth. After being besieged by these four people, he was in an extremely embarrassed state at the moment, but he still couldn't stop laughing. Fire and Ghost shouted, "Kid, you continue to laugh, I will make you cry later." If only a few of you have this ability, Then I am afraid that you will cry later. It will be you. Yang Kai glanced at the fire ghost and said flatly, "What?" The fire ghost was taken aback. The martial artist of the wind character was complexion changed, and she was shouted, "Not good, hurry up. This kid still has a whole card." When the word falls, he is the first to charge going up. Wind element power lingers on his side, a wave of law power permeates. Dragon transformation. Yang Kai suddenly shouted loudly before he rushed forward. The sound of the high-pitched dragon roar suddenly sounded. Along with this dragon roar, a golden giant shadow suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai. The golden giant shadow hovered and twisted, and it turned into a golden one in the blink of an eye. The light, brilliant giant dragon occupies above Yang Kai's head, and the two dragon eyes are wide open, looking all around. The martial artist figure stopped rushing forward and couldn't help being sucked in a breath of cold air, and floated back while his figure was shaking. This is character. Martial artist's eyes trembled. Dragon prestige. The martial artist of fire character also widened his eyes and drank hysterically. The three of them all feel like hell in the daytime. They only feel that the sky is spinning and the soles of their feet cramp. Yi Qing'an's expression was not much better. Seeing Yang Kai was suppressed by Nasumi Peak, she wanted to help, but before she could do it, the mutation had already emerged. In an instant, the dragon prestige permeated the audience, and the pure and true dragon chi breath permeated, enough to make all souls bow their heads. And everyone in the blood blade had a one layer deep in the heart. Shadows and fears. Crack. There was a loud noise. Yang Kai's arms were covered with dragon scales, and the exposed skin was also clumped with dragon scales. Giant dragon illusory shadow. It disappeared in a flash, rushed into Yang Kai within the body, disappeared, and replaced by Yang Kai has turned into a half-dragon body. The imposing manner that was already tyrannical, almost suddenly rose to the level of the Emperor Senior stage. He looked indifferent, slowly clenching one hand tightly and turning into a fist, while the other hand steadily dragged Nasumi Peak. No longer the previous hardship, as if only an insignificant drag, that's all. Immediately, he punched suddenly and hit the bottom of Nasumi Peak. There was a loud bang, and the rays of light, weighing 100 kilograms, flashed wildly, hitting the sky by a huge force. The mountain ghost complexion changed drastically, almost biting On's tongue, pinching Nasumi Peak into rays of light with both hands, and retracting it again. "You are miserable." Without Sumi's suppression, Yang Kai was completely free. After shaking his neck, he looked at the Bloodblade 3 with a grin. "Fight with him." The martial artist of the wind character shouted sharply, and whispered, "Wind knife and frost sword." He urged the source strength within the body. All the power is turned into one blade, one sword, huge and unmatched. It seems to be able to cut through heaven and earth might and cut towards Yang Kai. At the same time, the fire ghost and thunder martial artist are also extremely. All the moves came out, and at the same time they hit Yang Kai. This set of combined assault techniques performed by the four of wind, thunder, fire, mountain can borrow the power of others to a large extent, and influence each other under blessing, and the formidable power is endless. They do have the General Emperor Senior stage qualifications. But nowadays, the scene that made them stare suddenly appeared. Faced with the divine ability of these three people, Yang Kai actually drove straight forward. The two sounds of caca came out, and the three of them looked at Yang Kai helplessly. With the power of their fists, they shattered the wind knife and frost sword, and the remaining power rushed into the eye of the storm and the thunderstorm vortex. Within a few breaths of effort before and after, the three divine abilities were all broken by brute force. Silhouette flashed by. Yang Kai, who was a half-dragon, rushed in front of the three of them, turning into Dragon Claw with one hand, sharp and unmatched, and seems to be the sharpest secret treasure mention on equal terms in the world. Scratch it straight to the chest of the martial artist of the wind character. Martial Peak Chapter 2331. Chapter 2331. This is an illusion, right? Wind passed. At the line of life and death, The martial artist of the wind character loudly shouted, and the whole person in place flickered and turned into a breeze, disappeared, and I didn't know how to escape. Which way to go? This is actually Gao Ming's escape technique. Yang Kai sneered and stretched out the dragon claw to grab and hold the void. The invisible power came out and turned into space principle to suppress the void. The shape of the martial artist of the wind character was embarrassed, and his face was unbelievable. It seemed that he didn't expect the most powerful means of life-saving was so easily broken by Yang Kai. The word martial artist and fire ghost are also cried out in surprise at the same time. Death. Yang Kai burst into his mouth, and moved towards the direction where the martial artist of the wind character is, with one hand fiercely waved downwards. A giant moon blade that stretched across the world appeared leisurely, as if from an endless space-time, leaping from the middle, like a half-moon wheel, with an unrivaled momentum. It cuts off the word martial artist. The martial artist of the wind character turned pale suddenly, and he swallowed his saliva nervously. He could not be avoided by the lock of space principle, so he could only helplessly look at death approaching. Soil is a mountain. The mountain ghost, a few 10 jang away, suddenly burst into tears. Under the change of magic arts in both hands, Nasumi Peak reappears, lying between Moonblade and martial artist. The rich earth attribute elements are ups and downs, the ground, gravel and soil are attracted up, and in the blink of an eye, they gather in front of the martial artist of the wind to form an indestructible defense barrier. Bang! Moonblade cut down, shattering the barrier, but its power has been greatly reduced. With a crackle, the martial artist of thunder character turned into an electric light, and the martial artist of thunder character was rescued in a crisis and fled aside. Yang Kai complexion sank, looking fiercely toward Mountain Ghost. Since the fight with Blood Blade, these people, Mountain Ghost has done bad things for him several times. If this person had a strong defense, the Blood Blade 4 would be impossible to support with all his methods. Such a long time. If you want to kill these 4 people, Mountain Ghost must be the first to kill, otherwise he will be in charge of the defense. Yang Kai is impossible to kill the other 3, especially the Mountain Ghost sitting there. With the other 3, the aura is connected as one, blocking the aside world, so that Yang Kai can't display it even with teleport. The thoughts got to this point. Yang Kai felt fierce in his heart. He smiled negatively, coldly said, "You guys really got the trick. Yang is an eye-opener today," boasting shamelessly. Although the fire ghost was shocked by Yang Kai's tyrannical strength, but now that there are so many people on his side, he is not too afraid of him. Hearing this, shouted, "You still have time to surrender obediently, otherwise waiting for the rise of killing. I cannot guarantee that I will save your life." Character martial artist nodded and said, "Yes, if you really kill you, we can't keep up with the explanation. You obediently surrender, right?" Windward martial artist gloomy face, not saying a word. It seems that his escape from the dead just made him a little uneasy. "Hey hey hey hey!" Yang Kai sneered again. The fire ghost cold snort said, "Profound void?" Yang Kai smile restrained, looked at him coldly, and hummed, "Then just stare at him and see clear. Is this young master fooling around with profound void?" When the words fell, his spiritual mind surged out like a tide, bursting out in his mouth. "Come out!" With the sound of the sound, a hill suddenly appeared in the wilderness above, which fell from midair, shook the earth for a while, and Dusty Blood Blade 4 people all started for it, showing a dazed look, simultaneous looking towards the hill. All of them wondered what divine ability Yang Kai was displaying. It was able to conjure it out of thin air. A hill comes. What the hell thing? The wind character martial artist also gradually calmed down. Seeing this scene, he waved his hand impatiently, the gust of wind blew the dust away, and the hills instantly printed the eyes of 4 people. At the next moment, the 4 Blood Blade all stared at the hill, staring dumbfounded, with expressions of disbelief. "YYWEI ... I have no dizziness, am I?" Huogai couldn't help but yelled, swallowing his saliva, and said, "How do I feel that this hill looks like a human?" There are also 2 arms and 2 legs. Gudong. The other 3 also swallowed their saliva. Their expressions were extremely difficult. What is this? The martial artist asked in shock. There is another female character. Martial artist narrowed his eyes, looking at the beautiful shadow sitting on the shoulder of the hill. Illusion. This is an illusion. Huogai looked quite frightened, and looked palely whispered with On's companion, did the hill smile at me just now? Mom is an illusion. Well, it's possible. The martial artist of the wind character showed a looking thoughtful expression. Probably this kid has performed some illusion technique. While speaking, he turned his head and glanced at Yang Kai, but he was seeing Yang Kai looking at his own and the others with a smile on his face. His smile was meaningful and chilling, and the martial artist couldn't help but give birth to an extremely unpleasant smile. We should have been called out a long time ago. Hua Qingzai sat on Embodiment's shoulders, dangling 2 calves, and said, I really don't know what you beat them alone. A waste of time, a waste of energy. She seems to have seen the previous battle clearly in mysterious small boundary. Embodiment grinned with a muffled voice, didn't we come out? This person Yashan suddenly spoke, and immediately frightened the Bloodblade 4. All of them are a little pale, because they feel that what they see in front of them and what they hear in their ears is so real, as if that person and a hill are real, rather than an illusion after some illusion technique. Yang Kai laughed and said, I didn't expect that these 4 people are so powerful. I wanted to be one of the 4. Results I was almost beaten into a pig's head. Hua Qingzai snorted. Yang Kai curled one's lip, said, it's not so embarrassing, but they are a bit tricky. Elder sister Hua, own pick one. Hua Qingzai beautiful eyes turning, with tenderly giggles in his mouth, his eyes turned on the Bloodblade 4 people, and finally fixed on the fire ghost, pointed the jade hand, and said, he is good. All I like to pinch soft persimmons. Yang Kai dumbly laughed. Fire ghost hearing this angrily, boy, I warn you, if you dare to say I am a soft persimmon, I will fight with you. Wind Thunder Fire Mountain in Bloodblade the internal strength is equal, and the status is the same. However, the fire ghost has been described as a soft persimmon by Yang Kai several times. He is naturally angry and feels that On is simply underestimated. Hua Qingzai said with a smile. The 3 guys, 1 main defense, 2 main speeds, I don't want to deal with it, just this is good. Also, Yang Kai nodded, the 2 people said and said, completely ignoring the fire ghost and making him angry. So ... you are dealing with that mountain ghost, no problem. Yang Kai looked at Embodiment. Embodiment buzzed and laughed. Just to my liking. The main defense of Mountain Ghost is just suitable for Embodiment's powerful, but unable to act as an opponent. Let's do it. Yang Kai said, in a very casual tone, as if the meal had been prepared, put it on the table, and greeted his family. Let's eat. Hua Qingzai giggled, lovable body swayed, she jumped off Embodiment's shoulder, gracefully walked towards the Mountain Ghost. Halfway through, a ribbon secret treasure suddenly appeared in her hand. Between her 5 fingers winding and dancing, bringing up pieces of rings of light. Little brother, come and have fun. Hua Qingzai greeted the fire ghost with enthusiasm. The fire ghost has a solemn expression. Hearing this glances at the martial artist with wind and martial artist with thunder. Wind character martial artist slightly nodded. This is the fire ghost's strength. The whole body is wrapped in flames, as if the whole person is burning, and sternly, whether you are an illusion or not, since you dare to find me, then be prepared to die. This king won't have tender, protective feelings for the fairer sex. Kai is so fierce. Hua Qingzai covered her red lips with her hands. She was scared looks like, said softly, don't be so fierce, people are careful to puff and jump. Go to death. The fire ghost remained unmoved at all, and the blood blade in his hand swayed, and the flames rolled and melted. For a snarling fire dragon rushed towards Hua Qingzai. Hua Qingzai complexion sank, gritted his teeth and said, really? My old lady is a woman, I played it with you. While speaking, the ribbon was also poured into source strength. All of a sudden, it seemed as if he had lived before, flying in the sky, drawing colorful patterns, and enveloped the fire ghost. In an instant, the two people fought in a battle, with fierce moves and fierce battles. At the same time, the wind character martial artist and thunder character martial artist suddenly felt their bodies sink, as if they were suppressed by the invisible mountain, and the space where their bodies were all around buzzed. Actually, there have been countless small and dark space cracks, all around them like living creatures. Two people simultaneously looked towards Yankai. Yankai grinned. It's best to stay still, and wait for my companion to send your companions on the road. It won't be too late for me to do something with you. Martial artist complexion sank, said, trifling illusion technique also wants me to wait for my life. Don't you think it's too naive and ridiculous? Illusion technique ... Hey. Yankai felt light, laughing, with the appearance of deserves a beating. Let the martial artist with wind character and martial artist with thunder character look in their eyes, wishing to rush forward and beat him violently. Not only Bloodblade, but a few people thought it was illusion technique. Yi Qing'an also felt the same. Standing far away, she suddenly saw a huge stone man and a young woman appear, which was also stunned. It's been a long time since she came back to his senses. At this moment, she kept rubbing On's eyes, telling On over and over again that this is an illusion. This is an illusion. But no matter how hard she tries, I can't see where the weak spot of this illusion technique is. The huge stone man and young woman are just like real existence. ... Embodiment has taken a step forward, step by step towards the mountain ghost. Although mountain ghost kept telling Ona that this was illusion technique in the heart, when he really saw embodiment approaching Ona, he couldn't help but swallowed his saliva and the complexion turned white. Embodiment's incomparable gigantic body puts too much pressure on people. In 3 or 2 steps, embodiment came to the front of mountain ghost. Looking around, mountain ghost sat volleyed in front of embodiment's nose. The small silhouette formed a strong visual conflict with embodiment's huge body. Martial Peak Chapter 2332. Chapter 2332, Save You. Hey. Embodiment grinned suddenly and smiled at mountain ghost. The cold sweat on mountain ghost's forehead ran down like rain, swallowing saliva, and shouted, Wind ghost, I feel not quite right. It doesn't seem to be an illusion technique. Wind ghost complexion sank, shouted, be careful, don't be disrupted. Up to this moment, he still felt that everything he saw was an illusion, because no one can conjure such a stone man and a young woman out of thin air. It is impossible for the top 10 Emperor Seniors to do it. Mountain Ghost, hearing this, took a deep breath, and the flustered mood was calmed slightly. Yankai smiled strangely at Wind Ghost and Thunder Ghost at this time, and said, guess what? How many times can you guy? Mountain Ghost resist. Thunder Ghost cold snort. You can die if you don't pretend to be forced. Don't say that it's just an illusion, or there is really an Emperor Senior stage powerhouse. Here, Mountain Ghost can also insist on 10 breaths to stand tall. Wind Ghost also said, boy, don't underestimate our Bloodblade 4 ghosts. Yankai laughed. I will call you 4 ghosts into dead ghosts right away. After he finished speaking, he shouted at embodiment, hear it. People say that even if the Emperor Senior stage takes the shot, this mountain ghost man can insist on 10 breaths to stand tall. 10 breaths. Embodiment smiled, that smile for a moment turning into a hideous, humming sound. 3 breaths are enough. When the words fell, he suddenly punched and blasted towards the mountain ghost. I don't know if it's because of the combined assault technique. The mountain ghost hasn't moved its figure since it appeared, and it's been sitting cross-legged in midair. It is not only responsible for defense and suppression. It seems that the power of the 4 is also connected with him as the center. So even if he saw embodiment punching, he didn't mean to avoid it. But he stretched out his hand dignifiedly for the complexion. Sumi Peak reappears, but this time Sumi Peak is almost turned into substance, and the rays of light are released, as if there is a big mountain blocking it. Same in front of him. Mantis trying to stop a chariot. Embodiment cold snort, that fist as big as a mountain bag fiercely hit. Bang! There was a loud noise, The world shook for a while, and the point where the fist touched Mount Xumi suddenly shook the rings of light of layer upon layer strength, turning spread all around for vortex. Mountain Ghost's solemn expression turned pale in an instant, and a blood mist sprayed out as soon as it opened its mouth. The imposing manner suddenly languished, and at the same time, it was blocked between embodiment and Mountain Ghost. The Xumi peak suddenly shattered and turned into countless rays of light, shooting all around. What? Wind Ghost complexion greatly changed. Impossible. Thunder Ghost also exclaimed. Two people can't believe the eyes of own anyway. The Mountain Ghost, who was naturally defensive and tyrannical, was hit by the stone man and broke through the defense, shattering the Xumi peak, and was directly hit hard. The two people asked the owner in the heart over and over again, could it be that if this is an illusion, it would be too real? Mountain Ghost is bleeding, and the bloody smell in the air lingers on the noses of Wind Ghost and Thunder Ghost, causing the two people to tremble. After Embodiment's blow, he didn't stop his hand, and he threw another punch. Bang! The deafening sound came out for the second time. This time the Mountain Ghost had no Mount Xumi to block it, but it was desperately changing the magic arts to change its body and spirit was fully displayed to the extreme. The elemental power of Earth attribute was ups and downs, and the law of Earth lingered, turning into protection. Crack! A burst of densely packed crisp sound came out. Naked eye is visible, in the area where everyone is, within a few thousand feet. One layer the transparent light barrier oscillates out like an inverted bowl, but at this moment the light barrier is like a shattered mirror, cracking one after another gap, and then breaking apart, turning into a little dazzling light. Dissipate the world. Yang Kai lightened his body and grinned at Wind Ghost. Thunder Ghost said with a smile, it seems that the power of the blockade has been broken. Are you sure this is just an illusion? Wind Ghost, Thunder Ghost. Two people's face was so gloomy that it could drip water, and their hearts were shocked. What they saw before their eyes and what they heard in their ears made their expressions entangled and hesitated. I really can't be sure if this is an illusion. On the other side, Mountain Ghost spewed out fresh blood again. The imposing manner that was already sluggish was even more unbearable. Look pale like paper. Facing Wind Ghost and Thunder Ghost looked in the direction where they were, and said with difficulty, save ... me. Embodiment smiled slyly and threw a third punch again. But at this moment, Mountain Ghost is no longer able to defend anything. Seeing that mountain bag-like fist hits, I only feel cold all over, and his hands and feet are numb. The fist hit the Mountain Ghost directly. In that midair, the body of the Mountain Ghost burst open, turning into a blood mist, and the whole person's aura was instantly disappeared. Look, it's 3 breaths. Embodiment finished his work and turned around and smiled at Yang Kai. Yang Kai gave him a thumbs up. Wind Ghost, Thunder Ghost. Two people glanced at each other, knowing that the situation is not good, and at this moment, they don't care about the space crack that lingers all around. Suddenly urges the power, the law of the body lingers. Breakthrough space forces. The blockade turned into 2 escapes. Since you are here, then don't go. Yang Kai laughed, and suddenly appeared in front of Wind Ghost with a sway, and the dragon's hands became claws and grabbed him. Wind Ghost turned pale with fright, with the blood blade in his hand horizontally, slashing it hard. The long knife above, the wind whizzing up, seems to contain great power. Yang Kai eyes flash with fierceness. Color, grabbed the blood blade in his hand. Suddenly, a sharp rubbing sound of gold and iron confrontation sounded. What are you kidding? Wind Ghost's eyes were almost falling to the ground, and he was shocked to find that the opponent took the blow of Own with the power of the flesh body, and it didn't hurt anything. Own, this blood blade is the secret treasure of the principal source grade level. At this moment, he is desperate to hit. Even the Emperor Senior Stage dare not pick it up. But the other party did it. At the moment he lost consciousness, Yang Kai's other hand was directly printed on his chest above, and the violent source strength poured out and poured into Wind Ghost within the body. Wow! Wind Ghost as if struck by lightning. The blood flew out, and the rays of light dimmed instantly. Yang Kai followed the bully. His hands changed magic arts, and he stabbed Wind Ghost several times to directly suppress his cultivation level. Although Wind Ghost looked grey and shocked, he still looked at Yang Kai coldly, and shouted, "If you want to kill, kill. Your situation will be sent to the Bloodblade headquarters, and it will be more powerful next time. People came to you. I killed you all. Who can reveal my situation?" Yang Kai sneered. Wind Ghost said, "Thunder Ghost is unparalleled in the world. You can catch him. Are you awake?" Yang Kai sneered. Wind Ghost. At this moment, a frustrated call came not far from the side. Wind Ghost heard this for a moment, turned his head and looked over there. I saw Thunder Ghost standing dejectedly in the air. His body all around was covered with one after another moon blade, buzzing, ready to go, so that he did not dare to make any changes. "Why are you?" Wind Ghost looked at Thunder Ghost with an unbelievable expression, and didn't expect the other party to escape. Implanted. Thunder Ghost sighed, looking at Yang Kai with complicated eyes, and said, "I look down on this person a little bit above. We ... not opponents. So that's how it is." Wind Ghost smiled miserably. "I'm going one step first," Thunder Ghost suddenly said solemnly, and immediately pinched both hands. The source strength of the whole person within the body suddenly rioted, and the body expanded accordingly. Yang Kai complexion greatly changed, and shouted, "You dare?" Thunder Ghost face revealed a look of ridicule. "This king is not your opponent, but you still have a choice how to go, the right to die." When the words fell, he hit the ground and exploded. Skeleton doesn't exist. After he was trapped, he chose self-destruction directly. The determination of his will and the decisiveness of his actions were impossible to imagine. Yang Kai wanted to stop it in time. And a principal source 3-layer powerhouse is self-destruction. Formidable power makes one bristle with anger. A black hole was directly blown out of the void. The space was unstable, and the violent airflow went downstream. Even if Yang Kai was not close, he was shocked by the aftermath. The Wind Ghost that has abolished the cultivation level is even more grown, with all bones broken, and the 7 orifices bleeding to death. Yi Qing'an was also flew high by the aftermath of self-destruction, continuously urging source strength to resist, and the pretty face was pale. After a while, the aftermath gradually subsided. Yang Kai swayed to the Wind Ghost, but saw that this person had no aura anymore, and he couldn't die anymore. Damn. Yang Kai couldn't help but cursed, raises the head and looked towards Hua Qingzai, shouted, "Elder Sister Hua, stay alive." What kind of organization Bloodblade is? What is the reason for finding the owner this time? He doesn't know anything about it. If he can catch 1 or 2 inquiries, he may not be able to find out some news. He didn't kill Wind Ghost directly, but abolished his cultivation level. With this consideration, he didn't want to be shocked to death by Wind Ghost or Thunder Ghost's self-destruction. Mountain Ghost has been blown up by embodiment, and now only Fire Ghost is still alive, and he naturally does not want Fire Ghost to fall. But when he shouted out that sentence, he was directly in place. Hua Qingzai was lingering with colored ribbons, turned his head to look at him with a wry smile, and said, "This ... I am afraid it is a bit difficult." Not far in front of her, the Fire Ghost with a sorrowful smile. His blood blade has been pierced into the heart of the owner at some point, and his mouth overflows with fresh blood. Although the complexion is painful, he still laughs rampantly. Blood blade shot, irreconcilable, ha 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 ha. Looking at his appearance, he was obviously self-determined. It is estimated that the other 3 have fallen one after another, and felt that there was no hope of escape, so he directly used the blood blade to penetrate the heart of the owner. This kind of fatal wound, even the Emperor Senior Stage will not live long, not to mention that the Fire Ghost is only the principal source 3-layer. If you leave it alone, he will be exasperated in a while. Yang Kai complexion Tai King, after a few changes, gritted his teeth and shouted, "You want to die without the consent of this young master? Have your spring and autumn dreams." When the words fall, he had already shaken his figure and came directly to the Fire Ghost, slapped him with one hand to seal off his power, lest this guy choose self-destruction like Thunder Ghost. If that is the case, it will be really helpless. You what are you doing? Even though I have heard the death summon, seeing Yang Kai's hideous appearance, the fire ghost couldn't help but startled. Yang Kai sneered, "What do you do? Of course is to save you, no thanks." Marshall Peak Chapter 2333 Chapter 2333 is Spine. Help. Help me. Hyoga's eyes widened and gradually losing their luster. With a stunned face, Yang Kai has grabbed his collar and disappeared in place when his figure was shaking. The wilderness above is full of blood, full of mess left over after the war, and there are many broken limbs and meat. The scene is extremely miserable. Young Master Yang Yi-King flew back with a pale face, looked around, but did not see Yang Kai's silhouette, and asked Hua Kingzai anxiously, "This elder sister, where did young Master Yang go?" Hua Kingzai and Embodiment looked at each other. The lovable body came to Yi-King and behind in a flash, stretched out his hand and turned into a palm blade, fiercely slashed at the back of her neck. Yi-King didn't expect Hua Kingzai to attack her at all. After all, in her opinion, Hua Kingzai and Yang Kai are in the same group, so there is no defense at all. This palm blade is cut off. She suddenly fell to the ground limply. "Did you kill her?" Embodiment was startled. "How is it possible?" Hua Kingzai gave him a white look, then curled his lips and said, "I just fainted." Paused. She looked at Embodiment suspiciously and asked, "What are you doing?" At this moment of speaking, she found that Embodiment had walked up to the dead wind ghost and reached out to pinch the corpse on the ground. Embodiment grinned and said, "What else can I do? This is an item of great nourishment." TSK, Principal Source 3 Layer. Hua Kingzai hearing this pretty face, I turned pale. I seemed to think of something, cry out in surprise, "Are you going to use that evil cultivation technique to devour his flesh and blood essence?" Embodiment said, "It's just use of waste. It's disgusting. Don't do it in front of me, or I will break your relationship with you." Hua Kingzai looked disgusted. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly jumped, emerging in the wilderness above, beckoning to Embodiment and Hua Kingzai, "All come back." After finishing, he looked at Yi-King who had fainted on the ground, and he seemed to understand something, nodded and said, "It's okay to faint." He stretched out the beckoned and sucked Yi-King into the mysterious boundary bead. Open the boundary of mysterious boundary bead at the same time. Let Hua Kingzai and Embodiment enter it. In mysterious small boundary, next to Medicine Garden, Yang Kai and Embodiment reappear. At this moment, aura is sluggish, vitality is dim, and his eyes are dead. The blood blade inserted in the chest stands on its own, fresh blood continuously flowing from the wound. Although embarrassed, he is ridiculing, laughing. This king has been fatally wounded. Except for a few of the world's legendary healing sacred medicines, no one can save me. I advise you not to waste your time. Cough cough. He coughed as he talked. The corners of his mouth and nostrils were full of fresh blood. Yang Kai hummed, "It's probably impossible to restore you to the original, but it's definitely okay to hang your life." He went straight to the fire ghost, reached out and opened Hyoga's mouth, then took out a large amount of healing spirit pill and poured it directly in. The fire ghost is also hard-tempered, still unwilling to compromise, only shakes his head like a rattle. But now his cultivation level is blocked. How can he be able to pass Yang Kai? Just struggle for a while, then had to swallow those spirit pills into the abdomen. His gaze is extremely resentful, and his eyes are full of look of ridicule. Obviously he thinks that Yang Kai's means is basically impossible to hold the life of owner, because he clearly feels the passing speed of own vitality. That kind of life is slow. The feeling of leaving the body slowly makes people shudder. But it is better than falling into the enemy's hands and suffering. Under his gaze, Yang Kai sat cross-legged in front of him, pinching his hands with both hands, and pressing a palm towards his chest. The palm of his hand pressed the blood blade above, and directly poured out the blood blade that was inserted in the chest, and brought out a large piece of fresh blood. The fire ghost could not help groaned, and his body shook violently. I feel that Own is about to die. But at the next moment, Hyuga's expression was lifted, because he felt a strong and pure vitality, poured in from the outside, poured into the body of the owner, and let the dying Own slowly withdraw from the gates of hell. The injury on the chest is so numb that he no longer bleeds, and the passing vitality is also greatly supplemented at this moment. He stared, and saw a lush tree no more than half a person tall in the medicine garden next to him, exuding jade green aura. The aura naked eye can be seen, and it is being used by Yankai, pouring into water within the body. What is this? The fire ghost knew that the owner was bound to die sooner or later, and was still trembling in shock, because he actually felt the unimaginable vitality from the small tree. The jade green aura emitted from this small tree acts on the owner to avoid the fate of his immediate death. He was stunned in place for an instant, realizing that this little tree must be famous. Eternal tree, I don't know if you have heard it. Yankai grinned at him, his smile full of evil. Eternal tree? The fire ghost shook his body and looked at Yankai in shock, yelled, "You fart!" Eternal tree is heaven and earth nurtured and born, with the effect of the flesh and bones of the living dead. It is rumored that if you refining the eternal tree, you can achieve undying indestructible body. How can you have such a divine object? You know a lot. Yankai smiled. This is eternal tree? Who are you lying to? Hyuga dismissed it. Believing or not, it's up to you. Yankai glanced at him and said with a smile, I have the strength to fight with me. Not bad. It looks like I can't die for a while. As soon as this statement came out, the fire ghost immediately went silent. His expression changed endlessly, and his expression was brilliant. He was surprised to find that just the jade green aura emanating from the small tree made the owner's injury show signs of improvement. He stopped bleeding, and stayed away from the doom of death. If the tree leaves the tree, swallow it. Doesn't it mean that Owning will be able to lively dragon and animated tiger immediately and recover from the injury? As soon as this thought came out, Guiche was shocked in place, and a piece of cold sweat rolled down on his forehead. Although he doesn't want to believe it, judging from his own tangible experience, this little tree might really be the legendary eternal tree. Gudong Hyuga couldn't help but swallowed his saliva. His eyes suddenly became fiery, and he stared at the eternal tree. Yankai no longer cares about him, but rushes to embodiment. This person is handed over to you. Be sure to ask something. Don't worry, he will speak up. Embodiment Heihei smiled. The sound came into Hyuga's ears, making him have one's hair stand on end for a while. Turning his head and looking around, he found that Yankai was nowhere to be seen. Only the huge stone man sit cross-legged was on the ground with the dead man in his hand. Wind Ghost. The fire ghost looked at Wind Ghost's corpse with mournful eyes, and the sad feelings of if the rabbit dies, the fox grieves surged in his heart. After a while, his eyes looked coldly. Embodiment said, no matter what the hell is that, you don't want to ask for any information from this king. Have a backbone. Embodiment praised, I like people with backbone the most. Don't worry, I won't embarrass you. Hyuga sneered. Obviously he would not easily believe Embodiment's words. Unexpectedly, Embodiment did not pay attention to him, nor did he intend to torture him to confess a confession. Instead, he put the body of Wind Ghost in front of him and put his hands together. Wrap the body on the palm. What are you going to do to Wind Ghost? The fire ghost complexion changed a lot, and asked sharply, what am I going to do? Hey. Embodiment gave a weird smile. The fire ghost's forehead was bounced with blue veins, and he was inexplicably upset. Embodiment's perfunctory attitude of not answering the question, and asking the question itself, really makes people angry. I was in the fire ghost's anxiety, but when he saw the body and spirit, he burst into shouted, Heavens devour a battle law. The fire ghost instantly widened his eyes. The upper and lower rows of teeth collided violently, making a gurgling sound, and screamed, Heavens devour a battle law. Fire ghost not at all is as strong as he said before. or in other words, everything he has seen has exceeded the psychological bottom line he can bear. He can pierce the blood blade into his own heart without the slightest hesitation, in order to tell his death. But after seeing embodiment cast heavens devour a battle law on the corpse of Wind Ghost, his inner line of defense had collapsed all at once. No one wants to be swallowed alive by the essence of flesh and blood. This kind of death is too miserable. So he quickly revealed everything that Owner knew. The four of them are indeed the martial artists of Bloodblade, and they have indeed received an order from above to capture Yang Kai alive and return to the headquarters. As for the reason, the fire ghosts can't tell. The four of them just gave orders, just doing things. The internal level of Bloodblade is very strict, and it is impossible to access the top secrets of the corresponding level without reaching a certain level. They don't even know who issued the order. They just received an order representing the task at a specific place and time. And through this inquiry, Yang Kai also learned that the huge of the Bloodblade is a bit beyond his imagination. The member of the Bloodblade, Myriad, is scattered among the major sects in various regions. There is no trace. Only when you receive a task will incarnation be a member of Bloodblade and go out. Once the mission is over, it disappears again, and no one can track it down. And when Embodiment asked where the headquarters of the Bloodblade South Territory was, the fire ghost suddenly burst and died of anger before he could answer. He seemed to be restricted by some powerhouse. Once the real top secrets of the Bloodblade are involved, the restriction will be touched to avoid the leakage of the news. After getting this information from Embodiment, Yang Kai's face was so gloomy that he could almost shave off one layer frost. Although it was the first time he came into contact with the Bloodblade organization, from the strength and performance of the four ghosts, Bloodblade is exactly provoke, but now that Own is being targeted by others, there is even a reason. I don't know, let alone a lot of information about the enemy. This makes him feel very uncomfortable. There is always a feeling of as if having a fishbone stuck in one's throat. Bloodblade shot, irreconcilable. If the mission fails this time, Bloodblade will definitely not let it go. There will definitely be more powerful enemies coming to Own. He can solve the four ghosts of Thunderfire Mountain. But next time? What if Bloodblade dispatched the Emperor Senior Stage Powerhouse? For a moment, Yang Kai is worried. Marshall Peak Chapter 2334 Chapter 2334 Sky Crane City. Just when Yang Kai was feeling upset, there was a Ying behind him. He turned around and saw Yi King and frowns, sitting awkwardly Mizu above, with a blank expression. She still doesn't seem to understand the situation. But soon, she remembered what happened before she became unconscious. Suddenly stood up and whispered, "Young Master Yang." "You woke up." Yang Kai glanced at her, and said separately, "Don't move. Check if you are in serious trouble." Yi King, hearing this, nod. The closed pupil looked at the situation of the owner, and after a while, eyes the opened curtain said, "Nothing." She was just knocked out by Hua King's eye. Although she was hit by Thunder Ghost's self-destruction before, she didn't suffer any serious injuries, just blood and blood. There are some signs of instability, and you can recover after taking some medicine pill. Yang Kai, what about the previous elder sister and the big stone man? Hua King's eye watched around, not at all found Hua King's eye and embodiment, and couldn't help but wonder. Yang Kai said, "What elder sister and stone man?" That is, Yi King was about to describe, but suddenly her eyebrows frowned, her expression strange, saying, "Could it be the ... Is that really an illusion?" At this moment, she recalled the scenes where Hua King's eye and embodiment appeared. She always felt that everything was so unreal. She suddenly wondered if Own was not. After being hit by the illusion technique, the young woman and stone man are no longer real. I used the pupil technique to deal with the four ghosts earlier. You probably have hallucinations. Yang Kai replied. So that's how it is. Yi King exhaled and laughed at himself. Young Master Yang really has great divine ability. But this mistress didn't help me a little bit. I'm really ashamed. It's nothing. The Bloodblade four ghosts are not easy people. If you really intervene forcibly, I'm afraid you are already dead now. Yi King, hearing this in cold sweat, once again realized the huge gap between On and Yankai. The Bloodblade 4 Ghosts are principal source 3-layer powerhouses. When the 4 people work together, they can use the secret technique. Even the Emperor Senior Stage can compete, but they are in Yankai's hands. But the whole army was wiped out. Such record is quite proud. The same is the cultivation level of principal source 2-layer. But Yi Qing'an found that the strength gap between On and Yankai is almost like mud and cloud apart. For a moment, I can't help feeling down and yearning for something. How good is it that the On can have Yankai this kind of power? She smiled bitterly, stretched out her hand and touched the back of her neck, but found that there was a slight pain there, and she was startled in place. Recalling the previous scene where the young woman stunned the owner, Yi Qing'an was so hesitated. I really don't know if what I saw before was an illusion or reality. No words all the way. Yi Qing'an also seems to find that Yankai is not in a good mood after encountering the 4 ghosts, so he didn't bother him, just pointed the direction, and meditated on the wooden boat during his free time. After 10 or so days, 2 people saw a continuous mountain range in the distance. Yi Qing'an just got up from the canoe and pointed to the mountain range in front of him excitedly and said, "Young Master Yang, this is the Thousand Leaves Mountain. Our Thousand Leaves sect is located in this mountain. Within half a day, you can arrive." Yankai responded casually. Yi Qing'an said with a smile, "Let me send a message to Daddy so that he will not worry." She also spent several months of work on this trip, alone. Outside, family members are always worried. Now that I return safely, I immediately want to report peace. Yankai ignored her either, just sat in front of the wooden boat and watched all around. Yi Qing'an took out the communication compass and poured the information into it. After a while, the compass suddenly buzzed, seemingly echoed. After Yi Qing'an checked, Mai frowned suddenly, with an unhappy expression on her face. Yankai noticed that her expression was different, and asked, "What's the matter?" Yi Qing'an pouted, "My dad asked me to represent Thousand Leaves sect to participate in Sky Crane City Master's concubine ceremony. I'm so mad at him," she complained. "I knew I was back without telling him, and I saved this trouble. You seem to be very not happy to go." Yankai looked at her with a smile. Yi Qing'an cold snort said, "It's not rare for me to mix things up with people who forget the Lord. He accepts his concubine, and so does my dad. What do you do to give him this face? Go to this Laozi ceremony." Yankai expression moved and said, "You Thousand Leaves sect and this Sky Crane City Master have an enmity?" Yi Qing'an has a cold expression. That guy is to forget favors and violate justice. Back then, he was able to sit on the seat of the city master, all thanks to my Thousand Leaves sect's support. Now that Wing is hard, he finds another backstage, so he won't take us. In my eyes, it also squeezes out the many industries of Thousand Leaves sect in Sky Crane City. The villain. Yankai is not too interested in these things, so after asking casually, he didn't answer again. Yi Qing'an also seemed to realize that it was wrong, and he stuck out his tongue and said, "Young Master Yang, sorry, this mistress is a failure." "It's okay, there are always some in this world. The stingy people make people angry." Yankai waved his hand. "Young Master Yang, wait a minute, I'll tell my father. Let me take you back to the sect for resettlement," Yi Qing'an said, and then poured spiritual mind into the communication compass. "No need." Yankai grinned, "I'll do it with you, save the trouble, and just relax." Yi Qing'an, hearing this one happy, said, "Many thanks young Master Yang, please forgive young Master Yang for any negligence." "It's okay." While speaking, the 2 people immediately turned their directions and headed towards that go to Sky Crane City. Sky Crane City is 3,000 li from the foot of Thousand Leaves Mountain. Although the city is not too big, it is much better than Maplewood City. It can be regarded as a medium city. According to Yi Qing'an, there are about a dozen principal source stage powerhouses in the City Lord's mansion of Sky Crane City, and City Master Luo Jin has a powerful cultivation level of Principal Source 3 layer. Sect Master cultivation level of medium strength is comparable. This is also the case to secure position of Sky Crane City Master. When Yang Kai and Yi Qing'an arrived at the city gate, they saw the hustle and bustle of the city gate, with carriages full of goods waiting to enter the city. The carriage above was full of priceless and unique rare treasures. Yang Kai even smelled some medicine pill and spirit grass. Looking at the beaming decoration of the carriage above, the goods in these carriages are obviously gifts prepared by some surrounding forces. Sky Crane City can be regarded as a good power in this 100-mile boundary. Now that the city master accepts concubines, all influence will naturally come to congratulate. The guards at the city gate also appeared full of energy, beaming. Each and every one smiled, inspected the goods, and let them go. Yang Kai and Yi Qing'an did not rush into the city, but stood waiting quietly at 1,000 feet outside the city. Because according to Yi Qing'an, there will be Thousand Leaves Sect's discipline coming later. Yi Qing'an's errand for this congratulation was also a coincidence. If she didn't happen to be back today, she wouldn't have been assigned to this boring task by Yi Hen. She is also the young sect master of Thousand Leaves Sect anyway. If she is the leader of the team to congratulate, it will be justified in face. Waiting for a while, Yi Qing'an's suddenly beautiful eyes lit up, pointing in a direction and saying, "Come." Yang Kai raises the head. A ray of light flew over here, and when it got closer, the light showed its prototype. It was a secret treasure that looked like a boat. There were a few well-dressed martial artists standing above the boat, and one was leaning on the side of the boat. Looking around, after seeing Yi Qing'an, he couldn't help grinning and beckoningly. Yi Qing'an responded. After a while, the ship on that building landed, and the man who had greeted Yi Qing'an flew down. After everyone else got off the ship, he pinched the ship with both hands. "Put away. Yeah, you are back. If you don't come back, I will go to Maplewood City to find you." The man came directly to Yi Qing'an and looked at him affectionately with bright eyes. He actually ignored Yang Kai's existence. Duke Xian senior brother. Yi Qing'an's cheeks were flushed with his fiery gaze, and he lowered his head, looking ashamed. Yang Kai glanced at it and knew that there must be some and so on between this man and woman, and couldn't help but smiled slightly. Another man suddenly poked his head out from behind Duke Xian, grinning said with a smile, "Senior sister Yi, you don't know. Since you went to Maplewood City, our eldest senior brother, I don't want to eat anything. I didn't even think about practice. I was scolded by Master his old man several times. I want you to talk more." Duke Xian glared at the man, but his eyes were smiling. Yi Qing'an squeezed his red lips and whispered, "How can this be? Practice is still a practice." Duke Xian looked at Yi affectionately. Qing'an said in a soft voice, "I have practiced, but I can't calm my mind. I always think of someone in my head." Think. Who? Yi Qing'an's lovable body trembled, the blush on the cheeks became more obvious, like a fire. "I miss you." The ghostly man interrupted again, and said, "Senior sister Yi, junior brother, I miss you too. I miss you so much, I can't sleep at night." While speaking, he put on a look of anguish, tossing and turning, and made other Thousand Leaves Sect disciple giggle. "Wu Ma, you get me away." Duke Xian suddenly stretched out his hand and looked at the head of the discipline called Wu Ma. He shrank his neck, yelling nonchalantly, "Just the state officials need to set fires, and the people are not allowed to light up the lights, and there is no law of heaven. Senior sister Yi, you have to call me the shots." Yi Qing'an tweeted, "You deserve it. Let you chatter. Senior brother should beat you fiercely." Wu Ma suddenly looked depressed. Yang Kai looked on the side with cold eyes, and felt that the teachings of Thousand Leaves Sect were quite interesting. They seemed very close to each other, and he couldn't help laughing. This made him feel a little bit. In fact, the more a poor, humble sect, the more the sect crisis is encountered, the stronger the cohesion of the discipline in sect. But once sect becomes bigger, all kinds of intrigues, falsehoods and sects will slowly breed. Duke Xian didn't seem to notice Yang Kai until then. A strange color flashed in his eyes, and he holds the fist saying, "Next Thousand Leaves sect." Duke Xian, I don't know the name of Brother Gao. Marshall Peak Chapter 2335. Chapter 2335 Humiliation. When Duke Xian asked this, he had a strange expression on his face. I don't know how Yang Kai, a stranger, stayed with Yi Qing'an, but he didn't show too much hostility. The same is true for other Thousand Leaves sects disciplines, and they all looked at Yang Kai curiously. Yang Kai slightly smiled, holds the fist saying, "Under Yang Kai, I have met Brother Du." Yi Qing'an said, "Young Master Yang is the distinguished guest I invited. I was going back to the Zong to meet with my father to discuss important matters, but he was assigned a task to Sky Crane City halfway down the road. I had to come here first." Senior brother, junior brother, don't neglect. She has a serious tone. Yang Kai is like a great character. Duke Xian and Wu Ma looked at each other, and they became more puzzled. Spiritual mind was released, and it was discovered that Yang Kai only has the cultivation level of Principal Source 2 layer. The clothes are not luxurious, and at first glance, it's not from the discipline of great influence. This kind of person, how to get Yi Qing'an attaches so much importance. Although there were doubts in their minds, the two people did not ask much, they were only slightly nodded. Since you are here, let's go to the city. The old thing concubine acceptance ceremony is tomorrow, right? Yi Qing'an looked at Duke Xian and asked, and did not want to talk to his own fellow apprentices. Explain clearly what it means. After all, she asked Yang Kai to go back and repair the cross-border space law formation this time. It is of great importance. The less people know, the better. She hasn't had time to tell Yi Hen about this. Duke Xian then withdrew his attention from Yang Kai, and the complexion slightly changed and said, "Yeah, speak carefully." While speaking, he looked around. The place where everyone is now is 3,000 feet outside the city gate. If the person called Sky Crane City hears this, I am afraid it will be another trouble. Yi Qing'an curl one's lip. It's polite to call him an old thing. He's all buried in the ground, so he dare to learn from others and accept concubines, and I don't know a little who doesn't know the world. The girl was cheated by him. Wu Ma said with a bitter smile, "It doesn't have to be cheated. Maybe it's a last resort." Over the years, the city master has been a concubine frequently, but there have been no heirs, and I don't know if the bones of the body can't be eaten. Hey. Retribution. Yi Qing'an has a dark expression on his face. Duke Xian rubbed his forehead and said, "Okay, let's just say a few words. We are here to congratulate this time, not to make trouble," the honored master said before leaving. "This time when you come to Sky Crane City, don't cause any trouble, because every great influence around this time will come." Yi Qing'an pouted, with an unhappy expression on his face. Duke Xian smiled at Yang Kai and said, "Brother Yang made a joke. It's okay." Yang Kai waved his hand. "Clean up and go into the city." Duke Xian yelled at the others, and everyone adjusted their clothes slightly and walked towards the city gate under his leadership. Thousand Leaves sect's gifts are all placed in the space ring. Naturally, there is nothing to organize. Only those who are eager to fawn on Liu Jin will use the carriage to carry the gifts. Because then others can. It is very clear to see what kind of gift they gave, not only to the satisfaction of City Lord's mansion, but also to the brilliance of face. There are many people in the city gate, and Thousand Leaves sect didn't mean to jump in the queue. They just lined up quietly, waiting to enter the city. During the period, Yi Qing'an continuously apologized to Yang Kai for fear of offending him. People don't know Yang Kai's method, but Yi Qing'an knows clearly. The Bloodblade 4 ghosts were wiped out by the army killed by Yang Kai 10 days ago. The scene of that day is vivid. If Yang Kai is unwilling to line up and force into the city, the guards at the city gate will certainly not be able to stop it. But will surely bring disaster to Thousand Leaves sect. Fortunately, Yang Kai seems to be very leisurely, without any irritation. Duke Xian and Wu Ma's expressions became more suspicious. They really didn't understand why Yi Qing'an had to treat Yang Kai so carefully. Their cautiously attitude seemed to be with an Emperor Senior stage powerhouse is the same. The team is advancing very fast. After only 5 minutes of effort, it is the turn of Thousand Leaves Sect and the others. The martial artist who is in charge of inspecting goods and personnel at the city gate grinned when he saw Yi Qing'an, holding the fist saying, "It turns out that Thousand Leaves Sect Miss Yi is here. It's really excuse me for not going out to meet you. It's impolite." This man looks strange and looks very ordinary. He is about 40 years old. His shirt is extremely festive and he has a smile on his face. But his smile is really good. An extremely false feeling. His strength is not weak. He has the level of Principal Source 1 layer, and it seems that he is also an important position in this Sky Crane City. The things that guard a city gate are generally not in this kind of powerhouse, but today is different. The martial artists of the surrounding great influence will arrive at Sky Crane City in advance today to congratulate. Naturally, Sky Crane City has to send a martial artist who is on the stage is waiting here. This person is such an existence. Listening to his tone of voice, he obviously knew Yi Qing'an. This is not surprising. According to Yi Qing'an, the reason why Sky Crane City Master can sit down is all the credit of Thousand Leaves Sect's secret support. From this point of view, the people of Sky Crane City and Thousand Leaves Sect are sure there are many intersections. As the daughter of Thousand Leaves Sect Master, Yi Qing'an is no stranger. Yi Qing'an's face is as cold as ice frost, faintly replied, "Si Ming Elder has a job, no need to be so polite." That is the middle-aged of Si Ming. The man hearing this smiled and said, "Many thanks Miss Yi. It is an honor for Sky Crane City to be here at the City Master Concubine Ceremony. Ms. Yi, City Master will be pleased to know, Miss Yi please." While speaking, he stretched out his hand for a gesture, made a please gesture, and did not mean to embarrass Yi Qing'an. Yi Qing'an naturally refused to be polite to him, and went straight to the city. When Duke Xian and the others behind Yi Qing'an were about to go in, Si Ming suddenly waved his hand, shaking his body in front of Duke Xian, coldly shouted, "What do you do? What do you want to break into the city?" Duke Xian hearing this frowned. Yi Qing'an, who was walking in front, also stopped and looked back. Si Ming yelled, "Your courage is not small. You want to enter the city without the consent of this king? This does not put my Sky Crane City in your eyes." Duke Xian looked unhappy, said solemnly, "Si Ming Elder, you are dim-sighted from old age, or are you really blind? Didn't you see that we are with young Sect Master? You brat still dare to swear." Si Ming rushed to the crown and hummed, "Believing or not, I will take you down now." Duke Xian narrowed his eyes, said with a sneer, "Si Ming Elder ... What meaning is this?" Si Ming snorted and said, "What meaning do you mean?" Duke Xian took a deep breath, calmed the anger in my heart, and said, "I am waiting on the order of the honored master to come and congratulate Luo City Master." Why did Si Ming Elder block me in front of the city gate and laugh generously? "You guys are here to congratulate too?" Si Ming looked surprised, looked up and down Duke Xian, curled his lips and said, "Which sect is wearing so shabby?" "You old thing, don't be fool enough to reject a face-saving offer." Wu Ma was instantly angry when he heard this. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that they are with Yi Qing'an. Obviously they are Thousand Leaves Sect. However, Si Ming did not recognize Duke Xian and the others, but Si Ming made a ridicule of ridicule. Apparently it wants Thousand Leaves Sect to look good. Seeing this scene, the martial artists who were waiting in line behind to enter the city understood this and whispered. Thousand Leaves Sect's voices of discussion fell into the ears of several people, making them all complexion ashen with ugly expressions. Several people were only ordered to congratulate them, but they encountered this kind of humiliation at the city gate. I am afraid that no one can swallow this breath. Several Thousand Leaves Sect disciple all in source strength surge. Seems to have the meaning of a fight here. Si Ming suddenly jumped back and said with caution, "What do you guys want to do?" "Rebellion." "This is Sky Crane City. not your wild countryside. Wherever the turtles dare to be here. Impudent, he yelled, making the martial artists behind him laugh in a low voice. All knew that this old fogey was pretending to be crazy and stupid. He hit Thousand Leaves sect in public, but Thousand Leaves sect was unable to fight back. Seeming Elder Yi Qing'an looked at him with a cold face and said, Seeming Elder is not so forgetful, right? I can't even recognize the logo of my Thousand Leaves sect. Is it true? I want my father to come here and explain to you. When Seeming heard it, he showed a stunned color and looked at Yi Qing'an and said, Miss Yi means to say. He turned his head and looked at Duke Xian and the others. He saw the Thousand Leaves logo on Duke Xian and the others' clothes. He slapped his forehead and said with a smile, Miss Yi, please forgive your sins. This king hasn't found out yet. It turns out that these people are all talents of Thousand Leaves sect. Looking at their virtues, this king thought they were from that soil. Cough cough. He pretends. Ramen wakes up, and Yi Qing'an apologizes for a while. It seems that it is true that Duke Xian and the others are the same Thousand Leaves sect disciple. HMPH. Yi Qing'an was really angry. She had a burst of green and a burst of red on her pretty face, but she couldn't vent it, and she was vomiting blood in depression. Since they are all talents of Thousand Leaves sect, you can enter the city after registering. This king was negligent. Please don't take it off. Seeming brimming with a bright smile on his face, Chong Duke Xian and the others ran over again. Register? What to register? Yi Qing'an heard this for a moment. Seeming laughing said, Name, denomination, very simple things. Miss Yi also knows that tomorrow is the city master's gift of concubine, which is of great importance. So recently, the past few days, exactly any cat or any dog can enter the city. But anyone who enters the city must register for inspection purposes. Yi Qing'an coldly said, How do I see those before no one has registered yet? Seeming said with a smile, Miss Yi Brightview, those people. This king recognizes them. Knowing their origin, naturally you don't need to register. You mean, you don't recognize the people of Thousand Leaves sect? Yi Qing'an clenches the teeth, pretty face is angry. Seeming repeatedly embarrassed Thousand Leaves sect, which makes her very. It was anger. I didn't want to come to this Sky Crane city to participate in any concubine ceremonies. Now that I do this, I feel even more repulsive. What makes her even more angry is that Seeming clearly deliberately humiliated Thousand Leaves sect in front of many people. Marshall Peak Chapter 2336. Chapter 2336 is a joke. Miss Yi, don't embarrass this king. This king is also obliged to act. Seeming said with a smile on his face, in an official tone. If you don't register, you can enter the city and ask the city master to know that you are guilty. I can't bear it. Okay, very good. Yi Qing'an is already intolerable, extremely angry against said with a smile, Sky Crane City, this palace master noted, this city. No matter if you don't enter, senior brother, let's go. Listening to her, Seeming not only didn't feel scared, but smiled more. The hair was so refreshing. Yi Qing'an has already turned around, seeing that posture seems to be really leaving here. Duke Xian grabbed her arm, shook her head slowly at her, and signaled her don't be impatient. This time Liu Ojin accepting concubines is only a ceremony, but visitors from all over the world are almost involved in all the forces in the surrounding 100 miles. And the relationship is very great. If Thousand Leaves sect really leaves here, maybe some disputes will be involved, giving Sky Crane City and Thousand Leaves sect an excuse and reason to turn their faces. If not, Yi Hen would not tell Duke Xian and the others to bear the humiliation before leaving. Duke Xian is more mature and stable. When Seeming smiles so happily, he knows that there is fraud. Maybe Seeming just wants Thousand Leaves sect to go home and let Sky Crane City and Thousand Leaves sect broke completely. Aware of this, how could Duke Xian as he wished, after pulling Yi Qing'an? His lips squirmed, seeming to sound transmission a few words. Yi Qing'an's angry chest rises and falls, gnashing teeth. Hearing this was silent for a long time before he nodded with hatred. Duke Xian slightly smiled, holds the fist saying, "Seeming elder, I just need to register it, right?" Seeming frowned, replied, "Exactly. It's easy." Duke Xian nodded, walked straight to the side, and wrote the name and denomination of Own in the red register. With him taking the lead, the other Thousand Leaves sect disciple, even though they were frustrated, each and everyone came forward. The scene that made Thousand Leaves sect disciple more annoyed appeared. I saw the name and denomination written in the register. They were all families and sect forces that were not on the table. Sect will be a little more powerful. Not required to do this. Thousand Leaves sect is the first one. In other words, the Thousand Leaves sect level was flattened by seeming to the same level as those of small families and small forces. Even though they were angry, everyone at Thousand Leaves sect still endured it. Not much time. A few people have already registered. When it was Yang Kai's turn, Yi King and Beautiful Eyes Twinkling gave him a look with some worry, but saw that Yang Kai had also come to the table and wrote the name of Own. She was relaxed involuntarily. Before, she was really afraid that Yang Kai would not cooperate, so she went away. Wait. Seeming suddenly drank, staring at Yang Kai with scorching eyes, and looking at him up and down, and said, "My friend looks at you, you are also from Thousand Leaves sect?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "Yes." Seeming cold snort, "My friend, if you want to be clear about this, then answer. Sky Crane City is now heavily guarded. If a friend wants to mix into city by the name of Thousand Leaves sect, this king must have a good chat with you." Yang Kai raised his brow, said with a slight smile, "How about Seeming Elder? Surely I am not from Thousand Leaves sect. Could it be that you know all the people of Thousand Leaves sect?" Seeming said, "Although I dare not recognize everyone, but most of them have seen, yes. Especially your cultivation level." Yang Kai strange saying, Seeming Elder's words are puzzling. Since I recognize most of the cultivation level like me, then before, why didn't you recognize Duke Xian? Duke Xian is our eldest senior brother of sect. Seeming doesn't recognize it for no reason. Duke Xian snodded on the side and said, "I am also very curious. Although I have not spoken to Seeming Elder before, but at least I have seen it twice. Why did Seeming Elder pretend to be unrecognizable just now?" Seeming coughed lightly and chatteredly. He wiped off the cold sweat on his head, and said, "Didn't you see it clearly before? It looks like Seeming Elder has an eye disease. It's time to get a good cure. Otherwise, he will die soon." Duke Xian, there was a sneer in the words. With a gun and a stick. Seeming complexion slightly changed, saying, "But the mark on your clothes is not at all Thousand Leaves sect disciple. How do you explain this?" "City Master, I am special. I changed into a new set of clothes to show my sincerity, but the label hasn't been embroidered yet." Yang Kai grinned and babbled, "This explanation ... I am afraid it is unsatisfactory." Seeming sneered. "Seeming, what the hell do you mean?" Yi King and saw Seeming catch Yang Kai, and was immediately anxious. Yang Kai, but she asked to come back to fix the cross-border space law formation. The rise of Thousand Leaves sect. How can she ignore it? Even more, how Yang Kai himself is also very strong. In case he gets offended by him, the city gate must have blood flowing into a river. So Yi King immediately stood up when he saw that the situation was not right, staring at Seeming fiercely in an imposing manner, and said, "A few times I have been embarrassed and waited. Really, when I am a Thousand Leaves sect? This palace master and the others are here for you. Liu Jin, congratulations. But you stopped us here and made things difficult many times. If I leave here, no one will say that I am not Thousand Leaves sect, but that you Sky Crane City neglected the guests." Seeming frowned. I don't know what Yi King did in such a fire. When he embarrassed Duke Xian and the others, she didn't seem to be so impatient. At this moment, she directly called out the names of owner and city master. Without the slightest sense of respect, it shows that there is no patience. The thoughts got to this point. Seeming said with a smile, "Miss Yi, don't be impatient. Isn't this king acting carefully? Just want to chat with this friend. Either let it go, or we leave. Give you 3 breaths, your own choice." Yi King complexion ashen, looking at Ming coldly. Ming complexion slightly changed, although he also hoped that Thousand Leaves sect and the others would leave directly, so that Sky Crane City could find an excuse to completely cut off from Thousand Leaves sect and annex many of Thousand Leaves sect in the city industry. But unfathomable mystery, he always feels something is wrong. There is a feeling that if you cast aside all considerations for face here, the major event is bad. This feeling made him jump for a while. Who is so arrogant in my way? It turned out to be Ye. At this moment, a person's voice suddenly came from not far away, accompanied by a voice the sound of a flowing light flees. The rays of light flashes, revealing the silhouettes of three people. The three are two old men and one young man. Both old men have the principal source 3-layer cultivation level. The cheekbones are high, the eyes are divine light and introverted, the expression is not angry and prestigious, the cultivation level is superb at a glance, and the young man is about 10, the cultivation level of principal source 1-layer, the raw red lips, white teeth, handsome like a jade tree, holding a folding fan in the hand, shaking it gently. It is extremely romantic. Kuyu. When Duke Xian saw this person, he condensed his expression, showing a grave expression, as if the other person's backing was not small, and the other person's voice and tone of Yi Qing'an's name, even more it made him feel upset. Kuyu was at the complexion and looked at Duke Xian and said, "This young master's name is what you can call casually, Palm." As soon as this statement came out, outside the city all martial artists have their mouths opened wide, with horrified expressions on their faces. Duke Xian is also a powerhouse of principal source 2-layer at any rate. It was just because he shouted the other party's name that he was appalled. In this under the public gaze, if he is really punished in this way, even if the heart of martial Dao does not collapse, Duke Xian will have no face to meet people in the future. After hearing this, Thousand Leaves sect disciple has also been complexion greatly changed, and all source strength has been urged, like a big enemy. While everyone was horrified, Kuya laughed ha and said, "Just kidding. Do brother, don't be nervous." Duke Xian's expression changed in an instant. It's so exciting, deep in one's heart, angry, but helpless. After all, the other party has two principal source 3-layer powerhouses next to him. If you really do it here because of impulse, Thousand Leaves sect will suffer. Kuyu ignored Duke Xian, but looked at Yi Qing'an with scorching eyes, and said politely, "Yeah, I haven't seen you for a long time. The style is even more so." At this moment, the look is in sharp contrast with the previous arrogant and despotic, making everyone surprised, wondering if this is still a person. "You are as annoying as ever," Yi Qing'an sneered. With one word, the two old men who were following Kuya suddenly the eyes show bright light. Two extremely strong pressures shrouded Yi Qing'an. Yi Qing'an couldn't help but groaned, and his face was slight white. Second old man, stop. Kuya complexion changed a lot and shouted sharply. The two old men who followed him only then took the pressure away. "You two old guy, how dare you do this?" Kuya turned his head and scolded the two old men. "What if you hurt Ye? Next time there is no mine. No matter how you dare to take orders at will, you don't have to follow me anymore." "Young master, forgive me." After being scolded like this, the two old men didn't feel annoyed at all, but bowed their heads and admitted their mistakes. It is amazing to see again and again. "Ye, are you okay?" Kuya looked at Yi Qing'an with concern. Yi Qing'an took a deep breath, gritted his teeth and said, "Take care of your old dog. Don't let them bite people." Kuya slightly smiled, folded a fan in his hand close, click on Yi Qing'an a few times, and say, "I like your straightforward character, but you are very annoying." "It's okay." Kuya smiled indifferently. This young master believes in sincerity. Jinshi is open. Let's have less of your spring and autumn dreams, because you are the only man left in the world. I won't look at you either." Yi Qing'an sneered again and again. Kuya complexion changed a little, smiled freely, no longer hopelessly muddled with her, but looked at Ming and said, "What did you do just now?" Ye was so angry. Ming seems to be extremely afraid of Kuya. hearing this with cold sweat and said, "Nothing is nothing, it's just a routine." HMPH, don't rush to apologize to Ye! Kuya lightly snorted. Ming immediately ran up to Yi Qing'an and said in a low voice, Ming has been offended before, please also Miss Yi to remember the villain's past, don't blame it. Yi Qing'an glanced at him and waved his hand indifferently. Ming elder also has a responsibility, so forget it. Many thanks Miss Yi. Ming such as the amnesty. Marshall Peak Chapter 2337 Chapter 2337 Heart palpitations. It's better to meet together, yeah. How about going into the city together? This young master got a good pot of carbon-blooded black tea at the beginning of the month. Tasting and tasting. Can you enjoy your face? Kuyu turned around, looked at Yi Qing'an with a smile, and sent an invitation. Yi Qing'an coldly said, the way is different, don't do it. When the words fell, she greeted Duke Xian and the others. Senior brother, let's go. Duke Xian nodded lightly, like a general who had won the battle, and greeted Kuyu slightly smiled. Young master's dark tea, hold it and drink it slowly. Don't choke it. Many thanks brother do cares. Kuyu was not annoyed, and smiled and replied. In a short while, Thousand Leaves sect and the others simultaneously entered the city. Kuyu also seemed a little bit boring. He took the two old men into the city and disappeared into the crowd. What is Kuyu's background? It looks amazing. Yang Kai asked curiously after entering the city. Yi Qing'an sighed and replied, he is the Palace Master of Heavenly Illumination Palace. Heavenly Illumination Palace has always been at odds with my Thousand Leaves sect. He has always wanted to push us out, but there is no chance. But I heard about Heavenly Illumination Palace. Palace Master Kuz is attacking the Emperor Senior stage in retreat. If he can really succeed. At this point, Yi Qing'an looked worried. Duke Xian said, Sky Crane City is now in trouble with Heavenly Illumination Palace. If Kuz is promoted to the Emperor Senior stage, then my Thousand Leaves sect will have a dire future prospect. Hearing this, Yang Kai suddenly felt bright and realized that the new backer Sky Crane City was looking for was probably the Heavenly Illumination Palace. Wu Ma said, Emperor Senior stage is so easy to break through. Maybe the old fogey of Kuz went into fire at the breakthrough pass and died at Become Devil. Everyone listened. Coming out, this is his curse, but since Kuz dares to attack the Emperor Senior stage, he must be certain. If the breakthrough is successful, Thousand Leaves sect will really be in trouble. Honored Master has its own consideration of this matter, so we can do our own thing. Duke Xian saw that the fellow apprentices were not in a high mood, so he quickly calmed down. Sky Crane City, in front of a shop called Heavenly Puppet Building, Thousand Leaves sect stopped. Yi Qing'an Chong Yang Kai explained, this is my Thousand Leaves sect's biggest property in Sky Crane City. If young Master Yang doesn't dislike it, he can stay here for 2 days and wait for the concubine acceptance ceremony tomorrow. After that, this mistress accompanied young Master Yang back to sect. Yes. Yang Kai looked at the magnificent, luxuriously decorated Heavenly Puppet Building, slightly nodded. It can be seen that the Heavenly Puppet Building must have been very busy in the past, because such a shop was built in such a prime location, and the business must not be much worse. It is very likely to be a crowded business. Guests are like crossing River Cup. It's a pity that the time has passed. Now this Heavenly Puppet Building is actually a Monkara bird, empty inside, only some goods placed on the shelves, covered with dust. A little girl dressed up is taking a nap behind the counter. I don't know what good things were in my dream. Hey, his smirk was continuously emitted, and saliva flowed down the corners of his mouth. This business ... is very shabby. Yang Kai sighed. Yi Qing'an said with a bitter smile, if there are some fierce guys in front of a shop every day they put pressure on the past guests under the sign of City Lord's mansion, I'm afraid no one will come and buy things. Listening to her, Yang Kai discovered that not far in front of the Heavenly Puppet Building, there were a few robust men with ugly faces watching Heavenly with a sneer. The door of the puppet building seemed to be ready to act at any time, but when he saw the Thousand Leaves sect mark on the clothes of Yi Qing'an and the others, the complexity was slightly changed, and he turned his eyes away. Yang Kai chuckled lightly. You sect mixing in this Sky Crane City is too unsatisfactory. Yi King and complexion Yidu, the situation is not as good as people. Young Master Yang, please go inside first. Yang Kai slightly nodded, led by Yi Qing'an into the shop. Duke Xian and Wu Man, the others, you look at me, I look at you. They are all confused. They can also see that Yi Qing'an seems to attach great importance to Yang Kai. He was treated as a guest, respectful and courteous everywhere, but no matter how they looked at it, Yang Kai was nothing more than a principal Source 2-layer martial artist. I really don't understand his ability to make Yi Qing'an so cautiously treat. But it is obviously not the time to ask more at this moment. A few people entered the shop. Wu Ma stepped forward, rushed to the counter and knocked a few times, awakening the sleeping shop Xiao. The little second brother should also be Thousand Leaves sect disciple, but the cultivation level is not high, and the status is very low. When I saw Yi Qing'an and the others, I was so scared that my soul was gone. His face turned pale, and he bowed his head to admit his mistake. Yi Qing'an waved his hand impatiently. Call you storekeeper to arrange a few rooms to come out. Yes, I'll call the storekeeper. Eldest young lady, sit down for a while. The little second brother, such as the Imnesty, scared witless and ran to the back hall. After a short while, an old man and a half walked out of the back hall and came to Yi Qing'an and the others to salute him, and brought a few people to the back hall to settle down. The Nana concubine ceremony is to be held tomorrow, so today's not at all. Yi Qing'an placed Yang Kai properly and returned to the owner's wing. After quietly waiting for a while, he heard a light knock on the door. She moved gently, opened the door, and saw Duke Xian standing at the door with a bright smile on her face. She blushed immediately and greeted him into the room with a squeeze. In the wing, Yang Kai meditates and rests. This trip to Sky Crane City with Yi Qing'an was just a coincidence, so he was at ease when he came. I don't know why. Today he always has some restlessness. It seems that something is going to happen in the dark, making him unable to settle down at all. This situation will still happen for the first time, and Yang Kai never encountered such a thing in previous practice. He didn't dare to be careless, and used spiritual mind to examine himself over and over again, lest he might have hidden dangers or breed heart demon from improper own practice. But no matter how many times I checked, I didn't find any problems. On the contrary, the feeling of restlessness became more and more serious. He frowned and thought, and found that this feeling seemed to have appeared after the owner entered the Sky Crane City. It seemed that there was something affecting the owner in the Sky Crane City. This kind of feeling comes from unfathomable mystery, but Yang Kai dare not take the slightest care. His cultivation level has reached his realm. Unless there is interference from external forces, he cannot shake his inner peace at all. He was puzzled, sighed helplessly, and stood up. I wanted to say hello to Yi Qing'an, telling her to go roam around, to relax, but I didn't want him to release the spiritual mind, and realized that Yi Qing'an was in the wing with Duke Xian. Two people. My face suddenly became black. These two people did nothing too outrageous, but Duke Xian held Yi Qing'an's jade hand and stared at her affectionately, talking about the pain of love sickness, while Yi Qing'an did. With his head lowered, his cheeks blushed, and the slender neck was pink with a gloss like porcelain. Yang Kai hurriedly withdrew spiritual mind, lest he look at the Iovone president again. Without telling anyone else, Yang Kai shook his figure and left the heavenly puppet building. The next moment, and appeared on the bustling street. The scale of Sky Crane City in the entire South Territory can be regarded as a medium city level, so no matter the overall layout or scale, it is not comparable to Maplewood City, enough to accommodate 8 horses in parallel on the street. Past martial artists, such as Crossing River Car, are standing next to each other. There are so many shops on both sides of the street that stand in great numbers, and the sound of shouting is one after another. Perhaps because tomorrow is the day when City Master accepts concubines, the entire Sky Crane City is full of joy, with lights and festoons everywhere, and it's very lively. Those martial artists are also full of joy. I don't know, what are they happy about? Yang Kai followed the crowd, and soon came to a restaurant. Seeing that it was full of guests, he turned around and walked into the restaurant. Immediately there was an enthusiastic shopkeeper greeted him. This shopkeeper is also a martial artist, but the cultivation level is not high, only saint stage level, that's all. Brimming with a smile on his face, bowing at Yang Kai said, "The adults, please." The adults looked quite face. I don't know if the adults come to meet friends or have a drink alone. Yang Kai glanced at him and said with a smile, "All alone." The shop young man smiled knowingly, and said, "The little one understands, sit down here." While speaking, he has led Yang Kai to the third floor and arranged for him to on the table by the window. He smiled and said, "The adults want something to eat and drink." It's not a small boast. There are very few that can compare to our restaurant in the entire Sky Crane City. The ingredients used in our restaurant are all different. The freshest monster beast material, spirit flower, spirit fruit, has a cultivation level like an adult. Taking it all year round can also increase the cultivation level and consolidate the foundation. If you get the chance, you may be able to break through and promote on the spot. This is in our restaurant. It has happened several times. Oh? Yang Kai raised his brows and looked a little surprised. He smiled and said, "Then you think I should have something to eat and drink at my cultivation level?" The shopkeeper laughed. Adults see principal source stage powerhouse. Naturally, they should use the finest ingredients and the best wine. If you are accompanied by a beautiful woman, honks, you will add fragrance. But that's it. This shop's junior is here all year round. It seems to have a pair of eye-catching eyes. Even if it is only Saint Stage's cultivation level, it can be seen that Yang Kai is a principal source stage level powerhouse. And a mouth can speak well, long and pleasing to the eye. Extremely pleasing. Yang Kai laughed at he and said authentically, "Okay, you can arrange it for me." When I heard that, Xiao in the shop immediately beamed with joy, and said, "I will make the adults satisfied. If not satisfied, adults can take apart the small bones to stew the soup." Yang Kai nodded, "Okay, if there is a slight dissatisfaction, it will do what you want." With a black line on his face, he said, "The little one has to do my best." While speaking, I immediately stepped back, as if it was an arrangement. While waiting, Yang Kai sat by the window and looked at the scenery below. It was quite interesting. The feeling of stagnation in the past few days has also been wiped out. The previous feeling of anxiety seems to have disappeared. Martial Peak Chapter 2338. Chapter 2338 Restaurant Storm. Not only that, but he suddenly felt light all over, and the whole person suddenly became refreshed, in great spirits. Within the body source strength flowed more and more rapidly. Aware of this, Yang Kai slightly startled, but quickly reacted. This should be due to some breakthrough in the own mood. He was instantly delighted. It seems that choosing to go shopping is really a wise decision. If I had been practicing meditation in the heavenly puppet building before, I might have gotten some horns, and there would be no such kind of chance. Wait not much time. The shopkeeper delivered good delicacies and fine wines. Although this shopkeeper has suspicions of bragging, the wine and dishes in the restaurant are really good. All the ingredients are not ordinary things, they are hidden. The enormous energy, if taken all year round, theoretically can increase the cultivation level. But this kind of improvement is very small, not as solid and pure as the hard practice. So, martial artists generally do not choose this method to increase the cultivation level, not to mention that daily consumption here requires a lot of source crystal, and the growth obtained is extremely limited, not as obediently and honestly meditate and practice. But Yang Kai didn't mean to be more serious with the Xiao of the shop. He praised him a few words, rewarded some source crystal, and told him to retreat. Sitting there alone drinking and drinking. This restaurant's 3 building residences are also full of guests, either in groups of 3 or 4, or 2 20% doubles, such as Yang Kai alone. Not at all tables. The rise of these people's drinking is naturally indulge in loud and empty talk, talking about the local customs and strange things. Yang Kai feels a bit interesting to hear it. I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's because of the man's true nature. As I talked about this topic, it was about the concubine room that City Master Luo Jin was preparing to accept. Speaking of our Lord City Master, hey, regardless of his age, he enjoys the blessings of the world. That is, Lord City Master, there are already 14 concubine rooms, including the one tomorrow, but there are only 15. I don't know if City Master can keep up with this energy. Ha 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 ha. It's a cruel thing for a beauty to stay alone in her empty boudoir. If Lord Luo can't even disperse the rain and dew, this city lord's mansion harem is going to cause trouble. Why? Listen to this, brother. What does it mean? Hey, dare you dare? Just talk casually. It's a pity to hear your tone, and think you I want to his old man for the city master. Hey. If you have this opportunity, you may not try it. As the saying goes, dying under the peony flower, and being a ghost tower. You two drank too much, right? There is no door on your mouth. Be careful that there are ears on the wall, and the disaster comes out of your mouth. Someone suddenly cold snort, secretly reminded. Two people hearing this complexion changed in indulge in loud and empty talk. They all said, I did drink too much. What did I say before? No. I didn't say anything. Come, drink and drink. For a moment, the topic was suddenly turned away. But after a while, someone said, speaking of which, Mrs. City Master, the 14 ladies, it seems that all of them are exquisite beauty, capable of causing the downfall of a nation. Be like Lord Luo. In this respect, I really have no regrets in this life. Who makes the City Master the Lord? But what you mean by your words? Seems to have seen those City Master ladies. Yes, Master City Master hid all those ladies in the City Lord's mansion. Even when they went out, they were covered by black gauze, isolated from their faces, and guards cleared the way. How did my friends meet? Smiled and said, hey, I don't have this blessing here, but I have a niece who works as a slave in the City Lord's mansion, serving the City Master ladies personally. Listening to her, those City Master ladies are all inverting all beings. The color, especially the new Lady City Master, seems to be particularly outstanding, quite popular with the City Master. Oh, even the new City Master lady has information? Hurry, let's talk about it. What is she like? Exactly, I am also curious about it. The person smiled slightly and said, it is natural to talk about, it's okay, but the money for this table is, I have wrapped it for you. Xiao and some pots of the best wine. Someone suddenly shouted. The man smiled, cupped one fist in the other hand and said, friends are happy. If that's the case, then just talk about it freely. When he spoke, he wiped his mouth. Describe the appearance of the new City Master Mrs. Wrong. This population is also very good. Under the narration, everyone seems to be able to see a curvy, graceful, colorful, charming, act coquettishly female from walking slowly towards the owner in the void. For a moment all showed a lustful expression, and several people almost shed their saliva. HMPH. At this moment, someone cold snort heavily and threw the wineglass in his hand on the table with a loud noise. Everyone dreamed of being interrupted, and they all looked at the man angrily. Yang Kai was listening energetically. He noticed the movement and quickly looked towards the source of the sound. He suddenly saw a wholesale robust man sitting at a table alone, full of alcohol, with a fierce look on his face. The color spiritual mind swept over. Yang Kai found that this person only had the cultivation level of Void King 3 layer, and he seemed to have been injured recently. Within the body aura was unstable, and his right eye was also somehow he was stabbed blind. There was no black pupil, only Bei Iren, with his savage appearance. It made people shudder. I don't know what the reason is. At this moment, the single-eye robust man looked angry. The jug was crushed in his hand, and the fragrant wine fell down his fingers. Who am I? It turned out to be Mountain Tiger Brother Chai. The person who spoke earlier gave a chuckle, and after speaking, He patted his own mouth and said, "No, it should be. Single-Eye Tiger is right. Ha 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 ha." He made no secret of the ridicule and mockery of Own, and everyone else laughed, as if this man surnamed Chai was not flattering. Like, "Brother Chai, I'm very curious, who is the one who made your eyes blind?" the man asked after laughing. Chai, who groaned, did not mean to answer, but just sat there with a grim look, rolled one of his eyes and stared at the person. "Don't be silly here, or I will tear your mouth." The complexion of the man changed, and he shouted, "What do you mean?" Chai, who said, "That girl. Exactly as you said, like that." "Which girl?" The man was frowned, but he quickly reacted and narrowed his eyes and said, "Chai, who are you saying? The new lady city master, right?" Chai, who cold snort, picked up the wine glass on the table, and drank it in one fell swoop. The man reluctantly said, "Look what you mean. Could it be that you have seen the city master, Mrs. Chai, who moved his hand for a while. Just the remaining single eye showed the expression of memories, but it disappeared in a flash. Coldly said, "Why don't you ask more?" The man was startled, and suddenly smiled and clapped his hands. "I know how your eyes are blind." He paused, sold it off, and then said with a big smile, "It must be a peek at the new city master, Mrs. City Master, coming out of the bath, and she was blinded by her." In one word, have a big laughter. Chai, who suddenly got up, lifted the table directly. His figure was shaking, as if fierce tiger descends the mountain. Rushed to the person, a machete suddenly appeared in his hand, and he slashed directly at the person. I don't know if these words touched Chai's reverse scale. At this moment, Chai's murderous intention is as strong as the substance, scaring that person into a shivered, and quickly resisted. 2 people are the cultivation level of Void King 3 layer. The power caused by such a desperate effort is not small. I saw that the airwave rolled, sent Yuan surging, and the entire 3rd floor table, all the children flew out, and even the restaurant shook for a while and almost collapsed. When the storekeeper of the restaurant heard the movement, he hurried up. When he saw the 2 people fighting desperately, his face turned pale with fright. He kept begging for the 2 people to go to the city to fight to the death. "But where do the 2 people listen?" Yang Kai shook the head, with a helpless look, reached out and grabbed the wine glass on the table, drank the glass of fine wine, dropped some sauce crystal, and left the restaurant with a sway. Among the crowd, fighting between martial artists is a very common thing. Every martial artist is the master who licks blood on the edge of the knife. Today, Chai Hu and one of the other people might be, because of this, died in a fight, but this is also their fate. Yang Kai is not ready to bother. He wanted to go straight back to the Heavenly Puppet building, but when passing a medicine store, he suddenly stopped, and then Shiren walked in. This medicine store should be the property of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, because the store's door sign bears the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce logo. He wants to take this opportunity to purchase some herbs. Recently, the medicine pill in his hand consumes a lot. Although Space Ring contains a lot of materials, if you want pill refining, you need to supplement some other materials. And these materials can only be purchased. The medicine store in Violet Source Chamber of Commerce in Sky Crane City is much larger than the Spirit Pill Workshop in Maplewood City, and the goods are also abundant. Yang Kai is accompanied by a small second in a shop to buy with a lot of medicinal herbs that the owner thought was using. The shop's little O was delighted. He secretly felt that he had encountered God of Wealth, and he became more respectful and accompanied. It took an hour of effort before Yang Kai finished the purchase. The shop CEO packed all the goods and went to the counter for settlement. The storekeeper seems to know that he has met the Gold Master, and his smile is very kind and kind. I was calculating the price, but saw the light at the door dimmed and someone came in. When the storekeeper raises the head looked at it, he was surprised and said, "It turns out that Miss Luo came here in a big way. The villain is rude." After hearing this, Yang Kai suddenly expressed moved. I secretly feel that Miss Luo in storekeeper's mouth may be the daughter of Sky Crane City City Master Luo Jin, because the 2 people have the same surname, and the storekeeper attaches so much importance to it. only City Lord's mansion people. The storekeeper is also a member of the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. The impossible guest who has no identity makes him treat it so seriously. He looked back when he was curious, and he saw a young female with a slender figure, wearing a bazaar, walking in from the outside with a smile. Hearing this waved, "The storekeeper is busy. Ben young lady is just here to stroll around." "Miss Luo, please." Storekeepers slightly smiled. Marshall Peak Chapter 2339. Chapter 2339 Hustle and Bustle. The young female walks straight in, and beside this young female, there is a young man who is personally accompanied. The young student's red lips, white teeth, handsome like a jade tree, holding a folding fan in his hand, with a suave look. It was Kuyu from Heavenly Illumination Palace. Under Yang Kai and his four eyes look at each other, Kuyu was taken aback for a moment, and then said with a smile, "Is it you?" Yang Kai covered his face with his hand, turned sideways and said, "It's not me. You have recognized the wrong person." Kuyu has a stunned face, and I don't know what Yang Kai is going to do. The young female also looked at Yang Kai curiously, looked at Kuyu and asked, "Elder brother you, do you recognize this person?" Kuyu chuckled lightly, "I recognize it. I'm not familiar." "Oh." Young female nodded, looking like a big lala, patted Yang Kai's shoulder, and said, "Hey you guy, elder brother you is talking to you. How dare you ignore?" Yang Kai moved her shoulders, put her hands away, and leaned at her impatiently and said, "Men and women should not touch hands when they give or receive things. Your home didn't the adults teach you? What do you want to do if you just pat other people's shoulders on the street?" Young female blushed and gritted her teeth and said, "Do you dare to teach me?" Kuya he smiled and said, "Younger sister Bing doesn't need to be with him. Lower oneself to somebody's level." This person seems to have been so sneaky. He was also at the city gate before. He entered the city under the sign of Thousand Leaves sect and didn't know what he intended. He is in the same group as Thousand Leaves sect. Luo Bing hearing this, Xiao face sank, seems to have no good impression of Thousand Leaves sect. Exactly. Kuya slightly nodded. Luo Bing immediately said, "That must be some unruly attempt. You guy, tell this young lady clear, what do you want to do when you come into the city? Is there any crafty plots and machinations?" she asked directly in front of Yang Kai's. Yang Kai looked speechless, staring at her, thinking that this small girl should be spoiled and somewhat ignorant of the world. Thoughts move. Yang Kai sneered up. Luo Bing said in disgust, "It's so disgusting to laugh. You can tell me, what do you want to do when you come into the city?" Yang Kai said, "What else can you do?" Hearing that there are countless beautiful people in Sky Crane City, it is natural to steal the jade and steal the fragrance. Especially some Shuiling's little girls with fresh and tender skin are just right for the appetite. While speaking, while taking a deep breath, he continued, "Smell it, smell it, smell it, lick it, it's delicious, tsk tsk tsk." Luo Bing was taken aback and his face turned pale, couldn't help but stepped back a few steps, unable to say a word, seemingly shocked. Kuyu frowned, standing in front of Luo Bing. Cold Snort said, "Friends pay attention, you should know that rice can be eaten indiscriminately, and you can talk nonsense. Some words will kill you." Yang Kai laughed and shrugged his shoulders and said, "You guys didn't mean that I was trying to come into the city, so I would cooperate." Luo Bing also came back to his senses, and jumped out from behind Kuyu, tenderly shouted, "Do you dare to scare me? Do you know who I am?" Yang Kai glanced at her and said in disgust, "I don't know, don't care. Him bothering me. Should I sell me to ignore him?" Luo Bing had a pair of beautiful eyes staring round. She was born the daughter of Sky Crane City Master, with a respectable status and a privileged family. The appearance is also outstanding in first grade. Since she has grown up, there have been many men who pursued her, such as Kuyu of Heavenly Illumination Palace. Every time she comes to Sky Crane City, she also accompanies her. Follow closely, like a flower protector. And Luo Jin also asks for her. no matter what wishes can be satisfied. She has always lived in an environment where the stars are overwhelmed by the moon. She is praised in the palm by everyone, and she has never been so disliked by any man. For a moment, feeling wronged in my heart, I stomped and said, you ... I want you to look good. Yang Kai hearing this, the complexion sank. Although he is not afraid of this Sky Crane City, if there is any conflict with Liu Bing, it may affect Thousand Leaves Sect and the others, which is exactly what he wants to see. Liu Bing yelled. He had already taken 3 steps and made 2 steps before rushing to Yang Kai. He looked up at the slender white neck and stared at her fiercely. Yang Kai was alert, but she turned her head and pointed at the goods on the counter to the storekeeper and said, he bought these things, right? That storekeeper's hearing this, subconsciously nodded and said, exactly. Very good. Liu Bing clenched the teeth, saying, I want all of these things for the young lady, and you are not allowed to sell any of them. Yang Kai's face suddenly became black. Kuyu was also stunned, thinking this is how you want to show him good looks. Isn't this a little too marginal? Storekeeper gave an awkward look and said, Miss Liu, these items were purchased by this customer, and the small price has been settled. Liu Bing said, it hasn't been delivered yet. Storekeepers hesitates and said, this is not yet. That's fine, I need everything. Liu Bing humming heat from his nostrils, he looked at Yang Kai triumphantly, with a posture of you dare to fight me. Yang Kai has a speechless expression, and he feels that this small girl is spoiled even more, and he doesn't even know how to get angry. Storekeepers took a deep breath and said, Miss Liu, these goods were purchased by this customer. If he insists on buying, the old man must sell to him, so I'm afraid it will not meet your requirements. What? Liu Bing's small face stretched suddenly, staring at the storekeeper, and said, did you not clear what I said just now? Storekeeper said indifferently, small stores have the rules of small stores. Please Miss Liu, forgive me. Although this store is not big, it is also the industry of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. It is the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, so even if Liu Bing is the daughter of the city master, the storekeeper is not too scared, and will not offend the guests next to her because of her, ruining the reputation of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. As for the offending City Lord's mansion young lady, he has his own heads up. Moreover, if Liu Jin learns the cause of the incident, I am afraid he will not come to embarrass the shop. Liu Bing's face flushed suddenly with anger. Kuya said, younger sister Bing, forget it. It's just some medicinal herbs. It's not sold here. It's the same to buy it elsewhere. No, I have to buy it today. Liu Bing puffed his cheeks, clenched the teeth and said, the storekeeper said, how much these things cost? This young lady will double. Storekeeper rubbed his forehead, said with a bitter smile, the shop rules are unbreakable. Yang Kai said with a smile, storekeeper, don't you have money? Earn bastard. Since this girl is willing to pay double the price to buy these, then sell it to her. Storekeeper hearing this, immediately cast a grateful look at Yang Kai and bowed, many thanks to the large number of guests. Liu Bing exclaimed, why do you say that he gave it to me? This young lady snatched it. Yes, you snatched it, and I will bow down to the wind. Yang Kai repeatedly nodded. It's pretty much the same. Liu Bing's face was a little affable, and he raised his head triumphantly, knocking on the desk and said, let's talk about it. How many source crystal? Storekeeper he took a look at the abacus in front of him, opened the mouth and said, if this customer bought it, it would be 1800,600,4300 source crystal. The fraction can be erased, it is 1800,600, so Miss Liu only needs to pay 3,700 source crystal. Gudong. Liu Bing couldn't help but swallowed his saliva, and said with difficulty, more ... how much? Storekeepers raises the head, complexion calmly quoted the price again. Now even Kuyu couldn't help but stared at Yang Kai with a shocked look. He didn't expect at all. Yang Kai bought so many source crystals for these things. Such a sum of source crystals is enough to move most principal source stages, Even if Kuyu is Heavenly Illumination Palace Master, and doesn't have so much on hand. With such huge financial resources, it has been shown that Yang Kai is not a general martial artist. Liu Bing also seems to be stupid, and hasn't recovered for a long time. After a while, Liu Bing roughly said, "Storekeepers, you are not wrong?" The old man said, "The old man has been in charge of this store for 30 years, never something went wrong." Yang Kai grinned from the side, and said, "Why, Miss Liu, this is no money to buy." "Who said I have no money?" Liu Bing. As soon as I heard it, it was like a rabbit with its tail trampled on, jumping and saying, "This little source crystal is not in the eyes of this young lady. Sir Father gave me more pocket money." Yang Kai kept nodded, holding the fist saying, "Miss Liu is rich and powerful. I admire it." Liu Bing whispered, "Just go out today. I was very anxious. I didn't take it with me." Yang Kai smiled and squinted at her and said, "Miss Liu, don't you want to take credit?" "Who said I'm going to take credit?" Liu Bing blushed. She really had this plan just now, but after being teased by Yang Kai, there is no face to do it. She can only stammering looking at Kuyu and said, "Elder brother you." Kuyu almost instinctively wiped off own space ring, and the corners of his mouth twitched and said, "Younger sister Bing, I only have 10 million. Liu Bing hearing this, stomped and said, "Why don't you bring more source crystal when you go out?" Kuyu has a speechless expression and thinks that 10 million is already a lot. This is still the owner's hard work to save with all of his family properties. How can there be more? Even more how? Even more how? This time cannot be taken out. Buy some medicinal herbs for double the price in order to be angry, but the source crystal of Own is spent, and Liu Bing must return it to Own. Thinking of this, Kuyu glared at Yang Kai bitterly, thinking that it was this kid who was secretly messing up and preventing the owner from getting off the stage. Yang Kai didn't see it, haha smiled, and said, "Miss Liu didn't bring enough money." "If that's the case, I will take down these medicinal herbs." "Stop!" Liu Bing yelled, and jumped directly onto the medicinal herbs, protecting him with his body, as if protecting something extremely important, and shouting at Yang Kai, "Wait a moment, I'll go back and call Sir Father gave me enough source crystal." "Will the city master give you it?" Yang Kai curl one's lip. As long as Liu Jin hasn't lost his mind, he is impossible to give Liu Bing such a large amount of source crystal just to get angry. More people may send someone to teach Yang Kai. Martial Peak Chapter 2340. Chapter 2340. I can't make a move. Kuyu can't stand it anymore, stretches out Liu Bing and says, "Younger sister Bing, don't be fooling around. Lord City Master will do tomorrow's. The ceremony is exhausting. I'm afraid I won't see you." "I'm not fooling around. I will buy these things," Liu Bing said stubbornly. Yang Kai shook the head, reached out and took the medicinal herbs, put them into the own space ring, and then delivered the corresponding amount of source crystal to the storekeeper, turned and walked out. He is too lazy to pester with these two people anymore. "Don't go!" Liu Bing exclaimed reluctantly, but to no avail. Seeing Yang Kai was about to leave, she quickly grabbed Kuyu and begged, "Elder brother you help me stop him. I have to buy those medicinal herbs today." "Forget it." Kuyu flashed a trace of impatience in his eyes, accompanying the small girl who didn't know anything about the world. He is also approaching the limit of patience. But now that Sky Crane City is very powerful, Heavenly Illumination Palace intends to get closer to him, so every time he comes to Sky Crane City, he will accompany Liu Bing by his side. "If you let the city master know it's not so good." "What's wrong?" "In this Sky Crane City, this young lady takes whoever he wants, and I'm responsible for what happens." Liu Bing instigated. "It looks like, even more how? Isn't he with Thousand Leaves sect and the others?" Just to ask him what conspiracy he had when he came to the city. "Hey!" Kuya sighed helplessly, "See she is so messy. She can only brace oneself to agree." "Even more how?" He also wants to know exactly what is the relationship between Yang Kai and Thousand Leaves sect. The person in Thousand Leaves sect is not at all Yang Kai. He is still very clear about this. Yes, but at the city gate before, Yi Qing'an actually said that he was from Thousand Leaves sect, which made Kuyu a little wary. The thoughts got to this point. He nodded and said, "Okay, but if it's the city master asking from this, I never mention you. Elder brother, you is the best." Liu Bing showed a happy appearance. Kuyu's face was severe, and she shouted, "Second old man, I have work." I don't know who he is talking to. Liu Bing stood there smiling staring at Yang Kai's back, expecting him to be taken down, fantasizing that this guy was tortured by the owner, kneeling down and begging for mercy, and handed those medicinal herbs obediently. She couldn't laugh at the scene above, but looks at, because Yang Kai Shiren walked out of the shop door, then swarmed into the crowd as soon as she turned around, and then disappeared. He ran. Liu Bing shook Kuyu's arm and reminded him. Kuyu is also stunned and shouted at Void, "Second old man, what's the matter?" His voice fell, and the silhouette around him suddenly flashed, and he followed at the city gate. The two principal source three-layer old man simultaneous that he came together appeared, but the two people all had cold sweat on their foreheads at the moment. Their faces were slightly pale, and they seemed to have lingering fears. "Why don't you take the shot?" Kuyu's expression was furious, and secretly felt that Owen had lost face in front of Liu Bing and was in a bad mood. The two old men glanced at each other, and one of them said humanely, "Young Master Brightview, it must be done, but not done." "What's the matter?" Kuyu's complexion sank. The old man said, "The old man can't be said." Just now when the two of me were about to make a move, we inexplicably felt extremely dangerous, as if ... like he was talking. A look of horror appeared on his face. Another old man continued, "It seems that if we really make a move, I will lie down immediately." "Are you kidding?" Kuyu opened his mouth wide, glared at the two old men, looking unbelievable. The old man who spoke before said, "Young master, I have followed you for many years." Young master has never refused the order of young master, but this time, things are strange. "Yes, please also young master, please forgive me." Another old man continued. Kuya looked at them for a long time, then roughly said, "You mean, that kid playing the pig to eat the tiger ... maybe an Emperor Senior stage powerhouse." As soon as this statement came out, Kuya couldn't help but swallowed his saliva. A piece of cold sweat appeared behind his back, and his face turned pale. The two elders are all principal source three-layer powerhouses. Although they are old, their skills are becoming more and more refined and powerful, which can suppress them in an instant, making them afraid of not daring to do it. No trace is possible except for the Emperor Senior stage. When I remembered that Owen had provoked an Emperor Senior stage powerhouse, Kuyu couldn't help but feel weak. His legs trembled, and he was a little unstable. No. The old man shook the head who spoke earlier. That kid is not old. Impossible is the Emperor Senior stage powerhouse. And the two old men carefully scanned him with spiritual mind. It is indeed the principal source two-layer cultivation level. No doubt. Then there is Emperor Senior stage secretly protecting him. Kuyu was surprised again. Neither. That feeling does not come from the Emperor Senior stage powerhouse. Another old man shook the head. Kuyu swallows saliva saying, "Is it because the old man feels wrong?" The old man who spoke earlier said, "Young master doesn't believe us." Not so. Kuyu hearing this quickly waved. "It's just. There is always an explanation for this, right? Could it be that that kid can easily beat the old man?" Old man said with a sneer, "At his cultivation level, he wants to beat the old man too. It's 100 years too early." Liu Bing interrupted in the clouds and mist that was listening. "What are you talking about? That person has already run away. You two old guy is really useless. Thanks to elder brother you is so kind to you." Kuyu's face suddenly became cold, and he looked at Liu Bing and said, "Shut up." Liu Bing was taken aback. From the time she met Kuyu until now, she has never seen the other party treat Owen like this, let alone he has made such a big fire, plus what she has suffered just now feeling wronged. For a moment I couldn't accept it, and said hysterically, "You scold me? Do you dare to scold me?" Kuyu Cold Snort said, "The two elders treat me like elder, and you can't tolerate your humiliation." Luo Bing's eyes flushed, tears falling down like broken pearls, gritted his teeth and stared at Kuyu bitterly, then threw his powder fists and screamed. Said, I hate you, elder brother, you is the worst, I hate you to death." I beat him for a while, turned his head and ran out of the store, rushed into the crowd in the blink of an eye, and disappeared. "Young master, don't chase it." When one of the two old men saw this, the complexion slightly changed authentically. Kuyu Cold Snort said, "The small girl is spoiled, so let her own to reflect on it for a while." "But, what if Miss Luo had any accident?" The old man looked worried. Kuyu said disapprovingly, "She belongs to the city master." "Daughter, who dares to treat her in this Sky Crane City?" "I'm afraid that I have already gone to City Lord's mansion. I understand her character, so I don't need to worry too much." Seeing him say that, the two old men can't say anything more. "It's that kid. It's worth paying more attention to." Kuyu complexion solemnly, "This kid may have some secrets. I really want to know what his origin is." "Young master, don't worry, I will check it out now." An old man cupped one fist in the other hand said, his figure disappeared in a flash. Sky Crane City, the street above, a young female crying, sad desperate appearance, running rampant in the crowd, provoking a lot of scolding. Luo Bing is so sad, let alone being disgusted by an unfathomable mystery man. He was even more disgusted by an unfathomable mystery man. She was humiliated, and then Kuyu, who was regarded as her best friend, scolded her. Through childhood, she had never been wronged so much. For a moment, she only felt sad. I couldn't stop the tears, and the eyes that cried for a while became red and swollen. She ran while crying, looking back from time to time, as if she was expecting something, but no one came to chase her. All of a sudden, I feel even more sad. I only think that Own is the most miserable person in the world. No one can be more pitiful than Own. After thinking about it, she thinks that the culprit of all this is the capital with a look of meanness. A handsome young man, if he didn't give the medicinal herbs to the owner, he wouldn't be able to get off the stage, let alone be scolded by Kuyu. Thinking of this, she in the heart gave Yankite who I scolded a bloody head and secretly vowed to make him look good when I see this person again. I don't know how long I ran away crying, but after Luo Bing came back to his senses, I found that Own was lost. Although she is the daughter of Sky Crane City Master, she grew up here since she was a child, but in the past when she went out was not with attendants crowding round. The guards cleared the way, so she didn't need to manage too much. As long as the owner is happy, there will be a human domain to take her home after shopping. And the places she goes are all the most prosperous locations in Sky Crane City. But at this moment, she found a depression all around, the streets were narrow, the air smelled bad, and there were disgusting aura everywhere. There were many disabled people on both sides of the street who were begging. There is also a sloppy and dirty beggar catching lice under the sun, and throwing it into his mouth when he catches one. Kabeng is crispy, and the food is delicious. Luo Bing quickly twisted. I turn my head, nauseated, and at the same time asked owner in the heart, is this still the blooming Sky Crane City? Owner, isn't it a run? Which unknown town did you run to? Luo Bing was shocked when he thought of this. If this is the case, then she will definitely not be able to find a way home, and her calm mood has fallen to the bottom again, and panic tears flowed out again. At this moment, she suddenly saw two men walking by in front of her, as if she caught the straw when she was drowning. She quickly ran over with tears, and whispered, you two wait a moment. The two men hearing this, couldn't help but pause, and turned around to look at Luo Bing. Under one sweep, two people are the eyes shows bright light. Luo Bing was born with good looks, graceful figure, and perennial pampering, so that she has a natural superior temperament. At this moment, although the crying pear flower carries the rain, It adds a copy of what I saw, feeling of pity. It's no wonder that these two people watched intently and secretly swallowed saliva. Normally, in the Sky Crane City, any female with a bit of identity will not come over. But today, a goddess suddenly came here. How can there be no reason for two people not to be tempted? Marshall Peak Chapter 2341. Chapter 2341. The brain is broken. Scanning through spiritual mind, the two people found that the young female only had the cultivation level of Void Return 3 layer. After looking at each other, they all saw what they saw in each other's eyes. The meaning of begin to stir. One of the slightly fat martial artists smiled on his face, pretending to be mature and reliable, and asked softly, "Little girl, what do you call the next two? Is it possible that lost?" Hey 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 hey. Liu Bing's beautiful eyes lit up and looked at the fat martial artist in surprise and said, "How did you know? This young lady is lost. I don't know how to go back." The fat martial artist was taken aback, thinking that the owner was just casually making a fool of himself. Looking at the young female in front of him, he was delighted, and it did not seem to be fake. I immediately understood that the young female in front of him should be the kind of person who stays at home all the year round and does not understand the information from the outside world. He coughed and put on a pity. "Don't be afraid of little girl. No one will hurt you if you are here." Liu Bing wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes. A smile. "Very good, I knew things weren't that bad." She smiled like a spring breeze, and the eyes of the two martial artists were straightened, and she swallowed continuously. The whole body is boiling with enthusiasm. "You two, hurry up and send this young lady home, and you will be rewarded again when this young lady goes back." In the blink of an eye, Liu Bing regained his pretentious posture and yelled at the two martial artists opposite, "Stand up." Two people glanced at each other, and another martial artist who was slightly thinner said with a slight smile, "Okay, I will send the girl home, and the girl will come with us." Liu Bing nodded, and instructed, "Lead the way." She didn't ask the other party if she knew who Owns was, so she didn't clear own home. So she followed directly. The two martial artists behind walked deeper into the alley. The other two obviously didn't mean to say more. They just walked forward with their heads stuffed. Liu Bing, who followed behind, seemed to be gradually happy. The many unpleasant things that were previously forgotten thoroughly. He even hummed a little as he walked, a happy lark, the look of a bird. After a cup of tea, Liu Bing gradually realized that it was wrong. She stopped her pace and turned her head to look around. She found that this place was even more desolate than the place just now, and when she looked around, she didn't see half of it all around. Silhouette. The house collapsed, a desolate scene, like a ghost. This scene made Liu Bing flustered. Trembling said, what is this place? This young lady is not asking you to take me home. You take me. What are you doing here?" The two martial artists in front heard this, stopped at the same time, turned his head and hey looked at Liu Bing with a smile. No matter how stupid Liu Bing is, he realizes that something is wrong now. The two people in front of him don't seem to be good people, and they didn't want to take the owner home. What do you want to do? Liu Bing was so scared that his face turned pale, and he stepped forward to retreat, but he tripped under something. One of them couldn't stand firmly, and his butt fell. Sit on the floor. The panic and pain came up together, making her cry immediately. Hey. The fat martial artist sneered incessantly and walked towards Liu Bing step by step. The gradually approaching silhouette gave Liu Bing great psychological pressure and made her the heart pounded so hard that he almost rushed out of his throat. This young lady warns you not to mess around. Otherwise ... or you will die. Liu Bing bit the red lips and threatened the other party with what she thought was the most powerful. But things have reached this point. How can the two people give up? The thin martial artist said with a smile, "Little lass is very interesting, you are so naive. Do your parents know?" The fat martial artist is even more lustful, saying, "Scream, even if you break your throat in this ghost place, no one will take care of you." While speaking, The fat martial artist has already rushed to Liu Bing in front of him and reached out. She grabbed it with her slender neck. Liu Bing yelled in horror, and pushed his palms upwards. Within the body Saint Yuan surged. He made a powerful blow. But she is just a void return 3-layer martial artist after all, and she didn't love practice since she was a child. This cultivation level can only be obtained with the accumulation and assistance of a large amount of heavenly material earthly treasure. Within the body Saint Yuan is impure and unfamiliar. The fat and thin martial artist, two people have both reached the Void King stage level, so in the face of this move, the fat martial artist just waved his hand and cracked the other party's move, and immediately shot his hand. Pat Liu Bing twice on the shoulder. Liu Bing softened all of a sudden, unable to lift his strength. The meridians were blocked, and the cultivation level was directly suppressed. With a cry, he could only helplessly look at the fat martial artist and stretched out his hand and grabbed his own shirt. The strap, slowly untied. Don't. Liu Bing cried and begged. The fat martial artist was stimulated by this weak call to the evil of deep in one's heart, with heat sprayed in his nostrils. His eyes were red, swallows saliva saying, "This girl's voice is really ecstasy, really the heaven have eyes, my brother and I met such a stunning beauty." The thin martial artist was also hot and unbearable. At this moment, he rushed to the top of Liu Bing's head and stretched out his hand to squeeze her. With a small face, a look of wanting to stop, he said, "The skin is tender and smooth, and I don't know whose young lady. Hey, it's cheaper for us now." Liu Bing heard it, and I don't know where the strength came from, yelled, "I'm the daughter of Lord City Master, you let me go quickly, or you will be dead if you tell my father to know." The fat and thin martial artist became stiff, and his face suddenly became pale. The fat martial artist even had cold sweat on his forehead, and he wiped one piece and then one piece came out, and he couldn't finish it. Roughly said, "No. No way." "The daughter of City Master?" The thin martial artist also looked scared, looking at Liu Bing and said, "You. What's your name?" Liu Bing looked at the two people coldly, and gritted his teeth. "Ben, the young lady is called Liu Bing." The fat and thin martial artist, hearing this, only felt a chill from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads, causing the two people to shiver involuntarily. Looking at Liu Bing earnestly, the fat martial artist, trembling, said, "It seems. It really seems to be the City Lord's mansion eldest young lady. I have seen her from a distance before." "It's over. This is over." The thin martial artist seemed to be unable to withstand the huge blow, and fell on the ground with his ass. His eyes lost, and his mouth kept mumbling. The fat martial artist was also trembling, and he quickly took back his dirty hands that was untying Liu Bing's clothes, and looked at Liu Bing, as if he wanted to squeeze a smirk but couldn't do it, that expression worse than crying. After learning that the young female in front of me was actually the daughter of Lord City Master, the two people were scared to death, and the 3 immortal souls and 7 mortal souls all flew out. They thought Liu Bing was just a little girl who got lost. How did they think of her coming from such a big background? If she had known that she was the daughter of Lord City Master, it would have given them great courage and they would not dare to act like this. Liu Bing sees this, his eyes light up, yelled, "Know the feared right? If you don't want to die, obediently send this young lady back to the City Lord's mansion." Fat Martial the artist knelt down in front of Liu Bing, knocked his head like garlic, and broke his head in a few clicks. The fresh blood flowed straight and said, "My brother has no eyes," and offended Miss Liu. "I also asked Miss Liu a lot. I went around my brother." The thin martial artist seemed to have recovered at this moment, and he also crawled over and knocked his head, begging for mercy. Liu Bing looked at the two people in disgust. Cold snort said, "You send me back to the City Lord's mansion, I will go around you and not die." "Really?" Fatty the martial artist, hearing this as a joy, raises the head looking at Liu Bing, with a happy appearance of avoided a catastrophe. Liu Bing said, "But the death penalty is inevitable, and the living sin is inevitable. Just because of what you did to this young lady must punish you." She said so, She tilted her head. After thinking for a while, he said, "Let my father shut you down for 10 or 8 years." The faces of the fat and thin martial artists suddenly became colorful, and they stared at Liu Bing with weird expressions. "What do you look at? Believing or not, this young lady dug out your eyes." Liu Bing stared fiercely at the two people, as if they had already controlled the situation. "Big brother." The thin martial artist quietly stabbed the fat martial artist, and whispered, "This small girl ... Is the brain broken? If the brain is not broken, how can anyone threaten others before getting out of trouble? As long as people with a little common sense will not do it." The fat martial artist nodded and said earnestly, "I also think it is. Poor city master, I was famous for having such a daughter. What should I do now?" The fat martial artist's eyes flashed with fierceness, said slowly, "What else can I do? Simply do it without stopping." With this, a trace of murderous intention appeared on his face. The thin martial artist, hearing this, thought for a moment, and nodded. "It can only be so." The two people speak softly, but they are clearly called Liu Bing. "I thought it was hopeful to get out of trouble, but I didn't know that there was a wave of things." And listening to the meaning of these two people's words seemed to not only be frivolity, but even the life of the own, scared her face pale, and said in shock, "What do you want to do? Don't do this. You send me back to City Lord's mansion. Can't I punish you?" "It's late." The fat martial artist sneered, already in his heart. After making a decision, he was no longer so scared. Although Lord City Master is not easy to provoke, but the place is deserted. As long as they are cleaned up afterwards, they may not be tracked down. He crawled down and half-kneeled beside Liu Bing. The fragrance of the virgin lingered around the tip of his nose, causing him to be hot all over. He pursed a big mouth and printed it towards Liu Bing's red lips, still slurred. Clearly said, "It's so stunning, if you can do it once, you will die without regret. Fuck off." "Don't." Liu Bing continuously twisted his head, trying to avoid the opponent's disgusting "she has a face," but her cultivation level is blocked and her actions are restricted. Where can she do it? Can only helplessly look at the other party's mouth getting closer and closer to own. She can almost smell the unpleasant smell in the other's mouth. Liu Bing's mind was blank for a moment. At this critical moment, what appeared in her mind was not a father who was good at owning, nor Kuyu, who was obedient to own, but Yang Kai. That annoying silhouette. If it weren't him, if it wasn't him, how would the owner encounter these purgatory nightmares? Marshall Peak Chapter 2342 Chapter 2342 You are all bad persons. Since you die without regrets, then you go to die. The fat martial artist is about to kiss Liu Bing. A cold voice suddenly sounded. The fat and thin martial artists used to have their brains and blood on their heads. At this moment, listening to the voices of others, they suddenly jumped up like a frightened bird, and their hairs were upside down. The fat martial artist suddenly got up. Before he could see who was talking, he suddenly saw a fist banging towards the owner. That fist above Saint Yuan was ups and downs, and contained extremely fierce moves, which continuously enlarged in front of his eyes, covering all the light. The fat martial artist wanted to dodge, but found that he couldn't dodge it anyway. The opponent's cultivation level seems to be much higher than him. Touch. The muffled sound came out, accompanied by the screams of the fat martial artist. The plump body flew directly on its back, in the middle of the air. The whole head burst like a watermelon that had been smashed, and red and white things splashed everywhere. The mutation first started. The thin martial artist screamed, but before he came back to his senses, his brother died in front of him. He quickly raised the head to look, only to see a robust man with burly hair appeared in front of him at some unknown time. The robust man seemed to have no idea who he had fought with, and he was covered in fresh blood. Half of his cheek was swollen, and the eyes were full of bruises, which made people look at horrible to see, so I didn't dare to look directly, especially this guy with white benevolence in one eye, not a bit of black. It made people feel cold all over. You are who? The thin martial artist's spiritual mind swept across and found that the other party actually had a Void King 3-layer cultivation level, and his heart suddenly became cold. He and the fat martial artist are just the cultivation level of Void King 1 layer, and the other party is 2 small realms higher than them. Although it seems that this robust man is not a peak state, but judging by the power he just punched and killed the fat martial artist, Own was definitely not an opponent. Send you guys on the road. With a robust man cold snort, Iron Pagoda's body only slightly shook in place, then suddenly disappeared. Seeing this, the thin martial artist yelled, "My friend has something to say. I'll wait for you to be lacking hatred and enmity. What's the matter if I do it directly?" I said so, but immediately took out the secret treasure of Own, which was turned into a 1-layer light barrier to protect the whole body. The sound of the robust man suddenly sounded behind him, extremely cold, like the summon of death god. "What can I say to you scumbags who bully men and women? Go to hell." When the words fell, a machete suddenly appeared in his hand. When Saint Yuan poured in, the sound of tiger roars from the machete, and a huge tiger head illusory shadow appeared above the blade. "Open your bloody mouth wide open like a sacrificial bowl and bite at the thin martial artist." Thin martial artist turned pale with fright, shouted, "I fought with you." Although his cultivation level is lower than the opponent's 2 small stages, but if he really fights together in fate, there is still a glimmer of hope for escape. The fat martial artist was killed with a punch, but it was because of carelessness that even secret treasure did not take out. Now he defends secret treasure and guards the whole body, and he will definitely not be killed by a single blow. But the development of the matter was beyond his expectations. The opponent's big knife slashed it over, and it was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, like a hot knife through butter, which broke open directly. His own defense, remaining power cuts on him unabated. No. Probably. The thin martial artist was startled in place, looking at the huge wound on his chest that spread all the way from the shoulders to the lower abdomen, raised the head and looked at the robust man, roughly said, "Are you the principal source stage powerhouse?" At that moment, he clearly noticed that a power that only the principal source stage martial artist had was coming, and the sword in the opponent's hand was obviously a principal source grade secret treasure, so we can break through the defense of Own with no difficulty, and give Own a fatal blow. "Why do you need to ask more if you are about to die?" He issued a martial artist cold snort. When the words fell, the skinny martial artist's fresh blood spewed out like a fountain, and the whole person split into 2 at once, revealing all the internal organs. The air is full of blood-reeking chi. Liu Bing was lying on the ground, trembling violently, beautiful eyes rounded, jaw kept trembling, turning his head and retching. She has been pampered since she was a child. Has she ever seen such a bloody and cruel scene? The strong visual impact made her suddenly unable to bear it. After vomiting for a long time, only the bile was vomited out. Liu Bing felt better. His pale face turned his head and looked towards robust man with gratitude, and asked with a trembling expression, "Are they ... are they dead?" The robust man gave her a coldly look. For some reason, there was a trace of disgust flashed in the single eye. The meaning to answer is just cold snort, put away Own's long knife. Then walked to Liu Bing and stretched out a hand on her for a few clicks. Liu Bing's cultivation level was immediately unraveled, and Saint Yuan flowed through the meridians again. She stood tremblingly and looked down at the fat and thin martial artist next to her with fear. The body quickly turned aside his eyes, covered his small mouth with his hand, and retched again. The robust man doesn't say a word, just the stove in place sits on the sidelines. For a while, Liu Bing only raised the head and looked at the robust man said, "Thank you, thank you." She kept saying thanks, sincere and sincere. After all, if this robust man hadn't suddenly appeared, what awaited her just now would be a tragic fate. She has never encountered this kind of crisis, and at that moment of crisis, she also continuously dreamed that someone could show up to save Own. Someone really came to save the owner. Although this person looks a bit scary and terrifying, Liu Bing doesn't know why he is not so afraid of him. His burly figure is as strong as iron pagoda. Instead, it gave her a sense of security as hard to describe. Liu Bing couldn't help but imagine that if he could be protected by such a broad wings, his own would never suffer from misfortune again, right? This feeling was never given by Owen's father, even Kuyu. Her heart suddenly beating a lot for some reason, and a strange feeling slowly breeds in the heart. What's your name? Liu Bing looked at the robust man timidly and asked softly. The robust man with his hair glanced at her, and there was apathy in single eye. Liu Bing was so cold that he stared at him, and he lowered his head quickly, not daring to look again. Chai Hu. Two words suddenly popped out of the mouth of the robust man. Liu Bing, hearing this, was overjoyed, raised the head, and smiled. It turned out to be Big Brother Chai. My name is Liu Bing, the daughter of City Master. I wonder if you have heard of it. After speaking, she was stunned, because apart from Kuyu, she has never called the man next to him so affectionately, but in front of this robust man, she naturally called that name out, without being uncomfortable. On the contrary, after shouting out, deep in one's heart actually felt a kind of joy, as if doing something very remarkable. Oh, what's wrong? Liu Bing's beautiful eyes are at a loss. I know you are who? Chai Hu indifferently replied, looking away, as if he didn't want the terrible face of the owner to scare him. Yes, although I don't come out often, since Chai Big Brother lives in Sky Crane City, he must have heard of me. Liu Bing pursed his lips, making the whole world way a lot brighter. After hesitating, she opened the mouth and said, Chai Big Brother, I'm lost. Can you send me home? He looked weak and frightened, and his face was a little pale. I am afraid that a man would not refuse when he heard this. Chai Hu nodded, yes. Liu Bing was overjoyed and said, thank you. But not today. Chai Hu again had one coldly. The smile on Liu Bing's face froze suddenly, staring at Chai Hu in a daze, and said, what does Chai Big Brother mean? Chai Hu said, I have something to ask Miss Liu for help. Come with me. Liu Bing was shocked, recalling the scene where the two people treated the owner just now. He had recovered a little blood. His little face became pale again, and while going to retreat, he shook his head and said, you have to treat me like the two people. If you think too much, I will not hurt you. Of course, you have to cooperate obediently with me. While speaking, Chai Hu reached out and grabbed Liu Bing. Don't! Liu Bing yelled, but Chai Hu's cultivation level was much higher than the two people just now. How can she resist? It was controlled in a flash. Liu Bing is like a falling ice cellar. Today's repeated encounters are having ups and downs compared to what she has encountered in her entire life. She also didn't expect Owen to be a front door shovel. The back door greeted the tiger, continuously beating Chai Hu's arm, tenderly shouted, bad person, you are all bad people. Chai Hu remained unmoved, just coldly said, just move again, don't blame me, you are not welcome. Liu Bing hearing this became stiff, but soon he bit his mouth towards the back of Chai Hu's hand. This bite was strong, and soon Liu Bing's mouth was filled with fresh blood, and his mouth was full of bloody aura. But he did not let go. Chai Hu is a Void King 3-layer martial artist. If you really want to get rid of Liu Bing, you can smash her teeth with just a little effort. But for some reason, Chai Hu didn't do that. He stared at the back of his hand and swallowed his own fresh blood without letting it go. He instinctively protected Liu Bing of Owen, with a trace of complex emotions flashing in his eyes, and then sighed slightly. Together with the palm blade, lightly slashed on Liu Bing's neck. This force is very well grasped. Liu Bing fell softly with just a ying. Although he was unconscious, 2 lines of tears slipped slowly from the corner of his eye. Next, Chai Hu bends down to pick her up, and disappears in place while his figure is shaking, leaving only the stump of the fat and thin martial artist left here. Heavenly Puppet Building. Yang Kai Shi Shiren returned and saw Yi Qing'an walking anxiously at the door, looking out continuously. After seeing Yang Kai, he seemed to be sighed in relief and greeted him, saying, young Master Yang, where did you go? Yang Kai said, walk around. While talking, He glanced at Yi Qing'an, said with a smile, "Why, worried about me not farewell?" Yi Qing'an waved his hand and said, "No, no, but young Master Yang is missing, and there is no answer to ask others." Yang Kai said, "Don't worry, I won't break my promise when I promised you." "Well, when I left just now, I wanted to know you, but there seems to be more than one person in your room, so I won't bother." "Hey hey hey!" Yi Qing'an made a big blush, and screamed, "Hate!" She stomped her foot and ran into the inner hall like she was running away. Marshall Peak Chapter 2343 Chapter 2343, Take it if you want it. The next day, in the City Lord's mansion, there are lights and colorful lights up and down in the mansion, and Guan Yu screams in unison, which is very lively. Today is the day of Sky Crane City Master Luo Jin's concubine acceptance ceremony. All guests from all over the world came to congratulate. Carriage full of congratulatory gifts was in an endless stream. Under the guidance of City Lord's mansion, drive down to the backyard, recorded by a dedicated person, divided into categories, and collected into the warehouse. The people in the entire City Lord's mansion are all smiling, as if the owner is married. At the gate of City Lord's mansion, handsome young men and beautiful servant girls greeted the passing guests. They were arranged in 2 rows, all smiling and polite. Whenever a guest arrives, the MC chants the person sect belongs to, citing focal point of 10,000s. After entering the City Lord's mansion, someone led to the inner hall. According to the status, they were arranged at the banquet in different positions. Those few like the sun at high noon, the powerful sect representatives are naturally arranged in the forefront position, and then the other sects or families, the more outward, represent the lower the status. No one dared to have any objections to this kind of arrangement. How much ability it has, how far to sit, and how much weight various families and sects have, everyone knows in their minds. The arrangement of City Lord's mansion must have been drawn up a long time ago, and naturally it will not cause people's discomfort. Yang Kai came here with Thousand Leaves sect and the others and looked all around curiously. It was the first time he attended the wedding of others. Although it was only a concubine reception ceremony, it was also related to a major event of a lifetime. It was quite novel. This lively and festive scene reminded him involuntarily of Su Yan, Xianing Chang, Shan King Luo and Xuan the others. Deep in one's heart for a while. When they left their hometown Star Territory that year, they should do a good job and let them feel the happiness they deserve as a woman. I want to come now, but Oh knows them a lot. He didn't want to be here today. It was only Yi Qing'an invited several times, and Yang Kai prevented her from thinking about it, lest the owner would leave without saying goodbye, and simply came with Thousand Leaves sect. Duke Xian and the others also brought some gifts from sect. Although they are not very precious, they are also in large quantities. They were loaded by the carriage before they came in and handed over to City Lords. The mansion's servants were placed in the back hall. After that, under the leadership of another subordinate, he entered the inner hall where the ceremony was held. The area of the inner hall is quite large, and it is not crowded with hundreds of wine tables. After Thousand Leaves sect and the others arrived, the inside has been bustling with powerhouses of various schools or drinking, or gather together in groups of 3 or 4, indulge in loud and empty talk, laughed heartily. This kind of occasion is a good opportunity for many forces to connect with each other and enhance mutual communication. The man who led the way brought Yi Qing'an and the others to a wine table in the middle position, said with a slight smile, "The position of the adults is here, and please in a moment, the ceremony is about to begin." After speaking, this person will leave. Wu Ma hearing this, with a hint of impenetrable color flashing on his face, he grabbed the man's collar and shouted, "Our position is here? Are you sure?" The location of this wine table is not in the front, but a bit behind in the middle. There are more than a dozen wine tables around here. Except for Thousand Leaves sect, the rest are all small families and small sects. In a sect may only have one principal source stage, which is the same as Maplewood City and Great Family. The strength is quite. Thousand Leaves sect does not have the Emperor Senior Stage powerhouse, but the principal source stage has a lot. In any case, it is impossible to be arranged here. Even if it is not the first few tables, it is definitely not much different. Go with. This arrangement is obviously a kind of contempt and insult. The man was taken aback by Wu Ma and said in a panic, "The little one is only responsible for guiding the guests to the corresponding wine table. I don't know the others." The adults are forgiving. The adults are forgiving. Wu Ma, let go. Duke Xian brows tightly knit, and gave a lightly command. Senior brother. Wu Ma seemed to want to say something, but saw Duke Xian winking at him. He turned around and saw many people staring at his with wide-eyed eyes. Surprisingly, his actions have attracted the attention of many people. If you can't do anything to prevent it, you might as well sit back and enjoy it. Duke Xian said softly. Wu Ma, hearing this, only then clenched the teeth, and bitterly loosened the collar of the man, but still looked disgusted. Sit down first and tell others what to look at. Yi Qing'an frowned and took the lead to take a seat. The other Thousand Leaves sect disciple also sat down quietly, but the faces of each and every one were not very good. Wu Ma gritted his teeth and said, "Fellow apprentices, they are clearly embarrassing me. How can you bear it?" Duke Xian glanced at him and said, "What if you can't bear it? Did you lift this place or kill the old fogey?" Wu Ma mumbled, "I didn't say that either, but so many people look at them, arranged in such a backward position. It is clearly intentional." Yi Qing'an said, "Why do you call this place is someone else's site? It will not be good for us if we make a noise." Duke Xian cold snort, "This dumb loss, Liu Ojin is sure that we will swallow it. Remember today's shame, and I will double it back tomorrow." Wu Ma has a face indignant, but knows that he can't change the situation anymore. It's just that the weird eyes and the whispers all around martial artist look at here make him always have a feeling of laughing at Owen and the others, all of a sudden, like sitting on pins and needles. I feel uncomfortable anymore. At this moment, Duke Xian suddenly stabbed Yi Qing'an's arm quietly, and said in a low voice, "Since you came in, someone has been looking at you." "Who?" Yi Qing'an looked suspicious, turned his head and looked around, and he saw Kuya sitting at the front table, and he saw that he was staring at Owen scorchingly. She hurriedly screamed, "Don't talk nonsense, where did he look at me?" Duke Xian smiled, "If you don't look at you, who is looking at?" "Ye junior sister Tanxian country. How can Kuyu, the little bastard, resist your charm?" Yi Qing'an blushed and said, "The more you talk, the less serious you are. You are the eldest senior brother. Be an example." Duke Xian couldn't help but smile. Yi Qing'an looks at him, but his face is full of sweetness. Why doesn't she know Duke Xian is jealous? Wu Ma suddenly interrupted at this moment. The bastard actually sent someone over. Duke Xian and Yi Qing'an turned their heads and saw that they were following Kuyu. An old man who was protecting him was walking towards this side, neither too fast nor too slow. Duke Xian frowned. What does this kid want to do? Yi Qing'an hummed, "Whatever he does, we will return to the sect after attending this ceremony. I don't want to stay too much for a moment." While speaking, the old man has come to the table of a few people and stood still, cup one fist in the other hand slightly, and said, "Interfere everyone." P as a senior, Duke Xian is so polite. Duke Xian is also a cup one fist in the other hand replied, "Senior Li is polite." He paused and asked, "I don't know if Senior Li is here." "What's the matter?" That surnamed Li old man indifferently said, "At the order of my young master, I would like to invite someone to come over." Duke Xian hearing this, can't help but take a look Yi Qing'an. Yi Qing'an said impatiently, "Go back and tell your young master, I have no time." The surnamed Li old man looked at Yi Qing'an with a weird expression, said with a slight smile, "Young sect master thinks too much." "My young master is not asking young sect master, but little brother." While speaking, he pointed his finger at Yang Kai. Yi Qing'an made a big blush, and said in embarrassment, "Please. What does he do?" Duke Xian and the others also have a face the expression of stunned. Everyone is the same as Yi Qing'an. thinking that this surnamed Liu old man came here to invite Yi Qing'an. After all, Kuyu has always been interested in Yi Qing'an. How can I know that things are so dramatic, and Yi Qing'an is doing it? Can't stand. The surnamed Liu old man said. Young master didn't say, old man didn't know. Just let old man come here and invite this little brother to come over. Listen, he said so. Everyone turned their eyes to Yang Kai. When I looked at it, my mouth twitched. I didn't know when Yang Kai had brought the fruit plate on the table in front of the owner, holding a spirit fruit in one hand, putting it in his mouth, gorgeous oneself, eating with keen interest pleasure, and on the table in front of him, there were a few more fruit cores. I don't know when he started eating. After such a short time, he almost ate the spirit fruit in half. The eating browsed and gobbled it up, like a reincarnation of a hungry ghost for hundreds of years. It made a few thousand leaves sect disciple dumbfounded. Moreover, because the surnamed Liu old man suddenly came to this table, many people were looking curiously here. When they saw Yang Kai eating like this, they kept shaking their heads and sighing, and their eyes showed contempt. Zilu, I thought to myself that this guy probably hadn't seen any country bumpkin in the world, and a plate of spirit fruit made him make a fool of himself. Several disciplines of Thousand Leaves sect are all uncomfortable. Young Master Yang, Yi Qing'an's face burned, and he lightly stabbed him to signal him to converge. Yang Kai turned his head, his mouth was stuffed with unknown pulp. His mouth was full of fluid. Smacking the lips sounded. He handed the fruit plate in his hand to Yi Qing'an, and said, you want it? You can take it if you want it. Yi Qing'an's mouth twitched, and his blush became even worse. Yang Kai didn't know. He handed the fruit plate to the other Thousand Leaves sect disciple, and said, don't be polite, it tastes very good. Eating more can increase the cultivation level. This spirit fruit should have been picked not long ago, but it is delicious. Several Thousand Leaves sect disciple didn't know whether to cry or laugh. They didn't know the details of Yang Kai's, let alone knowing what Yi Qing'an was going to do with him all the time. When he saw that he was so embarrassing, they all put their heads aside and looked unfamiliar with this person. Cough. Duke Xian gave a light cough and said, young Master Yang, this Senior Li is looking for you. Where is Senior Li? Yang Kai said, what Senior Li? This little brother, I met again. The surnamed Li old man's forehead jumped with blue veins, and he was left standing here for a while. Yang Kai regards him as nothing, and at any rate is also a principal source 3-layer powerhouse. Naturally annoyed in his heart, Yang Kai raises the head, looked towards him, grinned, and said, it turned out to be you. Why didn't you follow Kuyu? Why did you come here? Martial Peak Chapter 2344 Chapter 2344 No Loyal Spirit. My young master invited little brother to come over and discuss important matters. The surnamed Liu old man suppressed his unhappiness, said solemnly, no. Yang Kai refused without even thinking about it. When I spoke, everyone was shocked. All around, the martial artists who are curiously watching the excitement have their eyes widened, looking at Yang Kai stunned, thinking that this guy doesn't even know who is from Thousand Leaves sect, who is so stylish. Even Kuyu's invitation dared to refuse directly. The inner hall, which was originally noisy, suddenly became quiet for a moment. The surnamed Liu old man also didn't expect Yang Kai to refuse so simply. His face was pulled down in an instant, said solemnly, this little brother, it depends on your age lightly, but your ears are not good. Oh, old man, say it again. Yang Kai laughed and interrupted him, you said 100 times and I won't go. Didn't you see that I was busy? While speaking, he picked up a spirit fruit and stuffed it in his mouth. The surnamed Liu old man's face sank, and he said, little brother, if you want to be clear, then answer. Yang Kai raised his brows and said sharply, how threatening me. This is Master City Master's concubine acceptance ceremony. You dare to make trouble here, believing or not, I will tell Master City Master, let him blast you out. He shouted in this voice, it's not small, so that guests from farther away are curious to look over here. The surnamed Liu old man suddenly showed a piece of cold sweat on his forehead, which was annoyed for a while. Although he is not very afraid of Luo Jin, but under the public gaze, if he does something tough, strength to bully the weak thing will damage the reputation of Heavenly Illumination Palace. Yang Kai continued to bite spirit fruit. His mouth was vague and authentic. Boss is not young, and often makes people angry. Have you lived on a dog all your life, people? Yi King picked up the water cup and sipped his saliva to conceal the pleasure on the face. Hearing this, directly sprayed out a sip of water. You, the surnamed Li old man was furious. Yang Kai hummed, don't you, me, Kuyu, if you want to talk to me, tell him to come over and clear it. He is looking for this young master, not this young master looking for him. After finishing speaking, he muttered a little disgustedly, I'm really sick. I don't know where I feel superior. Then he continued to struggle with the fruit plate in front of him. You are good boy. Old man remembers you. The surnamed Li old man was really angry, and he was angrily left after hearing this. He was also Principal Source 3-layer powerhouse anyway. He was deeply appreciated by the Heavenly Illumination Palace Master. But today he was so humiliated and reprimanded by a young man in public. If he had no scruples in his heart and didn't want to make things happen, he would have been unable to hold back and teach Yang Kai. But today's shame, he is naturally in the heart. Until the concubine acceptance ceremony here is over, he wants Yang Kai to look good. After the surnamed Leo old man left, Wu Ma immediately stared at Yang Kai with his eyes blank, and said with excitement, Brother Yang, I like you so much. Yang Kai was shivered all over, looking at Wu Ma with a pale face, and swallowed his mouth and said, I am only interested in women. Wu Ma suddenly became embarrassed and said, Brother Yang, I didn't mean that, I just wanted to say. What you did just now is too tempting. Since entering the city yesterday, Wu Ma has been annoyed. But just now that scene, let him see it in his eyes and feel refreshed in his heart. Thousand Leaves Sect's discipline has many scruples. It cannot act like Yang Kai and can only endure humiliation here. However, Yang Kai does not need to worry too much and can do whatever he wants. Duke Xian is also a look of hatred, but he is a little worried. After all, Yang Kai humiliated the surnamed Leo old man in public, and Heavenly Illumination Palace doesn't know if he will give up. Even more how now Heavenly Illumination Palace and Sky Crane City are struggling. If they move something on their way back to Thousand Leaves Sect, the trouble will be big. I was worried, but realized that a pair of soft pancreas was holding the big hand of Own. Duke Xian raised the head and looked at it, seeing Yi King and beautiful eyes looking at Own with a smile, and whispered, Senior, don't worry, brother. Young Master Yang ... behaves in his own way. Duke Xian expression moved. Although I don't know why Yi Qing'an has such confidence in Yang Kai. He is also infected. Slightly nodded, heart relaxed. On the other side, the surnamed Leo old man returned to Kuyu and spoke in a low voice for a while. Kuyu raises the head, looking at the direction of Yang Kai, frowned. He slowly got up after hesitating for a while. He actually came over here. Thousand Leaves Sect all have complexion changes, like a big enemy. Only Yang Kai is still chewing spirit fruit, making a crisp sound. After a while, Kuyu brought the two old men to the table of Thousand Leaves Sect. Duke Xian immediately got up and shouted in a low voice, Brother Ku, this is where City Master takes concubines. The ceremony will begin soon. You don't want to upset City Master, do you? Kuya looks at him and said, Don't worry, I'm not here to cause trouble. I just want to say a few words to this Brother Yang. Just say a few words. Duke Xian frowned. I really don't understand Kuyu why not come here in person, but also have to talk to Yang Kai. After all, judging from yesterday's scene, these two people simply didn't recognize before. What kind of grievances could there be between them? Kuyu patted Duke Xian's shoulders, let him sit down, walked to Yang Kai's side, and winked at Thousand Leaves Sect disciple sitting next to Yang Kai. Thousand Leaves Sect disciple frowned, still gave up the seat. Kuyu clapped his hands on the folding fan, put it away, and sat next to Yang Kai, opening the mouth and said, Brother Yang, right? Yang Kai didn't look forward to it. He lifted up and said, Brother Ku, I see your yin tang is black today. Your eyes are scattered, Your lips are scorched, your primordial spirit is loose, your face is red. I am afraid there will be some blood-like disaster. Kuyu for a moment, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, sneered. Brother Yang is still good at observing people, proficient in the art of divination. Yang Kai squinted at him and said, "It's not good, but you have a death chi lingers, and today must be a big evil." A joke. Kuyu sneered, "Today is the ceremony for the city master to accept concubines, and the sky is full of joy. What is the sign of the big evil? Believing or not, up to you." Yang Kai curled one's lip. Kuyu brows slightly wrinkle, said, "That's what Brother Yang sees. How to resolve it? It's important to pack things quickly." Yang Kai said without thinking, said after that. He looked at him disdainfully, "I want to teach you such a simple thing." Kuyu was speechless for a while, rubbed his forehead and said, "Don't make trouble. This young master is here. I want to ask Brother Yang a question." "What?" Kuyu opened and closed his lips, but no sound came out, apparently using sound transmission secret technique. This makes Duke Xian, Yi Qing'an and the others curious, and don't know what question Kuyu asked Yang Kai. Under closer observation, Yang Kai showed a sly smile after listening, opened the mouth and said, "I haven't gone back." "Brother Ku, you are in a lot of trouble. Will you die if you keep quiet?" Kuyu gnashing teeth looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Okay." When the words fell, he also sounded transmission and said, "The little girl named Liu Bing didn't go with you yesterday. Go back." "Are you sure?" Kuyu nodded and said, "I went to find her last night, but her personal servant girl said that she hadn't seen her back. Today, I went to find her again, but she still disappeared." Yang Kai said with a smile, "Isn't this, Lord City Master?" Kuyu said, "Is it possible for Lord City Master to know it?" "Lord City Master, the concubines' 14 rooms have never had an heir. There is only such a daughter, who is normally regarded as a treasure. If he knows that Liu Bing is gone, this Sky Crane City is not going to turn the sky. How can you and I sit here at ease?" "The person is gone. Shouldn't you look for it?" "Ask me what to do." Yang Kai looked puzzled. "Because you left the shop with the front foot yesterday. Liu Bing followed it out with the back foot." Kuyu replied. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, "Brother Q's words mean, it's like I abducted Liu Miss Bing. It's better to have no nature. I only hope that she can return safely today. If so, everything will be forgotten. But if she loses a hair, this young master will tell the person who hurt her to experience torture in the world." Kuyu said. There was a chill in his eyes. Yang Kai said with a sneer, "Brother Ku threatened the wrong person. After I left the shop yesterday, I went straight back to the Heavenly Puppet building and did not see Liu Bing. Young lady, you can find Heavenly Puppet for this. People from building can also ask Thousand Leaves Sect and the others. Besides, I'm new to Sky Crane City and I have no grudges against Sky Crane City. What can I do with Liu Bing?" "Young lady." "Really?" Kuyu's eyes narrowed. Yang Kai hummed, "If anyone really provokes me, I will personally let him know the consequences. The despicable thing of kidnapping children. Do you think I will do it?" Kuyu's expression changed and said, "Okay, I believe you." Although Kuyu has never seen Brother Yang several times, but Brother Yang has a straightforward personality, this young master knows something about it. "You should not be so despicable." "But Brother Yang, if there is news of Liu Bing, please also tell Ku. Ku is very grateful." "It's easy to talk." Yang Kai is slightly nodded. "Farewell." Kuyu arched his hands and got up. Yang Kai pushed him back into the chair and sat down. "What else is Brother Yang?" Kuyu asked with a frown. "It's okay. I just want to ask Brother Ku to do me a little favor." Yang Kai laughed. His smile was full of evil and treacherous, making Kuyu's heart burst into something bad. The hunch rise in the mind. "What busy?" Kuyu asked in a low voice. Yang Kai said, "Can Brother Ku help us change seats?" Kuyu questioned. "Change seats? Good." Yang Kai nodded, said with a slight smile, "The light here is not very good. I don't like it very much. I want to change to a bright spot." Kuyu twitches at the corners of his mouth. Cold sweat appears on his forehead, stretched out his hand and wiped it and said, "Where do you want to?" change to? Yang Kai pointed his hand and said, I think it's pretty good there, and the table is just empty. Kuyu's complexion sank and said, do you know who sits there? Yang Kai said with a smile, in short, people can sit. No way, no way, absolutely no way for this matter. Kuyu waved his hand quickly. Yang Kai's expression turned cold, and said, Brother Ku is so uninteresting. I just agreed to the matter you entrusted to me just now. When I ask you to do a little thing, you just push back and forth. It's too unrighteous, right? Kuyu's eyes widened, wondering how loyal I am with you. Even more how what you just said was just casual. How can you see the slightest sincerity? P. Marshall Peak Chapter 2345 Chapter 2345 Auspicious time arrives. Kuya sighed saying, Brother Yang, don't you embarrass me. Yang Kai said with a smile, don't say it, you don't know what to do. This is just a matter of effort for you. It's not asking you to take off your clothes and run naked here. Be refreshed and don't change. Kuya looked at him twitchingly, said, what about changing? What if not? Yang Kai laughed, patted Kuya's shoulder, and smoothly wiped the juice on his clothes, said if you change, then we are good friends. You good, my good. Everyone good. If you don't change ... This young master can't even go to the city master to have a good chat, ask his baby girl ... Enough. Kuyu face turned cold, patted Yang Kai's hand directly, glared at him and gritted his teeth and said, you threaten me. Is there any? Yang Kai blinked, Brother Ku misunderstood, I just discussed that's all with you. Kuyu angrily said, I knew I shouldn't ask you to inquire about Liu Obing. You despicable villain. Yang Kai laughing said, young man, don't get angry so easily and hurt your body so much. Kuya looked at him coldly, okay. After a long while, he turned and left his seat, came directly to a steward-like man, and said a few words in a low voice. The steward hearing this, brows slightly wrinkled, seemed to be embarrassed, and looked at the place where Thousand Leaves sect and the others were, and shook his head slightly. But Kuyu didn't know what to say to him, so steward nodded with an ugly expression. After a while, the steward walked up to Thousand Leaves sect and the others, holding the fist saying, Masters, everything is busy today, and the people seem to be negligent. The seats of the adults are not here. Please change the position with the little old man. Please forgive me for any negligence. Duke Xian and Yi Qing'an and the others were hearing this in a daze. I don't know this steward, what the hell is happening? Yang Kai laughed, cupped one fist in the other hand, and said to the steward, it's a work. When speaking, he winked at Yi Qing'an and the others. Although everyone was still at a loss, they still stood up. Under the leadership of the steward, they walked directly to the empty table in the front position, and took their seats one by one under the arrangement of the steward. Come down. After proper placement, the steward left. Yi Qing'an turned his head and looked at Yang Kai and asked, young Master Yang, what is going on? What did you say to Kuyu? She knows that the relationship between Thousand Leaves sect's current strength and Sky Crane City is impossible to get this kind of treatment. The only explanation is Yang Kai's previous private conversation with Kuyu. After all, Kuyu looked for the steward after he left, and the position of On and the others would be changed. Duke Xian and the others also looked at Yang Kai curiously, expecting him to give an answer. Yang Kai smiled and said, it's nothing. Brother Ku and I hit it off right away. Goodbye. He felt that City Lord's mansion had neglected you too much, so he took the initiative to propose a table for you. Everyone obviously didn't believe it. Yi Qing'an said, you have ghosts if you believe it. Yang Kai said, Brother Ku, people are still very good. This the side change made many guests see in their eyes and were secretly shocked. After all, everyone knows the relationship between Thousand Leaves sect and Sky Crane City, but at this moment they are suddenly moved to the front table. This small exception is inevitable. People are suspicious, secretly guessing whether Thousand Leaves sect and Sky Crane City are getting together. If this is the case, then they should reconsider whether they want to make an agreement with Thousand Leaves sect. The atmosphere in the inner hall suddenly became creepy. Thousand Leaves sect and the others are also fidgeting, and can always feel all around. Many look at this side with strange eyes, making people feel uncomfortable. With the passage of time, the empty tables and chairs in the inner hall were gradually filled by later people, and the noisy atmosphere of the whole inner hall was gradually restored. At one point, someone suddenly heard someone shouting, "My Lord City Master is here." With a word, the whole inner hall suddenly became quiet, and everyone simultaneously looked in one direction. I saw a person over there wearing a red robe, stepping out, brimming with a happy smile on his face, and constantly arching his hands in all directions. "I have seen Lord City Master." "I haven't seen you for many days." "Lord City Master is more elegant and enviable." Congratulations to Master City Master for marrying Mzhao Niang as he wished to marry Mzhao Niang, who is really a role model for my generation. On this happy day, I wish City Master good health, Marshal Dao Longcheng, continuous children, immortal family. All directions, the guests congratulated each other, all of them were filled with smiles, and they did everything they could to flatter. The person in the scarlet robe also greeted constantly, smiling extremely cheerfully. "This is Liu Jin." Yang Kai stared at his eyes, and whispered to Yi Qing'an. Yi Qing'an sullen his face and nodded, "It's him." Yang Kai twitched the corner of his mouth. "If you don't say anything, I thought it was Liu Jin, his father." Yang Kai was also the first time I saw the City Master of Sky Crane City. I thought this guy could take a 15-bedroom concubine. He must be good at beauty and energetic. Even with Principal Source 3 the layer cultivation level, it certainly does not look too old. The person you can see is a half-old man, hair grey-white, sparse, and although he has a good cultivation level, he is already vain and he has obviously entered in the twilight years. There is no hope of being promoted to the Emperor Senior stage in this life. The scarlet robe worn on his body more and more set off his old age. "Whose girl is really blind?" Wu Ma also kept shaking her head, feeling sad for the female who married Liu Jin today. "Shut up, watch out for trouble." Duke Xian fiercely glared at Wu Ma, and said in a low voice, "You don't know which one of Liu Jin's concubines is willing to marry. It's for him." Wu Ma hummed, "It's just that he has done too many bad things about bullying men and women, so he has never had an heir. Good and evil will eventually pay off. Heavenly law is a reincarnation." "You still said it," Wu Ma said with a curling lips. "Okay, do not say it." The scene was lively and joyous. After a while, there was a voice shouting, "It's auspicious time." In an instant, all around Guan, the gongs and drums are noisy, like it's normal to open this roof. Liu Jin also exudes a burst of red light on his face, and he looks out the door with a smile on his face. Everyone followed his gaze, and simultaneously looked over there. Everyone smiled, and their eyes were full of expectations. It seems that the rhythm of the music rises from the outside, and with the sound of the rhythm, a team of sending off the family is gradually printed in everyone's eyes. A female dressed as a matchmaker walks in front, twisting like a bucket. With her fat waist and a sweet smile on her face, accompanied by a 4-person sedan chair, she walked slowly towards this side, doing her best to show off. After the sedan chair, a boy and a virgin follow, continuously throwing the petals in the flower basket in his hand. Where the sedan chair passes, the road is paved with petals and the fragrance of flowers permeates. After the flower basket boy and maiden, there are 2 more columns of boy and maiden, each carrying a lantern, followed by the lantern above, with many festive words such as 100 years of love and wedding couple. After that, the team to send off the relatives, all females, all crying pear flower with rain, seem to be from the wife's in-laws. Only a few 10 jang roads and a full tea time, the sedan chair came to the entrance of the inner hall. "Get off the sedan chair!" someone shouted, and the sedan chair fell steadily. The matchmaker stepped forward, lifted the car curtain, and stretched out a hand inward. Then, a white soft and smooth came up. With this little hand alone, I don't know how many men can see it. The jade hand is white and flawless. The skin is frosty, and it seems to be stylishly breakable. It makes people dream about it. I think that someone with such a jade hand must look enchanting. But this person is about to become Liu Jin's 15th concubine, which is really embarrassing, enviable and jealous. Immediately afterwards, a bright red embroidered shoe protruded from the sedan chair and landed on the red carpet above the door. The dazzling and beautiful silhouette was printed into the field of vision. The bride has a phoenix crown and a halo, with a red hijab on her head. The wedding dress is above embroidered with golden bright and dazzling phoenix, whose wings are fluttering. The phoenix crown and tassels adorned with pearls obscures the infinite beauty. At this moment, countless people are scolding their mothers. Without him, the phoenix crown and red hijab worn on the bride's head seem to have the effect of isolating spiritual mind's detection, and it is an impressive secret treasure. The spiritual mind released by all martial artists who want to secretly check the bride's face is blocked by an invisible barrier, and can't see the situation inside. Liu Jin seemed to know the thoughts of everyone at the moment, waited and watched, and after a secret warning, then to one's heart's content slightly smiled. Yang Kai's lips are also pouting. Just like everyone else, he quietly released spiritual mind to see what the bride looks like, but didn't want to be blocked by the secret treasure. This secret treasure is very powerful. If he forcefully activates spiritual mind, he can break open and see the true face of Lushan Mountain. But this is after all a concubine ceremony. If you really do this, sure it will attract attention and cause unnecessary trouble. So he just tried a little bit and didn't try again, just wait and see. At this moment, under the support and leadership of the matchmaker, the bride walked towards the inner hall step by step. Although she can't see her face clearly, but from the silhouette faintly revealed under the wedding gown, we can still see that this female has a good figure and must be a graceful and colorful person. Yang Kai looked around, suddenly frowned, and seemed to perceive something wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. More importantly, yesterday's palpitations and irritability suddenly surged up again, making him brows tightly knit. Turning his head and looking at Yi Qing'an and the others, they looked unconscious. But the scene in front of me seems to have inspired Yi Qing'an's deep in one's heart's desire. She is looking at the bride who walks on this step. The expression of expectation in beautiful eyes seems to I imagined that one day On could marry On's most beloved person. She glanced at Duke Xian secretly, her face flushed slightly. Not much time, a group of people finally walked to the inner hall. The matchmaker gave the silk ribbon in her hand to Liu Jin, including said with a smile, "My lord, I can give you the bride. You can treat her well in the future." Liu Jin said with a big smile, "She will not be bullied at all." The matchmaker said, "The bride is so lucky. Why have my life been so miserable in my life? I haven't met an adult this kind of man." A group of people have a big laughter, and the lively atmosphere reached its peak in an instant. Martial Peak Chapter 2346 Chapter 2346 I disagree. In the inner hall, Liu Jin took the bride's silk ribbon, slightly smiled, and turned to walk inward. At this moment, Yang Kai and the others left the table above. A hair-grey-white old man suddenly got up, walked towards the two people with a smile, and stood in front of the two people. Listen to Guan Yu. The gongs and drums are silent, and the scene suddenly becomes solemn. The old man said with a slight smile, "It's an honor for the old man to witness this marriage to the city master." Paused, he continued, "Value this is a good day and beautiful day. Two will be married and make the Qin and Jin dynasties. I hope that the couple will love each other for 100 years. And they will have the same eyebrows. Can you agree?" Liu Jin said with a smile. Liu Jin certainly agree. The old man nodded, turned to the bride and asked, "What about you?" The bride's lovable body slightly trembled, a sweet voice from within the crownette came out, "I." As soon as these words came out, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed slightly, and the feeling of deep in one's heart throbbing and restlessness became stronger. He always felt that On was about this. The sound should be familiar. Before he continues to listen to who the clear voice is, suddenly someone trembling tenderly shouted somewhere in the inner hall, I disagree. Everyone was shocked. Everyone simultaneously looked in the direction of the sound source. I don't know which dare to let the city master get off the stage in front of these countless powerhouses. Luo Jin was even more angry, turned his head and shouted, "Over there, who is so bold?" His face was almost distorted, and today is the day he accepted the ceremony. At the time of celebration, I never thought that I would be ruined at this critical moment, and a strong murderous intention was born in my heart. The cold light in his eyes is overflowing. He carefully examines the direction of the sound source, and cold snort said, "What? Have the courage to bad this king is a good thing. Don't have the courage to stand up and admit it?" A guest immediately shouted, "Obediently stand up and apologize to Master City Master. Maybe you can go around you without dying. If you dare to stubborn, today will be your anniversary next year." Luo Jin said, "Today is the day of this king's great rejoicing. This king doesn't want to hurt people's lives. You stand up obediently. This king is not embarrassing for you." The words fall. Somewhere in the crowd, one person stood up suddenly. The whole body of the man was wrapped in black robe, which made people unable to see the real face. But seeing this man's heightened figure, he was obviously a female. "Take it." When Luo Jin saw this person standing up, he waved suddenly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When even a few City Lord's Mansion martial artists rushed towards that person. The female was standing there, seemingly not panicked at all. When the few people looked at her to rush to her and capture her, she suddenly lifted the black scarf on top of her head, revealing the truth. Content. Under everyone's attention, their eyes widened suddenly. All of them were dumbfounded, with unbelievable expressions. "Huh? This eldest young lady?" The few rushed towards the female. The City Lord's Mansion martial artist was originally imposing manner and planned to capture this woman directly, and then take it to a secret place for a good punishment. But when she saw her appearance, all her complexion changed drastically, and she withdrew in midair and fell into a panic. All at once dumbfounded, because they discovered that the person who broke the ceremony of accepting concubines at a critical moment was not someone else, but was the City Lord's Mansion eldest young lady Luo Bing. Kuyu got up and stared at Luo Bing with a stunned look. How could he have thought that Luo Bing had been in this inner hall all the time, and also ruined the ceremony of Lord City Master? He only separated from Luo Bing yesterday. At that time, Luo Bing was fine. In any case, I can't understand why Luo Bing did this kind of thing after only one night. For a moment, absolute silence in the inner hall. Everyone looked at Luo Bing weirdly, not knowing what she was trying to make. Bingja. Luo Jin also shook his body, staring at Luo Bing with wide-eyed eyes. "How are you?" He didn't finish saying this, as if he suddenly discovered something, said solemnly, "Who is bullying you?" He saw that his baby girl's eyes were red and swollen. It was obvious that he had cried for a long time and had a hoarse voice, so just now he did not immediately hear Luo Bing's voice. He instinctively thought that someone had bullied Luo Bing. Kuyu quietly swallowed a mouthful of saliva from the side, lest Luo Bing say the name of On. He thought that Luo Bing would do this all because of On. "No one bullies me." Luo Bing squeezed his red lips. "Really no one?" Luo Jin narrowed his eyes and solemnly asked. "Really not?" Luo Bing shook the head and said after a moment of silence, "Daddy, my daughter asks you one thing." Luo Jin sighed, said, "Yes, I'll talk about anything later, and you should go back to your room and rest." He deep in one's heart annoyed for a while, blaming Luo Bing for being so ignorant and damaging the majesty and face of the owner in front of these many powerful men. He is now I just want to quickly finish this concubine enrollment ceremony, and then ask Luo Bing exactly what is going on. I never thought that Luo Bing didn't mean to obediently. He just shook his head and said, "No, I'll ask you about it now. If it's too late, it's too late." Bingja. Luo Jin was angry, and she was shouted in a low voice. Luo Bing instinctively shook his body, seeming to be a little afraid, but his eyes were extremely firm, still looking at On's father, full of pleading color. Luo Jin looked at her like this, and immediately knew that the owner must not be able to hold her back, so he could only sigh, smile at the guests from all directions, and said, "You laughed. The little girl is so used to this king, so some mischief. I hope it doesn't break you, Yaxing." Everyone was hearing this, and they couldn't help but lose the complexion. I thought to myself that they had heard that Liu Bing was favored by the city masters, and they were all spoiled. This time, I dared to make such a mess at the concubine reception ceremony above. They all said it was okay, and looked very thoughtful of Luo Jin. Luo Jin looked at Liu Bing and said, "Let's talk about it. What do you ask Dad to do? I chose it at this time. If it's too difficult to handle, let's see how Dad will deal with you when he turns around." He said, although Zong is threatening, there is a smile on his face. Obviously, this is not true, but a show of doting. The guests also laughed kindly, praising Master City Master for his love. Luo Bing bit his red lips, stretched his finger next to Luo Jin, and said, "Daughter wants to beg Daddy, let her go." The words fell, it was restored. The inner hall with a little festive atmosphere fell into treacherous silence again. Many guests opened wide and seemed to be unable to believe the ears of the owner, while some others knew that today's affairs would be a bit difficult. For a moment they are all a little restless, secretly checking Luo Jin's face. I saw the smile on Luo Jin's face suddenly stiffened, slowly converging. The gloom on his face could almost wipe off the one layer of frost, and his eyes were gradually filled with anger. For a while, Luo Jin said, "Bingja, go down and rest. You are probably too tired." He thought his own daughter just opposed this marriage. He took the opportunity to threaten Ona and asked Ona to promise her some difficult-to-handle conditions. He was also fully prepared for it, but now it seems that things are not like this at all. Luo Bing really opposes this marriage. How did Luo Jin agree? No matter how much he spoils Luo Bing, he will not let the bride go under the public gaze. If it is this kind of how to save face, where is the majesty? I am afraid that I will no longer be able to control Sky Crane City and become the city master here. Daddy, promise me, Luo Bing pleaded. Impudent. Luo Jin furiously shouted, "Hate Iron for not becoming steel," looking at Luo Bing, and said, "It looks like Daddy was too indulging in you before, so you lose your sense of measure." I roll back to the room, and I'm not allowed to step out of the room without my permission. "Daddy," Luo Bing cried out, "they are not voluntary. Why do you want to be so tough? Will she let go?" Hiss. The sound of cold breath sounded. Although everyone knows in their hearts that almost none of Luo Jin's concubines are willing to marry him, but this kind of thing can be put in the belly of the owner, and no one will break it. But if you take it out in the public, the taste is different. It turns out that the person who said this was Luo Bing. All the martial artists in the entire inner hall felt that their hearts suddenly jumped after hearing this, and there was a strange feeling that a storm is coming, which made people feel uneasy. "You let her go. The daughter will stay with her father. Onuyu, listen to your words. Her daughter will never get into trouble again. She must be obediently in the future." Luo Bing was still crying. Luo Jin's face was almost distorted, extremely blue, and shouted, "What are you talking nonsense?" Luo Bing said, "I have no nonsense. I know who she is, and I also know why she wants to marry you. So let her go." Luo Jin said angrily, "You all look at what you are doing. Young lady is frustrated. Hurry up and take her along to withdraw to take good care of her." On hearing his command, those city lords mansion martial artists who didn't know what to do did not knowing what to do before they acted again, and they turned to Luo Bing sprang up over there. However, at this moment, the person who had been sitting next to Luo Bing suddenly stood up, grabbed Luo Bing's neck, and looked around at everyone with a white eyeball. Cold Snort said, "Who dares to come over? I will pinch her to death." The city lord's mansion martial artist turned pale with fright who rushed past, fell down from in midair again, and was in a frenzy. The other guests who came to congratulate also stared again. One didn't expect today's ceremony to be so undercurrent, with twists and turns. "It's him." Yang Kai frowned, looking at the robust man with the single eye holding Luo Bing, A thoughtful expression flashed across his face. He still remembers that when he was at the restaurant yesterday, he met this robust man. This guy seemed to be called Chai-Hu. It was precisely because he had a friction and fight with another group of people. Owen left the restaurant early. I never thought that this guy named Chai-Hu actually got into the ceremony, and he even dared to hold the city lord's mansion eldest young lady under the public gaze. But this person only has the cultivation level of Void King 3 layer. Even with Liu Bing in his hands, his fate may be worrying. Thinking of this, he looked at the bride who had been standing next to Liu Jin. Since seeing this bride, he has had a weird feeling, but now he looks at the bride. The lovable body trembled, seemingly struggling. Martial Peak Chapter 2347 Chapter 2347 Voluntary. The ceremony above, Single-Eye Chai-Hu pinches Liu Bing's slender neck with one hand, and presses her back with the other. Within the body Saint Yuan is turbulent, ready-to-shoot posture. City Lord's mansion's bodyguards looked at each other in blank dismay, with a look of embarrassment and resentment. Eldest young lady was held hostage by the eldest young lady, and they did not dare to act blindly without thinking. Chai-Hu was angered and Liu Bing was injured. If so, then they are not far from death. Under anxiety, they all looked at Liu Jin, wanting to see how he instructed. I saw Liu Jin shrink his eyes and wink without a trace. The guards understood, and quietly spread out, surrounding Chai-Hu to prevent him from escaping. As for the guests at the table where Chai-Hu and Liu Bing were originally, they dispersed and fled at the moment when Chai-Hu stood up and held Liu Bing. Liu Jin, old man, if you still care about your own daughter's life, let them rest a little bit. Chai-Hu's single eye exuded a hideous luster. While alerting all around movement, it turned towards Liu Jin. Drink low. Liu Jin cold snort, raised his hand slightly, and signaled that the guards don't be impatient, then looked at Chai-Hu and said, "Where does this king have seen you?" Chai-Hu sneered and sarcastically said, "Under the nameless junior, the city master will naturally not remember." Liu Jin said, "No matter what kind of grudge this king has with you, it has nothing to do with the little girl. You let her go. This king promises you to have a good talk with you." Chai-Hu said with a big smile, "Talk? What can I do with you, a despicable shameless person?" "You when I was a 3-year-old child?" Liu Jin said, "It seems that you have been grudges against this king for a long time. The words of Shiji Bingju are the reason why you threatened her." Hearing this, all around, the guests looked stunned, wondering why Liu Bing made own father unable to get off the stage on this occasion. It turned out to be the reason for being persecuted. If it is this kind of, then it can be explained why Liu Bing is so ignorant. "You said that is it?" Chai-Hu cold snort, also didn't mean to argue. "It wasn't he who forced me." At this moment, Liu Bing suddenly interrupted, "Daddy, my own said those words. You let the girl go. Why is she wrong?" "Yes." Liu Jin hearing this, the complexion suddenly sank. All around the expressions of the guests are also brilliant, and I really don't understand what the situation is all about. Liu Bing was held hostage by this single-eye robust man, and his wealth and life were in the hands of others. Why did he help him speak nice things? Liu Jin took a deep breath, said solemnly, "Bingja, don't be afraid. Daddy will save you." After saying that, he looked at Chai-Hu again and said, "Your Excellency is so bold and brave. What is the intention of holding this king's daughter in the senior classic?" Chai-Hu sneered, "Why does the city master ask a question, when already knows the answer? What am I here for? Others? Not clear? Could it be that you still not clear?" Liu Jin frowned, squinting his eyes and said, "Your Excellency, draw it out. If it is possible, why not accept this king? As long as the girl can peace, this king is willing to pay all the price." He said that he was righteous and his expression was solemn, and the guests around the week were applauded and praised. Someone immediately said to Chai-Hu, "My friend, you are too impulsive to act like this. City master has always loved the people like a child, is diligent in city affairs, and has an excellent reputation. Liu Bing young lady is also innocent and unaffected, pure and kind. What can't you say? Everyone who has to do it can't get off the stage. Listen to my words, let Liu Bing, young lady, the city master will definitely not embarrass you. Yes, you put Miss Liu, everything is easy to discuss. Hurry up, otherwise city master won't blame you. I want you to look good later. There was a commotion in the four parties. Some people spoke kindly to persuade them, and some others spoke badly. Chai Hu seemed to be a little nervous at once. The hand that pinched Liu Bing exerted a little force, and the pinched Liu Bing had difficulty breathing and his face turned white. Shut up all! Chai Hu suddenly yelled. Now he is thrown into prison, all sides are enemies. He was nervous, and he became more upset when he heard the yell of all around. Who would dare to say something more? I immediately strangled her. I did what I said. Chai Hu glared at a single eye and burst into tears. When those guests saw this, how dare they say another word? They shut up, lest they really anger this irrational guy and hurt Liu Bing. Liu Jin complexion sank and shouted, let's say, what do you want this king to do? Chai Hu turned his head and glared at Liu Jin and said, let go of the person next to you. Who are you referring to? Liu Jin to ask a question, when already knows the answer. Chai Hu shouted, if you dare to be so shameless, I will take your daughter's life right away. Liu Jin complexion slightly changed and said, Your Excellency did this. Yes, are you going to grab your relatives? Chai Hu sneered and said, she didn't marry you voluntarily, so why did you say that she would snatch her? I just came to save people. Liu Jin said, you didn't ask her again. How did you know she was not willing? Chai Hu said, why would she be willing to marry you? What are you dreaming of? Liu Jin smiled and said, did you misunderstand something? Although this king doesn't recognize you, it seems that you and Xu Jing should be friends. This king admires him for doing this for his friends. Jing's friend, that's also the friend of this king. So your own ask Zhao Jing if he is willing to marry this king. If she says no, this king will let you go immediately, and you won't be troubled by others. How about? Chai Hu hearing this, his face changed a few times, as if he could not believe his ears, hesitates and said, is this true? Liu Jin said with a smile, guests from all quarters are here, under the public gaze. How can this king lie? Paused, he said again, or friends just come to make trouble to ruin the reputation of this king? If so this king will not be light forgive you. Someone answered, yes, I am willing to testify for Lord City Master. Boy, you shouldn't be just purely making trouble, right? If it's this kind of, then it's too despicable. Chai Hu gloomy face, not moved by the yelling of the quartet, he muttered for a while before he nodded and said, okay, I believe it you once. While speaking, he turned his head and looked at the bride, said solemnly, fifth sister, you heard what the Lord City Master said just now. Tell me, are you willing to marry? He still said. He was threatened by him. Don't worry, if you are really forced by him, the fourth brother will save you even if he fights for his life. Your Excellency is very painstaking, this king is grateful for Zhao Jing. Liu Jin slightly similed, expression calmly. Shut up. Chai Hu drank low. Liu Jin smiled and said nothing. The bride who has been standing next to him completely motionless, and even said nothing when Chai Hu was in trouble, suddenly became the focus of everyone's attention, and everyone looked at her, want to know what kind of answer she will give. In under the public gaze, the bride's lovable body trembled for a while, and then New Year's voice came from the red hijab, voluntarily. What? Chai Hu's body was shaken and he was sluggish for an instant. How could he didn't expect On to hear such an answer? But that voice is indeed the fifth sister of On, no one is posing. For a moment, he couldn't accept this kind of result. Liu Jin looked at him, said with a smile, so your excellency should understand? This king hits Zhao Jing as they did. Goodbye, and if not so, this king would not marry her. Chai big brother. Liu Bing turned his head at the moment and looked at Chai Hu blankly. Some did not understand why things were different from what Chai Hu said. After all, Chai Hu told her, today's bride is forced to marry her father, but she has heard completely different answers from the bride's mouth. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Chai Hu shouted. Luo Jin complexion sank and shouted, "This king has given you enough face. I think you are the face of my friend, and I don't want to embarrass you. I hope you can do it for yourself." Yes, friends don't mess around, otherwise everyone will not look good. Yes, you put Luo Bing, young lady, I believe that with the belly of City Master, I won't really embarrass you. Everyone sits at the same table and drank the wine of celebration. Wouldn't it be nice, you kid, to stop while one can, if you want to die? Old man doesn't mind giving you a ride. All around the guests are another while everyone talking at once yells. The impression of Chai Hu is extremely bad. This is impossible. Chai Hu kept talking. Fifth sister, impossible to marry you voluntarily. She must be forced by you. As he said, he seemed to think of something. Lee shouted, "It must be the big brother, second brother, right?" "What the hell are you talking about, kid?" The crowd surrounded the audience with a blank expression. Chai Hu laughed loudly. The laughter was full of thunder, and it was extremely cheerful. It seemed that he had figured out something and solved the happy knot. After a while, he suddenly looked at Luo Jin. He gritted his teeth and said, "Old fogey is really insidious. Let the big brother, second brother force the fifth sister to marry you as a constraint. Today, if you don't want your daughter's blood to be splashed on the spot, listen to my orders obediently." Luo Jin became angry, and Shen shouted, "Don't you dare to speak credit." Chai Hu sneered, "With you despicable villain, what credit can I say? Today, no matter what, take away the fifth sister. Whoever dares to stop me, I will want her to die." While speaking, the strength of my hand has increased a little, Luo Bing exclaimed. Luo Jin turned pale with fright, hurriedly said, "Wait a minute. You can't let anyone go." Chai Hu sternly shouted. Luo Jin's face was sinking like water, as if the rainstorm was about to come, and the atmosphere in the entire inner hall was suddenly suppressed to the extreme. After gnashing teeth for a long time, he said, "Since you are so suspicious, let the clumsy Jingil explain to you in detail." While speaking, he glanced at the bride beside him. Chai Hu, hearing this, expression of joy, shouted, "Five sisters come first." And the bride walked towards Chai Hu step by step after hesitates for a while. "Go with this kid is afraid of bad luck." On the side of the wine table, Yang Kai, who had been watching coldly, suddenly muttered softly, "Thousand Leaves sect." Everyone seemed to be glamorous and joyous. No matter what Chai Hu is making today, no matter what the final result is, it has already damaged Luo Jin's face. I'm afraid to talk about today's affairs everywhere in that tea house and wine shop. People who don't understand the complete truth will definitely think that Luo Jin has done something to bully men and women, which damages his majesty and image. Marshall Peak Chapter 2348. Chapter 2348 is purely private. Thousand Leaves sect heard Yang Kai say this at first. They all looked at him suspiciously with a blank expression. Yang Kai grinned, and said in a low voice, "Master, City Master looks like a bamboo in his chest. How can he not be prepared?" Duke Xian complexion slightly changed, like I thought of something, and also replied in a low voice, "Young Master Yang means that he is ready to." Yang Kai shook the head, motioning him to watch the changes. Over there, the bride with phoenix crown and red hijab came and stood in front of Chai Hu step by step. Chai Hu looked at her, and there was joy in the single eye, opened the mouth and said, "Fifth sister, stand aside and sweep the formation for me. I will let the old fogey release the big brother and the others, and then we will fly away and never return to this sky." Without a word, the bride walked obediently to stand beside Chai Hu. "Your Excellency was in my city lord's mansion to run amok today. Bad this king's face, do you think? Can go away?" Luo Jin's face revealed a look of ridicule. Cold snort. "Everything is done." Chai Hu responded with a sneer. Luo Jin smiled profoundly and said, "This king thinks ... you should keep it." The Chai Hu complexion changed, and he was about to say something and so went on. I suddenly felt a coolness coming from behind. The next moment, a palm was pressed on the back of the owner, and the surging power poured into the body, causing him to fly out directly under the huge shock. In the midair, He turned his head back in disbelief with eyes full of grief and despair when he saw who the shot was. Touch! Chai-Hu fell to the ground, smashed the table and chair, but quickly got up. But under that palm, he seemed to have suffered a serious injury, so as soon as he stood up, he opened his mouth and spit out fresh blood. Shwa shwa shwa. The powerhouses of City Lord's mansion rushed over, several palms pressed on him at the same time. The palms were surging with power, but they did not accumulate hair. Today is after all the concubine acceptance ceremony of Lord City Master. It is really not suitable to see bloodlight. If not, Chai-Hu would be dead now. After being restrained, Chai-Hu staggered, seeming to be a little unstable, looking at the bride with a sad face, fresh blood in his mouth, and crying out sadly, "5 sisters." Why is this? The person who used to sneak attack him before directly injuring him was the bride he wanted to save during this trip, and he still couldn't believe it was true. All this happened in a flash. Not only Chai-Hu was stunned, but even all around guests were open wide. The dumbstruck looked at, but Luo Jin was the only one who seemed to have expected it, with a smile on his face. Yang Kai suddenly got up and looked at the bride with scorching eyes, his expression changing endlessly. Monster Chi. Yi Qing'an frowned, covering his red lips with his hand, and whispered, "This bride is actually from monster race." Just now the bride did it at that moment. Although it was very short, the power she displayed was very different from source strength, with a pure monster Yuan Shi breath. Although there are human race martial artists who have practiced monster race cultivation technique or secret technique to bring their own strength close to the chi of monster Yuan, they will definitely not be so pure. From this point of view, this bride is not human race, but a member of monster race. Star Boundary is not without monster race, but monster race rarely comes to the human race area. Even if there is, it is very rare, and will try to hide the whereabouts of the owner. After all, the race is different. It is inevitable that there will be people after seeing monster race. What was wrong? There are not a few people who are aware of this like Yi Qing'an, and for a moment they looked curiously at the bride. Judging from the power fluctuations that pervaded the bride just now, she is still a martial artist of principal source 1 layer. Young Master Yang, what's wrong with you? Duke Xian saw that Yang Kai expression was wrong, and asked quickly. Yang Kai didn't mean to pay any attention. He just stared at the bride, trembling slightly, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. Take along to withdraw. Look at. After the ceremony, this king will have a detailed chat with him. Luo Jin waved his hand over there. The guards of the City Lord's mansion nodded, simultaneous shot and sealed Chai-Hu's cultivation level, so he was taken down. Didn't expect. Just then there was a soft cry, and then everyone saw Luo Bing, who had escaped from the tiger's mouth, rushed straight towards Chai-Hu and rushed there. Several guards punched and kicked them away, then opened their arms to block Chai-Hu, continuously shook her head and said, "Don't come over." She was in a posture to protect Chai-Hu. The guests were dumbfounded again, not knowing what she was thinking. After all, Chai-Hu used her as a hostage, but everyone saw her. Now that she is out of trouble, shouldn't she hurry away from Chai-Hu? Why is walking right into a trap again? Bingja, what are you fooling around? Luo Jin was furious. He was so angry with the daughter of On today. He repeatedly hit the ground against the owner, and even wanted to protect the destruction owner. How can he not be angry about the safety of the people of the ceremony? Daddy, Chai big brother, he saved my life yesterday. It is my daughter's life-saving benefactor. Don't embarrass him. Luo Bing begged with a cry. Luo Jin narrowed his eyes and said, "Life-saving benefactor?" Luo Bing said, "Yes, my daughter was in danger yesterday. It was Chai big brother who saved me yesterday." Luo Jin frowned, coldly said, "Did you not go out with Ku young master yesterday? How did this person save you again?" Luo Bing he shook his head and said, "My daughter will explain the matter carefully to my dad." "Don't embarrass him now, let him go." When Ku heard it over there, his face turned pale, and he screamed. In front of Luo Bing, she stretched out her arm and said, "Younger sister Bing, don't be fooling around. Didn't the city master say not to hurt him? You are obediently obedient. Luo Bing shakes, turning his head. He said, then let him go now. Luo Jin flashed a trace of impatience, and said to Kuyu, you young master, the girl is ignorant, take her down to rest. Kuyu nodded, respect the life of an adult. While speaking, he stretched out his hand and patted Luo Bing's body. Luo Bing immediately fell down softly, although he was sane, but already unable to act. Kuyu hugged her up, and then walked towards the back hall. After Chai, who was injured by the bride, he seemed to lose his soul and remained unmoved to everything in front of him. Until then, he had a single eye red and gritted his teeth. Five sister, tell me why this is. Could it be that you really voluntarily marry this old fogey? Luo Jin said with a sneer, this king has given you enough face. If you fail to appreciate somebody's kindness again, don't blame this king for being unkind to you. The guests on the side shouted, Lord City Master does not need to be too kind, this person's sin unforgivable. Exactly, the bride and the city master have a good love. They have been on the same boat for 100 years of repair, and they sleep together for 1,000 years. There is a pair in the sky and a pair on the ground. You despicable villain can be easily broken up. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Chai, who tried his best to roar, stubborn. Luo Jin cold snort. Shen shouted, then you will look at carefully. Is Zhao Jing willing to marry this king? Luo Jin turned his head and looked around. Complexion said in a gloomy tone, any friend who disagrees with this marriage, stand up. This king will give you a satisfactory answer. He was killed today. The ceremony was disturbed. His face was damaged, and he intended to stand up to save his majesty. When he said this, he had murderous intention on his face. Who dares to stand up and then confront him? Master City Master joked, there are always a few people in this world who fail to appreciate somebody's kindness. Adults don't care about it. Yes, let this kind of person break yarksing, it's not worth it. Go on. Go on. Luo Jin is a little bit sweet about the complexion. Cold Snort said, today is originally a festive color. This king is not willing to make anger. If anyone disagrees, you can tell me bluntly. He looked all around and everyone smiled. A voice suddenly sounded, the relaxed atmosphere suddenly became tense again, and many people were sucked in a breath of cold air, looking towards the source of the sound. Thinking about the world, there are people who are not afraid of death. Even this time, they dare to sing the opposite. Luo Jin also had a sharp face. His anger exhibited one's feelings in one's speech, and his eyes full of murderous intention looked aside. On the front desk over there, a young man stood up with a smile and raised his hand. I have such a small opinion. I hope Master City Master will not be angry. Thousand Leaves Sect's person. It was actually the discipline of Thousand Leaves Sect. Isn't it this time to hit a person when he's down? This person looks at good face. Is he really from Thousand Leaves Sect? There are still fakes. You haven't seen him and Yi Qing'an and Duke Xian and the two others sit in one place? This is interesting. The whispering sounded when everyone saw that the speaker was sitting with Thousand Leaves Sect disciple after One Piece. I immediately understood that today's matter has become more complicated. After all, Chai, who is just one person, it's just a laugh when he came to grab his relatives and was injured. But if Thousand Leaves Sect wade into this muddy water, it might be that the two forces cast aside all considerations for face completely and went to war directly. This is a major event related to hundreds of thousands of miles. At the entrance of the lobby, Kuyu was holding Luo Bing, who was unable to move, and was about to leave. After hearing this, he suddenly stopped and looked back, waiting to see who the speaker was. Later, the complexion couldn't help but change slightly. Why is this kid, too regardless of the law and of natural morality? Young Master Yang. Yi Qing'an was dumbfounded and dumbfounded. Looks at Yang Kai, who stands up in a daze, with his red lips in his hand. I don't know what nerve Yang Kai has to join in the fun. Young Master Yang, what are you doing? Duke Xian is also complexion slightly changed, and instantly realizes the seriousness of the matter. Although they know that young Master Yang is not Thousand Leaves Sect disciple, Others don't know. Everyone is sitting at the same table. Others will definitely guess as it should be by rights. Yang Kai stood up against this marriage at this time and made others look like they were acting on behalf of Thousand Leaves sect. Once there is this misunderstanding, I am afraid they will not be able to leave Sky Crane's city again. In an instant, cold sweat appeared on Duke Cyan's forehead. Private matter. It is purely private matter. Yang Kai rushed to two people, slightly smiled, raises the head and looked towards Luo Jin. Luo Jin is obviously also at a loss. After watching Yang Kai for a while, he said, "Your Excellency is also Thousand Leaves sect? Why has this king never seen you?" More what puzzled Luo Jin was that the group of people like Thousand Leaves sect sat on the front table. What happened? Marshall Peak Chapter 2349. Chapter 2349. If I have to watch it. I said I am not from Thousand Leaves sect. Do you believe it? Yang Kai looked at Luo Jin with a smile on his face. Yi Jing'an and Duke Xian on the side are complexion hard, constantly wiping the cold sweat on their foreheads, with an expression of nervousness. Luo Jin saw this scene in his eyes, brows slightly wrinkled, said solemnly, "How do you call your Excellency?" Although Yang Kai is just a principal source 2 layer, he is better than him. The cultivation level should be a small stage lower. But Yang Kai doesn't seem to be very old. At such an age and such a cultivation level, he can't help but underestimate him. Just in case, Luo Jin thinks it's better to inquire about the other party's origin. It is good. Yang Kai. When Yang Kai said this, he didn't go to Luo Jin at all, but kept staring at the bride's reaction, and said loudly, "High Heaven Sect. Yang Kai. High Heaven Sect? Which sect is this? We have such a sect in South Territory. Why have I never heard of it? Perhaps it is sect in several other domains. The world is so big and there are so many sects. It's not uncommon to have never heard of it." All around the guests whispered, even Yi Jing'an and the others wrinkled, frowned and thought. When I got up, no one had heard of High Heaven Sect. So I was very curious. And after the bride heard Yang Kai's introduction like this, her lovable body suddenly trembled, as if her mind was hit by some kind of shock. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and he felt that On's guess was right. The moment the bride rushed to Chai Hu before, Yang Kai felt that her power fluctuations were a bit familiar, as if she was someone the owner knew. But now the guess in his heart was determined. Luo Jin obviously has never heard of a sect such as High Heaven Sect. Hearing this frowns, saying, "This little junior brother Yang doesn't know what the meaning of this king's ceremony is." "See you, let this king, how do you listen?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "In fact, there is no big opinion, but I am more curious about the bride's appearance. If City Master does not give up, can you let the bride lifted the hijab? Let me wait to see the peerless face." Everyone looked at Yang Kai with weird expressions, wondering how could a bride put the hijab before entering the bridal chamber. It was lifted. On the day of marriage, the bridegroom lifted the head of each female only after entering the bridal chamber in the chapel. This is the custom, this is the etiquette, and if this custom etiquette is broken, it will surely cause misfortune for the family. If the bride can be generous on the day of marriage, what else does this red hijab do? Although everyone knows this kind of thing in their hearts, to be honest, they are also very curious about the bride's appearance, and they all want to see the beauty, but no one has the guts to say it at this time. At this moment, when Yang Kai said this, I secretly looked forward to it. Luo Jin's eyes were full of majesty. He looked straight at Yang Kai. He was silent for a long time before he smiled, and said, "This little junior brother Yang is really funny." I was nervous to make a joke with old man. Little brother's heart, old man took it. While speaking, he slightly cups one fist in the other hand and gestures, but his eyes are full the meaning of threat. There is a posture that you will want you to look good no matter how entangled you are. His voice just fell. Yang Kai said with a smile, "Master City Master misunderstood. I am not joking, but I really want to see what this bride looks like." The smile on Luo Jin's face suddenly disappeared, his face sinking like water. Yang Kai didn't seem to see it, and he said to himself, Everyone knows that City Master has a lot of good fortune in love affairs. There are 14 beautiful concubines in the family, Yan Xuan fat, left and right. Enjoy the blessings of all people, but never know what those City Master ladies look like. They are covered with black gauze every time they go out. The guards clear the way, so that people can't get a glimpse of their true colors. But I think you all know that the Lady of City Master must all be the beauty of heaven, and only this kind of face can be worthy of the majesty of Lord City Master. Luo Jin listened, smiled, and said, "Little brother thanked you!" He thought to himself that this kid was not looking for trouble, but came to shoot flattery. If that is the case, then it is not unreasonable to cooperate with him. Now this is the 15th City Master. Mrs. City Master can no longer hide and tuck it, to dazzle your appetite. Yang Kai winked at Luo Jin. Why don't you take advantage of this square when the guests gathered? How about letting everyone feast their eyes? It also made me wait for a wish. If this is the case, I will be able to enjoy the blessing of the City Master. Maybe I can be as beautiful as an adult. Continue to enjoy the blessings of the people. Everyone said yes. Those guests did not interrupt and just listened quietly, but many people showed expectation, which seemed very I want to see what a bride looks like. Luo Jin smiled and said, "Little brother, Luo Mu and all the ladies are in love, a match made in heaven. If you want a beautiful blessing, this king seriously recommends you to visit the city's daughter Baizalu, where you will be able to get what you want. There are many beautiful ladies there." As soon as this statement came out, all around guests laughed. It was Luo Jin's funny and convincing. But someone heard Luo Jin's words out of the way. Does that mean that the wife of this king is not the girl in the drunk building? Is it because you messy people just want to see it? Yes, if you dare to be long-winded, you are humiliating this king. Don't blame this king for getting angry. Okay, the auspicious time is almost over, let's continue. Luo Jin waved his hand, preparing to end the fast that made him impatient. Yang Kai suddenly took a step forward, said solemnly, "What if I have to see the bride?" Luo Jin looked back, coldly looking at Yang Kai, indifferently said, "Little brother, go back and sit down." Young Master Yang ... What are you doing? Yi Jing'an is almost crazy. She has no idea why Yang Kai is repeatedly at this juncture to provoke Luo Jin. She clearly saw Luo Jin's impatience and anger, knowing that if this continues, the matter will not end. Young Master Yang, come back. Duke Xian also persuaded. Yang Kai turned his head to look at them, indifferently said, "This is my personal business. If you are afraid of getting involved, just leave now, but don't point fingers at me." Duke Xian frowned, with an unhappy expression. Yi Jing'an panicked and waved his hand. "I didn't mean that, it's just..." Yang Kai left her seat without waiting for her to speak. I walked towards the bride step by step, neither too fast nor too slow, with a leisurely expression. He looked at Luo Jin and said, "City Master, if you don't see the bride's appearance today, I'm afraid I won't sleep at night." "Good sleep, Lord City Master will satisfy my wish." "Okay." This kid is crazy, right? Over there, Kuya stupidly stods in place while holding Luo Bing. His expressions were so brilliant. He really couldn't understand what Yang Kai was about to make trouble. After all, from the only contact, Yang Kai was not such a messy person. Already in despair, Chai Hu, who was suppressed by the city lord's mansion powerhouse, suddenly shinned, staring at Yang Kai with scorching eyes, as if he had caught a life-saving straw in despair. Struggling to shout, "Little brother, help me take her away, she is just a moment of confusion, you must take her away." "Impudent!" Luo Jin shouted loudly, imposing manner. Menacingly Yang Kai said, "Boy, I think you came to pick quarrels and stir up trouble deliberately." Yang Kai walked towards the bride and shook his head and said, "Luo City Master, what do you say?" "I wronged me. I just want to take a look at the bride." "If you disagree, I have to own it." Luo Jin angrily said, "Take him for me." With an order, a dozen martial artists sprang up from all directions, and they rushed toward Yang Kai aggressively in an imposing manner. Among them, there were two principal Source 2 layer powerhouses, one on the left and the other on the right. When many guests saw the battle, their expressions changed and they retreat, lest they bring disaster to innocent people. Many people even looked at Yang Kai with a look of pity, and secretly felt that this kid was afraid that his brain was broken, and he was so silly at City Master's concubine acceptance ceremony above. Isn't this courting death? In the blink of an eye, the dozen martial artists rushed in front of Yang Kai, and the two principal Source 2 layer took the lead, ruthless. In an instant, the Source strength burst in the lobby and the energy agitated. But then there was a sound of peng 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 peng, mixed with screams, and all the artists who pounced on Yang Kai's City Lord's mansion marshal all flew away, back, hit hard on the four walls, knocking out the hall one after another. What's the matter? What happened? Am I dazzled? Is it my dazzled? There was a burst of exclamation, and the guests from all walks of life couldn't believe what the owner had seen. Someone rubbed his eyes over and over again, but still couldn't change the result that was in sight. The dozen or so martial artists, including the two principal Source 2 layer powerhouse, all flew back in one face. They are impossible to make such antics for no reason. The only explanation is that they were knocked off by Yang Kai. However, 99% of people didn't even see how Yang Kai made the move. They just vaguely saw Yang Kai's figure shake. Only a handful of principal Source 3 layers narrowed their eyes, revealing the grave expression on their faces, and they saw Yang Kai's out of the ordinary. Luo Jin is the same. I thought Yang Kai was just a kid who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, but didn't want him to be deeply hidden. For a moment, Luo Jin realized that the trouble was big. After repelling the dozens of City Lord's mansion martial artists, Yang Kai still has a serene face, as if nothing has happened, and continues to walk towards the bride. What are you trying to do? Let's get on together. Luo Jin saw bad eyes and loudly shouted. In the next teleport, more City Lord's mansion powerhouse flew out and rushed towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai suddenly stopped, turned his head and turned to all around, with a cold light in his eyes, and said in a cold tone, "If anyone dares to come up, don't blame me for being merciless." As soon as this statement came out, many martial artists who rushed towards him couldn't help showing the color of hesitates, lest they would have their lives here. But Luo Jin was staring at the side, and they could only clench the teeth, urging their energy, took out their respective secret treasure and secret technique and blasted towards Yang Kai. In an instant, the place where Yang Kai was located was shrouded in multicolored rays of light. The surging energies collided with each other, making violent noises. The entire lobby was shaking, as if it was about to the look of collapse. Martial Peak Chapter 2350. Chapter 2350. It turns out that you're making a ghost. Everyone stared at the intersection of energies, wondering how Yang Kai resolves this kind of danger. But what disappoints them, Yang Kai didn't escape from it, and there was no movement. Young Master Yang Yijing's complexion changed a lot, and gave a soft cry. Such a fierce attack, with the cultivation level of Yang Kai Principal Source 2 layer, is basically impossible to block. She thinks Yang Kai is probably Bodil rather than well. Luo Jin sneered over there, with a look of ridicule. After a short while, the energy dissipated, and there was already a huge pothole where Yang Kai stood. But Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. Where are the people? Where did they go? Did you die? Did you get beaten by Cheng Fen ashes? It makes sense. The kid is here to make people laugh. The thunder is loud, the rain is small. City Lord's mansion, with so many martial artists working together, the principal Source 3 layer will undoubtedly die. This kid is young. How can you stop lightly? It must be die without a burial site. When everyone sees this, they can't help but discuss spiritedly, some regretting Yang Kai dying untimely death, some mocking Yang Kai overestimate one's capabilities. Yes, some people immediately flattered Luo Jin and flattered him. Luo Jin has a faint smile on his face, but a faint feeling of anxiety is growing in his heart, making him uncomfortable. Shia's face was ashamed, and he didn't come back to his senses for a while. And on the table over there, Duke Xian was also complexion pale, swallowing saliva, and did not come back to his senses for a while. After a long time he just like awakened from a dream. Lo shouted, "We have to hurry up. It's too late if you don't leave." Yang Kai is dead. Although Yang Kai has nothing to do with Thousand Leaves sect, he was sitting at the same table with On and the others just now. Some people will inevitably misunderstand something, especially Luo Jin, who might take the opportunity to attack Thousand Leaves sect and detain them forcibly. If Luo Jin really did this, it would be to have just cause and would not be blamed. Thinking of this, Duke Xian panicked for a moment, and quickly grabbed Yi Jing'an while speaking, and wanted to sneak away when everyone's attention was attracted. I don't know that Yi Jing'an is completely motionless, it's just that beautiful eyes are constantly staring in the void. "Yeah, what are you doing?" Duke Xian was anxious. Yi Jing'an said, "Young Master Yang will not die. He is impossible to be killed so easily." Duke Xian doesn't know where her confidence comes from, gritted his teeth and shouted, "He already skeleton doesn't exist. What are you looking for?" Yi Jing'an said, "I have seen the ability of young Master Yang. How could he just die like this?" Yang Kai promised that she would return to Thousand Leaves sect with her to repair the cross-border space law formation. This is related to the future rise and fall of Thousand Leaves sect. How can Yi Jing'an worry about it? Before she saw Yang Kai's body, she felt that Yang Kai was absolutely impossible to die. What if he is more powerful? Yeah, with two fists hard to beat four hands. Duke Xian earnest and well-made advised. "I believe him." Yi Jing'an bit her red lips and continued searching in the void. Suddenly, she seemed to have found something, staring in one direction, and exclaimed, but soon she stretched out her hand again to cover On's mouth. Duke Xian and the others' expression stunned. Following her gaze to look over there, I saw a powerhouse of City Lord's mansion standing over there, which seems to be a principal source 2-layer level powerhouse. This person is Yang Kai's who participated in the attack just now. Only at this moment, a ghost-like illusory shadow appeared behind this person, and the illusory shadow gradually solidified, condensing the appearance of Yang Kai's. This. Duke Xian nearly burst his eyes, trembling said, "Really? Not dead?" He was deep in one's heart throbbing. How strong is it to be able to escape from the attack just now without being noticed? Not only was he not dead, but he was unscathed, and even his clothes were not wrinkled. Many spiritual minds in the lobby are cross-covered. Those principal source 3-layer powerhouses seem to have not let their guard down. Yang Kai appeared here and was noticed by them. For an instant, several pairs of simultaneous eyes came over. After seeing Yang Kai's figure, Luo Jin complexion changed drastically. Shouted, "What do you want to do, kid?" Yang Kai from that principal source 2-layer martial artist his behind poked out ahead, looked at Luo Jin with a grin, stretched out his hand and swiped forward slightly. A concealed space force waved out, and quickly disappeared. After doing this, he opened the mouth and said, "I said, whoever dares to shoot me again, don't blame me for being impolite." One speaking of it, Luo Jin fought a Cold War unfathomable mystery, and an extremely uneasy feeling spread in the heart. And at this moment, the principal source 2-layer in front of Yang Kai suddenly fell to the front. Before he hit the ground, fresh blood was sprayed from the neck and his head was flying high up. The exclamation of all directions resounded, and countless people looked at Yang Kai in horror, retreat, and distanced him. The person who just died is also a famous powerhouse in Sky Crane City. Luo Jin has always been the right-hand man of Luo Jin. He also governs Sky Crane City with him, and is a Vice City Master level powerhouse. But such a powerhouse was killed by Yang Kai silently. Judging from his blank eyes before he died, it seemed that he didn't realize what was happening until he died. Everyone is shocked. How strong should this young man be to kill a principal source 2-layer without knowing it? Didn't even the person who was killed even notice it? Yang Kai looked at Luo Jin, indifferently said, "It's really sorry to let the city master see the bloodlight on the day of great joy, so I hope no one will stop me." After speaking, he once again went to the bride who had been stored in place. Along the way, everyone unconsciously parted the road and let him pass, and the martial artists of City Lord's mansion also retreat slowly with ugly expressions, and no one dared to step forward to nuisance. Luo Jin's face sinks like water, staring at Yang Kai's back, twinkling in his eyes with a thick murderous intention. This is called Yang Kai's youth making a fuss at today's ceremony above. It must have a great damage to his majesty. If he can't save his face, how will he gain a foothold in Sky Crane City in the future? But several principal Source 2 layers can't help him if they shoot together. I am afraid that only On can surrender him. The thoughts got to this point. Luo Jin glanced at a certain place in the crowd without a trace. Over there, Yang Kai has already strode forward to the bride, with a touch of complicated anxiety on his face, reached out to grab the bride's red hijab, opened the mouth and said, offended. All around the guests stared wide-eyed. On the one hand, they wanted to know how things were going, and on the other, they were a little curious about the bride's appearance. Yang Kai made such a fuss. The original intention was to see what the bride looked like, and even offended City Lord's mansion, and killed a Vice City Master. With such a trick, those who were originally to the bride people who are not curious about their appearance are also interested. For a moment, everyone's eyes are in full view, the lobby is silent, and the needle falls can be heard. It seems that everyone is holding a breath and just waiting to witness the critical moment. Just when Yang Kai's big hand was about to catch the red hijab, the bride in front of him suddenly showed a jade hand and grabbed Yang Kai's arm. At the same time, the lovable body monster Yuan surged inside, and a fiercely palm printed toward Yang Kai's chest. In that palm, the energy surged and contained extremely strong power. Be careful. Chai Hu suddenly roared. He suffered a big loss in the hands of the bride just now. If he had not had a hostage in his hand, how could he be easily captured? Yi Jing'an kept screaming at this change. That palm is full of formidable power. Yang Kai was worried and did not dare to resist, lest he hurt his bride. Let the jade hand slap the owner's chest above the whole person as if struck by lightning, to after falling and flying out. The corners of his mouth overflowed with fresh blood in the middle of the air, and within the body internal organs was tossed. At this moment, Luo Jin had already killed Yang Kai behind him without knowing it. Suddenly he took out a secret treasure like Jade Ruai in his hand and knocked it hard at Yang Kai. And at the same time said with a malicious smile, "This king is here to send you off." The words fall, Jade Ruai has knocked on Yang Kai, then Jade Ruai above rays of light is released, and its mysterious power knocked the void out of a black hole, swallowing Yang Kai's body. In just a blink of an eye, Yang Kai will all split up and in pieces. Luo Jin succeeded in one blow and laughed heartily. This is the end of disobedience to this king. All around the guests keep quiet out of fear, looking at Luo Jin's hands. Jade Ruai, with a look of dreading, seems that this secret treasure is a formidable power thing. But at the next moment, Luo Jin's smile stiffened on his face, because he suddenly discovered that the Yang Kai who was knocked out of all split up and in pieces did not have any fresh blood flowing out, but instead was on his own under his gaze. It gradually distorted and transformed, dissipating like smoke. After image, Luo Jin complexion greatly changed. One didn't expect such a foolproof sneak attack. It turns out that you are making a ghost. Yang Kai's voice suddenly rang from the crowd, and the guests next to them jumped in fright. Their complexion greatly changed to retreat, and when they turned their heads to look, they saw Yang Kai reached out and pinched the neck of a middle-aged man with a sneer on his face. People don't seem to know this middle-aged man. When he sees such bad luck, he can't help showing sympathy. I don't know why he was targeted by Yang Kai. This middle-aged man also has the cultivation level of Principal Source 1 layer. It was originally good at strength, but after seeing Yang Kai's previous scene of killing the Vice City Master, how could he dare to have anything intent to resist? Just trembling, looking at Yang Kai in horror, little brother has something to say. What is this? Yang Kai pressed his hand slightly and pinched the person's neck. Creak creak. Said with a sneer, "Don't pretend to be like me and tell me how you controlled the bride." In a word, the middle-aged man complexion changed drastically, his eyes panicked, and he tried to hide, I don't know what you are talking about. What I'm talking about? Clear your heart. Give you 10 breaths time obediently to understand the secret technique, otherwise you will never need to solve it. The middle-aged man suddenly panicked and looked at Liu Jin for help. The desperate Chai Hu of the complexion heard this, but seemed to realize something. He struggled to get up and looked at Yang Kai and said, "My friend, what do you mean by this?"